So hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see fifth part, what if Harry Potter used Slytherin legacy to destroy the Dark Lord. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. When faith in Dumbledore's plan fades, Harry turns to the one legacy everyone fears, Slytherins. Armed with forbidden magic and unlikely allies, he'll fight Voldemort not as the chosen one, but as something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Striking out. As the car pulled up at number 4, Privet Drive, a sense of gloom settled over Harry, though perhaps not quite as pronounced as it had been in previous years. He unloaded his things from the car and lugged it into the house and then began to lug it up the stairs until Vernon's voice stopped him. "I don't think so, boy. I want all your freaky things down here." Harry frowned. This may put a bit of a wrench in his plans, but if he worked hard, it shouldn't make things too much more difficult. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he replied robotically, and dragged the trunk around the bottom of the stair to the cupboard. Pulling it open, he pushed his trunk in and closed the door. He supposed he should be glad they weren't destroying his things like they had the previous summer, and he could only assume that someone had talked to them. Vernon snapped a shiny new padlock on with a sickening grin. "What was wrong with the last one?" asked Harry, referring to the heavy-duty padlock. "Only the best for you, Potter," replied Vernon with ill-concealed glee, rattling the lock before shuffling away. Harry rolled his eyes and took the stairs two at a time. He reached the landing just in time to collide with Dudley, who gave him a hard shove. Harry waved his fingers spookily at Dudley and his cousin's eyes widened. Spluttering and tripping as he walked backwards, Dudley escaped back to his room and Harry to his, both of them shutting their respective doors harder than was necessary. He deposited Hedwig's cage on the desk and let her out, opening the window in case she wanted to hunt. He removed Saul's from his pocket, the snake giving a hiss of relief at finally being allowed out after the long train ride and then the car ride. Harry laid down on the bed whose sheets, judging from the musky smell, had not been changed since the last time he had been there. He stared up at the ceiling for a brief moment and then slipped the old padlock from his pocket. It was slightly rusty, leaving a faint trace of brown on his fingers, and it was locked tight. He swung it on his finger a few times and then held it still, clearing his mind. After a few moments, he opened his eyes and focused on the padlock. "Alohomora," he whispered. The last thing he wanted was for the Dursleys to hear him doing magic, though there wasn't much they could do to stop him except keep him busy with chores. The lock remained firmly shut, though he tried the spell numerous times and holding the lock in different ways. Perhaps it would work if he tried doing it with the wand movement. Accio had no wand movement, but Alohomora required the caster to tap the lock with their wand. Harry sat the lock on the bed and held his index finger out straight. This time when he incanted, he tapped the lock lightly with his finger. He couldn't quite explain why, but it felt slightly different to holding the lock, though it still didn't unlock. After a while, he took a break to stretch his legs a bit, walking several circles around his room. He had been asked to send a letter to the Order every 3 days again, though he suspected the reasons this year were different to last year's. He went downstairs into Vernon's study and returned to his room with a blank A4 sheet of paper and a blue ballpoint pen. Sitting at the small desk, he composed a short letter to Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, I'm writing like you asked. I'll write again in 3 days. Harry." There really wasn't much else for him to say, so he rolled up the brief missive and tied it to Hedwig's leg. His snowy owl took flight, heading north towards Hogwarts. Harry flopped back down on the bed and focused once again on the old padlock. Aunt Petunia called him down for dinner at 6 o'clock, and he descended to the kitchen. He hadn't seen his aunt since he had arrived back at Privet Drive, but she was as thin-lipped and horse-faced as always. He sat in his usual chair and Petunia placed a plate in front of him. Harry ate quickly and was standing to leave when Vernon told him to sit. Now, boy, we've got a few things to discuss. His uncle turned a foul scowl on him. What might that be? Asked Harry, crossing his arms and settling back for a lecture. Don't take that attitude with me, Potter. This is your last stay with us, and we want it as normal as possible. None of your magic in this house. I'm not allowed to do magic out of school, he intoned. Although, he thought, he would be 17 soon and he would legally be allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts. And there'd better not be any more of your freaky friends suddenly appearing in our house, boy. Harry had forgotten that he had apparently apparated himself, Malfoy, and Snape into the cupboard under the stairs. There won't be. Good, sniffed Aunt Petunia. Vernon stood and glared down at Harry. That's all. Now get upstairs to your room, boy. We don't want to hear a word from you for the rest of the night. Heaving a sigh of frustration, he left the kitchen and headed to the bathroom, ignoring a snide parting comment from his uncle. Not long now. Later that night, Harry stepped out of his room and heard a crunch as something was crushed by his foot. Cursing, he stepped back to see a broken teacup, cold tea now soaking the carpet of the hallway. Shaking his head and wondering if it was Dudley's idea of a joke, he picked up the pieces and threw them in the bin, returning to his room with a bucket of water and a rag. The next few days passed with irritating slowness. Vernon and Petunia kept him bussed each day with chores, cleaning leaves from the gutters, repainting the front fence, sweeping out the shed. It was while he was on the ladder filling a bag with handfuls of leaves that Petunia approached him. Harry, she called sharply. He looked down at her, wiping his sweating brow with the back of a gloved hand. Yes, Aunt Petunia. Come down here. Harry stepped down the ladder and came to stand in front of his aunt. Her lips were pursed tightly. That night you turned up here with those other two. She stopped, and it seemed she had left a question unasked. Yes, he prompted. That man. Snape. What happened to him? Harry looked down, frowning. He couldn't imagine why his aunt would care what happened to someone he knew. He was tortured. Harry paused for a moment before adding, by Voldemort. His aunt's face paled slightly. Why? Snape was a spy for the Order of the Phoenix. That's a group fighting against Voldemort. My parents were. Yes, I know, she murmured, surprising Harry. Petunia was staring off into the distance. Aunt Petunia. She shook her head slightly, looking back at him. And how do you know him? You must know him quite well to bother rescuing him. Harry shrugged. I don't know him well, really. He's a teacher at my school. He teaches at your school. His aunt looked surprised at this. Yeah, why? Suddenly his aunt's expression became closed, and she stood straighter. Lunch will be ready shortly. Finish up with this chore and then come inside. It was only as she was walking away that Harry began to wonder how on earth she knew Snape's name. He climbed into bed that night with the same question running through his head. How did his aunt know Snape's name? It was possible whoever had turned up to collect them had told her, but it was still odd for her to mention him specifically, and he thought that perhaps there was something more to it. When he fell asleep, he dreamed again of the night they had rescued Snape, but again when he woke he could not remember it, much to his frustration. He was sure something important had happened and it niggled away at him. The next day he sent his second letter off, this time to Lupin. It was a little longer than the one to Dumbledore had been, and somewhat more friendly. Harry felt an odd sort of satisfaction as he watched Hedwig disappear into the distance. When he could no longer see her, he moved to sit on his bed, once more with the padlock lying in front of him on the tangled sheets. Holding out his finger, he tapped it and spoke, Alohomora. The lock clicked open. His satisfaction grew. On Monday morning after Vernon had left for work and Dudley had left for the shopping center with Piers Polky, Petunia surprised Harry by telling him he could leave the outside chores for today. Harry was glad. He was quite stiff from having spent the day before weeding the verge. Instead, she had him help prepare lunch for the two of them, and then later, dinner. Apart from that, he was free to do as he wanted. Most of the time he spent thinking about the conversation he had had with his aunt as they prepared and ate lunch. She had been standing at the sink shredding lettuce, and he had been getting cutlery when she had spoken. I am sorry for what Vernon did to you last time you were here, she said stiffly. It doesn't matter, muttered Harry after a pause, surprised by her admission. Petunia sighed. Yes, it does. Your mother would hate me if she knew I let that happen. Harry didn't know how to reply. His aunt had never really talked about his mother to him before. They finished getting the food ready in silence, and then sat opposite each other at the small kitchen table. Drawing a deep breath, Harry finally spoke. What was she like? Petunia's eyes flickered to his, and then away again, and he was sure an expression like pain passed across her face. It was a while before she answered. She was Lily. Always happy, always kind. We were close. Petunia drew a shaky breath before continuing. We didn't live in such a nice area as this. She waved her hand vaguely. But Lily brought a sort of light wherever she went. Nowhere was quite so dismal when she was there. I remember when we were little girls, we were forever playing in the park or the small woods that were close to where we lived. She paused again, staring off into space, as though she were recalling long forgotten memories. She would give anyone a chance. Not like me. Harry wondered at the disjointed tale, and supposed his aunt was reliving a particular memory. She was always doing odd little things, and we were both fascinated by the things she could do. Then, of course, her letter came. We grew apart after that. She was gone most of the year, and when she came back, I didn't understand her quite as well as I had before. People change. Did she change much? Asked Harry softly. After she went to Hogwarts. His aunt sighed. She became stronger, more independent. She didn't need me anymore. But she was still the same happy, kind person. She shook her head. Oh, I don't know why I'm saying all this. These things should be forgotten. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. His aunt stood and robotically began to clean up the table, despite the fact that neither of them had finished lunch. Taking the hint, Harry stood and left the kitchen. He did, however, pause in the doorway and look back at his aunt. Thank you. When Harry went up to his room that night, he found on his bed a chain, and he recognized it with a shock. It was his aunt's, for as long as he could remember she had worn it. He picked it up with a frown and wondered what it was doing on his pillow. Hanging on the chain were two rings. They were clearly meant to be worn separately, but they could be joined as one ring as well. One was gold with clear stones, the other silver with little yellow stones. He tried to slide the rings onto his finger, but they were too small. As he watched, though, one became larger, until he could quite comfortably wear it. He realized with a start that the rings had a charm on them, and knew that his mother must have done it. His suspicion was confirmed as he inspected the rings closer. The gold one had an inscription on the inside, "To Lily, with love. Petunia." The now smaller ring also had an inscription, "Friends forever, Toonie. Love, Lily." At the end of the sentence was a small rune, which Harry recognized as one for protection. He wondered why his aunt was giving him the necklace, and then recalled what she had said earlier in the kitchen. She wanted to forget. He couldn't imagine why. Perhaps she had regrets. She wanted to move on. Harry could understand that. The next day, his aunt had returned to her usual unpleasant self, stoically standing behind Vernon as he berated Harry for not having completed his chores the previous day. Harry simply rolled his eyes and headed out to the garden. He was mowing the lawn when he saw something that made him feel a lot better. Hedwig appeared, soaring through the air and into his open bedroom window. He finished mowing before it got dark and headed inside for a shower. Then he returned to his room and waited for night to fall. He was interrupted, however, by a quiet knock on the door. He opened it to find Dudley shuffling his feet nervously. "Dudley, what is it? Can I come in?" Harry raised an eyebrow, but stepped back, allowing Dudley into the room. His cousin walked in, and Harry realized that Dudley had lost a lot of weight since the last time he had seen him. "Looks like that grapefruit diet worked, Duds." Dudley scowled in remembrance of the diet, and he shook his head. "It was those things." Harry looked at him quizzically. "What things?" "Those things that attacked us last summer. They made me see things." Harry frowned. "The Dementors." Dudley nodded, shivering. "I couldn't sleep for weeks without having nightmares. Mum wanted to take me to a doctor, but I convinced her not to. I said they wouldn't know anything about Dudley lowered his voice to a whisper, "magic." Harry flopped down on his bed, still frowning about what Dudley was saying. Well, you're probably right there. They wouldn't have been able to help you much. Are you still having nightmares? Dudley shook his head. No, not really. But I feel different, like they did something to me. Harry looked at his cousin, who was trembling at the memory. He really did seem changed, actually, now that Harry looked closer. He thought over the past few days and realized Dudley hadn't once insulted or threatened him. Don't worry, Duds. They didn't do anything to you, it's all mental. Dudley narrowed his eyes. I'm not mental. Harry sighed. That's not what I mean. Dementors beep out your soul. Believe me, you'd know if that had happened. If you've changed, Harry shrugged, it's just because you changed, not because they did anything to you. Perhaps the near-death experience had frightened Dudley into getting his act together a bit, and Harry thought that that probably wasn't a particularly bad thing. Yeah, Dudley muttered. Maybe you're right. There were several minutes of silence during which Harry stared at the ceiling and Dudley looked around the empty room, avoiding going anywhere near Hedwig. Thanks, grunted Dudley. Thanks. I mean, I know you saved me from those things. I didn't tell Dad, but that's only because I was shaken up. But I know what you did. Oh, well, that's all right. I might not like you much, but I wasn't going to let you have your soul beeped out. Dudley frowned slightly, but then perked up. Want to go to the park? He asked. What? Harry sat up. I'm going for a walk. Want to come? Harry thought about it for a moment. He wasn't really supposed to leave the house, but he knew if he did that someone from the Order would be following him. Another thought occurred to him, and he stood up enthusiastically. Sure. Duds, why not? Let's just stop downstairs on our way out. Dudley nodded and they went down the stairs, Dudley calling into the kitchen that they were going out. Instead of going straight out the front door, Harry went round to the cupboard under the stairs. Dudley followed, but Harry motioned towards the end of the stairs. Wait there and make sure your mum doesn't come. Dudley frowned, but did as he was told, keeping one eye on Harry and the other in the kitchen doorway. Clearing his mind and focusing, Harry tapped the shiny new padlock. Alohomora. A small click sounded in the hallway as the lock popped open, and Harry grinned at Dudley, whose eyes were wide. Harry dove into the cupboard and dragged out his trunk, flipping the latches and opening the lid. His belonging lay in there and he grabbed out his invisibility cloak, thinking that he probably should have had it with him the whole time. He had been told to keep it with him at all times. He closed his trunk and slid the cloak over it, and the trunk disappeared from sight. Dudley audibly gulped. Want to help me out her, Duds? Dudley nodded reluctantly. I need you to grab the other end of the trunk there. Just feel around and you'll find the handle. Dudley came forward and felt around, his eyes wide. They both found a handle and lifted the trunk into the air. Harry knew they were going to have to be careful. He didn't want whoever was following him to realize they were carrying the trunk, and he told Dudley so. They left the house, walking about a meter apart, and Harry thought they were doing a pretty good job of looking casual, despite the fact that the trunk was fairly heavy. The park was only a few blocks away, but Dudley was panting and Harry's fingers were feeling like they were going to drop off by the time they got there. All right, Dudley, we just need to put this down somewhere it won't be seen, muttered Harry. He thought the Order member would keep their distance, and he was just hoping they weren't using any listening charms. Dudley pointed to a small, dark reserve of pine trees on the far side of the park and Harry nodded. They headed over to it and as soon as they passed around a thick bush, they dropped the trunk. Harry quickly stuffed his cloak into his pocket and they did a quick circuit of the small reserve before heading back to the playground and settling on the swings. They chatted amiably for a while, and Harry found he quite enjoyed it. He couldn't believe how much Dudley had changed. Dinner was a quiet affair. His aunt had barely spoken a word to him since the day she had spoken about Lily. Dudley had been abnormally quiet the whole time he had been back, and Vernon never talked much while he was eating anyway. Glad to be out of the awkward silence, Harry left as soon as he had finished eating. To his surprise, Dudley followed him up to his room. You're leaving, aren't you? That's why you took all your stuff to the park. Harry shrugged. Yeah, I'm leaving. Tonight, actually. Oh. Dudley's voice was small, and he sounded somewhat disappointed. murmured Harry. He was slightly disappointed that he wasn't going to get to know this new Dudley, but it really wasn't enough to keep him there. Do you think maybe you could write? You know, just if you have the time or whatever, asked Dudley, stammering slightly. Sure, Duds. I think I could find the time. Dudley gave a grin then, and Harry returned it. It solved another problem he had been facing. That night Harry waited for the sounds of his uncle's snoring to start before he moved from his bed. He changed quickly and slipped his wand into his pocket. Sauls curled himself around Harry's neck with a quiet hiss, and Harry grabbed Hedwig's cage, quietly ushering her into it. Thankfully she kept quiet, and he left the room, not sparing it another glance. He paused when he reached the landing though. Putting Hedwig's cage down, he spent a few minutes walking through the house, not really sure why he was doing it. He had no fond memories of this place, but for the first 11 years of his life it had been home. He left the letter he had written for the Dursleys on the kitchen table. It was short, explaining that if they informed anyone that he was gone that there would be trouble and he would most likely wind up being brought back there to stay the rest of the holidays with them. He was quite sure Vernon would be quite happy to have him gone and would willingly lie to anyone who came asking. He had also impressed these points upon Dudley, who had grudgingly agreed to help him. He slipped quietly out the back door and around the side of the house, jumping over the front fence instead of opening the gate. He cast one last look at the house he had grown up in, and noticed a dark figure watching from the living room window. It was Dudley, and he almost raised his hand to wave before he remembered he was invisible. Turning away, Harry started off down the street. The park was dark and quiet. Harry hurried to the reserve of pine trees and found his trunk as he had left it. He performed another wandless Alohomora and opened the trunk, pulling out his broomstick, which lay diagonally across his trunk, barely fitting. He tied the trunk to the underside of his broomstick and threw a leg over his broom. It rose slowly with the weight of the trunk, but gradually he was high enough that he didn't think anyone would easily see any part of his trunk or broom not covered by the cloak. It was dawn by the time he settled down in London and he headed directly for King's Cross Station. He wasn't entirely sure where he was going to go. Admittedly, he hadn't thought that far ahead, so consumed had he been with simply getting away from Privet Drive without being seen. He looked over the list of departing trains and saw one that left at midday for a place called Pembroke Dock. He wasn't sure, but he thought it might be on the coast somewhere. He had only seen the ocean twice before, the first time when the Dursleys had gone on a trip to Southend-on-Sea, and the second time when they had been escaping from Harry's letters and had found shelter in the hut on the rock. Harry smiled at the memory and thought that he would like to see the ocean again. He dragged his trunk to a bathroom and hid it in a cleaner's room, under an empty bench. He removed a few things he would need and then locked it, fairly certain that it would be safe for the short time he was gone. He would be back to catch the train in a few hours, but first he had to make a little trip to Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his wand to change his appearance, and he just hoped he wouldn't be recognized. Before he went anywhere near the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley, he ducked into a Muggle building and went to the bathrooms. He had taken some hair gel he had found in the bathroom cupboard at Privet Drive. He wasn't entirely sure whose it was. Vernon wouldn't use the product, and his Aunt Petunia was more of a hairspray kind of woman, and he had a sneaking suspicion it had belonged to Dudley. Facing the mirror, he unscrewed the lid and scooped out some of the goop. Cringing at the chemical fruity smell and the slimy feel on his head, he smoothed it into his hair, and for once his hair stayed down. He swept his hair over in the way he had often seen Uncle Vernon comb his hair, and it hid his scar perfectly. It dried quickly, and his hair felt like plastic. Just the different hairstyle changed his look quite a bit, and he thought that as long as he didn't see anyone he knew, he would be okay. For good measure, he tucked his glasses into a pocket and slipped on a pair of sunglasses he had swiped off the kitchen table as he had left. He couldn't see very well, but he wouldn't fall down any manholes, either. Trying not to laugh at his slightly absurd appearance, he hurried to the Leaky Cauldron. No one paid him any attention as he walked through the pub and out the back, boosting his confidence that his disguise would hold. The apothecary wasn't the one he usually went to for his school supplies, and as he walked in the man at the counter didn't spare him a second glance. Harry waited until the shop was empty before approaching the counter. The man looked up at him, expecting Harry to deposit his purchases on the counter. Harry spoke. "I'd like to sell some ingredients." The man eyed him with little interest. "I have a regular supplier for most ingredients." "Not for these ingredients," argued Harry lightly, slipping 3 vials from his pocket. He had gathered scales, venom and blood on his last trip to the chamber, and he set them on the cupboard. "Basilisk parts," he said quietly, and the man's eyes widened. "You'll be the one selling the stock in Hogsmeade, then?" Harry paused. "Perhaps." The man eyed him more carefully, and then picked up a vial to inspect it. "You seem very young. Where did you come across these?" Harry gave a small smile. "I couldn't tell you that." The man seemed to have expected the answer. "All right, I'll give you 80 galleons for the lot then." Harry nodded in agreement at the price. It was enough for any school things he would need for next year, and to last him through the holidays. Harry took the bag of money that the man filled for him and left quickly, heading back to the train station. He stopped twice. First at Gringotts, exchanging some of his galleons for pounds, and then again at another apothecary where he purchased several doses of polyjuice potion. At King's Cross Harry bought his ticket and then found a small cafe where he ate breakfast. At midday he boarded the train, and with a thrill of elation he had never felt before, he left London. Pembroke Dock was a fairly quiet town, and not many people were left on the train by the time it arrived, though many were waiting to board. The air smelled salty and Harry made his way out into the street. He ducked out of sight for a moment and tied his trunk to his broomstick again, and then threw his cloak over it. He could walk freely now, with the trunk and broom floating behind him, and he followed the sound of waves until he arrived at a rocky stretch of coastline. The sea was steely gray and the wind had a chill, despite the fact that it was the middle of summer. There was a ferry docked in the harbor nearby, and on a whim, Harry made his way down there. There were crowds gathering and Harry made his way over to a ticket seller's window. A board said that the ferry was headed to Rosslare, Ireland. He suddenly recalled something Seamus had said once. "We don't get any Death Eaters up our way, in Ireland. Not yet, anyway." Yes, that would be nice, thought Harry, to be somewhere there were no Death Eaters. With that thought in mind, he purchased a one-way ticket for £25 and joined the line of people who were waiting for the ferry. He was extremely excited. He'd never been on a boat before, if he discounted row boats, and he couldn't wait to get on board. No sooner had he had the thought than the line began to move, and no more than 3 minutes later Harry was sitting in a comfortable lounge with his trunk at his feet and Hedwig's cage beside him. 15 minutes later the ferry, which was called Inishmore, began to move and Harry left the lounge and headed for the deck. He opened Hedwig's cage and watched as she soared over the ship. The trip was just under 4 hours. Harry spent a while on the deck, letting the wind throw salty sea spray over him. Walking was a challenge as the ferry rocked on the waves, and he found it quite entertaining watching people trying to walk around the deck. After a while it started to rain, and Hedwig came back to him. He staggered over to a door and went back to the lounge where he could watch out the windows. It was raining when the ferry arrived in Rosslare Harbor and Harry followed a large group of people off of the boat. He felt strange walking on solid land after the rocking ferry, and he stumbled quite a bit as he walked to collect his trunk. There was a small motel not far from the dock and Harry paid for a single room for the night. It was as he was finding some dry clothes from his trunk that he heard a tapping on the window and turned to see a gray owl tapping at the window. Frowning and hoping that this didn't mean anyone could trace him here, Harry opened the window and let the bedraggled bird fly into the room. The disgruntled owl immediately attacked Hedwig's owl treats, much to the snowy owl's annoyance. Harry removed the wet letter from the owl and looked at the address. It was from Hermione. He carefully removed the letter from the envelope and unfolded it. The ink had run a bit, but it was still readable. "Dear Harry, I know you're still angry at me, but please finish the letter. I miss you. I miss being your friend, and I'm so sorry for lying to you about everything. I thought we were doing the best thing for you, and I know you don't think that's justification for lying, but that is the reason, and I can't defend my actions any more than that. You should know that Ron wanted to tell you about Tonks. In fact, I think he was going to, despite the fact that we'd had dozens of conversations about how he wasn't supposed to. He's been quite upset about the whole thing, and I think you should forgive him, because I hate seeing you two fighting even more than I hate fighting with you. I really am sorry, Harry, and I hope you can forgive at least one of us. I hope you'll be coming to Bill and Fleur's wedding and that I'll see you there. Love, Hermione. Harry sighed and put the letter aside. Something had to be done about the situation. He'd been angry when he had found out they had known about Tonks, but looking back after so many months it really didn't seem like such a big thing, even though it had felt like a huge betrayal at the time. He had missed his two best friends the past few months, though probably not as much as he should have, what with having the chamber and Malfoy's companionship. Thinking about Malfoy made him begin to worry. He wondered if the Slytherin had taken the dark mark yet. It had certainly seemed that that was the path Malfoy had chosen towards the end of the term, and Harry wondered yet again if Malfoy had had anything to do with the attack on Hogwarts. Clearing his mind of the depressing thoughts, Harry practiced legilimency for a while before falling asleep. The next morning before he left the motel, Harry scrawled a quick note to the Order assuring them that he was well and good at Privet Drive, and sent the Grey Owl on its way. Rosslayer was quiet except for the occasional car as he set off. He had no idea where he was headed, but it was that fact which gave him a sense of freedom he had never felt before. He could hardly believe he was here, and that nobody knew where he was. He continued to walk in the early morning quiet and eventually found himself away from Rosslayer and on a muddy, rutted road surrounded by fields. The road he had taken had veered away from the coast some time ago, and he could no longer see the ocean or smell salt on the breeze. His trunk floated behind him, hanging from his broom and covered by his invisibility cloak. It occurred to him that he should practice wandlessly performing Wingardium Leviosa, or a shrinking spell so that he could carry the trunk in his pocket. Sometime after he stopped for lunch, he found himself at a crossroad, taking another break. He was sitting on his trunk and trying to decide which way he should go when a quiet rumble sounded behind him and he looked over his shoulder to see a truck slowly ambling along the potholed road. To his surprise, the truck slowed down and pulled up alongside him. A fair-haired man stuck his head out the window. "Looking for a lift, are ye?" Harry looked back the way he had come and then the way he was going. He had been walking for hours and come across not much, and he wasn't sure how far it was to the next town. "I suppose so," he replied. "Get in, then. Ye'll not be wanting to walk all the way to the next town." Harry nodded his thanks and headed around to the passenger side, hefting his trunk onto the back of the truck on his way around. He climbed into the truck and the man began to drive again. "Have you a name, then, lad?" "Harry," he replied, and reached across to shake the man's calloused hand. "Niall. You'll be English, then?" Harry nodded. "I'm on my school holidays at the moment, and I thought I'd have a look at Ireland." He gave a small smile. "I've never been overseas before." Niall chuckled. "Welcome to Ireland, then. How do you like it so far?" "Well, I only got here yesterday evening, and today I've just been walking down this road, so I haven't seen much at all. It seems nice, though. It's peaceful." The man nodded in agreement. "That it is." They drove in silence for a while before the man spoke again. "Where are you headed?" Harry grinned. "That's a good question. I'm not really sure." "So you have no plans for your holiday?" Harry shook his head. "Just wandering." Well, perhaps I can offer you a job. I need a hand on the farm, and I just dropped my previous helper off at the dock. I can offer you food and board, plus a small wage." Harry jumped at the opportunity. He hadn't had any idea what he was going to do, and since his path had led him here, he saw no reason to turn Niall down. They drove for another hour and through a small town called Castleknock before they came to Niall's farm. It was dark by the time the old red truck pulled up, and the night was silent. "You can sleep in the barn here," said Niall, pulling up beside a large wooden building. Harry glanced at it uncertainly. "Don't worry, it's quite warm and we've set up a living space in there. You'll be nice and comfortable. I'll talk to you tomorrow about some work." Harry nodded his thanks and went through the small door in the side of the barn. It was mostly empty inside, except for a workbench and some farming equipment. Directly to his left was a set of stairs and Harry went up them, finding the loft to be quite comfortable looking. It was one large open space, except for what looked like a small bathroom in one corner. There was an old spring bed against one wall and a very small, square table with two chairs in the middle of the room. To another wall a small and basic kitchen was set up. Harry went back down the stairs and dragged his trunk up, pulled out a dry set of pajamas and got ready for bed. Harry was just getting into bed when he felt a stab of anger. His scar prickled, and he knew the anger and frustration was not his own. No vision accompanied the feeling, however, and he reasoned that anything that angered Voldemort could only be good for him. Harry woke to the smell of rain, fresh grass, hay and animals. Breathing deeply, he smiled and opened his eyes to the dim sunlight shining through the window of the barn. To him, it was the smell of freedom. He stood and stretched languidly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and brushing some stray strands of straw from his pants. He opened his trunk and pulled out a clean shirt and then went down the stairs to the ground floor of the barn. He pushed open the smaller door and stepped out, finding himself looking out over rolling farmlands. The sun was only just peeking up over the horizon, casting a dull light over the land. In front of him was a paddock and he walked to the edge of it. Leaning on the wooden fence, he looked out over the field of animals. Pigs were gathered around a muddy patch nearby and further away cows and a few horses grazed. "Mornin' to ye," came an Irish accented voice behind him. Turning, he saw a teenage girl standing behind him holding a tea towel. She had pale skin and a light smattering of freckles across her nose, and her hair was a deep brown. "Hi," he replied. "I'm Harry." "I know. Me ma'am told me to come fetch you for breakfast. She said you can eat with us, if you like. My dad's already gone for the day, but he said he'll be back later to talk to ye about the work you wanted." "Oh, thanks. That's great." She nodded, smiling, dimples on her cheeks. "Well, house is this way. Come on." Harry followed the girl, looking around at the green fields that surrounded the house. He could faintly hear the sounds of the farm animals that scattered the fields. Noticing that he had fallen behind the girl's brisk pace, he jogged a bit to walk beside her. "So, what's your name?" "Aislinn McKenna. What brings ye to Creeside?" "Creeside." She nodded. "That's the name of our farm." "Oh, well, I just wanted to get away from London for a while. Travel a bit. I'm only staying for my holiday break." He followed Aislinn into the house, the door opening into a warm kitchen. A woman who looked exactly like Aislinn except older was cooking at the stove, but turned to greet them. "You'll be Harry then. I'm Anna." Harry shook her hand. "Nice to meet you. And you, dearie. Have a seat. Now. Breakfast won't be a moment." Harry sat down in the chair next to Aislinn, exchanging a smile with her. The three of them had a friendly chat about their respective schools and where Harry was from while they ate the food Anna had cooked. They were just finishing when the rumble of a truck was heard. It stopped in the yard and a minute later the back door banged open, admitting a smiling Niall. "Girls, Harry." Niall took a seat at the table, across from Harry. "So, young Harry, are ye still interested in some work?" Harry nodded his head enthusiastically. "There's one thing, though. There's a wedding I have to go to, and I'll probably be staying there for a while, maybe a bit less than 2 weeks. Will that be a problem?" Niall shook his head and clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Not at all, lad. Aislinn here and I will get along just fine without you for a few days." Harry groaned and closed his eyes as he laid down on his bed. He had never realized how weak he was before. Quidditch may have toned his muscles, but it certainly hadn't built any, and he was aching from head to toe from the lifting and dragging and walking he had done all day. First Aislinn had shown him how to milk a cow, saying he wouldn't be doing this usually, but that it was an essential part of the farm experience. Then the tough work had begun. He had helped Niall put up a fence, first loading a trailer with stakes and wire and then heading to a paddock and hammering them into the ground. They hadn't gotten very far when they had stopped for lunch, and Harry had wolfed down 2 helpings of stew and about 5 pieces of bread. After that they had worked on the fence some more, and then Niall said they could take a break to do something else. They had driven around several paddocks then, lugging rocks into the trailer and taking them back to the house for a garden that Anna wanted to make. After that, Niall had taken pity on Harry and let him off for the day. Suddenly something dropped onto Harry's stomach and he jumped, his eyes flying open. An owl hooted and he saw a brown owl sitting near Hedwig's cage, nibbling at the owl treats. Harry picked up the letter that had been dropped on him and opened it. Harry, the first thing I want to do is apologize. I already have, but I'm saying it again because I'm not too sure you listened before. The second thing I want to say is that I hope you want to be friends again, but I'm not going to force you to pull your head out and start acting like one. The last thing I'm going to say is that you'd better start treating Hermione decently, because this whole thing has really upset her. I'll see you at Bill and Fleur's wedding on the 21st. Ron. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. He certainly hadn't been expecting that. Despite the tone of the letter, Harry couldn't help but smile, but then his face fell again. The fact that Ron seemed prepared to cut ties was what caused Harry to make up his mind. All this time, he had thought his obstinacy and his anger at them had been the only thing between them being friends again, but if it turned out that Ron was fed up with him acting like a prat and wouldn't be there if Harry did decide he needed them, then it was a different matter altogether. All this time, he had thought they would always be there, but if they weren't, a trickle of worry began to pool in his chest and he wondered if this is how Ron and Hermione had felt all this time. Harry decided then and there that this had gone on long enough. Yes, they had lied to him, but they had been doing it for him, and in the end, could he really stay mad at them for that? It was time to grow up and let go of his anger. The second day Harry was there was a weekend, and Aislinn convinced Niall to let her take the truck and drive Harry to Galway to show him around. It wasn't a long drive and they spent it pleasantly, Aislinn telling him about growing up on the farm and how she went to school in Galway, staying there during the week and coming home on weekends and holidays. They parked the car in a commercial area near Aislinn's school and walked down the long street, Aislinn pointing out sights as they went. They stopped for lunch and then Aislinn suggested that they see a movie. It had been years since Harry had seen a movie. He had been allowed to go once with the Dursleys before he had started Hogwarts, but since then he had hardly even watched television. Aislinn laughed at his eagerness and they bought tickets for an action movie that she had heard was good. They were heading back to the car when Harry stopped short at the sight of an oddly dressed man. Well, not odd to Harry, but he was sure to the muggles on the street he was odd, dressed as he was in flowing blue robes and carrying matching hat in his hands. Aislinn gave an amused smile. It isn't rare to see some oddly dressed people now and then around here. I think there must be some sort of club or something around here. Harry nodded and they continued on, but he made a note of the building he had seen the wizard go into. If there was a flow there, that would help him a lot in getting back to England for Bill and Fleur's wedding. That night, he thanked the stars that he had seen the wizard. He was definitely going to need a flow. He had been working on his transfiguration homework when an owl had swooped through the barn window and landed with a screech, waddled over and nipped his arm. Ouch. All right, I saw you. Harry had plucked the letter from the owl, who had taken off immediately. Potter, I will be calling on you next Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock for a brief lesson. SS. Harry scowled at the brief message. He should have expected that Snape would not let him get behind in his practice of legilimency. He would have to talk to Niall about going into Galway again next weekend. Tucking the letter away, he pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill and ink, and began scrawling a letter to Dudley about how he was doing. He made sure not to mention where he was, just writing vague remarks about how he was enjoying himself and hoped Dudley was well. It felt a bit strange writing to Dudley, and he wondered how his aunt and uncle would react when they found that he and Dudley were corresponding. He added an extra bit at the end, telling Dudley that if his parents asked, he should tell them that Harry was just sending Hedwig every now and then to make it look like he was still at Privet Drive, so no one would come and check. It was only when he had sent the letter off with Hedwig that he realized he had forgotten to tell Dudley he would be back there next week, which had been the whole point of the letter. I guess my relatives SS are going to get an unplaisant SS surprise, Sal's, he said to Salazar, who was coiled up at the end of Harry's bed. Harry walked over to his trunk to return the parchment and quill. He was just closing the lid when he spotted something he had forgotten he had, the potions textbook he had taken from the dungeons when he had forgotten his own. He had been meaning to have a look through it, so he pulled it out and took it back to his bed. Flipping open the cover, he found that someone had written, "This is the property of the Half-Blood Prince," on the inside cover. Wondering who on earth that was, Harry turned the next few pages looking for another name, but couldn't find one. The book was filled with the previous owner's spiky scrawl. Not one of the pages was unmarked. Most of the scribbles were corrections or improvements to potions, but there were a few things written in the margins that looked like spells of the boy's own invention. The first one he found was at the bottom of a page detailing the pepper-up potion. The untidy words read Levicorpus NVBL. Harry assumed that meant non-verbal, and he wondered what the spell did. He was itching to try it, but he couldn't use his wand or the ministry would know where he was. After a while, he put aside the book and practiced his wandless magic for a while. He was getting pretty good at summoning now, able to do it most of the time with any object. He had found that it was harder to summon objects that were further away, and that he had to be actually looking at the object to summon it, though he supposed that with enough practice he would be able to summon objects that were out of his sight and from greater distances. The evening before he was due to flow back to London for his lesson with Snape, Harry was practicing his animagus transformation. He had transformed, and he somehow felt that he had nearly completed the change. He was a lot higher off of the ground. His head was close to the rafters of the barn. He had no mirror to inspect the rest of his body, but he hardly needed it. He found he could twist his body easily around on itself, allowing him to look at himself from several different angles. He was long and thin, and his arms were completely gone now. His legs still looked slightly human, but they were far more muscular and the clawed feet were even longer. To his surprise, he noticed a short tail, and he twisted further to inspect it. Unfortunately, he overbalanced, thudding to the floor because he was unable to use arms to catch himself. His body was a deep emerald green, sinewy and strong, and though it felt wrong, it was not especially difficult to pull himself up. Suddenly he heard the crunch of boots on gravel, and he could tell that it was Niall walking towards the barn from the house. His hearing must be much more acute now. There was no way he should have been able to hear that. He noticed, too, that his sense of smell was exceptional. He quickly transformed to his normal state, and then walked out of the barn to greet Niall. "Harry, I was just checking that you were all set for tomorrow." Harry nodded. "Is it still all right for you to drop me off?" "Of course, and I'll pick you up on Sunday." Harry returned to the loft of the barn just as yet another owl soared through the window. Reading the letter, he was forced to re-evaluate his planned trip back to London. Harry received another letter the next day, this time from Dumbledore. "Dear Harry, it has come to my attention that you have left the safety of your relative's house. It is of the utmost importance that you contact someone from the Order at once, so that we can collect you. It is most unsafe for you to be alone at this time. A.D." Harry scowled in displeasure. He had thought it would be a while before anyone noticed he was missing, certainly more than 3 days, but clearly whoever had been watching the house was more observant than he had given them credit for. He wrote a short reply, saying that he was all right and that he was fine where he was. They might know he wasn't at Privet Drive, but they didn't need to know where he was staying. If he told them, he had no doubt they would turn up and take him to Grimmauld Place for the rest of the holidays. Hicious. Harry spent the next week and a bit getting to know the farm and the McKenna family better by day and reading through his books at night. He had received several more owls from members of the Order, insisting they tell them where he was, but he simply refused, merely replying that he was fine and preferred to be left alone and that he would see them at the wedding. He had also written an apology to Snape for missing their planned lesson, and received an acerbic reply in return. Early in the morning of the 21st, Niall dropped Harry and his trunk off in Galway and he headed to the building that he had seen the wizard go into. As he got closer, he noticed that like the leaky cauldron, the eyes of passers-by skipped from the building on one side to the one on the other side, not seeing the one in between. On one side there was a library and Harry ducked into it and went into the toilet. Locking himself in a cubicle, he pulled out one of the vials of polyjuice potion he had bought from the apothecary when he had sold the basilisk parts. Uncorking it, he added a hair he had kept safe after he had plucked it off the band of Niall's hat when he took it off at lunch. The potion bubbled and turned a cheery red color. Harry downed half of it and felt his body begin to change. Niall was slightly taller than Harry, and more bulky, but Dudley's clothes fitted fine. He left the library and headed next door, stuffing his glasses into his pocket. He entered the building that no one else could see. It turned out not to be a building at all. Instead, after stepping through the door, he found himself in a wide alleyway, and when he looked back he could see the Muggle street as if there were no wall there at all. He headed into the nearest shop. It was a robe shop, and he approached the front counter. The attendant looked up with a smile. "How can I help you, sir? I was wondering if there were any public flows around here." The attendant nodded. "Just up the alley there's a transport office you can flow from." Harry thanked the woman and headed to the building she had described. He didn't go inside, however. He had a half hour before the half dose of polyjuice wore off, and he didn't want to turn up at the Weasleys looking like a complete stranger. He walked up the wide thoroughfare, looking in the windows of various shops he passed. The buildings seemed older than the ones in Diagon Alley, but they were all well kept up. The shops themselves seemed to be much the same as the ones he was used to seeing. The occasional apothecary, cafes, a wizarding wear shop that sold robes and hats, stationery shops. After a quarter of an hour, he thought he had better start heading back. He didn't want his appearance to change in the middle of the street. That would certainly attract attention. He didn't think anyone here would recognize him, but he didn't want to risk it either. He reached the transport office and went inside, heading straight for the row of fireplaces. Green flames were burning constantly in each grate and there was a small line of people waiting in front of each one. He chose the one with the shortest line, and only had to wait a few minutes before it was his turn. He stepped into the emerald flames and called clearly, "The Burrow, Otter Street Catchpole." He closed his eyes tightly against the bits of flying ash, but he could do nothing about the bits that went up his nose. He stopped spinning and felt himself fall forward. He stumbled dizzily, swaying from side to side until he got his balance back. Harry had seen some people who stepped out as if they were simply walking through a doorway, but he had no idea how they could maintain their sense of equilibrium. When he had done so, he found that several wands were trained on him. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Lupin and Tonks were standing around him, their wands pointed at his chest. "Who are you?" snarled Lupin, a tone in his voice that Harry had never had directed at him before. "It's me, Harry." Harry. Lupin frowned, but didn't lower his wand. The other three exchanged quick looks. "WH," began Tonks, but at that moment, Harry felt the polyjuice begin to wear off. After a few groans of pain, Harry straightened up, returned to his normal appearance. He grinned. "Polyjuice. Sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you all like that." A fuzzy figure moved towards him and Harry found himself enveloped in a tight hug by Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, Harry, we're so glad you're safe. Running off like that was such a silly thing to do." "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley," he insisted, touched by the depth of her concern for him. "Let's look at you," she said, stepping back and holding him by the shoulders. "You do look all right, and you've grown since last time we saw you," she said, a tear appearing in her eye. "Let Harry go, Molly. He's just fine," said Arthur Weasley, stepping forward. "Hello, Harry." Harry returned his smile. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. So where have you been, Harry?" asked Tonks, her expression becoming more serious. Harry sighed. "I've been safe. It doesn't matter where." Lupin frowned. "Why won't you tell us, Harry?" "Because I know if I do, I won't be able to go back there." Remus' eyebrows rose. "And you're intending to, aren't you?" Harry shrugged. "Maybe. It's a nice place. I've been enjoying it." Just then, Dumbledore stepped into the kitchen, followed by Snape. They stopped short at the sight of Harry, and he noticed a look of relief pass over both their faces, though it was extremely brief on Snape's. "Harry, my boy, I must say it is an immense relief to see you well. Where have you been?" "We've been trying to get that out of him, Albus, but he seems quite reluctant to tell us," stated Tonks. "As that's so," mused Dumbledore, a small smile on his lips as he gazed at Harry. "You've caused quite a stir. I am interested to know how it is you left without anyone realizing." Harry shrugged again. "I just went out under my invisibility cloak." He thought it seemed a pretty logical conclusion that they would have already come to. It wasn't difficult. But as usual, murmured Snape, who seemed to be back in good health, you neglected to think about how your actions would affect others. Well, I didn't think you would find out I'd left so quickly. I didn't want people to worry. And what about your family? Inquired Snape in a silky voice. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm sure you've realized by now that they were perfectly happy to see me go. He replied hotly. Idiot boy. Why, Severus, that is enough, cut in Dumbledore sharply. Harry looked from one to the other, a frown forming on his face. I assure you that your family are perfectly fine, said Dumbledore. Though they did have a bit of a scare. What do you mean? Asked Harry slowly, a feeling of dread rising in him. When you left, when you no longer called Privet Drive home, the wards put in place to protect you fell. Harry sank into his chair, the heavy weight of guilt settling on him. He had been so relieved and happy to have left Privet Drive that he hadn't even considered the wards around the house. And that brief stab of disappointment and frustration he had felt soon after he had left, that must have been Voldemort finding out he was not at Privet Drive. I instantly felt the wards fall, but when that much magic comes crashing down, other people are bound to notice as well, especially if they are monitoring the house, which Voldemort undoubtedly was. What happened? Asked Harry, his voice cracking with worry. Members of the Order apparated immediately to the area, arriving shortly before a large group of Death Eaters. We managed to hold them off and there were no casualties. Your relatives have been moved to a safe location until we can establish new wards and convince them to return to the house. Dumbledore gave a small smile. I admit, at this time they are most hesitant about doing so. Harry didn't reply, instead letting his head fall into his hands. Mrs. Weasley took pity on him and pulled him against her side, smoothing down his hair. Don't worry, dear, you didn't know. No one blames you, she continued, talking loudly over Snape's snort. Everyone is safe, including you, and that is what matters. Don't coddle the boy, Molly. He deserves whatever guilt he feels. Harry could imagine the sneer that was being directed at him. Mrs. Weasley tutted at Snape's comment, but Harry had to admit he actually agreed with Snape. There was silence in the kitchen until Mrs. Weasley spoke. Why don't you go upstairs and put your trunk away? Ron and Hermione are up in Ron's room. Harry nodded numbly and began to drag his trunk up, when it suddenly lifted up into the air with a flick of Dumbledore's wand. Harry trudged up the stairs with it floating behind him, and finally came to the landing that Ron's bedroom came off. Steeling himself, he knocked and pushed the door open. Harry! Exclaimed Hermione, jumping up from the bed. Hey guys! Ron gave a nod, an unsure expression on his face. Harry ran a hand through the hair, unsure of exactly what to say and all too aware of the sudden tension in the room. He finally settled for, still backing the cannons, I see. Ron's room was more orange than ever, walls, ceiling and bed covered in posters and banners and all manner of souvenirs. So you've decided to be civil again, have you? Asked Ron, a somewhat stony expression on his face. Harry heaved an exaggerated sigh, determined not to get annoyed. I suppose I have, yes. So what made you change your mind? Asked Ron in a slightly gruff tone. Harry's lips quirked. Well, I got a letter from you, Ron, about Hermione, and I got a letter from Hermione about Ron. Ron grinned sheepishly at Hermione, who was beaming at Ron. And you both seem to think I've been out of line. Ron started to speak, but Harry held up his hand. No, you're probably right. I think I deserve to be angry about what you did, but I shouldn't have stayed angry for so long. I was just sick of every aspect of my life being controlled. I thought I could at least trust that my two best friends would tell me the truth. We are sorry, Harry. You have to believe that, insisted Hermione. I do, and I want you both to know that I am as well. I've missed you guys. Hermione threw herself at him, sobbing into his shoulder. He patted her back awkwardly, looking to Ron for help, but the redhead just shrugged and gave Harry a look that clearly said, you deserve it. Hermione finally pulled away and wiped at her eyes, giving an embarrassed smile. Harry turned to Ron and held out his hand. Friends. Ron grinned and clasped Harry's hand. No doubt about it. After that, Ron filled Harry in on everything that had been going on at the Burrow over the past 2 weeks. Harry was quite happy he hadn't been there by the end of Ron's story. Apparently it had been quite hectic with all the preparation for the wedding. Mrs. Weasley called them down at 10 to help set up chairs in the yard. It didn't take very long, as all the Weasley children were there to help, along with Lupin and Tonks. As they laid out the last few chairs, Harry saw Dumbledore, Snape and Moody talking quietly near the orchard. A few minutes later, the three began walking back to the house and Harry broke off from the Weasleys to catch up with them. Professor Snape. The potions master stopped with a scowl, waiting for Harry. Yes. I was just thinking, since I missed my lesson the other day, and since we're both here, maybe we could do it sometime today. Snape stared at him with piercing eyes for a moment. Very well. Come along. Snape turned and swept away. What, now? Snape stopped and turned back, an eyebrow raised. Do you have something more pressing to be doing at the moment? I suppose not, mumbled Harry, and followed Snape into Mr. Weasley's office, which was about the only room in the house not occupied. They practiced for about an hour before Snape threw Harry out and glanced up at the clock on the wall. I suppose we must make an appearance at this infernal wedding, he muttered, looking thoroughly put out by the idea. Unlike Snape, Harry was only too happy to go and talk to people. He hadn't seen Lupin in a while, and he wanted to talk to Ron and Hermione. Snape disappeared somewhere, and Harry found Remus in the kitchen talking quietly with Tonks. He felt a bit guilty about how he had treated her, but only a bit. She had only been doing her job. Harry. Tonks smiled when she saw him. She certainly didn't seem to be holding any grudges over his behavior. Harry joined in their conversation for a while before an excited look suddenly came over Tonks' face and she turned to Remus. We haven't told him the good news. The same look dawned on Remus' face and he smiled widely. What news? Asked Harry, confused. Suddenly, Tonks stuck her hand in front of Harry's face, wiggling her fingers. Harry saw a jewel-studded ring glittering on her ring finger and his jaw dropped. You got married. He looked to Lupin. You two got married. Remus chuckled. I'm sorry you couldn't be there, Harry. It all happened very quickly. In fact, it was just the two of us. Harry shook his head in amazement. He certainly hadn't seen this coming. Congratulations, he said, genuinely happy for them both. Bill and Fleur's wedding was nice. Harry had never been to one before, and he found he enjoyed it, even though he had to use polyjuice to disguise himself. He was happy to do it, however. He didn't want word to get out that he was here in case Voldemort decided to attack the burrow. After the ceremony, everyone danced and ate until early into the morning. One night after he'd been at the Weasleys about a week, Harry was having trouble sleeping, and after a while he got up, closing the door quietly behind him. He stayed a moment with his ear pressed to the door to make sure Ron's snores didn't stop, and then went downstairs and out into the backyard. The night was cool as he walked to the treed area that ran along the edge of the Weasleys' property, and dark clouds hung in the sky, making everything around him difficult to see. Perfect for him. Once he was in the cover of the trees, he found a nice open space and sat against a tree for a few minutes, to ensure no one had followed him out of the house. After a while of sitting in the peaceful silence, Harry was assured no one had come out after him and he stood, moving to the middle of the clearing. It was even darker under the trees, but as soon as he transformed, the world opened up to him. His sight returned, and he could see tiny details with great clarity. His sense of smell and hearing were amazing as well. He could hear small animals chittering through the trees, and smell many strange smells on the wind. His attention turned to his body, looking for any new transformations, and he was surprised to notice muscles moving that he had never really felt before. He twisted slightly to look at his back. There, hanging on his back and fluttering slightly when he moved, were two small but definite wings. His heart raced at the sight of them. They were too small to be of any use at the moment, but if they continued to grow, he would be able to fly. The thought sent excitement racing through him. When they'd learned about animagi in Transfiguration, their textbook had said that magical creatures were extremely rare. Having grown up as a muggle, he didn't really know that many magical creatures, except the ones they had learned about in Hagrid's class. Given that he had no idea what he was, however, he was beginning to suspect that he, like Malfoy, had a magical form. What confused him more, however, was the fact that Malfoy was a dragon, and a dragon was the closest thing Harry could think of to describe himself. Given the statistics, however, he didn't see how they could possibly be the same. After a while, Harry returned to his human form and walked back to the house, where he was finally able to fall asleep. The next morning, Harry and Ron came down to breakfast to find Dumbledore chatting with Hermione, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. Everyone exchanged good mornings, and Harry and Ron found full plates of food pushed in front of them. "I don't know how you boys sleep so much," commented Mrs. Weasley as she sat back down. Ron gave a shrug in reply, scoffing his food down and receiving disgusted looks from Hermione and Ginny. Harry was just finished the food when Dumbledore stood up to leave, and turned to address Harry. "Harry, I shall be coming to collect you on the evening of the 1st. Harry looked up with a frown. "Why? The Order has agreed it would be safer to spend the rest of your holidays at Grimmauld Place." Harry pursed his lips, receiving a sympathetic look from Ron. Dumbledore continued, sensing Harry's reluctance at the idea. "I think you'll actually find it quite pleasant. It has been fully cleaned out now, and Remus is living there. I'm sure you'd like to see him. He is definitely looking forward to seeing you." Harry did brighten at that thought, and it must have shown on his face. "I also think Molly may be convinced to send her children away a few days earlier." Mrs. Weasley smiled. "Of course, that sounds like a wonderful idea." On the night of Harry's birthday, he was sitting with Ron and Hermione in Ron's bedroom. "I'm leaving tomorrow." "Yeah, for Grimmauld Place. We were there when Dumbledore told you, remember?" replied Ron, pulling out an old Quidditch magazine with a picture of the Chudley Cannons on the front. "No, I mean I'm leaving on my own. I don't want to go to Grimmauld Place, so I'm going somewhere else." Hermione bit her lip. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "It's what I want to do. It isn't really safe though, is it? What if?" Harry cut her off before she could launch into a lecture. "Look, Hermione, I haven't been at Privet Drive all holidays, and nothing's happened to me so far. I'll be fine." "So that's what everyone was so worried about," said Ron loudly, putting down the magazine and leaning forward. "Where were you then?" Harry smiled. "Ireland, but you can't tell anyone, all right?" "Ireland," squeaked Hermione. Ron grinned back. "Lips are sealed, mate." Harry turned seriously to Hermione, whose lips were pursed. "Hermione. Fine," she huffed, though he could tell she thought it was anything but. The next afternoon, Harry had everything packed. He had said discreet goodbyes to the Weasley children, knowing they wouldn't let on where he was going. He had said goodbye to Mr. Weasley that morning before he left for work, and thanked Mrs. Weasley for having him after lunch. Then, around 4, he and Ron carried his trunk downstairs to the empty kitchen and Harry gave a tearful and worried Hermione a hug. "I'll be fine, really. There's absolutely nothing to worry about." "So you've said," she muttered as he pulled away. Ron rolled his eyes and slapped Harry on the back. "See ya, mate. Have fun." Harry grinned. "I will." Harry threw some flow powder into the fireplace and stepped into the emerald flames. Diagon Alley. The office for the Department of Transport in Diagon Alley was next to empty when he walked in at 4:45 that afternoon. His trunk was shrunk and sitting in a deep pocket, with his wand and invisibility cloak on top of it. There was a middle-aged man standing behind the counter, and Harry approached. "Hello, I've come to get my apparition license," he said, his voice ringing loudly in the empty room. The man turned and walked around the desk. "Right this way, please." Harry followed the man around the counter and into a large, empty room. No sooner had they arrived, then a loud pop sounded in the room and a wizard appeared in a far corner. "This is Wendell Patrick. He'll be your instructor for today." Harry nodded to the friendly-looking man, who he recognized from one of the practice sessions they had had in school. "Now the process is quite simple," began the man immediately. "I shall conjure several hoops on the floor, and as I do you shall apparate to them. As you can see, the maximum distance you will be apparating today is no more than 20 meters, so I must stress that a license to apparate does not mean you should immediately go out apparating all over the country, because you'll likely splinch yourself." Harry shuddered at the thought, recalling the splinchings that had taken place during their practice sessions at Hogwarts. If you splinch yourself today, that is grounds to not receive a license. He nodded, and the man clapped his hands together in enthusiasm. Right then, first one. He flicked his wand, and a purple hoop appeared about 5 meters away. Harry concentrated, turned on the spot, and felt a squeezing sensation. When he opened his eyes, he found he was standing slightly to the left of the hoop. He frowned, wondering how this would affect him. Not to worry, not to worry. Try again. Another hoop appeared, and this time when he apparated, he found himself smack bang in the middle of the hoop. Wendell nodded in approval and conjured a hoop that was a little further away. This went on for a good half an hour, and to Harry's relief, he performed well. Finally, they were finished. Well done, well done. That's it? Asked Harry. Wendell nodded happily. If you just go through to the front desk and hand them this slip, they'll present you with your license. Congratulations, young man. Harry grinned. Thanks. Harry returned to the front room and approached the front desk again, placing the blue slip onto the counter. The man took it without a word and pulled out a small card. Name? He asked in an indifferent voice, not even bothering to look up. Harry Potter. The man's head whipped up, his eyes roving Harry's face and forehead carefully. After several moments, his gaze turned to the small card and he printed Harry's name carefully onto the line. Fill out these, please. Harry took the 2 sheets of parchment and began to fill out his detail. There wasn't much, and he was done in a few minutes. The man took the parchment back and performed a spell which duplicated the small card, and handed one back to Harry. The other went into a filing cabinet, along with the forms. And you're all set, Mr. Potter. Great. Thanks. Have a nice evening. Harry nodded. You too. Harry strolled out of the office for the Department of Transport, feeling very good about himself. Being able to apparate would make things a lot easier. Deciding to go for a celebratory ice cream, Harry headed down the street, hoping the shop he wanted wasn't closed. He was nearing Florine Fortescue's when the pop of apparition filled the air. Over a dozen Death Eaters had appeared in the alley, their wands raised. It was late in the day now, and the street was almost empty except for the black-robed figures that were scattering, racing off in all directions. Harry drew his wand and ducked around a corner, just in time. A Death Eater raced past him, and Harry crept out behind him once he had passed. Harry stopped and aimed his wand. The spell left his wand, hitting the Death Eater square in the back and sending him crashing to the ground. Harry had just ducked back into the shadows when another Death Eater sped past, having seen his fallen comrade from the main alley. He reached the man and stopped to check for a pulse, before looking around and speeding off again. Harry once again aimed his wand. A spell was on his lips when he was hit from behind, his wand ripping from his hand and landing on the other side of the alley. He sprinted towards it, but another spell threw him backwards. He hit the brick wall with a thud, and the alley went out of focus for a few moments. When his vision returned to normal, a masked figure had reached him. Harry breathed heavily, the back of his head aching where it had hit the wall. The Death Eater stood over him, also breathing heavily, pointing his wand at Harry. He was going to summon his wand, but he stopped when he realized the Death Eaters was staring off down the alley at the retreating back of the first Death Eater. When he had disappeared around a corner, the man standing over him looked down at Harry. Stop! The Death Eater halted. Several moments passed as the masked Death Eater stared down at him, glancing up and down the lane. Harry looked at his options. He had no wand, another wand trained on him, and nowhere really to run that would give him any cover. He glared up at the attacker, trying to work out where his wand had flown so he could summon it. What are you waiting for? To Harry's surprise, the wand dropped and the black-cloaked figure took an abrupt step back. Get out of here! Harry's mouth dropped open in recognition and disbelief as the Death Eater turned and began to walk quickly away. Malfoy! Harry got to his feet as the Death Eater halted and spun around. He tensed as the boy marched back. With a strangled yell, Malfoy punched Harry right across the jaw, sending him spinning to the ground. Leaning down and sticking his face inches from Harry's, Malfoy hissed, "If I live to regret this, Potter, I'll make sure you do too." Harry spat a mouthful of blood to the ground as Malfoy turned again and hurried down the lane. Harry scanned the ground and found his wand quickly, summoned it to him, and apparated. He made his way up the dark lane that ran alongside the McKenna's farm. He had no idea how he had been found. And the Death Eaters must have been there for him, because there was no sense attacking the alley at the end of the day when it was practically empty, and they had clearly been looking for someone. Rather than go into the house, Harry headed straight to the barn and unshrunk his trunk, rifling through it for a shirt that wasn't stained with his blood. He washed of his face and inspected his lip in the mirror. It was split, but not bleeding anymore. He touched it and winced. It was tender. A great sense of shock and disappointment had filled him when he recognized Malfoy's voice. He had become a Death Eater after all. Harry supposed that some part of him had known all along that it would happen, but a greater part of him had hoped that Malfoy had listened to Harry's arguments against following that path. Sometimes when they had been in the chamber, in silent companionship, studying, dueling or practicing their animagus transformations, it had been hard for Harry to associate him with the Draco Malfoy that most people saw, with the person Draco Malfoy who was now a Death Eater. But then again, Malfoy had let Harry go. Reluctantly, yes, but he had done it. This fact gave Harry some small measure of hope. Perhaps there was hope for the Slytherin yet. The next evening, after a hard day of moving cattle around and digging a drainage trench, Harry was relaxing on his bed when a screech owl soared through the window, dropping a short scroll on the wooden floor. Harry's muscles protested as he leaned down and picked it up, pulling away the string that kept it rolled up. "You are due for a lesson this weekend. I fully expect you in my presence at 6 o'clock on Saturday night." SS. As luck would have it, the McKennas had been invited to a gathering at a friend's house on the night Harry was scheduled to be at Grimmauld Place for his legilimency lesson. He had been invited to go with them, but he elected to remain behind at the farm, saying it would be a good chance for him to get some work done. "They're this really old couple," said Aislinn, wrinkling her nose. "Though I suppose there will probably be someone my age there." They were sitting in the barn while Aislinn's parents got ready to go out. "Well, I won't be very good company. I'll be spending all afternoon on assignments, unfortunately." Aislinn sighed and leaned back in her chair. "Wouldn't you rather come with us?" Harry gave her a rueful look. "Yeah, I would, but if I don't get started on my assignments, they'll never get done. I think it's weird having assignments over the holidays. We never get any. 2 months of blissful, assignment-free relaxation." The car horn sounded then, and Aislinn reluctantly stood up. "Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow." Harry smiled and returned her half-hearted wave. "Have fun." She turned around and pulled a face at him, and then disappeared down the stairs. As soon as the McKenna's car was bumping off down the track, Harry left. He slipped Sauls into a pocket and then apparated to the Wizarding Alley in Galway, then flowed to the Leaky Cauldron. From there, he apparated again, this time to the front steps of Grimmauld Place. It would have been too far for him to apparate all the way from the McKenna's farm back to England. He knocked, and only had to wait a few moments before the door was opened. As soon as it was, Mrs. Black's ear-splitting shrieks could be heard. "Shut up, witch," hissed Snape, before turning his glare on Harry. "Get inside, Potter. What are you waiting for?" Harry stepped past the potions master into the dark, familiar house. He stood by while Snape wrestled the curtains shut, and then followed him into the kitchen. "The Order is not happy with you, Potter." Harry frowned at the abrupt statement. "The Order isn't, or Dumbledore isn't. You have caused the entire Order a great deal of worry, Potter. Disappearing without notice, twice, has put us out a great deal." "Well, the second time shouldn't have been so unexpected," muttered Harry, causing Snape to scowl. "Do you not understand the danger you are in?" Harry pursed his lips. "Of course I understand, but I'm not a child. I have a right to make my own decisions." "That is debatable, given that you are clearly unable to think through the consequences of your actions." Harry clenched his jaw, glaring at Snape as they stared each other down from opposite sides of the room. After a minute, Snape indicated for Harry to sit, and he did so as Snape lowered himself into a chair on the opposite side of the table. They had just sat down when the door opened and one of the last people Harry had ever expected to see in a wizarding house stepped into the kitchen. Her mouth formed into an O of surprise when she saw Harry. "Petunia," sneered Snape. Severus, she replied stiffly. Harry. Aunt Petunia. What are you doing here? She sniffed daintily, moving over to the kettle. We've nowhere else to stay that is safe. Some of your lot turned up and destroyed the house. An embellishment on fact, muttered Snape to Harry as she filled the kettle up. The house is perfectly fine, and your relatives completely unharmed. The fight took place in the street in the front garden. I didn't realize when Dumbledore said they were somewhere safe that he meant here. Harry scowled. This is serious house. Replied Snape smartly, quirking his lip in a small smirk, and Harry felt his face flood with color. Don't he? I simply meant that it now belongs to the werewolf. Snape paused when Aunt Petunia flinched and dropped her teacup, waving his wand to repair it. And he can bring whoever he wants into the house. If he wishes to keep your relatives safe, that is none of your business. Though one would think you would be grateful to Lupin. They sat silently at the table until Aunt Petunia had finished making her tea. Once done, she hastily left the kitchen, and Harry heard her going up the stairs. Someone still should have told me they were here. You did not ask, and you have been conspicuously absent, a fact which no one who might have been in a position to tell you could help. Have you met my aunt before? Asked Harry abruptly, and a surprised expression appeared on Snape's face. What makes you ask? She asked me about you, when I got back to Privet Drive after the holidays. She knew your name, and she addressed you by name just now. That doesn't seem like her, considering you're a wizard. Snape waved Harry's observation aside. Perhaps the headmaster told her when he collected the three of us from Privet Drive after you apparated us there. Besides that, I have been here regularly since they arrived, and it is generally considered good manners to introduce oneself to guests with whom one is sharing living quarters. Harry narrowed his eyes. That doesn't seem likely to me. Snape pursed his lips in apparent annoyance. Then perhaps she can read minds, Potter. Though that too sounds unlikely. We shall begin the lesson now. Harry, however, had something else he wanted to talk about. I saw Malfoy the other day. Snape's eyes flickered briefly away before returning to Harry's, and a frown appeared on his face. I was in Diagon Alley and. Ah, yes. Your little escapade did not go unnoticed. It wasn't an escapade, Professor. I went to get my apparition license. Be that as it may, you were not careful enough. I've got no idea how they found me, stressed Harry. The Dark Lord has followers everywhere, Potter. All it needed was for one of them to see you and the Dark Lord would know within minutes where you were. It's not exactly something I could help. I had to look like myself if I wanted to get my license. Besides, he said louder, as Snape began to talk. This isn't the point. I was telling you about Malfoy. He was one of. Quiet, hissed Snape. Do you think we are not aware of this? It's your fault. Harry blurted out before he could stop himself, and he immediately wished he could take it back, because he knew it was a completely unfounded and unfair accusation. Snape's nostrils flared. And how did you come to that conclusion, may I ask? You should have talked to him. He looks up to you, and you betrayed everything he's always believed about you. Mr. Malfoy was on his way to becoming a Death Eater long before I was revealed as a spy. How dare you suggest that it is my fault? You could have convinced him not to. You could have told him that he would be protected. It is time to begin the lesson, Mr. Potter. I said it is time to begin the lesson, yelled Snape, slamming a fist down on the scrubbed wooden table. This discussion is over. Clear your mind. Harry sat back and cleared his mind, regretting blaming Snape for what Malfoy had done. Snape's face was contorted in anger, until he too cleared his mind, and his face became a blank mask. Even his eyes showed no signs of anger. They began with occlumency, and Snape was ruthless in his pursuit of Harry's memories. Harry was very good at occlumency now, but after a while his shield began to weaken under Snape's assault. He realized that Snape was searching for the place Harry had been staying, and he felt his shield growing weaker still. Instead of continuing to fight Snape, Harry gathered certain memories, the farm, the chamber, and put only them behind his shield. He then projected memories of the leaky cauldron, remembering the time he had been there before his third year. He wasn't sure this would work, but Snape was in a bad mood and he wasn't going to stop until he thought he had what he wanted. Harry let his memories leak out, and Snape sorted through them, quickly coming to the memories that Harry put forward. He was walking up the wooden stairs from the pub. Tom was unlocking the door and Harry was dragging his trunk into the dimly lit room. He was lying on the bed, looking in the mirror and smoothing down his hair, walking through the archway into Diagon Alley. It worked. Harry kept his feeling of relief behind his shields as Snape retreated from his mind. The leaky cauldron, Potter. He sneered. That is where you think you are safe. Harry shrugged lightly. I've been fine so far. Snape had a small frown on his face, but he said nothing more on the matter, and they went on to Legilimency. Harry entered Snape's mind. Once again, he was standing in a dark place, with memories swirling out of reach. They were occluded by a thick oily substance that seemed to hang in the air and pooled around his feet. He focused on finding a memory he wanted, seeking images of Bill and Fleur's wedding. As soon as he did so, a great many images disappeared. The remaining memories grew closer, but Harry was also tugged, in multiple directions at once. He immediately fell over, sprawling in the viscous muck that Snape used as a shield. It was deeper and thicker than it had been at the burrow, and he struggled to get to his feet. By the time he had done so, he no longer had a hold on the memories he had been seeking. Struggling to keep his balance on the slippery floor, he decided to simply try sitting down. He did so, and this time when he focused on his own memories of the wedding, although he was tugged around, he did not lose his concentration. There were too many memories to draw in just one, so he focused more on the Bill and Fleur part of his memories. A few more memories dropped away, and Harry assumed they were from other weddings Snape had attended. Deciding just to pick one of the remaining memories, Harry focused on one and slowed it down. As it slowed, it moved closer and closer, and he found that the oily muck around him was draining away to be replaced by green grass. The sky was lightening, becoming bright blue. In moments, he was standing in the backyard of the burrow. He looked around at all the people laughing and dancing, and saw Snape talking with Dumbledore a few steps away. Suddenly, he realized there was black muck oozing up through the ground. Harry focused on staying in the memory, and it retreated. Satisfied that he had done all right, he decided to look for another memory, and his mind sprang instantly to Aunt Petunia. He had a feeling there was something Snape wasn't telling him about her, and he wanted to find out what it was. No sooner had the though sprung to his mind, than he was back in the darkness. He focused on Aunt Petunia and most of the memories dropped away. Suddenly the oily substance that washed around Harry's ankles was much deeper. Suddenly it was in his mouth and his nose and his eyes. He could not see, or breathe. He felt himself being dragged along by a great current, and then he was falling. It was as if he were washing down a plug hole, and suddenly he was sitting at the kitchen table, gasping for breath. Strangely enough, he suddenly realized that he was fine. He didn't need to catch his breath at all. He stopped his heavy breathing, feeling a bit stupid. Snape smirked. It is all mental, Potter. You may have felt like you could not breath, but in reality, it was only your mental self that was unable to. I might add that an image in your mind does not need to breath. When you come across such obstacles, simply remember that it is all mental, and overcome it. Harry nodded, massaging his temples and wondering if it was only coincidence that Snape had ended the lesson when Harry had been looking for memories of Aunt Petunia. That will do for tonight. You have made considerable improvement since leaving school, something I did not expect. I've been practicing those exercises. Snape nodded, and Harry stood, stretching. He said good night and headed out. Harry left the kitchen and was approaching the stairs on his way to the front door when Uncle Vernon appeared in the hall. What are you doing here, boy? Uncle Vernon's face purpled remarkably quickly when he caught sight of Harry. Uncle Vernon, replied Harry tonelessly. I had to come by and see one of my teachers. Uncle Vernon moved surprisingly quickly, pinning Harry against the wall with his arm. This is all your fault. I knew it was a mistake to take you in all those years ago, and now we've lost our home. Your freakishness has cost us too much this time. All this time we've put a roof over your ungrateful little head, and then you leave and as good as take it with you. Harry glared at his uncle. Don't make me use magic on you, Uncle Vernon. His uncle let out a mad laugh. Magic. I know you aren't allowed to do that outside of your freak school. I am now. I've come of age. I can do what I want, and believe me, I do want to, Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon's face paled slightly, and his grip loosened slightly. Mr. Dursley, hissed a soft, but malice-filled voice from the shadows. You will take your hands off of your nephew. Uncle Vernon looked around in surprise, releasing Harry at once and stepping back. His uncle muttered something unintelligible, cast a nervous glance at Snape and hastened back up the stairs, the sound of a door slamming reaching Harry's ears. Harry nodded to Snape and moved quietly past the portrait of Sirius Mother to open the door. Stepping out into the cool night air, he apparated. It was late when Harry arrived back at the farm, and he could see the McKenna's car was back. All the lights were off in their house, so he headed straight for the barn. Halfway there, however, he changed his mind. He was feeling wide awake, despite the draining lesson. Instead of going up to his loft, he walked out to an empty paddock about 10 minutes' walk from the barn. It was the one he had helped Niall fence off, and they hadn't yet moved any animals in there. He looked around him. There was absolute silence, not even a breath of wind disturbed the peace. The sky was unbelievably clear and the moon cast a bright silver glow over the land, allowing him to see perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Harry cleared his mind and transformed. The warm, tingling feeling spread all through him, from the top of his head to the bottom of his toes, and Harry knew that he had finally completed the transformation. He was big, but given that he was a Quidditch player, being so high of the ground did not unsettle him. His human skin had been replaced with green scales the same color his eyes had been, and his legs were muscular and strong, with feet that had long, black nails and a deadly spike on the heel. He had a long tail, and he found he could walk on his feet, though only quite slowly. It was annoying, and he felt the desire to move faster. By some instinct, he lowered himself onto his scale stomach and began to push himself along with his back legs, his long body moving in a kind of snake-like motion. After sliding around the field for a few minutes, he stopped and stood up. Now it was time to test the final and best new body part, his wings. Harry spread the huge, leathery wings and gave them an experimental flap. He could feel the wind from them, and he flapped them harder until he felt himself lift slightly off the ground. With a feeling of elation, he flapped harder still, and finally he was in the air, supported by nothing but his own body and the air. He flew up, 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 getting further and further away from the ground. Inside he was grinning like a maniac, though he was fairly certain it didn't show on his face. Harry had never felt so free. He twisted and turned in the air, higher above the ground than he had ever been. The countryside was far beneath him, cloaked in silvery moonlight here and shadowy darkness there. He could make out amazing detail, things he wouldn't have been able to see with human eyes. It was the early hours of the morning when Harry finally collapsed into bed, a huge smile on his face. He didn't believe he was a dragon as well. The chances of him and Malfoy being the same magical creature were pretty much non-existent, and he had never seen a dragon that didn't have arms. He was definitely reptilian, of that he was sure. He would have to wait until he got back to Hogwarts to do some research. It was as Harry was falling asleep that he had a sudden thought. Snape had stopped the lesson when Harry had called on images of Aunt Petunia. But that was strange, because Snape was a far greater Occlumens than Harry was a Legilimens. He would have easily been able to stop Harry actually seeing any memories. When Harry had focused on Aunt Petunia, many memories had dropped away. But there had still been some there, and Snape had denied that he knew Aunt Petunia. Perhaps what Snape had not wanted Harry to see was that he did have memories of her at all. Voldemort held the wand to the girl's head, ignoring her pleas. "Why did you not review?" he hissed, his eyes flashing. The girl looked up, her mouth dropping open. "I'm sorry. No excuses," he roared, and the girl cringed. "I'll review," she cried. "As many times as you want." Voldemort gave a satisfied smile. "Make sure you do," he threatened, before disappearing into thin air. Back in Black's house. The next day, Harry was still feeling elated after finally completing his animagus transformation and actually flying. He set to the tasks Niall gave him with eagerness, and the outdoor work made him feel even better. There was something about the physical work that made him feel more alive, and he thought that he was going to miss it once he returned to Hogwarts, where Quidditch practice and the occasional walk down to the lake or to Hagrid's hut was the extent of his physical activity. He had always been too skinny, but all the work and heavy lifting he had done since arriving at Creeside had made him stronger and built some light muscle that made him look healthy. If he wanted to keep it when he got back to Hogwarts, he was going to have to do more than Quidditch. After dinner that night, Harry was drying the dishes after Aislinn washed them, while her parents watched the news. The last dish was washed and Aislinn pulled the plug, the water gurgling noisily down the drain. Harry yawned and stretched. I think I might turn in early tonight. I'll see you in the morning. Say good night to your parents for me. Aislinn nodded, and then gave a shy smile. What? Asked Harry. To Harry's immense surprise, Aislinn stood up on tiptoe and pecked Harry on the cheek. She turned a brilliant red as Harry stared down at her, his eyebrows raised. Good night, she squeaked, and fled from the kitchen. Harry felt his shock wear away, and a satisfied grin spread across his face. He chuckled happily and left the house, whistling on his way back to the barn. Well, I recall how you begged me to spare the life of that mudblood. You were only too happy to watch her husband and child burn, but her you wished spared. And now you are protecting her son. Harry awoke, the words whispering like an echo in his mind. He continued to remember that night in his dreams, small snatches of the conversation that had taken place collecting in his mind, piecing themselves together and making him wonder. Who had they been speaking about? Did it even matter? For some reason, the question nagged at Harry, and he just wished he could remember all of the conversation. Aislinn avoided him the next day, and Harry thought she might be a bit embarrassed about dotting him. He wasn't sure if he found that amusing or disconcerting. He had found that he didn't mind her dotting him at all. In fact, he rather hoped she wanted to do it again. After lunch, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of her room. Hey, he said, when she opened the door. Harry, what are you doing up here? I came to see you. He stepped into the room, looking around with interest. They usually spent time in the barn, or around the farm, but he had never been in any rooms of the house except for the kitchen and the living room. There was soft blue carpet on the floor, and the walls were painted a cream color, except for the one which held the window, which was blue to match the carpet. There was a cushioned window seat in the window, which was surrounded by lacy white curtains. Aislinn moved over to it, and Harry sat down next to her, leaning back on his hands. Where've you been all morning? Aislinn shrugged. I've just been doing stuff around the house, she replied, picking at a loose thread in the cushion. Before he got too nervous and convinced himself not to, Harry leaned forward and pressed his lips to hers. She gasped into the key. But after a moment she responded, and Harry felt a mixture of joy and relief. It was nothing like dotting Cho back in 5th year, that had been awkward and slightly odd. This was amazing. His lips seemed to move effortlessly against Aislinn's, and best of all, she wasn't crying. Harry smiled as he pulled back, delighting in the blush that had spread across Aislinn's face. Aislinn smiled back shyly, biting her bottom lip, but she shifted closer to him and leaned towards him again. He turned towards her more, bringing one hand up to curl in her hair, when footsteps sounded on the stairs, and he and Aislinn sprang apart, jumping up guiltily. Niall appeared at the door, a pleasant look on his face. Harry, Anna said you'd come up to say hello to Aislinn. Ready to get back to work? Harry smiled and nodded, then turned to Aislinn. I'll see you at dinner. She smiled back. Bye Harry, bye Daddy. She plonked down on the bed, picking up a book that was splayed open on the doona. Bye sweetie. Don't work too hard. Aislinn grinned at her father. I won't. Harry, you haven't written to me for weeks, and you told me you would. This place we're staying is terrible, but Mum and Dad refuse to go back home. That old guy with the beard said you might be coming to stay soon, but that other guy that's always scowling said, not likely. He's scary, that one, and he keeps telling all these lies, I think to scare Mum and Dad and me. He said that the man who owns the house is a werewolf, but he seems too nice to be one. Mum and Dad won't let me out of their sight hardly, but they might if you were here. Harry raised an eyebrow in amusement. Dudley's hints certainly weren't subtle. Anyway, right back, because there's nothing to do here and I'm really bored. Dudley. Harry tossed his cousin's letter aside and sighed. He didn't fancy spending time in a house with Uncle Vernon, but Dudley had been relatively nice to him lately, and he could easily imagine how Dudley must feel in a house full of wizards and witches, especially a house that was as hectic as Grimmauld Place. At any rate, Hermione and the Weasleys would be there for the last few days, and it would be good to see them before school went back. He needed to get his school things, after all. Besides that, maybe it would give him some time to investigate whatever was going on between Snape and his aunt. His decision made, Harry turned to other things. He might write back to Dudley later, if he felt like it. He pulled out the Half-Blood Prince's potions text, and as usual, he ended up reading the scrawls in the margins instead of doing his essay. He had put off trying any of the spells so far. He was of age now, and able to do magic, but he didn't know if it could be traced still if he used his wand, and he didn't want to risk it. The wand movement for the Levicorpus spell was just a flick, so Harry flicked his hand a couple of times at the blanket on his bed. He truly wasn't expecting anything to happen. It had taken him ages to master Accio and Lumos, but after a few flicks of his wrist, the blanket jerked up into the air and hung there, motionless. Harry shrugged. It seemed like a bit of a pointless spell, not much different to any other levitation spell. Of course, he was doing it wandlessly, so perhaps he wasn't doing it correctly. He tried 3 other spells he had found in the book, and wasn't surprised when nothing happened. He would have to wait until he got to Grimmauld Place, where he could try them with a wand. There was a counter curse in the book, but he couldn't remember which page it was on, so he reached over and tugged the blanket down. It fell lifelessly to the bed. It was the night before Harry was due to return to England, and he felt that the last 3 weeks had gone far too fast. "I'll miss you," whispered Aislinn, leaning her head against his shoulder. Harry slipped his arm around her and pulled her closer. "All right to you. My owl, Hedwig, is a post owl." Aislinn looked up with a disbelieving expression. "A post owl? I've never heard of those before. Pigeons, yes, but not owls. She's specially trained, and she's very smart." Aislinn sat up, looking over at Hedwig, who was asleep next to her cage. "But how will she know who to bring the letter to?" Harry shrugged. "She's just a smart owl, and she'll hang around if you tell her to, so you can use her to write back to me." Aislinn settled back against his side, looking happier. "Do you have a photo I can take?" asked Harry, blushing lightly when she smirked at him. "And what do you want a photo for?" "I don't want to forget what you look like," he teased, leaning over to press his lips against hers. Well, I'm sure I can find something recent if I look." "Good. You'll have to give me a photo of you, too," she replied, running her hand over his stomach and making him shiver. Harry paused. He had photos of himself, but they were all magical ones. "Actually, I don't have any photos of me." Aislinn gave an exaggerated pout. "Well, I'll have to get my camera out later." They had a big farewell dinner that night, and talked quite late into the night. Harry was looking forward to crashing into his bed when he finally left the house, but it was his last night here. So, instead of heading directly to the barn, he walked out to one of the fields and transformed. He flew aimlessly for a while, just relishing in the freedom he felt. Harry flapped his leathery wings, soaring quietly through the air and admiring the view his altitude offered. He was going to miss the quiet, beautiful landscape of Ireland, and Creeside especially. Conscious of the fact that he was nearing a small town and that he was quite low, Harry flew higher and turned around, heading back to the farm. The day of Harry's return to London dawned, and he found himself feeling quite reluctant to go. He spent the morning with Aislinn, lying on the grass with her wrapped in his arms, exchanging slow kisses. He had lunch with the family, thanking Anna and Niall for everything. Then, it came time to leave. He had told Niall that he was catching a bus from Galway to the ferry, but when he was dropped off, Harry went to the Wizarding Alley to use the flow. He stumbled out of the fireplace into the kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place, finding the room empty. The house seemed quiet, but he finally found someone in the drawing room at the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor. Dumbledore was looking intently into a glass cabinet full of trinkets, one that Harry remembered from a previous trip to Grimmauld Place. He seemed to be searching for something, but it appeared whatever it was wasn't there, because he stood up and turned away. Professor Dumbledore, said Harry, stepping into the room. Dumbledore started, but then turned with a warm smile. Harry, it is excellent to see you. You too, sir. Well, that wasn't exactly true. Harry found he didn't really care either way whether Dumbledore was there or not. He had once looked up to the headmaster, but the last year had left him feeling troubled when it came to Dumbledore. The man still treated Harry like a child, even when he expected him to defeat Voldemort. It made him feel like he was just a pawn in Dumbledore's chess game with Voldemort. May I ask where you have been these past weeks? Harry shrugged lightly. Here and there. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes dulled, but only the tiniest bit. I understand that you feel the need to be independent, Harry. After all, you are a young man now. But, you must remember that people are trying to protect you. We can't do that if we don't know where you are, my boy. Harry smiled. I appreciate that, Professor. Seeing as I'm perfectly fine, it doesn't matter where I've been. Now, well, I'm back, and I'll be staying until it's time to go back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded, looking at Harry appraising Ly. You'll be glad to hear that Miss Granger and the Weasleys will be arriving tomorrow morning. I believe they're planning a trip to Diagon Alley to collect their school things. Could I get my key off you then? I'll need to buy my own things. Harry was expecting Dumbledore to say no, but instead he nodded, smiling. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Harry didn't see his relatives that day, but he did see Remus and Snape, who were both living in the house. Lupin was pottering around the library most of the day, so Harry did as well. Apparently the Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were keeping Dudley well away from any wizards, and they spent most of their time shut up in a bedroom on the second floor, only coming out for meals and to use the bathroom. Harry found their self-imposed imprisonment quite ironic, and more than a little bit amusing. The Weasleys arrived the next day, with Hermione. Ron joined Harry in his room on the second floor, and Ginny and Hermione were sharing a room across the hallway from them. They went to Diagon Alley in the afternoon, and it was a quick, but enjoyable affair. They collected their books and new robes before stopping at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to say hello to Fred and George. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting in the drawing room that night when Harry saw a bulky shadow hanging around the square of darkness that led to the hallway. Duds. Don't hang around in the doorway, come in. Dudley sidled into the room and stood close behind Harry, peering nervously at Ron and Hermione. Harry rolled his eyes and pushed Dudley closer to them. They won't bite. Guys, this is Dudley. Dudley, meet Ron and Hermione. Hermione gave a small smile, while Ron's mouth twisted slightly, not quite eradicating the glare on his face. Dudley shifted nervously, giving a small grunt to say hello. So your mum and dad finally let you out, did they? I've been here since yesterday morning and not seen you once. Dudley shrugged and settled down on the floor, slightly behind Harry. Hermione tried to make conversation with Dudley, much to Harry's amusement and Ron's annoyance, but Dudley only grunted in reply. There was the sound of soft footsteps from the hallway, and the four of them looked over to see Aunt Petunia clinging to the door frame. Dudders, it's dinner time, darling. Ron snorted at the nickname, earning an elbow in the ribs from Hermione. Dudley left without a word of goodbye. How can you be so nice to him after he's treated you like he always has? Asked Ron, as soon as Dudley and Aunt Petunia had disappeared around the corner. Harry shrugged. It's not like we're friends, but I feel a bit sorry for him being cooped up in a house full of wizards. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon always drilled a fear of magic into him, so I imagine he's pretty miserable being here. Harry, he's always been a right prat. You can't just start being all nice, just because you feel sorry for him. Exclaimed Ron, an indignant expression on his face. He wasn't exactly taught any other way to treat me, said Harry quietly, but I think something's knocked some decency into him. He was actually quite nice when I went back to Privet Drive. Well, maybe he's just growing up, commented Hermione lightly. Do you think I should try and talk to your aunt? It must be awfully boring shut up in that room all the time. Maybe if I tell her I'm from a Muggle family, they might be more inclined to mix with everyone else. Harry shrugged. I don't think there's any point in trying, my own. Besides, I'd prefer you didn't go near Uncle Vernon at all. He wasn't exactly happy to see me here the other day, and I doubt he'd take kindly to anyone magic trying to befriend his family. After a few days, Harry realized that Aunt Petunia came down early every morning, before many of the house's occupants had risen. She would make a cup of tea, and then take a tray of toast or cereal upstairs for Dudley and Uncle Vernon. Having been living on the farm, Harry had gotten into a routine of waking early, so on his third day at Grimmauld Place, he waited in the eerie silence of a sleeping house for his aunt to arrive. He gazed up at the picture of the barn on the wall, where he had hidden several times to watch order meetings. He wondered if there was a way to get into the paintings from Grimmauld Place, but he doubted it. He was looking forward to returning to Hogwarts, where he would be able to visit the chamber and the paintings again. He stared wistfully at the barn. It reminded him of Creeside, and his thoughts turned to Aislinn, a small smile curving his lips, until he heard the door swing open softly. Aunt Petunia didn't realize he was there until she was halfway to the kettle and he cleared his throat. She gave a small squeak and spun around, her hands over her mouth. Harry. Her pale face regained a bit of the color that had flooded out of it. She turned away again, and Harry got straight to the point. Do you know Professor Snape? What? She asked distractedly, as she filled the kettle. Snape. Well, yes, but not really. Harry, surprised at the easy answer, sat forward, his interest growing. What do you mean? Where do you know him from? Aunt Petunia waved a bony hand and leaned back against the cupboard. He was friends with your mother when we were children. Harry frowned, unable to believe what Aunt Petunia had just said. Do you mean at Hogwarts? Well, yes, I suppose. But she knew him before that. He lived in a house near us, see. Of course, we lived in a nice area, but he was down Spinner's End, a bad neighborhood. Harry's frown deepened. When you say friends, what do you mean exactly? Petunia jumped when the kettle whistled, but she answered as she turned and filled her cup. He was the one who told her all about magic and that school of yours. From then on they were practically inseparable, she said, a bitter tone entering her voice. Lily didn't have time for her sister anymore, oh no. She was too caught up in being a witch. And then they went to Hogwarts together, and even when she was back home for the holidays, she was always with him. Aunt Petunia clearly wasn't in the mood for toast this morning, because as soon as she had spat out the sentence, she took her teacup and swept out of the kitchen without another word. Harry sat back in his chair, with something akin to shock numbing him. Snape had told him innumerable times that he was exactly like his father, spent detentions and occlumency lessons telling Harry all about his arrogant, selfish, no good father, but not once had Snape mentioned that he had been friends with his mother. For some reason, it angered Harry greatly. He jumped up and left the kitchen, intent on finding Snape. He knew the man was living here over the holidays. He had seen him in the library, and occasionally at meals. It was early, but he doubted that Snape wouldn't be up. After a half an hour of fruitless searching, Harry gave up and made his way up to Sirius' room. It wasn't that he was feeling nostalgic or sentimental, it was that he was unlikely to be disturbed. No one ever went up to the room, so he was pretty much guaranteed to be left alone while he thought. There was a window in the room which opened up, allowing fresh air into the room, and Harry sat on the window sill with his legs dangling out the window. He had a good view from the window, looking down the cobbled street of Grimmauld Place. It was mostly quiet, but people were starting to leave their houses for work. Sitting up high and looking down on it all gave Harry the almost irresistible urge to transform and fly, but there was no chance that he wouldn't be seen if he did. He sat thinking about what Aunt Petunia had said until he heard the household beginning to stir, and he headed downstairs to the kitchen for some breakfast. He saw Snape several times that day, but it was always when one of them was with other people, so he didn't get a chance to confront him. Finally that night, after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed and any Order members who had been around the house in the day had left, Harry found Snape alone in a makeshift potions lab that he had set up in the basement. He entered the damp room silently, but Snape must have heard him. Mr. Potter, it's late. Is there a reason you are wandering the house at such an hour? Harry spoke to Snape's back, where he was preparing the ingredients for some potion or other. I wanted to ask you something. What might that be? You never told me you knew my mother. Snape's hand jerked, knocking over a small jar that sat on the table. He stood it up, before resuming his preparation. I assumed you knew that I knew her. You know I was in the same year as your father. One would think you would logically conclude that I therefore knew your mother as well. You know that isn't what I mean. I asked my aunt if she knew you. She told me you were friends with my mum, before Hogwarts. Snape stilled, and Harry saw the very edge of his mouth turned down in a frown. Did she? He said tonelessly, wiping his hands on a towel that hung over the side of the workbench. After a moment of silence, Snape lit a fire under the cauldron and poured a large beaker of water in, before arranging several bowls of ingredients next to the cauldron. Harry scowled. It appeared Snape wasn't going to elaborate. Well, is it true? We knew one another, replied Snape shortly, staring into the cauldron as he waited for it to come to the boil. Harry walked around to the other side of the bench so that he was face to face with Snape, but the potion master's eyes did not leave the shiny silver cauldron, which was beginning to bubble. Could you tell me about her? And what is it you'd like to know, exactly, Potter? Snapped Snape, his nostrils flaring as he sprinkled some kind of powder into the water, turning it a clear green. Why are you acting all defensive? Asked Harry quietly, a beseeching tone in his voice. I just want to hear about my mother. Everyone tells me about my dad, and you're no exception, but the only thing I know about my mum is that I've got her eyes. If you were friends with her, why can't you just tell me something about her? I don't care what it is. Pass the dragonfly wings. Oh. Harry picked up a small dish filled with filmy black wings and passed it to Snape. We met when we were 9, said Snape quietly, frowning as he tipped the bowl of wings into the water. In the park near where we both lived. Did your aunt tell you that? Harry shook his head. No. She and your aunt were playing on the swings, and Lily was doing magic. I had seen them before, and I knew your mother was a witch, but I had never approached them before. Harry started when Snape called his mother Lily. He had never thought of his mother as a child, either, always just as his mother. But you did that day. Snape nodded curtly. Pour in the armadillo bile slowly. Harry picked up a small vial of yellow liquid, looking up at Snape to verify it was the right vial. Snape said nothing, so he pulled off the stopper and poured it in slowly and evenly while Snape stirred. Your aunt knew who I was, Merlin knows how, and she wasted no time in telling Lily that I was no good. Harry snorted. He could easily imagine that. Lily, however, was always willing to give people a chance, and though Petunia was offended when I called her sister a witch, Lily was open to the suggestion and wished to know more. Aunt Petunia said you were the one that told Mum all about magic and Hogwarts. Yes, agreed Snape, dumping a substantial amount of powdered mandrake root into the cauldron. The potion thickened instantly, turning a darker green. She didn't know how she could do the things she could, and I was of course able to explain. Were you still friends at Hogwarts? Snape quirked an eyebrow. You mean when she was sorted into Gryffindor and I into Slytherin? To Harry's surprise, Snape's lips quirked slightly. I admit I was not impressed, but in retrospect, there was no way she would ever have been in Slytherin. Still, Gryffindor. Snape's lip curled. I would have thought Hufflepuff would have suited her better. She was very loyal. Ravenclaw would have suited her just as well. I suppose in the end though, Snape frowned and shrugged, sprinkling nude eyes into the water. One cannot deny she proved herself a Gryffindor. Snape was shredding lang-lang leaves into the cauldron, with an unsettling expression on his face. Harry sat quietly for a moment, and Snape offered nothing further. Harry recognized the potion Snape was brewing now. It was just a pepper-up potion, and Harry added the minced salamander tongue when it began to steam. So were you always friends? Even after she got married? Snape didn't reply. Sir. That's enough, Potter, said Snape softly, extinguishing the flame that was heating the potion. But, Snape closed his eyes and sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Potter, he began, his tone resigned. But no one had ever spoken more about his mother, and Harry was desperate to hear more. You can't stop now. Snape glared. If I wish to discontinue the conversation, I am perfectly at liberty to do so. The familiar edge had returned to his voice, and Harry knew Snape would say no more on the subject tonight. Harry sat quietly as Snape siphoned the potion into a batch of flasks, setting them to the side in neat rows. Snape waved his wand, muttered, Evanesco, at the dregs in the cauldron, and then turned to Harry. Come along. Harry slid off his stool and walked through the door that Snape held open, walking up the stairs ahead of his teacher. Harry reached the door of his bedroom on the second floor. He paused with his hand on the handle and turned slightly. Thanks, he muttered, and after a moment Snape gave an almost imperceptible nod before continuing up the stairs to the third floor. Harry entered his room and collapsed on the bed, and even though he was tired, he found he couldn't sleep. There was light on the horizon by the time he finally managed. The next day was the last day before they were to return to Hogwarts, and despite the fact that he was tired from being up so late, he didn't want to waste his last day of holidays, and so he rose after only a few hours of sleep. He had the unfortunate luck of running into Uncle Vernon on the way downstairs. He hadn't seen him all week, thankfully. Out of the three Dursleys he was the most reclusive of them, not that Harry minded. He moved to the left of the stairs, but Uncle Vernon blocked the way, staring at Harry with a hateful expression. I should knock you 6 ways from Sunday, for endangering my family, boy. Uncle Vernon, we're in a house full of wizards, said Harry patiently. You really can't do anything to me here. He seemed to take Harry's comment as a challenge though, and stepped up to Harry's step, so that he was looking down at him. There's no one here right now, he hissed, gesturing around them, and Harry rolled his eyes. Someone will likely come along any minute, so I'd suggest you don't try to push your luck, just get out of my way. Uncle Vernon's face purpled rapidly at Harry's tone of voice, but he stepped aside anyway, allowing Harry to continue downstairs. After breakfast, he, Ron, Hermione and Ginny spent the day lounging in the drawing room, playing Exploding Snap and wondering amongst themselves what the Order was up to. They still weren't allowed at Order meetings, even though 3 of them were of age. Harry wondered briefly if he should tell Ron and Hermione about the chamber, and about using the paintings to spy on Order meetings when they got back to Hogwarts. On the one hand, he felt it was something that was his, something that he should keep to himself. On the other hand, he expected them to be open with him, and that wasn't really fair if he wasn't going to the same for them. In the end, he decided to keep it to himself for the moment. There was plenty of time to decide later. Harry lay in his bed at Grimmauld Place that night, running over the events of the previous week. He was going back to Hogwarts tomorrow, for the last time. The thought filled him with sadness, but he made a resolution. This year was going to be good, great even. He wasn't going to let anything hold him back or bring him down, and he was going to make the most of anything that came his way. Come on, Ron, get up. You aren't going to get breakfast otherwise. Harry threw a pillow across the room at the redhead, but he only groaned and rolled over. Harry had been up since the early hours of the morning, but Ron was still immersed in blankets and pillows. Harry went downstairs alone, finding Ginny and Hermione already eating, with Mrs. Weasley bustling around doing last-minute things. Is Ron up yet, Harry dear? She asked, seeing him just as he was about to go into the kitchen. Not sure. I woke him, but, Harry trailed off, shrugging helplessly but knowing she would understand. Mrs. Weasley tisked and rolled her eyes knowingly before hurrying up the stairs. He entered the kitchen and joined the 2 girls at the table. Hey Harry, said Ginny, smiling over her breakfast. Hey, all packed? Yes, I just have to bring my trunk down. Hermione's already brung hers down, said Ginny, nodding towards a trunk near the fireplace. If I didn't know better, I'd say she's pretty keen to go back to school. Harry smirked at the understatement. Well, I know I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for Quidditch. Hermione shook her head and muttered, Quidditch, of course. At that moment, a tussle-haired Ron entered the kitchen and began piling up a plate full of food. Hey Ginny, how did you go on your owls? Asked Harry. Ginny gave a casual shrug. Not bad. I'm taking all the same subjects as Ron did, plus potions. Harry nodded and went back to his breakfast. Oh, did Hermione tell you she got head girl? Asked Ginny, grinning at Hermione. Oh, no, I didn't tell him. Hermione dove into her trunk and pulled out a shiny badge. Harry smiled. Congratulations, Hermione. Hermione grinned happily and shook her head. I can't believe I forgot to tell you. It's not like it was a surprise, though, said Ron. Who else would have gotten head girl? What I want to know is who got head boy. I thought for sure that you would, Harry. Speaking of new leaders, the new minister for magic will be elected soon, said Hermione, reading the front page of the Daily Prophet. Who's running? Asked Harry. There's I think 4 in total, but the frontrunners are Kingsley Shacklebolt and a bloke named Septimus Thorn. You know, I bet Kingsley's running for the order, don't you think? Said Hermione, lowering her voice, thought there were no adults in the room. Harry nodded slowly, but he was frowning. Septimus Thorn. He was sure he'd heard the name somewhere before. Yeah, he's a high-ranking ministry official. Works in foreign affairs or something, I think Dad said. Ron stuffed a whole piece of toast into his mouth, effectively shutting himself out of the conversation. Harry? Questioned Hermione, seeing the troubled look on his face. Harry's brow was furrowed as he struggled to remember where he'd heard the name, and slowly it came to him. I think he's a Death Eater. Ron choked on his toast, while Hermione and Ginny leaned in. Are you sure? Asked Hermione. How do you know? Did you see it? Harry nodded slowly. But I thought you would have stopped the visions by now. What about the legilimency? Isn't that working either? It is, replied Harry, leaning over to read the article that was still in Hermione's hands. I've been having fewer visions lately, but they're still there. We need to tell someone, said Ron. Where'd Mum go? She can tell the order. Harry waved the suggestion aside. Oh, they'd know. Snape would have told them he was a Death Eater. Ron narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything. But it isn't something that's public knowledge, is it? Asked Ginny. The public are the people who need to know. They're going to vote for him, and then we might have a Death Eater controlling the ministry. That's a good point, mused Hermione. Although, you never know whether elections are actually won on the basis of votes, do you? Ron nodded wisely. Yeah, all that corruption. Dad says even Fudge is a bit corrupt, and he's just an idiot. Harry pushed his plate away and stood up to go and get his trunk. I have a legilimency lesson with Professor Snape on Tuesday night. I suppose I could ask him about it. No guarantees he'll tell me anything though. At 8:45, they all assembled in front of the flow to go to King's Cross. They found an empty compartment on the train and the 4 of them piled in, putting their trunks up in the overhead compartments. Come on, Ron. We have to go to the prefect's compartment. Hermione prodded Ron to make him move from the seat he had collapsed on. Ron groaned, but allowed Hermione to pull him to his feet. Then he brightened. We can find out who head boy is. Harry and Ginny waved goodbye as Ron closed the door. No sooner had it closed, however, than it was opened again. A slight bespectacled owned girl entered, followed by a larger dark-haired boy. Luna! Exclaimed Ginny, pulling the Ravenclaw into a hug and then helping her put her trunk up. Harry did the same with Neville, minus the hug. How were your holidays, Neville? Neville smiled and shrugged, taking a seat next to Luna and across from Harry. Same as usual. I'm sure you can imagine what it's like being stuck with Gran. Yours. Harry grinned. Best ever. I'll tell you all about it when we get to school, he replied, mindful that someone could be listening to their conversation. The 4 of them chatted amiable for an hour until the compartment door sprang open. Malfoy. Huh. The 4 of them looked up to see Ron enter, followed by Hermione. Malfoy got head boy, fumed Ron. What? Asked Harry, unsure he'd heard correctly. Malfoy was a Death Eater. Surely Dumbledore knew that. Why would he put someone like that in a position of responsibility and influence? I know. Bloody ridiculous, isn't it? Grumped Ron, throwing himself down on his seat. But it's about marks, mostly, and behavior. From a teacher's point of view, Malfoy's a pretty good choice. Harry's eyebrows rose at Ron's words, remembering the incident where Death Eaters had infiltrated the castle. Are you saying you think he deserves to be head boy? Ron rolled his eyes. No, of course not. The stupid git shouldn't even be a prefect. I'm just saying he gets good marks and he's a beep up to teachers, so was a logical candidate, you know. Anyway, his father probably bribed somebody. Now Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron, head boy is picked by the teachers, like you said, and final say is by Dumbledore. I doubt he, or any other teachers for that matter, would accept money from Lucius Malfoy. Snape would. No, he wouldn't, said Harry, immediately jumping on the defensive. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Well, he wouldn't. Ron waved the argument away. Whatever. It stinks though. He's going to take points of Gryffindor every chance he gets. The light was fading as the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station. The Thestral-drawn carriages were waiting as usual, and the 6 of them piled into one. Harry noticed 6 people didn't fit quite as comfortably as they had a few years ago. The carriage rocked and swayed before coming to a halt, and they all scrambled out in front of the school. A group of Slytherins were getting out of the carriage next to them, and Harry saw that it was some of the group from their year, including the new head boy. The Slytherins around him variously sneered and jeered when they saw Harry's group, but Malfoy walked straight past, ignoring them completely. Harry noticed the silver badge on his chest that designated him head boy. They filed into the hall and took seats at the familiar table. Gradually the hall quietened and the new first years were led in while McGonagall placed the old sorting hat on the same stool Harry and his friends had sat on in their first year. In the silence of the hall, the hat broke into song. The time, it seems, has come again. For me to sort you out. To sort you in with your own kind. Depending on your mind. I'll send, I think, to Gryffindor. Those who have courage in store. Strength of mind or strength of heart. These are what set you apart. To Hufflepuff you'll get to go. If loyalty is what you show. If justice is what you espouse. Then this is sure to be your house. Ravenclaw is for you if intelligence is your own gift. For all of you who've a quick wit. This is where you'll nicely fit. Lastly there is Slytherin. For those of great ambition. If you strive for greatness. Then here you'll do your best. One thing you should remember. Despite where you belong. When alone we are weak. And together we are strong. The hall applauded the hat, and then McGonagall began calling students forward to be sorted. After each student had been sorted, and Dumbledore stood up to give a short speech. Welcome to our new students, and welcome back to our old ones. He smiled genially at the hall. As usual, the Forbidden Forest is off limits to students, and a full list of banned objects can be found in Mr. Filch's office. We have Professor Tonks teaching defense for students in 1st through 5th year, and Professor Slughorn teaching potions for those same years. Like last year, we have Professor Snape teaching the Owl and Newt student in these subjects. Whispers broke out at Snape's name, and Harry realized that most of the students probably hadn't seen Snape since before he had been found out and nearly killed. He was glad to see that Tonks wasn't posing as a student anymore, though he reminded himself to keep an eye on any new students who might actually be Order members recruited to manage his safety. You are progressing much faster than I expected, muttered Snape, a grudging tone of approval in his voice. Harry grinned at the rare praise as he got to his feet at the end of the legilimency lesson. Have you been experiencing a decrease in the level of visions? Harry frowned slightly. Well, yes, I suppose. Snape raised an eyebrow. You suppose. Harry took a deep breath and continued. It doesn't break the link. Remember you said that I was having so many visions because I was seeking information. Snape nodded slowly and Harry continued. Well, Dumbledore still doesn't tell me anything, so subconsciously, I still go looking. Some nights I'll be really tired, and I'll tell myself that I'm not going to, and that helps. Most of the time I won't have visions. The problem is when I don't tell myself that. My visions have become more specific. More focused, I think. Snape frowned and leaned forward, clasping his hands in front of him in thought. Then you must tell yourself every night that you don't want to see anything. But I do, and it could be a good thing, couldn't it? I can perform legilimency on him. No. Snape shook his head adamantly, glaring at Harry. He doesn't know I have all these visions, does he? I don't believe so. But you have not been searching through his mind either, only seeing what he sees. There is a difference. But if I keep learning to focus and control my mind, imagine what help it could be to the Order. The answer remains the same. No. It is far too dangerous. We do not understand the exact nature of your connection with the Dark Lord. To attempt to take advantage of something we do not fully understand could prove disastrous. The tone of Snape's voice brooked no further argument, and Harry sighed in defeat. There's something I wanted to ask you before I go. What, Potter? Asked Snape, the exasperation evident in his voice. We were talking about the election yesterday morning. My friends and I, that is. Anyway, Hermione told me that one of the frontrunners for the election is someone called Septimus Thorn. And, asked Snape after a moment's pause. Is it the same Septimus Thorn that volume you know who was talking about? The one from the inner circle. You remember that night? Asked Snape, a strange look appearing on his face. Parts of it. I feel like something important was said, but I don't remember it. Harry looked at Snape expectantly, but the potion's master averted his eyes. Harry noticed that his face also relaxed slightly. It is the same man, yes. But it is not something you should worry about. We were wondering why something like that isn't being made public. People will vote for him, unless they know what he really is. Snape gauged Harry silently before finally answering. Kingsley is one of the lead Aurors in the department. Given that, he would have knowledge of any known or suspected Death Eaters. The Auror department, however, like the Order, has no direct proof that Thorn is a Death Eater, except my word. I never saw Thorn's face, so I cannot show a memory. Even if I could, my word is worth nothing to the current minister. Therefore, casting doubt on Septimus Thorn may also cast doubt on Shacklebolt's integrity. Needless to say, it is a little more complicated than simply telling people he is a Death Eater. Harry mulled over Snape's words as he made his way back up to the tower. Once there, he wrote a quick letter to Aislinn, telling him he was back at school and that he had enjoyed the rest of his holidays. He set it on his bedside table to send in the morning and drifted off to sleep. Harry wound his way up the stairs of the astronomy tower, lugging his telescope and bag. It was his second last class of the week, Friday night astronomy at 8 o'clock. He was hoping that the lesson would give him a chance to talk to Malfoy, who had steadfastly ignored him all week. Last year, they had worked in companionable silence, sometimes talking quietly about unimportant subjects while they mapped stars. Perhaps they still would. He came to the top of the tower and looked around. Harry frowned when he saw that the Slytherin had not yet arrived. Given Malfoy's behavior this past week, Harry doubted that if he set up first, the Slytherin would set up alongside him as they had done the previous year. With that in mind, Harry stepped into the shadows of the tower and waited, watching as the few others in the class set up their equipment and rolled out star charts. He only had to wait a minute. Malfoy appeared silently, surprising Harry. The B-owned looked around the tower and his eyes narrowed, probably noticing Harry's apparent absence. Pursing his lips, Malfoy strode over to the other side of the tower from the group of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, and opened up his telescope. Harry waited until Malfoy's telescope was aligned before he moved over and set his things down a meter away. Malfoy, he greeted shortly. The Slytherin didn't reply. Not that Harry had really expected him to, but his jaw tensed and his movements became jerky, as if he were trying not to bang things around in anger. Harry set up his stuff and began to follow the instructions on the worksheet. Nice clear night tonight, he commented lightly, pausing to mark out a star on his chart. Once again, there was no reply. So how were your holidays? Get up to anything interesting? Malfoy's jaw was clenched tightly, and he finally looked at Harry, anger blazing in his eyes. What are you playing at, Potter? Can't you take a hint? I can, but I think you're being a bit unreasonable, he retorted, as he focused his telescope. Malfoy dropped his voice lower and leaned closer, with the pretense of marking out a star. It isn't like it was before, Potter. If I'm seen being friendly with you, it could mean the end of my life. Don't you understand that? No one's ever seen us being friendly, not once last year. It wouldn't kill you to acknowledge me when you see me, and it isn't going to hurt anyone if you want to keep coming down to the chamber. I already have enough things to hide from him, without hiding the fact that I don't actually hate you as much as I should. Hissed Malfoy. What other things? Like, it's none of your business. Things. Like how you feel about him. Don't presume to know how I feel about anything. What do you think he would do to me if he looked in my mind and saw me in the chamber with you? I'm pretty sure he'd see that as a major deceit, don't you? So keep getting lessons from Snape. Traitorous bastard, came the mumbled reply. He wants to help you, Draco. Malfoy shot him a dirty look. Yeah, I'll bet you're just best buddies with Snape now, aren't you? Tell each other everything, I'm sure. Malfoy's face twisted bitterly. Harry snorted. Believe me, I can't see that happening anytime soon, but I'll tell you one thing I know, and it isn't because he told me. He cares about you. You don't know anything, Potter, so stop talking. I can understand why you're upset, but he did the right thing. You can too. Malfoy scrunched up his star chart and shoved it into his bag, hastily collapsed his telescope, and stormed away, the sound of his angry footsteps echoing as he went down the staircase. Harry sighed in defeat and went back to his work. Harry, there's something me and Ron wanted to talk to you about, said Hermione as they sat eating breakfast the next morning. Harry his eyebrows, his mouth too full to answer. Hermione continued. Well, we were wondering if you wanted to take up the DA again. Ron cut in. I mean, me and Myone will keep it up even if you don't want to come back, but you were a better teacher than we are. I'm just bad at teaching, full stop. Myone's better, but she gets a bit bossy. Ron, exclaimed Hermione, looking affronted. Face it, Myone, you do get a bit narky when people don't pick things up as fast as you, and that's pretty much everybody. Remember those first years you scared off? Harry tried to conceal his grin as Hermione pursed her lips and sniffed. I wouldn't say I scared them off. Some students just come along once or twice, you know. Ron smiled indulgently and patted Hermione on the arm. So anyway, people have been asking when the first meeting is. What do you think? Harry thought it over quickly, but it wasn't hard to make a decision. Yeah, I'll do it. I did miss it a lot, actually. Hermione beamed and Ron punched him lightly on the arm. It would give him the opportunity for some physical activity, too. Since leaving the farm, he'd gone back to his usual lifestyle where the only exercise he got was Quidditch, and the lack of activity had started making him feel fidgety all the time. He was still waking very early every morning, and he thought maybe he would start making use of the time instead of just sitting around in the common room until the sun came up and the other students came down. The next morning, he dressed and glanced out the window of the dormitory. The still, silent grounds called invitingly to him, and he slipped out of the tower and down to the lake, where he began a slow jog. Even at the farm, he'd never done much aerobic exercise, and he was soon breathing heavily, though he felt wide awake and fresh from the exercise. After an hour, he returned to the castle and had a quick shower before heading down to an early breakfast on his own. It was the second week back before Harry had a chance to go down to the chamber. He and Ron were returning from dinner, and Hermione had gone off to the library. Want to go flying? Asked Ron as they climbed the staircase out of the entrance hall. He did, but not on a broom. He also wanted to go down to the chamber, not having seen it since the previous school year. Not today. I've got Charm's homework to finish. Okay. Well, I'm going to go down to the pitch. If you change your mind, I'll be there for the next hour or so. Ron turned around and headed back the way they'd come, and Harry diverted his course to Myrtle's bathroom. It struck Harry that in the time he and Ron hadn't been talking, Ron had changed. Before, if Ron had asked Harry to go flying and he hadn't wanted to, Ron would have simply not gone either. And before that, he'd said that he and Hermione would keep up the DA even if Harry didn't want to. It seemed that Ron, like Harry, had become more independent, and Harry thought that maybe their time apart had actually done quite a bit of good for all of them. On the way, however, to the second floor, he passed by the Transfiguration classroom and the large painting there. It was one of the ones from which he could access the painting world, and instead of going straight to the chamber, he looked around him and, seeing no one, stepped forward. To his surprise, his foot met the canvas, not sinking through it as he'd expected. Frowning, he pressed a bit harder, and his foot sunk through. It was harder than it had been before. He really had to sort of push himself into the painting, and though he felt relief that he could still get in, he was also worried about what had changed. Once in, there was no resistance as he jumped from painting to painting, just the familiar tingle of the magical barrier between them. He made a few experimental jumps into random paintings, just to check that he still could. Mostly he saw no one outside the frames, but on the third jump, he heard voices, and he paused. It was clearly the end of a staff meeting, and teachers were milling about in small groups or leaving through either of the two doors that led into the room. Harry ducked lower under the table when Professors McGonagall and Snape appeared right in front of his painting, speaking in low voices. Albus told me it was at your suggestion. Snape gave a brisk nod. I think it will be good for him. He needs to know that he is valued, Minerva. He needs to know that he can actively help people, in however small a way. Professor McGonagall sighed and looked at Snape with what appeared to be pity. I know you are. Do you sure it's in the best interests of the students? I have no doubt he will perform the task diligently. He will not shirk the responsibility he has been given. It isn't in his nature to do so. Well, I hope you're right, Severus. McGonagall sighed again. I'll be off then. I have hall duty tonight. Snape watched McGonagall go before turning and sweeping off in the opposite direction. Harry thought they must be talking about Malfoy being head boy, and it certainly explained why Dumbledore had made the decision. The room was empty now, so Harry came out from his hiding spot and jumped through to a painting opposite Myrtle's bathroom. There were no magical paintings in the chamber, so he wasn't sure he could jump through to them. He hurried down the stone steps and past the basilisk, and through into the library. It was exactly as he remembered it, and he smiled happily at being back. He called Salazar and the snake uncurled slowly from around his waist, poking his head out of Harry's collar. The snake had been permanently attached to him since they'd returned to Hogwarts, and it would be a relief to be able to put the snake down somewhere for a while. He had been reluctant to let Sauls explore the dormitory, telling him he had to stay on Harry's bed. Freedom, Sauls, he hissed, and the snake hissed in agreement. Harry went down the wide staircase and deposited Salazar on the branch on the low table that sat in front of the lounge. I'm going flying for a bit. I'll be back soon. Harry stepped out onto the stone courtyard that looked out over the canyon. It was going to be a very tight fit once he transformed, but he thought he would fit. Harry faced towards the canyon and focused on the change. The familiar tingling sensation rushed through him, and the ground dropped away as he grew. He'd judged his size badly though, and his back legs scrabbled for purchase on the stone floor of the courtyard. He overbalanced however, and went toppling over the edge. He felt a stab of horror before the rushing wind filled his leathery wings and he remembered he could fly. He'd known all along he could. He wouldn't have been transforming in the precarious position if he hadn't, but the shock of falling off the cliff had temporarily made him forget. He spread his wings wide, gradually slowing, and then began to flap. His downward descent halted, and he began to fly up the river, plummeting and swooping low so that he felt the spray of the white water, and then rocketing upwards to the top of the high cliffs on each side of the canyon. He tried a few experimental spins and loops in the air, like he did on his broom. The river widened out after a while, the water running more smoothly. Cliffs still ran along each side, but they were much further apart. Gradually he came to a wide sandy beach on one side of the water, and he descended, landing quite gracefully on the white sand. He eyed his surrounds carefully, his eyes picking up details that he would never normally notice. He breathed in a foreign, yet strangely familiar smell came to him on the breeze. Harry flattened his body against the ground, and slithered, pushing himself along with his legs, seeking out the source of the smell. The only sound he made as he moved was the almost imperceptible sound of his scales sliding against the sand, and as he rounded a large rock, he saw it. The dragon was a pale orange, with scales that had a slight iridescence in the sun. Long white spikes ran from the top of its head to the tip of its tail, and on each side of the dragon's head, sharp horns protruded. It was sitting staring out of the water, its head held high and its back straight in a position that was oddly familiar. Harry approached as silently as he could, but the dragon saw him and drew back in a defensive stance. Harry froze instinctually, locking eyes with the dragon. He wasn't completely used to the way his body moved yet, and he didn't think he'd be able to fight of a fully grown dragon. The dragon began to retreat slowly. Wait, called Harry. The dragon paused again, and its head tilted to the side slightly, much like a person would do when contemplating something. Some of the tension left the dragon's stance. Malfoy. Harry was sure the dragon's eyes narrowed then, and he knew that it was in fact him. Harry looked closer, recognizing features like the orange eyes and the white spikes from their practice sessions. The dragon was now peering curiously at him, all signs of defensiveness gone. After a few minutes of looking at each other, Harry looked back down the river, into the direction of the castle, and then back at the dragon. Then, he spread his wings and flew into the air. There was a whoosh behind him as Malfoy did the same. In the air, Harry could see that the dragon was noticeable bigger than him, but then, so was the human Malfoy, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. They flew side by side, and when Harry pulled ahead slightly, the dragon sped up to get in front. It became a race then, and it was the first time Harry had really tested his speed. They were flying with a strong wind behind them, which increased their speed even more, and Harry felt like he was going impossibly fast. The canyon became too narrow for them to fly side by side in most parts, and they were forced to fly above and below each other. Harry looked down, and was happy to see that he was nearly a full body length ahead of Malfoy. After a few minutes of furious flying, the canyon widened again as they approached the back of castle and they descended to the level of the courtyard. Harry thought they should probably slow down, but there was no way he was going to let Malfoy win this race. The small courtyard wasn't quite big enough for two large animals, and Harry timed his transformation, changing through the air so that he landed as a human. It was difficult, and he landed hard, rolling several times because of his speed. He was stopped when he collided with the gray stone wall of the castle, his head ringing with the impact. When his head stopped spinning, he sat up slowly. Ow! A loud thump and a sharp crack sounded to his left, followed by a voice. Bloody hell, that hurt. Seventh and final. Bloody hell, that hurt. Groaned Malfoy, who was sitting on the ground a few meters away, nursing a knee. Yeah, need a bit of practice with that, grunted Harry, pushing himself up. But I won. Malfoy raised his nose imperiously, but the effect was somewhat destroyed as he clambered awkwardly to his feet, brushing off his clothes. I wasn't aware we were racing. Malfoy pulled his robe above his knee, revealing a bleeding cut just under his knee. Harry rolled his eyes. How long have you been able to fully transform? Asked Malfoy. Only a few weeks now. Yes, me too. I'm still not exactly sure what I am. You're a wyvern, stated Malfoy, and Harry detected an unexpected tone in his voice. Oh, come on, Malfoy. You're a dragon. How can you possibly be jealous? Asked Harry, his tone amused and bewildered. And what is a wyvern anyway? I've never heard of one. Malfoy rolled his eyes. Of course you haven't, he muttered. Complete muggle. He raised his voice and spoke. Wyverns are extremely rare. Some people don't even think they exist. I thought I was a dragon, but I'd never heard of a dragon without arms. Apart from that though, there isn't much difference. Malfoy shrugged. I don't think wyverns can breathe fire. Harry's eyes lit up. Can you? Of course I can. Dragon, remember. Harry felt a tinge of jealousy. He inclined his head towards the door to the chamber. Coming inside. Malfoy pursed his lips, whatever levity might have been on his face rapidly disappearing. Do you think I'm the only person in the castle with a mark, Potter? All it would take is one of the others to see me talking with you and questions will be asked. And I'm sure you know what methods of questioning he likes to use. No one is going to see us in the chamber though, are they? The answer is no. With that, Malfoy transformed again and flew away, disappearing around a bend in the canyon. Harry sighed and then turned to the door in the stone wall of the castle. He ran his finger down the indent and the door clicked open. He gathered Saul's, letting the snake curl around his shoulders, and then left the chamber. He stopped by the library on his way back to the common room, getting out a book about magical creatures and taking it up to the common room. He flopped down on some cushions in a corner and looked through the index until he came to the entry he wanted. The name wyvern comes from the Saxon word wyver, meaning serpent. The wyvern is most similar to a dragon but is considered by some to be more of a serpent, hence the name. During the Middle Ages the wyvern was thought to be extinct, though sightings in remote mountain ranges and deserts have renewed hope that the wyvern may still exist. In mythology, there are many stories of the most ancient and powerful wyvern, but due to its scarcity, some wizards claim that it is just that myth, and that there is no such creature at all. Others still believe that it is simply another species of dragon rather than a winged serpent. The vast majority, however, do believe it is a different species, no similar to a dragon than a horse is to a cow. What myth and sightings tell us about this creature is that it is a two-legged, winged beast with a head crossed between a dragon and a serpent, and the tail of a snake. The wyvern may or may not breathe fire. There are several reputable texts which tell us the wyvern is a close relative of the cockatrice, whose origins are in turn often compared with that of a basilisk. Due to the fact that all three animals are so exceedingly rare, however, no reliable studies have been conducted to confirm whether there is any direct relation between basilisk, cockatrice, and wyvern. The passage ended there, and Harry put the book down, musing over what he had just read. He was definitely more serpent-like than the average dragon. He could slither along like a snake, even if he did have to use his legs a bit to push himself along. His jaw was definitely snake-like. He could remember that from transforming in the chamber and seeing his face in the mirror. His jaw opened very wide, dislocating. He had sharp teeth like a dragon, but two on the top were longer than the rest, and he wondered if wyverns were venomous. He was roused from his thoughts by Ron and Hermione. Ron flushed from flying and carrying a stack of books which he plonked down in front of Hermione. He leaned over the one Harry had been reading and picked it up. "Why are you reading this?" "This is one of our Care of Magical Creatures texts." "Just interested. I was reading about wyverns." "Oh, really?" said Hermione with enthusiasm. "I think it's just fascinating that there are animals that are as mythical to wizards as things like dragons and unicorns are to muggles." Harry grinned at her exuberance. "Yeah, well, I'd never even heard of a wyvern until today. They seem pretty interesting. Pretty scary, if you ask me. Charlie reckons he saw one once, up in the mountains near the Dragon Reserve in Romania. Fred and George reckon he was having me on, but I believe him. He said it was eating a deer, swallowing it whole. Gross. It's like when snakes eat, which you've probably seen since you have one. Their whole jaw just sort of dislocates and opens up really wide, so they can stuff themselves." Harry blinked, and Hermione gave a small smile. "Ron spent a lot of time in the library with me when you weren't around." Ron scowled. "Hey, I just like Care of Magical Creatures, okay? Just because I say something." Ron trailed off, grumbling, a slight tinge of embarrassment on his face. Harry feigned a look of surprise. "Oh, I thought you were talking about yourself for a second there." Hermione and Harry laughed, but it took Ron a second to get the joke before he gave a grudging grin. Harry was heading back from astronomy on Saturday night when he came upon Dumbledore in a corridor, viewing an oil painting. "Ah, Harry, how are you this fine evening?" asked Dumbledore, turning at Harry's approach. "I'm fine, sir." Dumbledore turned to face him, and Harry caught sight of the blackened hand. Before he could stop himself, he asked, "Professor, what happened to your hand?" Dumbledore peered at Harry closely, and then inclined his head. "Come, Harry, I think perhaps it is time I told you certain things I have been keeping to myself." Dumbledore turned and walked, waiting for Harry after a few steps. Harry jogged to catch him and they started off, heading towards Dumbledore's office. Neither spoke on the way there, and Harry used the opportunity to wonder what it was Dumbledore was going to tell him. When they got to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore went immediately to the flow and threw a pinch of powder in. He stuck his head into the emerald flames. When he withdrew, he was followed shortly by Professor Snape. Snape paused on catching sight of Harry, who was equally puzzled, but then continued around the desk to take the seat on Harry's right. Dumbledore waited until Snape was comfortably seated before addressing Harry. "You asked, Harry, what happened to my hand. I must confess, it was entirely my fault." Dumbledore paused. "But I suppose I should begin at the beginning." Harry sat forward eagerly, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Snape shifting too. The night that Voldemort disappeared 16 years ago was a joyous occasion for many. I, however, knew it was only a matter of time before Tom returned, in some shape or form, to terrorize our world once again. Tom Riddle sought many ways to stave off death. You saw that in your first year when he attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Years earlier, however, even when he was at Hogwarts, he found another way to prevent his soul from leaving this earth, even if his body was destroyed. Dumbledore paused, as if for effect, and Harry leaned even further forward. It was the darkest of magics. I doubt you have heard the term Horcrux, but that is what he used. Harry hadn't heard the term, but Dumbledore was about to explain it to him. When a person commits the ultimate sin, when a person takes the life of another, their very soul is ripped. It may not rip completely apart, or it may completely separate from the whole. Voldemort used spells to entomb those ripped parts of his soul into objects. What spells he used, I do not know, for Lord Voldemort has gone further than any other and deeper into the dark arts than any other in his quest for immortality. I have gathered from the memories of various people who associated with the young Tom Riddle that he made 6 Horcruxes, separating his soul into 7 pieces, as he believes 7 to be the most magically powerful number. Silence descended on the office as Dumbledore allowed the knowledge to sink in. Harry finally broke the silence. How do these Horcruxes actually keep him alive? Are you saying that that's why he didn't die when the killing curse rebounded on him? Dumbledore nodded. When a person dies, their soul can no longer be contained within the body, and the body is the only thing keeping a soul in this life. What Voldemort has in essence done is to create 6 more bodies for small parts of his soul. The soul cannot depart to the next life while a body still contains it, so while his body may have been destroyed, his soul was and is still bound to 6 other bodies. Harry sat back to digest this information, and saw Snape sitting completely unmoving in the chair next to him. Which brings me now to the answer to your question, said Dumbledore, his tone brightening slightly. It so happens that I tracked down a Horcrux, hidden in the ruins of his mother's childhood home. This ring, Dumbledore ran a long finger across a green stone embedded in a gold ring on one blackened finger, was a Horcrux. I foolishly put it on, releasing a curse he had put upon it to protect it. Harry gasped, but Dumbledore just smiled. Fortunately, I was able to get the ring off and destroy the Horcrux, and, as you can see, I have since subdued the curse. Dumbledore chuckled. I now have a constant reminder to keep me careful when I should find the next one. Harry frowned. You know where the others are. I have a few ideas, but let us leave the conversation for another night. I imagine you have a lot to think about. Harry nodded. He wanted to know everything Dumbledore knew, and he wanted to know it now. At the same time though, he felt that his head couldn't hold anything more. Harry stood to leave, rejoicing that Dumbledore was finally trusting him with information. He was at the door, and he held it open for Professor Snape, when he realized Snape was still sitting in his chair, his gaze fixed firmly on Dumbledore. Go on, Harry. Professor Snape and I have other matters to discuss. Harry nodded again and left, his feelings of approval towards Dumbledore dwindling somewhat. He was being trusted, but clearly not with everything. Harry descended the winding staircase and dashed across the corridor to the painting opposite the gargoyle. He pushed himself into it, again finding it difficult. He didn't step all the way through to the room on the other side. Instead, he moved sideways, focusing on one of the landscapes that adorned the walls of Dumbledore's office. Taking a seat on the grass, he tuned back into the conversation. It is true that I have some idea of certain other Horcruxes, said Dumbledore, his tone careful. A look of relief crossed Snape's face. All of them. Because if even one cannot be found, there are thousands upon thousands of objects he could have used, and even more hiding places in the world. That is true, and yet not entirely. I believe he used objects that are in some way significant to him. Similarly, he hid them in places of significance to him. And, prompted Snape, his tone impatient, after an agonizing silence. I believe the snake, Nagini, to be one. Nagini, repeated Snape, perplexed. Dumbledore inclined his head, his silver beard shining in the candle light. She represents his famous ability to speak Parseltongue. You must have noticed she is rarely from his side. He protects her like no other. Snape nodded slowly, a look of concentration on his face. And the others? Dumbledore gave a small frown. I am currently trying to track down a cup which belonged to Hufflepuff. It features in several memories I have of the young Tom Riddle whilst he was in the employ of Borgin and Burke. I am inclined to believe he procured an item belonging to each of the 4 founders, though what the others are I cannot be sure. A look of defeat crossed Snape's face. It is an impossible task, Dumbledore. How can you possibly, in all the world, Track down 5, or 4, if this cup is indeed one, unknown objects. Dumbledore sighed. Not 5, Severus. Not even 4. Snape's lips turned down in a frown and his forehead creased. You mean you have found others? Why did you not tell the boy? Surely this knowledge would alleviate his worry. Perhaps, in time, we must tell Harry. For now, no. I fear it would do little to alleviate his worry. Snape's frown deepened. What do you mean? Do you recall in young Harry's second year how he defeated the Memory Tom riddle? A look of understanding dawned on Snape's face. The diary was a Horcrux. Indeed it was, and it was only then that my theories of Horcruxes were proven. I see no reason why you should not share this with Potter. He shall be thrilled that he has already taken a great step in defeating the Dark Lord. Perhaps, yes, it would not be so objectionable to tell him. Snape waved the argument aside. It does not matter what you do or do not wish to tell the boy. Have you any idea of the remaining 3? One I am not sure of, though I imagine I know where to look next. I found the hiding place some months ago, on the night our young Mr. Malfoy aided the attack on the castle. Unfortunately, I was later to find out that the Horcrux had already been removed by another. Snape sat straighter. Another? Who would have had such knowledge? Dumbledore's beard twitched, and Snape's eyes widened at Dumbledore's answer. One Regulus Black. Harry's eyes widened at the name. Sirius brother. Regulus. He was killed by the Dark Lord. Yes, I imagine Voldemort eventually learned that Regulus' ideas had changed somewhat and immediately killed him. Too late, unfortunately, to keep his Horcrux safe. I am quite sure, however, that Tom does not realize his Horcrux has been removed. And the last 2. If I am correct, then he has found something belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw, though which item, I have yet to discover. It is the final Horcrux, the one he mistakenly created, that is the cause for concern. Snape frowned. Shouldn't the one you do not know about be more cause for concern? And what do you mean by mistakenly created? You said he intended to create 7. Indeed he did, and I believe he saved the last for the kill he thought would cement his claim as the most powerful wizard in the world. Killing Potter. You mean killing Potter? Dumbledore affirmed Snape's statement and question. But he did not kill Potter, and he was not able to create a Horcrux. Of course, events did not go as he intended. Nonetheless, he committed murder that night. I cannot say whether it was the act of killing Lily or the act of throwing the killing curse at Harry, but a part of his soul was ripped from the whole, and when the curse rebounded upon him, that bit of soul latched itself onto the only living thing in that room. Harry felt that he couldn't breathe. The silence that followed Dumbledore's words was oppressive, deafening. You mean? Snape seemed unable to finish, but Dumbledore gave a solemn nod to the unspoken question. Harry waited with bated breath. Some small, detached part of him knew exactly what this meant, but the rest of him was taking a long time to catch up. His mind seemed foggy as he listened to their words. Snape spluttered. But all this time, we have been protecting him so he can die at the right moment. Harry froze. Die. At the right moment. What was that supposed to mean? Harry instantly approved of Snape's venomous tone as he spoke to the headmaster. I am afraid it is how it must be, Severus. Harry must die. Must die, repeated Snape slowly, his face impassive. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Snape leaned over Dumbledore's desk, leaning on his hands. For the greater good, perhaps? Asked Snape in a silky tone, and Dumbledore blanched. That always has been your creed, after all. Damn the individual, if it is for the greater good. All this time, I thought it was about keeping Lily's son safe, and now you tell me you have been raising him like a pig for the slaughter. Despite the severity of the discussion and the tension in the room, Harry was shocked to see a twinkle enter Dumbledore's eye. Ah, Severus, have you come to care for Harry? Snape snarled as though the thought greatly offended him, but did not contradict Dumbledore. Yes, Headmaster, perhaps I have changed, but you have not. Snape leaned closer still, his voice a deadly whisper and his face mere inches from Dumbledore's. The fool I am, for thinking otherwise. Snape swept from the room without waiting for a reply, though it did not look like he would have gotten one had he waited. Dumbledore was sitting frozen in his chair, a look of deep regret and sadness etched on his face. After a moment, he slowly stood and ascended the staircase behind his desk. Harry sat in the portrait long after the two professors had left the office, staring up into the endless blue sky. Harry must die echoed in his head, over and over and over. It was late when Harry finally pushed himself into a seated position. Ow! Harry looked down at his palm. It was bleeding from a moderate cut. He had leaned on a sharp stick. Great, he muttered. Couldn't get any better. He grimaced and used the hand that wasn't throbbing and bleeding to get to his feet, before setting off to the edge of the painting. He felt numb, unable to fully comprehend what had just transpired. Years ago, Dumbledore had told him that on the night Voldemort killed Harry's parents, and failed to kill Harry, he had transferred some of his powers to Harry. Liar. There was a vast difference between a few powers and a soul. Harry jumped through to a painting near the portrait hole to the Gryffindor common room and fell forward out of the painting and into the corridor. A seventh of Voldemort's soul was somewhere inside him, but how big was it really? Big enough and strong enough that the Sorting Hat had wanted to place Harry in Slytherin, at least. He turned the corner and muttered the password to the fat lady. He was surprised to see people still up. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning, but Ron was playing chess against a first year, in a game that seemed extremely unfair to Harry. The first year was being trounced. Harry, what's all over your hand? Shouted Ron in an overly loud voice as he approached. Oh, sometime during all his thinking on the way back, he had completely forgotten all about the pain in his hand. He held it up, inspecting it, and frowned, looking closer. It's paint, he replied, mystified. Oh, well, that's all right. I thought you'd hurt yourself. Really looks like a cut from here. Ron turned back to the game, promptly taking the first year's last fighting piece. It looked like a cut to Harry, too, and he was peering very closely at it. Weird, he murmured, before running a finger through the glistening red paint that had dribbled down a finger. Some of the thinner bits had dried and were starting to flake around the edges. I'm turning in, Ron. I'll see you tomorrow. The next evening Harry had a legilimency lesson, and he trudged down to the dungeons. He wasn't in the mood for a lesson with Snape after overhearing the conversation between him and Dumbledore. Legilimency lessons nearly always gave him a headache, and he already felt bad enough. He hadn't slept for even a minute, going over and over that conversation in his head. His friends had been questioning him all day about what was wrong, and eventually he had excused himself from the common room and gone down to the chamber to think in the dark and cool. His stomach had forced him to venture to the kitchens for dinner, and his conscience had convinced him to attend the legilimency lesson. He arrived at Snape's office and the lesson began, going downhill very rapidly. Snape had raised his barriers to a new level, and though he tried, Harry simply couldn't focus. After the fourth failed attempt, Snape lowered his shield slightly, and after the sixth failed attempt, Harry slumped down in his chair, glaring at the desk, and Snape gave a huff of annoyance. What is wrong with you, Potter? You have absolutely no concentration tonight. Harry didn't answer for a moment, and Snape raised an expectant eyebrow. Well, Dumbledore thinks I have to die. There was not even a flicker of surprise on Snape's face, but he gazed at Harry silently for a minute before replying. What do you mean? Harry's glare moved from the wooden desk to Snape. You know exactly what I mean. Snape reclined and steepled his fingers, still staring intently at Harry. How did you find out? Harry shrugged the question aside. That doesn't make any sense, though. Has he forgotten the prophecy? I'm supposed to have some power Voldemort knows not. Where does that fit into Dumbledore's crackpot theory? Much as you may wish otherwise, Potter, said Snape softly, it is not a crackpot theory at all. Prophecies are notoriously unreliable. I much prefer to focus on the evidence at hand, and Dumbledore's evidence is strong and logical. Snape paused. Sometimes in war we have to make the most terrible sacrifices. Harry's eyes flickered back to Snape's, but the professor was no longer looking at him. He was staring somewhere over Harry's left shoulder, his eyes unfocused. What sacrifices have you made, Professor? Harry wanted an answer, wanted to know that someone had given up something akin to what he was being asked to give up, but Snape sat unmoving and silent. After a few moments, Harry stood and left. He felt Snape's eyes burning into the back of his neck, but the potions master made no attempt to stop him. Harry didn't return to the Gryffindor common room. Instead, he moved deeper into the dungeons until he came to the hidden doorway near their potions classroom. He hissed, "Open," and stepped into the dark passageway. He wandered slowly along through the dark stone and earth passageways, gradually coming to the chamber library. He was too mentally exhausted to do any homework, so he went straight to the bedroom. He had only used it a few times before, but he was always glad it was there when he needed it. Harry slept though Monday. The revelation that he had to die in order for Voldemort to be defeated drained him, and though he woke several times throughout the morning, he couldn't drag himself out of bed to go to his classes. It was after lunch when he finally woke properly, but he didn't bother getting out of bed. He was overcome by a feeling of lethargy and he couldn't get the conversation between Snape and Dumbledore out of his head. He'd thought Dumbledore was finally trusting him, finally telling him important things, but he hadn't really told him the important bits at all. Like usual, Dumbledore had left out the vital details, telling Harry only enough to string him along and make him think he was being let in on the big secrets. Leaving out the part where Harry had to die was too big a lie in Harry's opinion. In an effort to put the conversation from his mind, Harry summoned his bag. He could now effortlessly perform the summoning charm wandlessly and wordlessly, and Lumos he could do wandlessly. He pulled a sheaf of parchment out of his bag and wrote a letter to Aislinn, but it had a depressing overtone and he ended up throwing it away. Instead he wrote to Dudley, and though the letter was really no better than the one he had written Aislinn, he doubted Dudley would be sensitive enough to pick up on it. He'd missed all of his classes on Monday, but he couldn't bring himself to emerge from the chamber. Ron and Hermione were bound to notice his depressed mood, and there was no way he could tell them, at least for the moment. Not wanting to fall behind in the first week, however, he slipped into the waterfall painting, shivering under the cold water, and then moved sideways into the paintings. He jumped through into a painting in his transfiguration room, finding he had arrived early. There was a limited range of paintings in this room, but he found a relatively well-hidden spot in a painting of a tower. The window was dark and he didn't think anyone would pay too much attention to it anyway, he never had. He moved through all his classes in the same way, ignoring the way each teacher and his friends looked worriedly at his usual desks each time he failed to answer his name when the roll was called. There was one occasion when he actually called out, "Here," and people heard him. He had shrunk down in the painting, and after a few confused moments, the teacher assumed someone was mucking around and continued on. That evening, Harry began scouring the library for a book on Horcruxes. There was a substantial section of books on the dark arts, and he had no doubt if there was anything about Horcruxes in the chamber library, that they would be in that section. It was Wednesday afternoon before Harry finally found a book that even mentioned Horcruxes, and even then it was only the tiniest of explanations, no longer than a few lines in a dusty old tome that was handwritten in a scrawl he could hardly understand. It told him what Dumbledore had said, that objects could be used to store parts of the soul, thereby averting one's death if their own physical body was destroyed. It also mentioned that breaking the vessel which held the soul would result in the release of the soul, and that that part of the soul could never be regained. Harry supposed this was how a Horcrux was destroyed, but it didn't bode too well for him. On Thursday afternoon, Harry ventured to Dumbledore's office through the paintings. Once again, it was difficult to get into the waterfall painting, and he wondered what had changed. The only thing he could think of was that he didn't have the pendant anymore, but he didn't know why that should really change anything. Dumbledore's office was empty when he reached it, but seeing as he'd heard no order business or anything else in a while, he decided to wait. He waited for an hour, dozing in the lush green grass of his painting, before Dumbledore led in the Minister for Magic. "Please, Cornelius, have a seat," said Dumbledore genially, and Fudge accepted the offer. "If I might, Cornelius, you appear quite flustered." "Yes, well, with the election coming up, you can imagine I'm quite busy tidying up any affairs that need tidying. I have much to do, much to do. May I ask what your plans are after the reins are handed over?" Fudge twirled his bowler hat between his fingers. "Retirement. You cannot imagine how glad I am to put politics behind me." Dumbledore gave a polite smile. "Yes, well, you have held your position for quite some time now. 11 years, if I am correct." Fudge nodded distractedly. "Yes, yes. Look, Dumbledore, I am in rather a hurry, and we have the matter of the missing student to discuss. The authorities should have been alerted after 48 hours, that is the policy of the school, is it not? And yet, it was only just this morning that we became aware of the situation, and not because we were told through the proper lines, either. Dumbledore inclined his head. I, and the rest of my staff, felt it would be prudent to keep the situation under wraps for the time being, given the identity of our missing student. Fudge pursed his lips, annoyance showing on his face. The truth is that Harry has gone off on his own before, and he turns up in his own good time. I'm quite sure it's the case this time. Fudge relaxed slightly, though the annoyance on his face grew more pronounced. When he spoke, there was a triumphant tone in his voice. The boy is troubled, Dumbledore. I've said it all along. Half the reason, if you ask me, is that the fame has gone to his head. He thinks he can get away with anything, and you only encourage that by letting him do as he pleases. Harry will be reprimanded the same as any other student, Cornelius. Fudge stood and muttered, Yes, well, I must be on my way. If you really think the boy's just gone off lollygagging or whatever else, then I have more important things to attend to. Dumbledore gave a wide smile and stood to show the minister out. Minutes later, the door opened again, this time revealing Professors McGonagall and Snape. Anything? Dumbledore asked Professor McGonagall immediately. Still no one has seen him, Albus. I am beginning to fear the worst. He has been captured by Death Eaters. Why else would he disappear? Brooding, most likely. Hiding away somewhere, feeling sorry for himself. Severus. Snape turned and raised a sardonic eyebrow. What, Minerva? This is a serious situation, and here you stand making light of the situation. We have no idea where he is. For all we know, you know who could have him. Snape scoffed. The Dark Lord does not have him, Minerva. How can you be so sure, Severus? Snape's lips tightened, but after a moment he spoke. Potter knows he has to die if the Dark Lord is to be defeated. No doubt that has upset him. McGonagall gasped and Dumbledore frowned. How can you be sure? He brought the subject up in our last legilimency lesson. Harry was surprised that Snape hadn't told Dumbledore about that yet. But how did he find out? Asked McGonagall, despair in her voice. I thought only the three of us knew, and you only just told me yesterday, Albus. You say he brought it up during practicing legilimency, Severus. Could he have? The idea that Potter breached my defenses without me realizing is ridiculous, Albus. Do not even suggest it. No, he was distracted from the moment he walked in the door. If none of we three told him, then he must have overheard our conversation. Dumbledore frowned. But how? I have already increased the wards around my office after the last breach. I've no idea. I did not ask. Why didn't you say, Severus? If a student is able to eavesdrop on conversations had in this office, who else might be listening? Admonished McGonagall. Though he did not say it, I believe our conversation was one had in confidence. No doubt the one between yourself and Albus was as well. Snape gave an almost indifferent shrug and turned to Dumbledore. If that is all, Albus. I have things to do, potions to brew. Dumbledore's lips twitched, and he nodded at Snape, who narrowed his eyes and swept from the room. Let us hope that Severus is right, Minerva. I am beginning to think he might be. After all, Harry has done this before. McGonagall nodded. I'm worried too about how Harry found out. If it's true that he overheard you and Severus, he could be listening to everything that goes on in here, hearing things he shouldn't know. He could be listening right now. Dumbledore paused. If he is Minerva, I've no doubt he has now realized the commotion and worry his disappearance has caused his friends and teachers, and I am sure he will reappear in time for his next lesson. Harry rolled his eyes, annoyed by the fact that he was planning on going to his next lesson. He was tempted not to go now, just to spite the manipulative old man. Dumbledore left with McGonagall minutes later, and Harry was turning to leave when he decided to stay for a minute. He got as close to the canvas as he could without falling through, the new resistance helping him. Huddles against the edge of the frame so none of the portraits of previous headmasters saw him, he peered down at Dumbledore's office. He wanted the pendant back, but he had not so much as seen it since the night he had rescued Snape. He had a feeling Dumbledore must be keeping it close. Annoyed that he hadn't brought his cloak with him, he resolved to bring it another time and get a closer look at the office. He didn't attend his next class, or any others that week. He wouldn't give Dumbledore the satisfaction. Not that Dumbledore had actually known he was there listening. He still had the feeling that Dumbledore would get some sense of satisfaction from Harry turning up. Harry was spending his Saturday morning on the lounge, reading through another book in the hopes it would give him a clue about Horcruxes. The book he was reading was full of terrible magic, but he gritted his teeth and scanned the disturbing text for information on the soul. The lack of information had not improved his disposition, and he was sitting in the near dark, gloomily reading in the light of a single candle. He gave a start when the door to the courtyard opened suddenly, letting in bright morning sunlight. He jumped up, shielding his eyes and fumbling for his wand. "It's just me, Potter," said an amused voice. Harry dropped his hands, squinting. He resented the intrusion into his private space. Turning, he walked across the room and sat down in a chair near the fireplace. Malfoy came to stand near him, not deterred by the lack of a proper greeting. After a few moments of uncomfortable scrutiny, Harry looked up at him and scowled. Malfoy spoke. "The school's been mad, everyone wondering where you've gotten to. Not just the school, either. The Daily Prophet ran an article suggesting you'd been kidnapped by Death Eaters. I knew you were just down here, of course. I wonder what everyone will say when I tell them you're just sulking. Imagine the Prophet's next headline, though. Boy who lived has bad day, becomes recluse." Malfoy gave a small chortle and flopped down on the armchair across from Harry. "Yeah, well, not going to be the boy who bloody lived for long," he muttered. "Sorry, didn't quite catch that," said Malfoy cheerily. Harry sneered. To Harry's annoyance, Saul slithered down from Harry's chair and over to Malfoy's, curling up on the Slytherin's lap. "Traitor," he muttered, and then spoke to Malfoy. "Why are you so happy? Why are you talking to me? I thought you didn't want to associate anymore." Malfoy shrugged casually. "It's like you said. No one is going to see us down here. Plus it's the fact that the Dark Lord thinks I'm so very loyal, so I don't think he's going to go looking through my mind for hidden deceits. And, if he does, well." Draco gave an arrogant shrug and inspected his fingernails. "I'm pretty damn good at occlumency, really." Harry marveled at Malfoy's sudden and dramatic mood swing, but it didn't impress him and he was too concerned with other things to wonder or worry about it. "Maybe I don't want you here now." Malfoy wagged a finger at Harry, and Harry had the insane urge to rip the irritating digit off with his teeth and spit it over the cliff. "Can't keep me out, though, can you?" Harry clenched his jaw, his nostrils flaring in anger. "I found this place, it's mine. I don't want you here." Malfoy became suddenly serious. He sat back with a small frown, cocking his head and peering intently at Harry. "What is wrong with you, Potter?" Harry remained quiet, and Malfoy dropped the "Look, it can't be that bad, whatever it is." Harry didn't bother to respond. There was no way he could explain it to Malfoy. Malfoy pursed his lips, letting the subject drop. "Let's do something," he said after a long pause. "I want to go flying." "Don't feel like it. So what? Are you just going to sit in her sulking for another week? A month? I'm sure if you get out and do something fun, whatever it is won't seem so big and terrible." At that moment, a little head popped out of Malfoy's collar. At the sight of the small beige ferret, Harry couldn't help but laugh. He managed to keep it to a loud snort rather than an actual laugh, however. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. The hand that had been going up to pat the ferret dropped back to Malfoy's lap though. Harry sat up. "Fine. Let's go flying then." Malfoy grinned and tossed his hair. "Good." He stood and deposited Saul's on the chair, and the snake curled up into a coil in the warm patch left by the Slytherin. Malfoy began to set Gaspard down on the chair as well, but then thought better of it and put the ferret down on another chair instead. "Tell your snake not to eat my ferret." Harry rolled his eyes. "He won't." Malfoy scowled. "Just tell him." "Sals," Harry droned. "Don't eat Gaspard." Salazar's tongue flickered at the air. Malfoy narrowed his eyes as if he didn't quite trust what Harry had said, then led the way across the oval room. They stepped out onto the courtyard, Harry blinking in the harsh light. His eyes were particularly sensitive after sitting in near dark for most of the week. Watch this. Malfoy left Harry near the edge of the drop and walked to the wall of the castle. When he got there, he turned around and came back. Rather than walking, however, he ran flat out in Harry's direction. There was no way that he could stop at that speed, but it seemed that Malfoy had no intention of doing so. He ran straight of the cliff. Or, rather, he took a running leap, flying up and out over the vast chasm beneath them. Malfoy reached a point, about 2 meters out from the courtyard's edge, where, to Harry's shocked eyes, he appeared to hang momentarily before plummeting downwards. Harry leaned forward, eyes bulging as Malfoy fell faster and faster. He was tiny when he finally transformed in mid-air, slowing as he spread vast leathery orange wings and rising on an air current. Harry stumbled back from the edge, tripping over his feet as he hurried to get to the wall. Once there, he turned and took one deep breath. Then, before he could think better of it, he followed Malfoy over the edge. If anything would bring him out of his depressed stupor, then jumping off of a cliff was definitely it. He did a bit of a flip in the air so that he was rocketing downwards headfirst, at an amazing pace. It was the scariest, most exhilarating thing he had ever done, and the adrenaline coursing through his veins brought him to life. As he neared the water, it occurred to him that if he didn't transform, he was going to die. The thought sent a thrill of fear through him, followed by a hot burst of anger. He didn't want to die. Not now, not for a long time. He wasn't going to die, not if there was something he could do about it. And there had to be something. 50 meters from the water, he began to transform, and his belly brushed the water a split second later as he spread his great emerald green wings. The cold spray coming off the white water and the rushing wind was refreshing, and he found that he was enjoying himself for the first time all week. He saw Malfoy's long barbed tail disappear around a bend in the canyon and took off, trying to catch up. After a few minutes he did, and they exchanged a few comments about the weather. He had a feeling the sentences and words he issued were not quite as complex as human words and sentences, but he understood perfectly what he was saying and could not think how exactly the two languages were different. He didn't understand everything Draco's was saying either, but he got the general gist. It was like the language Malfoy was speaking was mostly the same, but slightly different to his. They sat down on the sandy bank where Harry had first seen Malfoy in his animagus form. The light barely reached this part of the canyon at this time of the day, so Harry transformed in an effort to keep warm. He didn't know much about wyverns, but given their reptilian look, he assumed they were cold-blooded like snakes. He looked up at Malfoy, surprised by how big the dragon looked now that Harry was in human form. It was a bit scary. Malfoy looked down on him, and Harry could have sworn the dragon smirked. Seconds later, Malfoy was standing next to him in human form as well. You look positively tiny from up there. Malfoy sat down on a rock. Feeling a bit more cheerful now, he asked sarcastically, though his eyebrows were raised in expectation of an answer. A bit, Harry replied. And he was. Harry dragged himself up to the astronomy tower at midnight that night, setting up his telescope next to Malfoy's. First class you've come to all week, commented the Slytherin, not taking his eyes away from the telescope. Harry shrugged. First class you've seen me in. Malfoy looked up then. You've been going to classes in the paintings again. Don't you think hiding is a bit immature for someone our age? I wasn't doing it because I was hiding, Malfoy. I was doing it because I didn't want to miss my classes. Did you think maybe the way to not miss them might be to actually come to them? Harry sighed. Give it a rest, would you? I'm here now. Only because there's no paintings up here, said Malfoy, and then before Harry could respond the comment, I take it you're over whatever had you in a bad mood, then. Harry shrugged, adjusting the focus on his telescope. Not over it. No. I guess I've just realized that if there isn't anything I can do about it, then there's no point worrying about it, and if I can do something about it, then I need to find out what, and worrying isn't going to help that either. Harry left astronomy and made his way to Gryffindor Tower. He was expecting it to be empty, but Ron was, like the last time Harry had returned late, sitting in front of a chess board with a look of deep concentration on his face. He seemed to be playing against himself this time though. When he heard Harry's approaching footsteps, Ron's head shot up, a look of relief on his face. Harry, mate, where've you been? Harry held up his telescope. Astronomy. You're up late. I was just about to head up, actually. You've just missed my own. Though Harry hadn't really answered Ron's question, Ron didn't ask again, but his expression suddenly hardened slightly. She's been really worried about you, you know. Harry felt a stab of guilt. Look, I'm sorry. Something happened and I needed some time to think about it. I'll tell you about it, I think, but not tonight. Ron sighed and stood, then clapped Harry on the back. Whatever. Just next time you're thinking of disappearing on us, can you at least let us know beforehand? I won't ask questions if you don't want me to, but it would be good to know you haven't been murdered or something. Harry gave a wry smile and they headed up the stairs to the dormitory. The next evening after dinner, Harry had a legilimency lesson with Snape. He was wondering if Snape would say anything about Harry having overheard the conversation between him and Dumbledore, and was in two minds about having said anything. On the one hand, they were now wondering how he had access to Dumbledore's office. On the other hand, it had been a relief to talk about what he'd heard, even if only briefly. He walked in when Snape answered his knock, shutting the door quietly behind him. "And where have you been?" asked Snape, his face blank. Harry turned around and shrugged. "Brooding. Feeling sorry for myself." Snape narrowed his eyes at Harry. "I see. And whereabouts were you brooding and feeling sorry for yourself? Does it matter? I didn't leave the castle. Anyway, I'm not worrying about it anymore. There's no point in worrying about things I can't change." Then, after a long pause, Snape said something that made a balloon rise in Harry's chest. "There may be another way." Harry's head snapped up and his eyes became riveted on Snape. "Another way? I was thinking about a comment you made in our last meeting." Harry snorted, cutting Snape off. "You were thinking about something I said." Snape scowled. "Sorry," muttered Harry, ducking his head. "Much as I am disgusted to admit it, there are occasions, rare occasions, where you have the odd burst of intelligence and say something worth considering." Snape's lips quirked slightly. Harry looked back up. Harry, what did I say?" "It was about the prophecy. It mentions you have some power he knows not. Dumbledore's theory of destroying all the Horcruxes has nothing whatsoever to do with you. It might if, for example, you were the only one who was capable of destroying them, but Dumbledore has shown that he can do it." "I thought you said that you didn't believe in prophecies." "I said they are notoriously unreliable. I prefer to focus on facts. That is not to say I have not entertained the possibility that prophecies truly predict the future." "So you think I can really defeat him?" Harry swallowed and waited nervously for an answer. Snape frowned slightly. "He cannot exist forever. Sooner or later, someone will defeat him. Whether or not that someone is you remains to be seen." "Oh, it wasn't exactly an encouraging answer." So what is this other way?" "Phytolimency. Phytolimency," repeated Harry blankly, feeling a sinking feeling. "That wouldn't be anything like occlumency and legilimency, would it? Occlumency and legilimency deal with the mind. Phytolimency goes deeper than the conscious mind, deeper than the subconscious. The art of phytolimency draws you into the realms of the soul." "The soul you want me to go into his soul?" "The choice is yours. If you believe the prophecy speaks of you, if you do not wish to follow Dumbledore's plan, you need another way. No one can best the Dark Lord in a duel, not anymore. If the Dark Lord is to be defeated, it will not be at the end of a wand." Harry expelled the breath he had been holding and slumped in his chair. The whole thing seemed so huge, so impossible. So how does phytolimency work? How long is it going to take me to learn it? Snape drummed his fingers on the desk and then reached down, pulling on the handle of a desk drawer. He muttered an unlocking charm and it sprung open. He pulled out a book and handed it to Harry. "Do not let anyone see you with this book. It has been passed down through my mother's family for centuries. Merlin knows who wrote it, but it is one of very few written works on phytolimency. It is not even especially factual or detailed, mostly hypothetical and theoretical, but it is all we have to go on." Harry took the small, but heavy book from Snape. It was old, the faded leather dry and brittle. There was no title. "I suggest you read this, rather than me explaining it to you." In our next lesson, we can discuss anything you do not understand. Harry nodded and opened the book to find that it was entirely handwritten, the script neat, but dense and difficult to read. The pages were yellowed with age, showing evidence of water damage. Is Phytolimon C the same as Legilimon C? Do you get in by looking in their eyes? Snape gave a wry smirk. Of course. The eyes are the doorways to the soul, Mr. Potter. Even the Muggles know that. After practicing Legilimon C for a while, Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower. He had been fully intending to sit down and read the section on Phytolimon C straight through, but when he pulled the curtains around his bed and opened up the book to see the cramped lines of tiny writing, he was overcome by a sense of despair. He sighed and stared unseeingly at the page for a while before snapping it closed and stowing the book in his trunk. Sunlight was streaming into the hall as Harry sat eating breakfast surrounded by his friends. A cool breeze was blowing from somewhere, probably the entrance hall, and the ceiling of the hall was a dazzlingly clear blue. Ron and Hermione were giving each other secret smiles as they ate their breakfast, and the hall was filled with the sounds of happily chatting students. Hedwig gave him an affectionate nip. Harry tried to swallow the tightness that had suddenly formed in his throat, and he felt a sting in his eyes. He blinked furiously. Surely he wasn't about to cry in the middle of breakfast. Why was he even upset? He let out a choked sort of giggle, earning a confused look from Ron and Hermione. He blushed and stood up quickly. I'll see you in defense. He rushed out of the great hall and hurried towards the third floor. The defense classroom was empty and he sat down in his usual spot and tried to get himself under control. He took several deep breaths and shook his head, feeling slightly silly for being so emotional. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps outside the classroom. He wiped his eyes hurriedly and sniffed. Snape entered the classroom, stopping on catching sight of Harry and raising an eyebrow. Potter, a little eager, aren't you? Class does not start for 10 minutes. He moved again, setting down a stack of marked assignments on the desk. Harry shrugged. Snape frowned and walked over, where he stood in front of the desk looking down his nose at Harry. What is the matter? Harry averted his eyes, uncomfortably aware that Snape must have noticed their redness. He cleared his throat. Nothing. Just thinking. Thinking, drawled Snape. I see. Wonders never cease. With that, he turned away and strode to the desk at the front, flipping open a textbook and copying something down on a parchment. By the time students started to file into the classroom and the class began, Harry was feeling a bit more normal, and wondering what exactly had set him off. After defense, he and Hermione left Ron and went to Charms, where they received their major project for the year. As 7th year's Charms students, you are required to invent your own spell, squeaked Flitwick enthusiastically, his mop of curly white hair bobbing around as he bounced up and down on his toes while he spoke. Beside Harry, Hermione shifted excitedly. You cannot choose to create a charm for which a finite incantatum has the same effect, the reason being that those charms are too simplistic. In previous years, the majority of students choose to replicate an already existing spell. As you know, there are dozens of cleaning spells which all have similar effects. This is because they are relatively simple, and therefore there are many incantations and wand movement combinations that will produce a satisfactory result. Flitwick flicked his wand and assignment sheets flew to everyone in the class. Of course, some students prefer to go beyond such simple spells and create a more complicated spell. The choice is yours. Harry looked over the piece of parchment detailing the assignment. Spell invention. You are required to create a spell, documenting the invention process and any hurdles you encountered along the way. An essay is to be handed in after demonstration of a successful spell. Include in your analysis the purpose and nature of the spell, and the methods used to determine wand movement and incantation. This is a time-consuming assignment and will require you to do some self-study in order to learn the basics required in creating a spell, so I do not expect you to actually start creating the spell for a few months yet. Harry listened to Hermione chatter on about the task as they made their way down to lunch. It'll be such an advantage having done arithmancy. There are certain arithmetic combinations that describe a wand movement. For some simpler spells, you can get a result with practically any wand movement. The more complex the spell, the more specific the wand movement. Just think how many cleaning spells there are, like Flitwick said. Dozens and dozens, and they all have simple wand movements. When you get into things like healing magic, you get really complicated wand movements. I guess this means I have to learn a bit of arithmancy then. Hermione nodded. For the level of spell we're supposed to create, I think the basics will do. For example, it's easy to describe a straight line or circle. You can use runes as well. The wand movement for Wingardium Leviosa is an inversion of the rune for heavy. Harry frowned thoughtfully, trying to recall the rune. Oh yeah, it is too. I've never noticed that until now. They sat down at the Gryffindor table for lunch, and were greeted by Ron. Ari, we, Wan, Ava eeing. Harry chuckled. Sorry Ron, didn't quite catch that. Hermione rolled her eyes. I think what he wants to know is when you want to schedule the first DA meeting. Ron swallowed loudly. Yeah, I was thinking this weekend after Quidditch tryouts, what do you reckon? Quidditch tryouts. Yeah, I'd completely forgotten about them. In fact, he'd completely forgotten the DA too. I don't reckon they'll be too long, seeing as we've still got all our team from last year except for Katie, and everyone knows Seamus'll get that spot. It's really just a formality. Harry quirked an eyebrow at Ron's big word, but his unasked question was answered by Hermione leaning over and whispering in his ear. McGonagall's words. Harry smiled and nodded to Ron, who was looking suspiciously between them. Yeah, after Quidditch sounds great. We'll have to have a talk about what you guys covered last year and what we're going to do this time. After lunch they headed up to Transfiguration, sorting themselves out while Professor McGonagall called the roll. When she was finished, she called, Harry Potter, stay behind when the class is finished. Harry wrinkled his nose as McGonagall proceeded to read aloud their instructions. He should have known he wouldn't be lucky enough to get away with missing nearly a week of classes so early into the term. Harry hung around McGonagall's desk when the class was finished, sitting down when McGonagall nodded pointedly at a chair. You will serve a week's worth of detentions with me for skipping classes. Harry nodded glumly. I don't want to see it happen again. A person of your age should be acting more maturely. Yes, Professor. Good. To Harry's surprise, Professor McGonagall pulled a tartan-patterned biscuit tin from under her desk and opened it, offering it to Harry. Now, as for other matters, how are you feeling? She shook the tin, so he plucked out a few biscuits. Harry frowned. What other matters? Some of your other teachers have told me you seem distracted, unhappy. The school has a solid emotional support system, available to all students at all times. Harry felt himself redden and hoped Snape hadn't told McGonagall about him crying. I'm fine, Professor, really. She pursed her lips. The system is here to be used, Mr. Potter, and after hearing the information that has recently come to light, I dare say you are feeling some inner turmoil. McGonagall's face softened, and Harry was sure a tear glinted in her eye. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say here, Professor. It isn't really something I want to talk about. McGonagall gave a small sigh. Very well, I can see you won't be persuaded to discuss this. If you change your mind, you don't have to talk to me. If there is another teacher you feel more comfortable speaking with, Professor Snape, her. Harry snorted at the thought, cutting her off. He grinned. If I need to, I'll come and talk to you, Professor. With an amused smile, McGonagall waved him from her office. That night Harry disappeared under his invisibility cloak and went down to the chamber. In his bag he had the book Snape had given him to read. He closed the curtains so he wasn't distracted by the view, and told Sauls to go hunting. Then, alone in the quiet, he opened the book to the pages Snape had bookmarked for him. The art of phytolimancy predates occlumency and is thought to have been discovered accidentally by a wizard during the practice of legilimency. Given the unstable nature, complexity and difficulty of soul magic, phytolimancy has received little attention save for the occasional debate about the ethics of the art. Some councils around the country have classified it as dark magic and banned its use among the general population. Some claim that phytolimancy serves no real purpose. Once the soul is accessed, there is no evidence that anything can actually be done to either help or harm the soul. The incantation to access the soul is the same as the incantation used by legilimens accessing the mind of another. Once the mind has been penetrated, however, the process differs somewhat. Harry was woken by light shining in the window, and realized he had fallen asleep on the lounge, the book still propped open on his lap. Yawning, he closed it and looked at his watch. Luckily he hadn't overslept, and he made his way down to breakfast. The great hall was filled with unusually raucous conversations, and Harry soon discovered the reason. He sat down at the table and Hermione promptly shoved a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of him. A large picture of a handsome, aristocratic man covered most of the front page, with a short paragraph beneath it. Thorn in the Ministry's side. International political advisor Septimus Thorn was yesterday voted in as the 46th Minister for Magic in a furious and hard-fought election campaign. Thorn is held in high regard by a high number of ministry officials, not just from our own ministry, but from those he has dealt with in his post as a political advisor. Among the minister's plans are the promise to increase public safety and develop international relations. Former Minister Cornelius Fudge has given the new minister his blessing, lauding Thorn's illustrious career and experience. Runner-up Kingsley Shacklebolt lost by only a small percentage of votes. "This is ridiculous," hissed Harry quietly, anger building as he stared at the smug expression on Septimus Thorn's face. "A Death Eater in charge of the entire ministry, just what we need. He can't do much when he's just been given the position. People will be watching him too closely." "Yeah, but he's got to appoint ministers, doesn't he?" said Ron. "And we know who he's going to pick. The ministry's already full of scumbags in top positions, now they'll be Death Eater scum." Harry was sitting quietly in his bed finishing a bit of potions work, listening to the not-so-quiet snoring of his dorm mates. He scratched out one last sentence and put the parchment aside, revealing the Half-Blood Prince's copy of their text. He hardly used it in his classes now, as they had moved on to the 7th-year textbook, but it was still useful to have around. He thumbed through the pages until he came to the one where the Levicorpus spell was written. After considering for a second, he pulled out his wand. Flicking it toward Ron's bedside table, he thought, Levicorpus. Evidently he had misjudged direction in the dark, because there was a surprised grunt and then a yell, and Ron was suddenly dangling in the air, his limbs flailing. "Spiders. Spiders got me. Ah." Harry laughed as Ron struggled against whatever was holding Ron up. Hang on. Hang on. There's no spiders, Ron." The other boys were stirring, woken by Ron's yells. "What's going on?" asked Seamus sleepily, and then laughed at seeing Ron hanging upside down in the dark. Harry scanned the page and found there was a counter curse. Aiming his wand at Ron, he flicked his wand again and Ron landed with a thump on the bed. "Ugh. Brilliant, Harry," chuckled Seamus as he settled back down. Harry snapped the book closed and scrambled off the bed, sitting down on the edge of Ron's. "Sorry, Ron, it was completely by accident." "Merlin's balls, Harry," groaned Ron. "There are easier ways to wake someone up." Harry grinned. "But they aren't as entertaining." Ron let out a snort. "Yeah, well, you can shove off now. Let a man get some sleep." Ron punched Harry on the arm and flopped back on the pillows. "What spell was that anyway?" "I'll tell you about it tomorrow. I found it in a potions textbook." "K," muttered Ron sleepily, and he was snoring again before Harry even got back to his own bed. Quidditch practices were held on Saturday morning, and as Ron had said, they were mostly formality. The chaser position did end up going to Seamus, who'd been trying out since second year. After arranging their first practice for the next week, Harry and Ron went straight to the room of requirement to set up for the DA. Hermione was already there, setting out cushions around the room. They had decided to go over the basics during the first meeting, as they were expecting a fair number of new people to turn up, including a lot of new first years. It was going to be more difficult to plan meetings now that they had a decent defense teacher. Before, when Umbridge had been the defense professor, the 6th and 7th year students hadn't been that far ahead of 2nd and 3rd year students. Now, there was a distinct difference in skill level between all the years. "I think we're going to have to divide it up a bit, maybe have 1st to 3rd years together, 4th and 5th years, and then 6th and 7th years. Otherwise it's going to be too difficult keeping track of what everyone's doing." Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement. "I think we should try and teach the same thing to everyone as well, at least as much as possible." Yeah, that's true too." I think I have some ideas for what we can work on next week. At 11, students started to file in, and by quarter past the room was filled with about 50 students. Biggest turnout we've had in a while, said Ron with a grin, nudging Harry. Looks like a famous face was needed to draw in the crowds, Harry rolled his eyes as Hermione called for quiet. When the gathered students had quieted, Harry stood up at the front and spoke. It's good to see so many people here, so thanks for coming. This week we won't be learning anything new, since we don't know where everyone is up to in class. If everyone divides up into their year groups and starts working on what they're learning in class at the moment, me and Ron and Hermione'll come around to see where everyone's at. Next week we'll have some new things for everyone to try. Chatter broke out as the students grouped up, and Ron and Hermione began to spread between them to find out what level everyone was at. Harry dressed warmly to go to astronomy that night. It was unseasonably chilly, but he had a new cloak that kept the wind out nicely. To his surprise, he was the first one there, and he supposed the other students were also reluctant to venture out into the cold at midnight on the weekend. Malfoy turned up 5 minutes later and gave a brief jerk of his head in greeting. It was too windy for them to talk without being noticed, so they worked in silence. An hour later, the professor called an end to the class and everyone began to pack up. Harry and Malfoy went silently down the staircase and into the corridor. Harry looked around to make sure no one was within earshot, but at this late hour, there was no one wandering the corridors and the other astronomy students were still packing up. Want to go flying? Malfoy cast him a sideways glance, his face impassive. He seemed to be considering his answer. Finally he heaved a sigh and shook his sleeve back, grimacing at his watch. Yeah, I do. He sped up abruptly, taking the quickest route to the chamber. Once they reached Myrtle's bathroom and started down the damp steps, Malfoy seemed to loosen up a bit, and started talking. I've been meaning to ask you, Potter, how did we apparate out of the castle that night? It's not supposed to be possible. Harry considered not answering, but Malfoy had made an unbreakable vow and couldn't pass on anything he learned in the chamber anyway. I found a pendant down here last year. It let me apparate anywhere I wanted within the castle. It let me apparate through the wards as well, but it drains you magically when you do that. That's why I needed to take you with me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get back. Malfoy frowned. It'd have to be pretty powerful to get through the castle's wards. Well, it was made by Slytherin, and I guess he'd have been one of the people who put up the initial wards, so it was probably fairly easy for him to get around them, if he knew exactly what they were. Malfoy nodded. I suppose that's true. Can I see it? Harry scowled darkly. I don't have it anymore. It got confiscated, and I have no idea where it's being kept. Malfoy scoffed. I can't believe you let something like that get confiscated. I didn't let it get confiscated. I was unconscious when Dumbledore took it, same as you were after you apparated us out of the castle. Oh, does he know what it does? Harry shook his head. I don't think he knows how it works, at least, he didn't when he asked me about it, but that was a while ago now. For all I know, he's figured it out by now. If I were you, I'd try to get it back. I'm planning on it, I just need to find out where he's keeping it first. If he wears it, I have no idea how I can get it. They dropped their bags in the chamber library and went straight out to the courtyard. The air was cold as they stood on the edge of the cliff, and even colder as Harry plummeted downwards towards the Black River. He transformed much sooner than he had last time. He wasn't game to wait very long when he couldn't see the river. His senses sharpened in his wyvern form, and he saw that the river was still a fair way below him. He spun in the air, rapidly changing direction and flying back towards the castle. Harry soared between the turrets of the castle, then came to rest on the steep side of one of them, one bony claw wrapped around the spire and the other clutching at the shingles. There was a clatter as Malfoy landed on the nearest tower and dislodged some shingles, which rattled down the tower and fell, shattering on the battlements. Nice one. Destroy the castle, he hissed. A small snort of flame erupted in Harry's direction and he dropped off the spire to get out of the way, giving a hiss in Malfoy's direction. He couldn't seem to make very loud noises, or perhaps he just hadn't worked out how to use his vocal cords properly yet. Why did you do that? You nearly burned me. No, I didn't. Harry felt his anger rise. Yes, you did. I was just testing out my flame. I haven't had a chance to try it on a moving target yet. Besides, you got out of the way in time. Harry took off with Malfoy close behind, occasionally blowing a wall of flame at him. Although Harry knew Malfoy wasn't really trying to get him, it was still a pretty scary experience. Luckily, he was faster than Malfoy, so it wasn't that difficult to keep out of range anyway. It was past 3 in the morning by the time Harry got back to the tower. Malfoy had disappeared somewhere about half an hour previously, and Harry had spent a while swooping over the Black Lake, watching fish scatter as he drug his feet through the still waters, before returning wet and cold to the castle. He was asleep before his head hit the pillow, and being so tired, he completely forgot to clear his mind. Better to be uncertain. No one is as faithful as your mind tells me you are, Severus. Except perhaps dear Bellatrix. He inclined his head towards a hooded figure in the circle, one smaller than the rest. The others in this circle have reason to be loyal. Lucius, he extended his hand toward a figure to his left, has his family, for whom he would do anything. Septimus and Yaxley have their positions, for which they will be eternally grateful to me. Rabastan, Rodolphus and Dolohov have shown their loyalty through a decade in Azkaban. Voldemort paused, considering his next words. Yet when I consider you, Severus, I see no reason why you are loyal to me. I see you, the only half-blood in the inner circle, one of the most intelligent men I have ever met, and I must question why you pledge your loyalty to me. I know perhaps the reasons you had when first you came to me is nothing more than a boy. But now. Again he paused, his eyes staring straight into Snape's as if he were trying desperately to see everything in the potion master's mind. The more I thought on it, the more I began to suspect that you have been walking a different path to the one you led me to believe, a path you long ago began to tread. Again and again I have waved aside actions you have taken as something other than deceit. How you aided in thwarting me when I possessed Quirrell's body, how you saved the life of Harry Potter when Quirrell tried to unseat him from his broom. Well I recall how you begged me to spare the life of that mudblood. You were only too happy to watch her husband and child burn, but her you wished spared. And now you are protecting her son. He said the last sentence with conviction, disgusted pitying conviction. His pale, spidery hand grasped Snape's jaw, holding it in a cold hard grip. Am I right, Severus? He hissed, the fury building again. Do I speak the truth? No, no, my lord. Rise and shine, it's morning time. My lord, place. Rise and shine, it's morning time. Harry's mind slowly returned to consciousness as the annoying buzz of the clock Hermione had brought Ron one Christmas announced that it was time to get up. It wasn't the first time he had dreamed of that night, but it was the first time he had woken up and the memory hadn't fled his mind. Bloody thing, complained Ron groggily. It's Sunday morning. The other boys quickly fell asleep again, but Harry was wide awake now, the remembered night on his mind. Logically, it seemed that the mudblood Voldemort had referred to was his mother. After all, Snape was protecting him, in a way, and had saved his life before. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now, though. He felt that what Voldemort had said was somehow important, but Snape had already admitted to Harry that he had been friends with his mother. Harry couldn't fathom how Snape could have asked Voldemort to spare the life of a Muggleborn and lived to tell about it. It didn't really seem the sort of thing that Voldemort would tolerate. Of course, he hadn't granted the request, and perhaps Snape has suffered some punishment for asking. Slipping into some Muggle clothes, Harry left the castle and walked down to the lake, where he began a slow jog to clear his mind. Later at breakfast, Harry was telling Ron about the spells he had learned in the Half-Blood Prince's book. The redhead was impressed with the Levicorpus spell Harry had accidentally cast on him, and was already planning on using it against the Slytherins. Ron was speculating on what the other spells were for, and was on to the Sectum Sempra spell. Maybe it's a defensive spell for dueling or something, suggested Ron, as a rushing sound filled the air and 100 owls soared into the room. Hedwig dropped down next to Harry's plate. Yeah, probably is, he agreed, in response to Ron's statement. Hedwig had a white envelope tied to her leg, and Harry removed it while she helped herself to a piece of bacon off the platter. It was from Aislinn. He tucked the letter away to read later. We should try it out sometime. Not on each other, in case it's something nasty. I don't fancy having newts crawling out of my ears or anything like that. Harry choked on his cereal, remembering the time Ron's wand had backfired, resulting in the redhead coughing up slugs. Finishing their breakfast, they stood and left the hall. Where's Hermione, anyway? Asked Harry as they headed back to the tower. Library. Something about an ancient runes essay. 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning, I tell you, Ron trailed off, shaking his head. Hey, Potter. Harry and Ron stopped, turning to see a group of Slytherins approaching, headed by Malfoy. What do you want, Malfoy? Spat Ron, glaring at the group. Malfoy shifted his eyes briefly over to Ron. None of your concern, Weasley. His eyes moved back to Harry. Potter. He turned and walked away, stopping out of hearing range. I'll be right back, said Harry, and then followed after the Slytherin. Can we go down to the chamber? I left my bag there last night, stated Malfoy as soon as Harry approached. Harry glanced back the way he had been going. Do you really need it right now? I'm busy. Malfoy sneered. Doing what? Quidditch practice isn't on because of the rain, and if you had any sense you'd have done any homework you had yesterday. Harry raised his eyebrows. Speaking like that isn't going to get you what you want. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, but after a moment he visibly backed down. Look, I really need it, and you only need to go as far as the bathroom. I can get out by myself. You can get in by yourself too, he pointed out. Malfoy pursed his lips. I wouldn't want to go all the way around the castle, just to transform and fly up to the courtyard even if it wasn't raining. The entrance is practically on your way anyway. The long way. Harry sighed. Fine, just give me a second. Tell Weasley I was passing a message on for Snape or something. Harry did exactly that, telling Ron, who was glaring at Blaise Zabini, I have to go see Snape about something. I'll see you back in the common room when I get back. Ron pushed himself off of the wall where he had been leaning, gestured rudely at Zabini, and nodded. Okay. See you soon. Oi, Dean. Ron ran to catch up with Seamus and Dean, who were further down the corridor, and Harry went back to Malfoy. The rest of the Slytherins had gone off somewhere, probably on Malfoy's order, so they headed down to the chamber, walking apart because there were students wandering through the corridors. Down in the chamber, Malfoy picked up his bag and slung the strap over his shoulder. Harry grabbed his too. They headed towards the passageways and walked until they came to the bit where it split into the tunnels leading to Snape's chambers, the classroom and the Slytherin common room. Malfoy made to go down the one to the common room, but Harry stopped him. No, let's go this way. There's something I want to show you. Malfoy gave a long-suffering sigh, but turned down the passage that led to Snape's chambers and the waterfall painting. When they reached it, Harry stepped in first. How does it feel to you, when you step into the painting? He asked when Malfoy had joined him. Malfoy shrugged. It doesn't feel like anything. There's the initial push against the canvas and weird tingle that feels like magic when you step through. Why? How hard is it for you to step through the canvas? Not hard at all. It's not much harder than stepping through water. Malfoy glanced over. Why? Harry frowned, and was silent for a moment before answering. It's gotten harder for me. When I came back this year I noticed it. Before, it was easy to get into the paintings. Now, I have to really push to get through. Malfoy ran his fingers along the canvas as they walked along through the painting, tapping it in thought. Is it just this year? I think so. They walked in silence for a while, heading towards the painting in Malfoy's room. Could it have something to do with not having that pendant anymore? Harry nodded. That's what I was thinking too, but I don't see why it would make a difference. You can get through perfectly fine without it. Malfoy turned a proud smirk on Harry. Maybe it's because you aren't a Slytherin. I doubt Slytherin would have wanted silly Gryffindor students getting around in his chamber. Perhaps the pendant was like some sort of pass. As well as letting you pass through the castle's wards, it let you pass through whatever barriers Salazar Slytherin put around the chamber and the paintings. But I can still get in, it's just more difficult. Ah, said a little voice in the back of Harry's mind. But not all of you is a Gryffindor. Maybe it's not letting you in, maybe it's letting him in. Harry pushed the thought aside, but Malfoy reinforced the niggling voice with his next comment. You did say last year that the hat wanted you in Slytherin. Completely ridiculous if you ask me, seeing as you're a complete Gryffindor, but the hat's supposed to know what it's doing. So, you can get in because part of you is a Slytherin, but some of you, most if you ask me, isn't, and the barrier resists that part. Yeah, could be, muttered Harry, not wanting to continue the conversation anymore. Fortunately, they had arrived at the portrait in Malfoy's room. So I can really get out of the paintings by just falling out. Confirmed Harry. It's pretty high, said Malfoy in a dubious tone, looking down from near the edge of the painting. You do play Quidditch, don't you? Yes, Potter, but I don't throw myself off the broom from great heights. Malfoy cast him a withering glance. Harry grinned. You threw yourself off a cliff the other day, pretty easily. Anyway, don't worry, it's not as high as it looks. It's just because we're smaller than usual. As soon as you're out of the painting, you'll be back to normal size. Malfoy braced a hand against the side of the frame and stepped up onto the frame that ran along the bottom. His face scrunched up, Malfoy leaned into the canvas and then fell through into his room. The change in size upset his sense of balance, and he hit the floor hard, stumbling and falling in an ungainly fashion. Very elegant, laughed Harry, earning a glare from Malfoy. Malfoy stuck up his middle finger as he pulled himself to his feet and brushed invisible lint off of his robes. Shut it, Potter. Harry laughed again and went to leave. He walked around the armchair in the painting and headed towards the barrier between the next painting and the one he was in. Just as he was about to jump through, he noticed a door set in the back wall. He walked back over to the canvas. Hey Malfoy, who is this portrait of? I thought you were going, said Malfoy, looking up from where he was digging around in his bag. It's a portrait of my grandfather. Harry wrinkled his nose. Why do you have a portrait of your grandfather in your room? Originally it was in the trophy room, because he made a large donation to the school. When I moved in here, Malfoy waved his hand around the room, someone thoughtfully sent it up. Not that it matters. He's rarely ever here, and when he is all he does is make snide comments about my study habits, cleaning habits, sleeping habits, everything and anything, really. I don't see him too often though, as he's usually to be found hanging around in a painting on the 5th floor, trying to seduce wood nymphs. Malfoy grimaced. Are there any other paintings of him anywhere in the castle? Malfoy huffed. No, there isn't. What is the point of these questions, Potter? I have things I need to do. Malfoy shook a bunch or parchment he was holding at Harry. If you had any sense you'd have done all your homework yesterday. The Slytherin scowled. Harry continued. Are there any other portraits of him anywhere? Malfoy threw up his arms in exasperation. I don't know. Yes. We have one in the manor and there's one at the ministry. Is that the last question? Harry smiled brightly. Yep. Bye. With that, he leapt through the barrier, focusing on the painting he wanted. He appeared in a painting just around the corner from the portrait of the fat lady, in a dark corridor no one had any reason to go down. He fell forward through the canvas and landed with more balance than Malfoy had, easily staying on his feet. Walking around the corner, he told the password to the fat lady and entered the Gryffindor common room. That night Harry headed down to the dungeons for his legilimency lesson with Snape. He took the book Snape had lent him the previous lesson, the one that had information on phytolimency. Harry, Hog, I imagine you have some questions? Asked Snape once they were both seated. Harry nodded. Dumbledore said that Vold, the Dark Lord, he amended, when Snape flinched, created all those Horcruxes. You said the soul is accessed by the eyes, but if his soul is in all those pieces, how will eye contact help me get at the ones not in his body? Snape waved his hand. I am not entirely sure what a broken soul looks like, but I do know that it is, in some way, still connected. He may have stored each part in those different objects, but he still only has one soul. As such, accessing one part of his soul gives you the means of reaching the other parts. Harry didn't really understand, but he would take Snape at his word. You said no one can best him in a duel, but that's what it's going to come to if I'm standing in front of him trying to perform soul magic on him. Snape nodded once. That is where I believe the prophecy comes into it. If the headmaster is correct, the Dark Lord is unaware that you are a Horcrux. The fact that you are a Horcrux is what puts you in a unique position to attack the Dark Lord from a distance. My theory has no basis in experience or fact, but if you are able to enter the Dark Lord's mind from a distance, then why not his soul? After all, phytolemancy is merely a deeper form of legilimency. But if I'm connected to him through his soul, why have I ever only been in his body? Why not the Horcruxes? Maybe I can't get into the other Horcruxes. Snape's forehead creased as he considered the question. The headmaster believes that the snake Nagini is a Horcrux. Last year, you saw an attack through her eyes, did you not? Harry frowned. Yes, but, apart from Nagini, the other Horcruxes, continued Snape, are objects, or so Professor Dumbledore believes. I concur, given the risk of holding a piece of one's soul in another living being. If Nagini were to die, that piece of his soul will be lost forever. Given that the other Horcruxes are objects, you won't be able to see what they see or think what they think, because they do not think or see. Another explanation is that you do not have access to them. The Dark Lord will have them well hidden behind extremely powerful wards and traps. Indeed, it took great effort on the headmaster's part to obtain the ring. The diary wasn't protected by anything, replied Harry. Snape's long finger tapped against his lips as he surveyed Harry. Perhaps, he said slowly, thinking. The diary was blank, was it not? Perhaps for that reason, you never gained anything from it. I don't really understand all this, said Harry reluctantly. He got the basic gist of it all, but he couldn't imagine how it was all going to actually work. Snape waved the statement aside dismissively. I doubt there is anyone who really does. Phytolemancy is a lost art, and it has never been common. Any magic involving the soul is considered dark magic, and therefore illegal. Illegal? What would happen if someone found out we were doing it? No one will find out, Potter, because you are not going to tell anyone. Is that quite understood? Harry shrugged, but then agreed when Snape glared. Yes, sir. What happens once we destroy the Horcruxes, and the bit of soul in his body? Will he be dead? If we destroy his soul, I imagine he will not pass on to whatever awaits us when we die. He will simply cease to exist. It is similar, I believe, to the Dementor's key. Harry scowled. That isn't fair. He should rot in hell. He spat vehemently. Snape raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you are right. If that is what you prefer, you may wish to pursue Dumbledore's method. I believe that will have the desired result, provided someone can actually manage to kill him once all of the Horcruxes are destroyed. Harry sighed. Sorry, how do I actually destroy his soul once I'm there? And what will happen to me if I'm in his soul when that happens? Snape leaned forward, clasping his hands on the desk in front of him and eyeing Harry seriously. That I cannot answer. In legilimency, if the person being legilimized is killed, there is no effect upon the legilimens, apart from being rather forcefully thrust back into their own mind and point of view. It can be a little uncomfortable, but never dangerous. I can only guess that phytolemancy is the same, but I will not, as I could just as easily be wrong. Harry nodded slowly. So there's a chance I could still die if we do this? Yes, said Snape quietly. There is still a chance. What does a soul look like? Again, I cannot answer that. I have read the book I gave you several times, and I believe I am ready to attempt to access a soul. If you choose this course of action, I will have at least some foreknowledge to help you. Will he know I'm in his soul? Could he throw me out? Snape contemplated for a while before he answered. We are conscious of our own thoughts, so if someone else is in your thoughts, you are therefore conscious of them. Snape frowned thoughtfully. Whether or not we are conscious of our soul is a different matter. Given what happens when a soul is taken by a Dementor, most wizards, and muggles for that matter, believe that a person's soul is their very being, their life. I am most certainly aware that I am alive, but that could be because my mind tells me so. They sat in silence for several minutes before Harry thought of another question. Will we have to destroy the bit of soul in his body last? Because if we do, then I might not still have a link to him if we destroy the bit of soul that's in me first. Snape nodded. That is something to consider. We have much to learn before we can even contemplate attacking the Dark Lord in this matter. I don't think I have any more questions. Snape sat back. You must understand that magic of this nature requires a great deal of trust. If you would prefer it, perhaps the headmaster would be better suited to teaching you. Harry snorted. I trust you a hell of a lot more than I trust him. I have for a while now. Harry shrugged at Snape's surprised expression. You've never lied to me, at least not about anything directly concerning me. At least I don't think you have. Surely you've noticed I'm not particularly happy with Dumbledore lately. I admit I have noticed a change in your relationship. Harry nearly rolled his eyes at the understatement. Yeah, well, you probably know better than me how much he's lied to me. Harry frowned. Have you told him about this? No, I have not. I believe this is your decision to make and I wanted there to be no influence from him. If you choose not to do this, he does not have to know. Keep in mind that we do not even know if this will work. Harry nodded slowly. I.W. Snape held up his hand to stop Harry. I do not want to hear your decision now. I want you to go away and seriously think about it. It is good that you had all these questions. Now that they are, to the best of my knowledge, answered, you need to consider the answers. Weigh up the risks between this way and the headmaster's plan. Harry nodded again. We do not have time for a legilimency lesson tonight. I shall see you at the usual time on Monday evening. You may go. Harry looked at the clock and saw that it was nearly 10. He left, his mind swirling with the conversation he had just had. He was pretty sure he knew which way he wanted to go. Dumbledore's plan seemed not to be in order with the prophecy, and ended with Harry being dead. Snape's plan was uncertain, but Harry would take uncertain death over certain death any day. Back in the tower, Harry changed into his pajamas and drew the curtains around his bed so that the light didn't wake his dorm mates. He wandlessly cast a Lumos, noting with satisfaction that it was now nearly as bright as a Lumos cast with his wand. He pulled the envelope out of his bag and slipped the letter out, unfolding the lined paper. Dear Harry, I was so happy to hear from you. I was so surprised when I came into my room and saw Hedwig sitting on my bed. It's just lucky my roommate wasn't here. I think it would have given her a shock. She's actually afraid of birds, though I can't imagine why. I've just given her some water and bird seed. Hedwig, not my roommate, but she turned her beak up at the seeds and is sitting there watching me write to you. I think she wants to make sure I write you a decent letter. I'm back at school now too, so I'm only on the farm for weekends. I miss it, but it's good to see my friends again too. I have the most horrible teacher for form class, but at least I only have to see him for 15 minutes every day. I won't disgust you with the details, but he has the most revolting habits. Truly, you need to sanitize yourself if you come in contact with him. I tried out for the girls' rugby team again this year, and I made it. I was too small last year, but this time I made it, just. Our first game is in 3 weeks' time, and I can't wait. Write back soon and tell me more about your school. I miss you. Love, Aislinn. Harry smiled and lay back, wondering when he would get to see her again. He could apparate now, or he could flow, so it wouldn't be hard for him to get there, especially since her school was in the city. He could go any Hogsmeade weekend, and on the Christmas holidays. The thought buoyed him considerably, and the letter had driven Phytolimency and the prophecy completely from his mind. Clearing his mind, Harry relaxed and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, there was an article in the Daily Prophet about a massive Death Eater attack in a small wizarding village near London. A dozen people had been killed, and several had disappeared. Voldemort had been quiet lately, but the attack reminded Harry forcefully of the decision he had to make. He knew what he would choose to do, of course. In his opinion, Phytolimency was the only option. He had a meeting with Snape after dinner, and he told him then. I want to try Phytolimency. At least with this way, there's a chance I might not have to die. Snape nodded, and Harry could tell it was the answer he had expected. I don't want to tell Dumbledore about it, he added. At least not yet. Snape frowned, but after a moment he nodded in assent. Very well. For now, that decision is yours. I am not sure how soon we should begin. I do not know if it would be better for you to master Legilimency first, or to begin Phytolimency straight away. Harry frowned. Snape told him what to do. He didn't let Harry make decisions about their lessons, ever, but now he seemed to be asking Harry's opinion. Maybe we could not do occlumency anymore. I'm pretty good at that now, and learning phytolemancy is more important. We could do legilimency at the same time, if you think I still need practice that. Snape thought about it for a moment. Have the visions lessened? Harry frowned thoughtfully. I think yes, they have, but I don't think it's the way we expected. What do you mean? Legilimency has taught me to control my mind, but my connection to Voldemort is through our souls. Now that I have better control, the visions tend to be more specific. I don't have them if I really convince myself not to, but I want to know what he's up to, and so it's sometimes hard to convince myself not to go looking. The thing is, now that I have better control, I nearly always see what I wanted to see, something that answers a question I had, not just some random vision. Does that make sense? Snape scowled. That indeed was not the intended result, though I suppose it makes sense now that we know the link is through the soul. He nodded then, coming to a decision. We shall begin phytolemancy in our next lesson, and go over legilimency occasionally to make sure you aren't slipping. On the way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry went up to the Ollery with a letter for Aislinn. It had been a bit difficult describing some of the things he wanted to talk about, like Quidditch and his classes. Quidditch had been replaced with soccer, potions with chemistry, defense against the dark arts with health, and ancient runes with English, even though it was hardly similar. Astronomy had remained the same, but the others he had simply left out. Hedwig fluttered down as soon as entered the room, flapping once around him before settling on a window ledge. Harry stroked her feathers and then tied the letter, and a large bag of owl treats to her leg. Take this to Aislinn for me, girl, and don't eat any of those treats on the way. He turned around to go when someone else came into the Ollery. Malfoy was looking extremely tired and disheveled, his hair a mess and his robes crumpled. His face had a pinched look. It suddenly occurred to Harry that he hadn't seen the Slytherin in classes all day. Malfoy, what's wrong? None of your business, he replied hotly, sending Harry a sneer, but the emotion left his face as soon as the words had left his mouth. Sighing, he called down a handsome eagle owl and tied a letter to its leg. As soon as he'd done so, the owl screeched in Harry's direction and flew away. Malfoy turned to go, and Harry caught up with him. Have a bad night? He asked sarcastically, remembering the article about the Death Eater attack. Malfoy clenched his jaw and refused to answer, not even looking in Harry's direction. Harry sighed. Come on, let's go down to the chamber. Malfoy pursed his lips and glanced over at Harry, then gave a one-shouldered shrug and indicated for Harry to go ahead. Down in the chamber, they sat down on the lounge. Do you want to talk about it? He asked awkwardly. Malfoy shrugged. Not really. Harry drummed his fingers on the lounge, not really sure of what to say. He felt sorry for Malfoy, but he'd warned him, and the Slytherin had made the decision to follow Voldemort. Malfoy was sitting staring out the window over the canyon, his hand running lightly over his left forearm. Does it hurt? Malfoy's eyes flickered over to Harry. When he calls. He nodded. The rest of the time it's just I don't know how to explain it, but I'm always conscious of it. It makes me feel different. Slowly, Malfoy drew back his sleeve and Harry saw a skull and snake that Voldemort branded on to the arms of his followers. Malfoy ran his fingers lightly over the rough black skin. The instant I was marked I felt worse, sort of more unhappy, and it's been like that ever since. Harry slid over on the lounge to look closer. He could feel the evil rolling off of it, but there was something else as well, something distinctly disturbing to Harry. The sight of the skull made him feel strangely ecstatic, powerful. He wanted to touch it. He knew it would feel familiar, reassure him. He stood up quickly, tearing his eyes away from the mark. He cleared his throat. So I wanted to ask you, where is that painting of your grandfather in the ministry? Malfoy shrugged, squeezing his eyes tightly together. I think he was head of the Wizengamot for a time. I think it hangs in the main courtroom. Why? Harry shook his head. Just wondering. Come on, let's go flying. I don't really feel like it. Neither did I when I was upset, but it really made me feel better. Harry finally convinced Malfoy to leave the chamber, and they flew around the turrets of the castle for a while before coming to rest along the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, Harry heard the soft footsteps of some four-legged creature. He slithered along quietly, seeking out the animal. He came upon it suddenly, both of them surprised. It was a Scottish wild cat, and its hackles were raised. It was hissing, its back arched and its eyes locked firmly on Harry. Harry reared back on instinct, sensing danger, but then relaxed, laughing at himself. The wild cat might be bigger than a normal cat, but it was tiny compared to him. He towered above it. He leaned way down, eyeing the cat closely. The cat swiped at his nose and hissed again, and Harry instinctually hissed back. The cat yelled and jumped back, and Harry realized that when he had hissed, something had sprayed from his mouth, catching the cat. The cat turned and bolted away, and Harry gave a loud hiss after it, feeling triumphant. As soon as the cat was out of sight though, he felt slightly ashamed at having terrorized the poor little creature. He had to get used to his animal instincts. Malfoy moved out of the shadows, and Harry could sense the humor in his voice. Scared of a cat, Potter? Harry hissed at Malfoy. I wasn't scared, and I didn't mean to hurt it. Malfoy snorted, and a small burst of flame appeared in the night. Don't worry, it looked fine to me. It ran off all right. Did you see though? I sprayed something at it. Well, it isn't surprising. You had to have some defensive technique. Harry tested it out, trying to spray the substance again. It came easily, 2 jets of liquid spraying from somewhere in his mouth. The substance spattered on the trees and the ground, and a sizzling sound filled the air for a few seconds. It's like acid or something, he commented. As if to prove he was better, Malfoy breathed a huge fireball into the air, and Harry had to admit it was more impressive. Arrogant prat, he muttered, though the prat part didn't seem to translate very well. Harry was walking to class with Ron and Hermione the next day when the voices of 2 teachers reached them. Dragons, truly. And on the front lawns, you say. Harry turned the corner to see McGonagall nodding. Yes, and one of them spat at me, some sort of burning substance. It left quite a scar on my hand. McGonagall held out her left hand, and Snape leaned over, inspecting it. Perhaps a Spanish mangler. They are known to be venomous, though this is hardly their natural habitat. Perhaps Hagrid would have a better idea than I about such things. For all we know, they belong to him. Merlin knows he's done this sort of thing before. Yes, you're right of course. I might go and see him later. I'll have to talk to Albus too. Dragons flying so close to the castle could be dangerous, particularly if they appear during daylight hours when children are about. Harry grinned and kept walking. Behind them, he heard a chuckle, and Malfoy overtook them, followed by the usual group of Slytherins. To Harry's surprise, Hermione scowled darkly after them. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. I can't stand him. He's just so obnoxious. Every time I have to deal with him for some headboy and girl duty, he treats me like I'm beneath him. Git, muttered Ron, putting an arm around Hermione's shoulders. It's never bothered you before, replied Harry. You usually just ignore him. Yes, but I've never had to spend any time with him either. Now that he's head boy and we have to organize things together, I don't know how you partnered with him in potions all last year. It must have been horrible. Harry shrugged and gave a noncommittal grunt. It wasn't that bad. Ron shot Harry a dirty look and he shrugged sheepishly. He wondered what Ron would say if he told them that he'd spent a lot more time with Malfoy than just potions class. Harry was down in the chamber alone, practicing a wandless shield spell. He'd decided that if he ended up in a duel and lost his wand, it was the sort of spell he would need. He'd learned Protega in his 4th year and was perfectly capable with a wand, but it was proving considerably more difficult without one. He hadn't even gotten a flicker of a spell so far, and he'd been practicing for at least an hour each day for nearly a week. The wand movement for a Protega was a circular motion through the air and then a thrust with the wand. He'd tried it a dozen different ways now, moving his arm fluidly, holding it stiff like a wand, but he was getting nothing. Flopping down at the table in the chamber library, he pulled his bag towards him and grabbed a scroll of parchment and his quill. He had an idea now what he wanted to do for his charms project. He didn't know if someone had ever tried it before, but he was fairly certain that if they had tried, then they hadn't succeeded. Hermione had found him a book on basic arithmancy, as it was used for creating wand movements. From his reading so far, it seemed like sequences of numbers described the path of the wand. It seemed to him that using a rune as a wand movement would be far easier. He was going to have to do a bit of research on the subject of his charm too, though he didn't know how much information there would be on it. The second Saturday in October is a Hogsmeade weekend, by the way. I'm not supposed to tell anyone until the notices go up, but I'm telling you now, Ron, so that you don't leave all your work for the weekend. Hermione stared Ron down until he muttered an assurance that he wouldn't and started scribbling notes on a piece of parchment as if to prove it. I wonder if Dumbledore will let me go, mused Harry. Dumbledore seemed to have realized having Aurors follow Harry was a waste of time, because he hadn't seen anyone at all this year. That didn't mean for sure that there was no one there, of course, but he was pretty sure there wasn't. Ron looked up from his work. You know, mate, you're of age now, so it's not like they can keep you here, even if they wanted to. You've got no guardian, you're your own boss. Ron. Well, it's true, isn't it? If Harry wants to go, no one can stop him. Yes, technically I suppose, and you know I want you to come, Harry. She turned to him momentarily, and then back to Ron, but he has to be careful. Harry rolled his eyes. Hermione, I have enough people being overprotective of me without you doing it too. Besides, he though, somewhat sarcastically, it isn't such a bad thing if something bad does happen to me, at least in respect to getting rid of Voldemort. I'm going, whether Dumbledore likes it or not. There's things I want to do. As it happened, Harry was called to Dumbledore's office the next day. I wish to talk to you about the things you learned regarding Voldemort's Horcruxes, and the part you have to play in his defeat, he said, when Harry was seated in the Circle office. Dying, you mean? Dumbledore inclined his head. Although, I do admit it would grieve me to see you dead, and, Dumbledore held up his hand to stop Harry when he started to speak, and I do not intend to let that happen unless all other options are exhausted. Harry sat back, frowning. What other options? Dumbledore spread his hands. That I do not know yet, but surely you did not think I would do nothing. Harry squirmed uncomfortably. I do believe you have the power to defeat him, Harry, and I will do everything in my power to help you. What power would that be, sir? Your greatest strength, Harry, is love. It is something you have that Voldemort never will. I don't see how love will help me beat him. You must not underestimate your capacity to love. It is what saved you in the Ministry of Magic when Tom tried to possess you. He was driven out by the emotions you felt for your friends. Love, Harry. Love itself repulses Voldemort. Harry wasn't impressed with this theory, not at all. In fact, it seemed like Dumbledore was grasping at straws and trying to convince someone that he was actually onto something. Harry changed the subject. Sir, what happened to my pendant? Dumbledore considered him for a moment before answering. I have it still. When can I have it back? Dumbledore did not answer his question. What can you tell me about it? I don't know anything about it. It's just a pendant. I have found no record of it in the school's history. Surprising, given that it clearly belonged to our school's most controversial founder. I cannot seem to unravel its magic, nor determine the charms which have been placed upon it. Unraveling its magic didn't sound too good to Harry, though he was relieved that Dumbledore had not figured out how to use it yet. I can, however, tell that it is a powerful object, and given that it was around your neck when you apparated within school grounds, I can guess at least one of its uses. Well, I can't help you, sir. As far as I know, it's just a necklace. It was an obvious lie, but he wasn't going to tell Dumbledore anything about the chamber. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, you may go. I'm sure you have much work to do. Yes, sir. Harry stood to leave, walking over to the door. Harry, were you planning on joining your friends in Hogsmeade tomorrow? Harry nodded, his hand on the door handle. Yes, sir. Dumbledore gave a small smile. Enjoy yourself. I will, sir. Harry found himself alone in the chamber just after curfew one night, and decided it had been a while since he dropped in on an order meeting. He walked along the tunnels to the waterfall painting and then jumped through into his favorite viewing painting. He was disappointed, however, to find Dumbledore sitting alone in his office, working quietly on something at his desk. Harry had a quick look around the circular room for his pendant, but the office was so full of little silver trinkets that it was too difficult from so high up to pinpoint one in particular. Sighing, Harry turned to go. Then he had an idea. It had been a while since Harry had been in Phineas' painting, but he stepped through to it now. It was empty, which was lucky given that he'd forgotten to bring his invisibility cloak. Harry walked to the door in the back of the painting and opened it, stepping through. Then, he took the door that led to Sirius' house. Even though Remus owned it now, Harry still thought of it as Sirius. The painting there was empty too, and Harry walked through a couple, encountering no one, either in the paintings or in the house. He peered out of the canvas. He was pretty sure he was up on the second floor hallway, though he couldn't be sure. It looked pretty much identical to the first floor hallway. Suddenly two dark figures loomed up on Harry's right and he stepped back, tripping over a log and falling backwards onto the dewy grass. In front of him, a huge Remus Lupin passed by, talking quietly with a huge Severus Snape. Harry wondered if they were saying anything that might interest him. Given that Snape hardly seemed to tolerate Remus' presence, Harry guessed that it was probably order business. He ran though to the next painting in an attempt to follow them, but the next painting was no longer in the hallway. It was in a medium-sized bedroom, and sitting at a small desk in the corner was none other than Dudley Dursley. Forgetting about Remus and Snape, Harry jumped from the painting into the room, and to his satisfaction, he landed with barely a sound. Dudley certainly hadn't heard him. "Hey Duds." "Gah." Dudley jumped, and Harry was sure that the height he gained defied physics and gravity. A door was slammed open down the hall, and rapid footsteps approached. Harry put a finger to his lips and stepped into a dark corner, partly hidden by the long drapes that surrounded the window of the room. The door was flung open. "Diddy Dums. Are you all right? I heard you scream." Aunt Petunia looked around frantically. Nothing's wrong, Mum. I didn't scream." Aunt Petunia frowned. "Oh, well, all right, darling." She peered around the dark room suspiciously just to make sure everything was fine, her eyes skipping over Harry. "Mummy's going to bed now. Sleep well, sweetie, and call if you need anything." "I will, thanks, Mum." Aunt Petunia smiled and closed the door, and Harry heard her soft footsteps retreat down the hallway. As soon as they heard her bedroom door close, Dudley swung around in his chair. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see you, Duds." "Came to see how you were doing here." Dudley shrugged. "It's okay, I suppose, for a wizard place. Most of the people seem pretty nice really, except they dress in those things you're wearing." "Robes, Duds." "Yeah, anyway, Dad tells me to stay away from them, but it's sort of difficult unless I want to be stuck in here all the time." Dudley waved at the room in general. "Well, I can promise you that everyone here is nicer. Well, good, anyway," amended Harry, thinking of Snape. "I didn't think you guys would still be here. You do know that the house is perfectly fine, don't you?" Dudley nodded. "Mum keeps trying to convince Dad to take us back to Privet Drive, but he just won't. He keeps saying we'll all die if we go back there, and how it's all your fault and we should never have taken you in." "Yeah, well, that's probably true," muttered Harry. "I'm not too fussed though," said Dudley, visibly brightening. "I like London. I go to school just down the road. It's really posh. Better than Smeltings, too. I'm happy for you." Harry walked over to the desk and looked down at what Dudley was working on. It was a letter. To him. "I can just take this with me now, if you'd like," said Harry jokingly. Dudley scowled. "You promised me you were going to write to me, and I've gotten one letter from you." Harry sat down on the bed. "I thought you said it wasn't too bad here." "That's not the point. They're all wizards, and I have no one my own age to talk to except those two who gave me that lolly that time at our house, and even they aren't here all that much." Harry chuckled at the memory of the Tung Toffee. "I'm a wizard too, Dudley." Dudley pouted. "That's not the point. Anyway, Dad's thinking about buying a place in London, so we might be out of here soon." Harry stood up. "Well, I have to be out of here soon. Got to get back to school before anyone realizes I'm missing." Harry turned to go and then stopped. "Shite. What's wrong?" asked Dudley, frowning in concern. "I can't believe I jumped out of the painting." "You jumped out of a painting?" asked Dudley, his eyes widening. "Yeah, and now I can't get back that way." Harry shook his head at his own stupidity. "I thought you came in through the door." Harry walked over to the door. He was fairly certain that the flow went to Hogwarts, but that it would only go to the offices of teachers in the order. Dumbledore was in his office, so that option was out. He had no idea what McGonagall would be doing at this time of night, but marking essays in her office seemed like a pretty good bet. Same for Flitwick and Sprout. The only teacher he knew for sure wasn't in his office at the moment was Snape. I need to get downstairs to the kitchen, but it's important that no one sees me. No one can even know I was here. Dudley nodded. I can go in front of you and make sure no one's coming if you want. Harry nodded in return. Dudley passed Harry and opened the door, looking up and down the corridor, then stepped out and motioned for Harry to follow. The house was silent as they went down 2 stories, and they saw and heard no one. They reached the bottom floor and Harry waited in the alcove next to the stairs while Dudley checked the coast was clear. Dudley looked both ways down the corridor and then turned around and gave Harry a thumbs up. He was just about to join him when Snape and Remus appeared from the kitchen, stopping Dudley in his tracks. Mr. Dursley, murmured Snape in the velvety voice that he used to intimidate students. It's a little late for you to be wandering the house, is it not, especially a house like this? Severus, tisked Remus, but neither of them paid him any attention. Dudley stuttered, and quailed under Snape's glare. He mumbled something. Harry was torn between being annoyed at Snape or amused. What was that? Speak up, boy, for Merlin's sake. Even a pixie wouldn't have heard that. I just wanted a glass of water, sir. Snape stared Dudley down for a few moments before speaking. On your way then. Dudley edged nervously around the wizards, and as he darted into the kitchen, Snape turned and whispered, "Be careful," before sweeping off, his robes billowing. Dudley choked at the comment and slammed the door behind him. Harry ducked back around the corner as the 2 men passed by. As soon as their footsteps had receded down the hallway, Harry crossed over and opened the kitchen door. That guy is creepy, squeaked Dudley when Harry closed the door behind him. Harry clapped Dudley on the shoulder as he went to the fireplace. Don't worry about him. He's like that to everyone. There was a large pot of flow powder on the mantel, the soft green powder dented where other people's hands had reached in to grab some. Harry took a small handful and threw it into the dwindling fire. The flames turned emerald green and he stepped in, Dudley watching in awe. Bye, Duds. Bye, Harry, muttered Dudley sullenly. Gryffindor common room, Hogwarts, called Harry. Nothing happened. Sirius had once appeared in the common room fire, but perhaps that was different to flowing there. Severus Snape's office, Hogwarts. Again, nothing happened. Harry frowned. He knew Snape could flow within Hogwarts, to the infirmary and to the other teachers' offices, but obviously his office was disconnected from outside the school. Sighing, Harry tried again. Severus Snape's private chambers, Hogwarts. A rushing sound filled his ears and he was spinning rapidly, hundreds of fireplaces rushing past him. He was spat out, and he stumbled to his knees, coughing out the ash he had swallowed. He stood up and brushed off his robes, and then went to the waterfall painting and left Snape's chambers before the professor came back. Harry sat in the usual wooden chair in front of Snape's desk. Will I be doing phytolemancy today? No. Today I will be performing phytolemancy on you. Harry leaned back and frowned. Why? Snape scowled. I believe I am the teacher here, Mr. Potter. Harry bit his tongue and sat silently. He was suddenly feeling quite nervous. He'd been dubious enough about doing occlumency, but this seemed even more private. Snape leaned forward and clasped his hands in front of him, looking Harry in the eyes. Suddenly, Harry's perspective changed and he was standing in front of Snape in the landscape of his mind. I want you to let down your barriers. Harry did as Snape said, though he found it difficult at first now that he was so used to having them up constantly. No sooner had he let the last of his defenses slip away, then he was back in the office, facing Snape across the desk. He looked around, frowning, and then looked back at Snape. Did it work? It's weird, it feels like no time has passed. No time has passed, Potter. Snapped the potion's master. Snape pursed his lips in annoyance. You must continue to look at me. Have you not learned that these magics require eye contact? Oh indeed, sneered Snape. Again. This time, Harry let down his barriers before Snape entered his mind. He shifted, but kept his eyes on Snape's. It felt pretty weird just staring into Snape's eyes, and it was extremely difficult to keep his eyes locked there. For a few minutes, he could feel Snape's presence in his mind, before it suddenly disappeared completely. Harry sat and waited. Harry was sitting in a large, but cozy-looking room with dry stone walls and a fluffy carpet. Sunlight was streaming in through the window and an indefinable, pleasant smell hung in the air. All of a sudden, the mirror in the corner rippled, catching Harry's eye. He looked up at the ornate oval mirror and a tall, dark-haired man in flowing black robes stepped through into the room. As Harry watched, he sneered in distaste at the ambience before his black gaze settled on Harry. Potter. Harry smiled and tilted his head. How do you know my name? Do I know you? The man frowned. It would seem not. Harry jumped to his feet. You should call me Harry though. The man's face twitched as if he had been going to sneer, but held himself back. What's your name? I am Professor Snape. The man looked around the room, stopping to inspect the mirror. He quietly read the Latin words that ran across the frame of the mirror. Interesting. What's interesting? Asked Harry, coming to stand beside him and look at the mirror. The mirror. Harry looked up at the man quizzically. Professor Snape was staring avidly at the mirror, a strange expression on his face. Harry waited patiently, and after a minute he seemed to tear himself away. Where is this? Asked Professor Snape, gesturing around the room. Harry smiled. It's a room. The tall man folded his arms. Is it really? I hadn't noticed. Harry nodded. Is this where you live? Harry shrugged. Snape scowled. What are you doing here? Harry tilted his head and gestured to the floor. I was doing a jigsaw puzzle. Professor Snape's eyes followed his to the floor and he raised an eyebrow. I see. Do you want to help? Not at his particular moment, no. Tell me, what is outside? Snape walked over to the window and looked out. What? Harry jumped over next to him, squishing up against him to see out the window as well. What's that? Asked Harry, his eyes wide. Outside the sky and everything around them was a mass of some swirling golden vapor that shimmered and sparkled and moved in a way Harry couldn't quite explain. You don't know? Asked Snape, looking down at him and edging away from bodily contact. It is magic. Magic. Harry's eyes widened. Wow, it's beautiful. Professor Snape frowned. You haven't looked out the window before. Harry cocked his head, thinking. Yes, I think. You don't seem too sure about that. Harry shrugged again and Snape turned away from the window. There is no door. How do you get out of here? Harry looked around, but as soon as Snape had spoken, the room around them disappeared. Around them, the landscape formed itself from the golden mist. They were standing on grass, and the sun was still shining. They began to walk, but they hadn't gone far when Harry stopped. We shouldn't go that way. Snape looked ahead, and then down at Harry. Why not? Harry shivered involuntarily. It doesn't feel right. Have you been there before? Harry nodded. What's over there? As if to answer Snape's question, the golden mist cleared, but instead of revealing grass or sunlight, a black mass appeared. Snape walked closer and Harry followed slowly. It's always been here, whispered Harry. We shouldn't go over near here. He eyed the creeping blackness, the dark tentacles that clung tightly and wormed their way slowly further, growing like a malignant tumor. It gets on you if you go too close. Harry held up a hand, showing the clinging black substance that stuck to his fingers and hand, writhing slightly and slowly, ever so slowly growing up his arm. The man, Professor Snape, reached out a tentative hand towards the mass, which this close, stretched high and wide. Harry gasped and snatched it away with his untainted hand. Don't touch it. It'll get on you too, and you can't get it off. Snape disengaged his hand from Harry's, his face thoughtful and troubled. I think it is time for me to go. Harry raised his eyebrows at Snape. He had closed his eyes and seemed to be concentrating. Sir. He opened his eyes and scowled slightly. What? What are you doing? Attempting to leave, as I said. Why don't you go out through the mirror? It's the way you came in. As soon as Harry spoke, the mirror appeared again. I suppose that will work, muttered Snape, and with a final look at Harry, he approached the mirror and reached out a hand for the glass. His hand slipped straight through, and the rest of him quickly followed. The mirror rippled and Professor Snape was gone. It had been half an hour, and Harry's eyes hadn't strayed from Snape's glazed, unfocused ones. In the silence of the office, though, he was beginning to feel extremely tired. His eyes were dry and wanted to close, and he was cold and starting to shiver. Suddenly, though, Snape's presence reappeared in his mind, and a moment later, Snape's eyes refocused and blinked. He leaned back. Interesting, he murmured. Do you remember? Harry frowned. No. I feel a bit weird, but I don't remember anything. I was just. Harry shrugged. Here, in the office. So you got to my soul. The potions master gave a brief nod. I did. Harry leaned forward eagerly. What was it like? Absolutely sickening, muttered Snape, grimacing, but there was something strange in his tone. What's wrong? Asked Harry. There is no doubt that you are a Horcrux. Harry deflated. He supposed he had known it was true since he'd first heard it, but having proof sounded a bit like a death sentence. How much of me is him? Snape frowned. What do you mean? I just keep remembering how the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin first. Both my parents were Gryffindors, so it makes sense that I should be a Gryffindor too. But there must be a lot of him in there if the Hat thought I was more of a Slytherin. Snape drummed his fingers on the desk, considering the statement. The part of his soul, the Horcrux, appears to be slowly growing, I suppose, joining more strongly, more deeply with yours. Harry swallowed. You mean it's taking over my soul? I'm not too sure. And I may be incorrect when I say it is growing. Harry picked at a small knot of cotton on the knee of his robes, frowning. As for your question, none of him is you. You are you. Merlin knows why that Hat wanted you in my house, but the Hat sees into the mind, Potter, not the soul. If it could see into the soul, it would probably sort a good many people differently. It seems his soul has latched onto yours, and the longer it is there, the more deeply rooted it becomes. So how do we get rid of it? Snape sighed and leaned back, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't know. Oh, what was actually in my soul? You were, though you did not know me. You appeared younger than you are. Why would that be? Snape smirked. Perhaps it speaks to your emotional maturity. Harry almost rolled his eyes, but managed not to. So when you withdrew, you came back through my mind, the same way you got in. Snape inclined his head. Does that mean you could get into his mind? That is an interesting question. Normally legilimency requires eye contact, but it does not seem to be the case with you and the Dark Lord. Perhaps, given your bond, I also would be able to access his soul via your soul, and from there, his mind. Certainly it seemed it would have been no effort for me to have stepped from your soul to his soul, and if I had done so, and then attempted to leave, I can only surmise that I would have retreated to his mind. Harry sat forward eagerly. So do it. I'm not sure that would be wise. Why not? You're heaps better at legilimency than me. You could actually find out what he's up to. You and I are very different people, Mr. Potter, murmured Snape. What do you mean? Snape waved a dismissive hand. He may not notice you or in his mind because you have always been there, in some way. If I were to go into his mind, he may notice, and then he may actively search out the link. That would be detrimental to our cause. You mean he could get into my mind? It is a possibility. It makes sense that if you can use the link, then so can he, though we should not base any actions on that assumption. Don't you think he would have already been using it if he knew he could? What if he is? He doesn't know he can access your mind. I think we can safely know that. Perhaps it can be likened to an ant colony. The part of soul in his body is the largest, the most alive if you will. In an ant colony, the collective are more aware of the queen than she is any of them. Harry supposed that made sense, in an abstract sort of way. I think we will end the lesson here for today. I have much to think about. When will I get to try it? Perhaps in our next lesson. Harry nodded, and then left. He felt odd after the phytolimency lesson, and he didn't feel like facing the Gryffindor common room, full of loud, chattering students just yet. He wandered through the castle, eventually coming to the astronomy tower. He often came here to think. It was quiet, and provided a spectacular view of the castle's grounds. He climbed up onto the battlements, sitting with his back against one wall of stone and his feet against the other. He couldn't identify the exact feeling, but he was feeling extremely unsettled in a way he never had before. It was necessarily a bad feeling, just completely strange. He wondered if he should have mentioned it to Snape, and decided he would in their next lesson. Everyone was up early the next morning to go to Hogsmeade. Harry wandered down there with Ron and Hermione, and they spent a couple of hours perusing the shops before Ron, in an extremely unsubtle way, told him to shove off and let him and Hermione go and have lunch alone. Harry grinned slyly at Ron and happily left, finding an empty alleyway to apparate from. He apparated as soon as he rounded the corner into it, in case he was being followed, appearing in the Irish Wizarding Alley. He quickly pulled of his robe and stuffed it into his bag. Aislinn had pointed out her school one day when they'd come into the city, and it only took him 10 minutes to walk there. As he approached, a chiming bell rang and seconds later the school came to life. Students streamed out of the buildings, all going in different directions. He paused behind the stone wall at the side of the gate and discreetly pulled his wand out, placing it flat on his hand. "Point me, Aislinn," he murmured, and his wand turned to point to his left. It stopped, and then slowly started turning to the right. Wherever she was on the move. Pocketing it again, he started off towards the building, walking across a large courtyard. He was conspicuously out of uniform, and a few students cast him curious glances. That didn't help when he needed to use the point me spell again. He found an alcove next to a staircase and faced into the corner, not caring that people were wondering what on earth he was doing. The wand spun to point directly through the wall, and this time it didn't move. He went back outside and headed around the old stone building. Over to his left was an old stone church, with huge stained glass windows and tall spires. He turned away from it as he rounded the building and then he saw her, standing next to a bag rack and laughing and talking with a boy. Harry narrowed his eyes, feeling a sudden burst of jealousy. He approached them and stopped behind Aislinn, subconsciously narrowing his eyes at the boy. "Hi, Aislinn." She turned to wave and then froze for a moment. "Harry," she breathed, and her face split in a grin. Aislinn threw her arms around his neck and he pulled her into a hug. "What are you doing here?" she asked as he keyed at the top of her head. He looked down at her and smiled. "I came to see you. I can't believe you're here, in Ireland. How long are you here for?" "Just for a few hours, and then I have to go." He evaded a few questions about why he was actually in Ireland, and then pulled her away. "Come on, let's go somewhere." Aislinn's face fell. "Harry, I can't. I have class. Just come somewhere with me for lunch, and then we can come back." "Oh." Aislinn deliberated for a moment. "All right, but let's not get caught leaving the school, or we won't be going anywhere and I'll have detention." She grabbed his hand and pulled him around the corner, in the opposite direction to the way he had come. They spotted a teacher and Aislinn jerked on his arm, pulling him a different way, detouring to avoid the teacher. A stone wall appeared in front of them and he could hear traffic on the other side. They ran across the road and into the lush green parklands across from the school. "That's where we do our school sports," said Aislinn, pointing to a sport oval 100 meters away. "And there's the river beyond those trees where we do rowing sometimes." She gestured back towards the road. "Over there are the shops where I have a job after school." "And where do all the students go to snog?" asked Harry, his face serious. "Harry." Aislinn's face reddened and she punched him on the shoulder. He grinned and chuckled. "Oh, it's freezing," said Aislinn, wrapping her free arm around herself. Harry pulled his hand out of hers and slipped his arm around her shoulders. Aislinn huddled into his side. "So where is there to go for lunch?" If we keep going this way we'll come out on a street with lots of little cafes. We could go there." She looked up at him and he smiled. "Sounds good to me." There was a quaint little cafe on the corner of the street, and they sat at a table near the window. Aislinn picked up a menu, and Harry realized that he didn't have any muggle money on him. I'll be right back," he said, and Aislinn looked up with a smile. "Okay." He went to the back of the cafe, where a little sign pointed to the men's toilets. He locked himself in a stall and felt around in his pockets. He had a handful of sickles and nuts, a scrap of parchment and a quill. Feeling a bit guilty, he transfigured some of the sickles and nuts into muggle coins and the scrap of parchment into a $20 note. It took him a few goes to get them right. "So who was that guy you were talking to?" he asked when he sat back at the small table, a tone creeping into his voice against his will. Aislinn smiled and leaned across the table. Are you jealous, Harry? No. Aislinn sat back and raised an eyebrow. I can't stop talking to people just because you don't like the look of them. Harry grumbled and picked up the menu. Have you decided what you're getting? He asked. Just a sandwich, I think. And a milkshake. They didn't get soft drink at Hogwarts, so Harry got a Mountain Dew with his toasted cheese and tomato sandwich. While they ate, Aislinn filled him in about what she was doing at school, and he told her a bit about what he'd been doing, though it wasn't much more than he'd said in letters. It was hard to make up lies and half-truths on the spot. Harry paid, and then put the rest of the money in a collection tin for St. Vinny's. He wasn't sure if the transfigurations would hold, but he felt guilty about having paid with money that wasn't quite real. They headed back across the road and into the parklands again, and Harry slipped an arm around Aislinn's waist as they walked. Eventually they wandered into a dark grove of trees, and Aislinn stopped. Well, we're here. We're where? Asked Harry, looking around and expecting to see something, but there was nothing in the silence of the dark patch of trees. Where all the students go to snog, she replied with a shy smile. Harry's head whipped around to look at her and he grinned. He stepped close to her and raised a hand to cup her face. With his other hand he drew her closer and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Aislinn wrapped her arms around his neck, one hand on his neck and the other ran lightly through his hair once and then settled there. There was a chill in the air, but Harry felt increasingly warm the longer they stayed locked together. His hands ran up her back, pulling her tighter against him as their breathing quickened and the key deepened. After a good long while, Aislinn disengaged herself, breathing heavily. We've been away ages, Harry. I really should go or they'll be out looking for me. Harry pouted and gave her another key. Before they left the grove of trees. They'd been gone a lot longer than just lunch, and looking at his watch, Harry saw that it was nearly time for school to be over. I'm going to be in so much trouble. They'll call my parents and everything, worried Aislinn as they crossed the road. Oh, sorry. Aislinn narrowed her eyes at his expression and punched him lightly on the chest. You are not. Harry shrugged and grinned. I guess I'm not. I don't want you to go, she said, squeezing his hand. I've missed you. He squeezed back. Can I come and see you at Christmas? Aislinn grinned happily. Yes. I'll call my parents tonight and tell them, shall I? Say hello for me when you do. They reached the stone wall that bordered this side of the school and he pulled her in for one last key. Before she ran into the school, disappearing inside one of the buildings. Before he left, Harry apparated out to the farm. Going so quickly from one place to the other, he could really tell how much fresher the air was out here. He stood on a small hill overlooking the farm and gazed fondly over the fields. He couldn't wait to come back. Harry apparated back to Hogsmeade just in time. The last stragglers were being herded along by Professor Sprout, and Harry joined in at the end of the line. He spotted Seamus and Dean ahead and jogged to catch up with them. Hey, he greeted. Hey Harry, said Dean. What did you get up to today? I didn't see you around. Harry shrugged. The usual stuff. Honeydukes, zonkos, butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Seamus grinned. That does sound like the usual. Sounds to me like you need to get out and try new things. They passed the gates of the castle and crossed over the lawns to the entrance hall. Snape, on door duty, cast a disparaging glare at the students traipsing in through the entrance hall, and narrowed his eyes when he saw Harry. 10 points for being out of uniform, Potter. Harry scowled before remembering that he was out of uniform. Still, it was the weekend, and there were other students out of uniform. He pointed this out to Snape and received a glare. The younger students have not been in Hogsmeade representing the school, Potter. Unless you want to lose another 10 points, I suggest you move on and stop blocking the doorway. Harry was practicing a wandless shield spell again, in the large empty room off the side of the chamber. He and Malfoy had come down after their astronomy lesson, and the Slytherin was studying in the other room. He still hadn't managed to produce even a flicker, and he was becoming extremely frustrated at trying so many different movements with his arms and body in an attempt to get the spell to work. When he finally managed the spell, it happened very suddenly. He started with his left hand high and his right hand low, directly below it. Then, his left hand traced downwards along the left side of the circle, and his right hand went up. A silvery mist spread behind his hands, strengthening and filling in when his hands met the beginning of the mist from the other hand, forming a full circle of the mist. He completed the movement, bringing his right hand down to the middle of the circle and thrusting forward with it. The silvery mist blew forward, bulging out and forming a huge transparent silvery shield. Yes, he hissed quietly, ending the charm. Then he tried it again. It worked. All that time practicing and not getting even a flicker, and suddenly he could do it, just like that. He stuck his head around the doorway and called into the chamber. "Hey Malfoy, want to duel for a while? It's been ages since we practiced." The Slytherin was seated in an armchair, one leg slung over the arm and a book propped against his knee. He looked up from the book, and then gave an arrogant smirk. "Ready for a thrashing, Potter?" Malfoy stood and pulled his wand from his pocket, twirling it between his fingers. "We'll see about that." Harry ducked into the chamber and Malfoy entered a few seconds later. The duel began immediately, Malfoy casting a spell before Harry had even realized they'd started. He dodged it. Just. And sent a spell straight back. "Terra Concito," he hissed, the Parseltongue spell rolling off his tongue. Draco scowled at the spell, knowing it was harder to defend against the Parseltongue spells when he couldn't understand what Harry was saying. Tarantalagra. Glacius Ventos. Stupefy. Caecus Oculus. Oris Adhera. Harry's second spell struck, and Malfoy was suddenly unable to talk. Since defense against the dark arts the previous year, however, the Slytherin had gotten extremely good at wordless magic, and he sent a spell straight back at Harry. Harry threw up a shield spell, not recognizing the spell and not able to hear Malfoy say it. They exchanged a few more spells before Malfoy broke Harry's spell and could talk again. Petrificus Totalis. Asacia. Harry seemed to be gaining the edge. He was fitter than Malfoy, and wasn't slowing down as much. However, the Slytherin had learned a good many new spells since the last time they had dueled, and Harry was forced to do a lot more dodging than usual. Malfoy caught him with a strong stinging hex at one point, which slowed him down a bit. As they dueled, the sleeve of Malfoy's robe came up a bit and Harry caught sight of the dark mark branded on his arm. Again, he was inexplicably drawn to it, even for the split second that it was uncovered. As he saw it, he was distracted, and Malfoy took the opportunity to disarm Harry. His wand flew through the air, but Malfoy wasted no time in catching it. Instead, he sent a stunning spell at Harry. Feeling a thrill of exhilaration, Harry performed the wandless Protega, and the shield formed just in time, the red beam of light hitting it. The spell rebounded straight back at Malfoy, who hadn't moved when he'd cast the spell, convinced that Harry had no means of defense. The Slytherin's eyes widened, and his face was frozen in that expression as he fell to the floor, stunned. Harry walked over and picked up his wand, then knelt down next to the Slytherin, pointing it at his chest. "Enervate." He grinned as Malfoy regained consciousness. Malfoy scowled and propped himself up on his hands. "How did you do that?" "I've been practicing." Malfoy scowled. "You could have told me you could do wandless magic. It's only that one spell. Still, wipe that smirk off your face, Potter." Harry grinned wider and held out a hand to the Slytherin. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, but grabbed it, and Harry pulled him up. They sat down at the edge of the dueling platform, Harry's breathing evening out from the duel. They sat in silence as they caught their breaths. After a while, Harry jerked his chin at Malfoy's arm. "What's the incantation for it?" Malfoy shot him a quick look, knowing exactly what Harry was talking about. "Why do you want to know?" Harry shrugged. "No reason. Morsmord." Harry frowned. "That's the incantation for the one that hangs in the sky. Shouldn't it be different? I suppose maybe it depends on whether you hold your wand to the sky or to someone's arm. I can't say for sure. It's not as if I've ever marked someone." "But you've cast the other one." Malfoy scowled slightly. "No. Well, not like you mean. I've done it just to practice." Harry drew his eyes away from where Malfoy was fiddling with the sleeve of his robe, trying to stop willing the Slytherin to pull it up and reveal the mark. "Do you regret being marked?" Malfoy shrugged, but gave no verbal answer. Do you think a lot of Death Eaters regret joining him? Malfoy shrugged again, and then elaborated. It depends really, on how long they've been with him. A lot of them, all of them really, that joined in the First War had no idea what kind of person he was. They joined the cause, not the man. So I think a lot of them regret it, even if they still think he has the right ideas. Some of the people who have joined this time around have been persuaded others joined because they wanted to. The former don't regret it because they didn't have a choice, and the latter don't regret it because they just don't regret it. You knew what kind of person he was when you joined, but it looks to me like you regret it. Malfoy shot Harry a dirty look. Then I guess you could count me in the former. The next day Harry, Ron and Hermione went down to visit Hagrid. Fang greeted them enthusiastically, and even Ron wasn't tall enough to escape the boarhound's slobbering tongue on his face. Hagrid was ecstatic to see them, ushering them into the cabin and forcing rock cakes and pumpkin juice on them. I don't know if ye've heard, but there's been dragons spotted on th. grounds. Their 3 heads shot up at Hagrid's statement. Dragons, repeated Hermione. But where did they come from? Oh, the mountains are full of them, my own, or so Charlie says. Hagrid nodded, his bushy beard wobbling. I wouldn't say full o' them, but Ron's right, Hermione. They come down from the mountains now and then, but there's so few left in th. wild we just don't see 'em. Hermione leaned forward enthusiastically. What do you think they're doing flying around here though? Well, I've been talkin' with a mate o' mine, and he reckons they're probably a pair. My, be that they're lookin' for a new nestin' ground. Harry choked on his rock cake, and Ron pounded him on the back. The mouthful of rock cake clunked out onto the table with a heavy thud. What makes you think they're a pair? Asked Harry, his eyes watering. Well, ye don't get 2 males hanging round each other, do ye? Too territorial, added Ron wisely. Right. Course, they could be 2 females, but that's rare too. Most o' the time, unless it's at a colony, if ye see 2 dragons together, it's a pair. Harry grumbled something the others didn't hear and put the piece of rock cake back in his mouth. Fang put his head up on Harry's knee, looking up at him with sympathetic eyes, or so it seemed to Harry. He patted the boarhound affectionately, and ignored the drool that was slowly saturating his robe from the knee down. Where did you see them? Asked Ron. Wasn't me, replied Hagrid glumly. McGonagall was out on the grounds one night, and had a bit o' a run in WTHM. Hagrid chuckled. Harry couldn't help but smile at the memory. Where are they nesting, do you know? Asked Hermione. And what kind of dragons are they? Dunno. They haven't been seen since. Might be they were just passin' through on their way somewhere else. Hagrid looked even sadder. The subject changed to other things until they had to go back to the castle. Dragons, can you believe it? I hope we see them, enthused Ron, scanning the skies as they walked, as if he were expecting the dragons to pop up at any second. Charlie said they're on the lookout for a new male for the reserve in Romania. It's got to be hard to catch a dragon, said Harry, alarmed at the thought of being caught and shipped off in a crate like Norbert had been. Oh, yeah, but they know their stuff. Besides, they might only take them if it doesn't look like they can survive here on their own, or if they threatening the school. Doesn't make sense to take them out of their natural habitat into a new one. Harry felt a little more relieved about that. He didn't want to be flying around, worrying about getting caught by Ron's brother and his friends. Ron pulled a rock cake out of his pocket, receiving an amused look from Harry and a surprised one from Hermione. What? I'm hungry. Ron started to gnaw at the rock cake. Harry snorted and then turned back in the other direction, walking past the blank stretch of wall they had just passed. There was a DA meeting at 11 o'clock, and they were expecting a fairly large group. They quickly set up the room and shortly after students started to trickle in, starting with the usual 7th-year students. When everyone was assembled, Harry stood up to speak. Thanks for coming. It's good to see this many people here. Today we're going to be practicing a defensive spell, and I want everyone to split up into their year levels. A small boy raised his hand timidly. Yes. We were wondering if you could teach us how to do a Patronus. Squeaked another little first year, and about a fifth of the room nodded in agreement. Harry groaned and looked around at Ron and Hermione, who were giving him little smiles. Harry ran his hand through his hair. How many people want to learn how to do a Patronus? All the first and second years, and a few from higher year levels raised their hands, nearly a third of the people that were there. Harry sighed. All right, all the people who want to learn a Patronus need to go over that side of the room, and everyone else on this side here. As everyone went to the side they wanted, Luna, Ginny and Neville volunteered to help teach Patronuses, which helped a lot. Thanks guys, although I don't think we'll need 5 people. If one of you go with Ron to help out with Patronuses, me and Hermione can take care of everyone else. Neville turned to Luna and Ginny. You two can learn the new spell if you want. I'll help Ron. Ginny and Luna smiled at Neville. Okay, thanks Neville. Come on Nev, let's get these little firsties sorted out, said Ron, and they left to organize the smaller group. Harry had already briefly gone through the spell with Ron and Hermione could already produce a weak shield. They quieted the group and then Harry described the spell that Dolohov had used in the ministry. The incantation is Pashtu Ute. The groups repeated it a few times, and then Harry showed them the wand movement. Once they'd practiced that a few times, he lined them all up against the wall to practice it and went over to check on the Patronus students, leaving Hermione to help out the others. How's it going? Asked Harry, coming to stand next to Neville. Not too bad. We told them this is very advanced magic, but I think some of them still think they're going to be able to do it by the end of the lesson. Harry grinned. They'll lose that notion pretty quickly. Have you showed them yours yet? Neville smiled proudly and nodded. They were really impressed. Harry chuckled. Thanks for helping out Nev. I'll show you that spell everyone else is learning later. Do you want to help out next week as well? Neville looked surprised. All right. Yeah Harry. Great. Me and Ron and Hermione are going to get together before the next meeting to talk about what we're doing and learn any spells, so if you want to help out you should join us. Neville beamed. Okay. Great. Harry clapped him on the shoulder and headed back to see how Hermione was doing. On Monday night Harry made his way down to the dungeons for his lesson with Snape. Surprisingly, he no longer felt the trepidation he used to feel when he'd had to see Snape, and he realized that he had grown to respect Snape. He trusted him too, more than Dumbledore now. He entered the office, sitting in his seat. Hello sir. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Will I be trying Phytolemancy on you today? Snape gave a short nod. You will be performing Phytolemancy, but not on me. Harry blinked and then stood up, glaring. You told Dumbledore. Snape stood as well, glaring right back. Calm yourself Potter, and sit down. Now. Harry sat grumpily, feeling a wave of betrayal. You said you wouldn't tell him. And I have not, ground out Snape. Such a temperamental Gryffindor, he added, disgusted, sitting back down. So if I'm not doing it on you, who am I doing it on? Yourself, replied Snape simply. Harry frowned. Myself. I thought these things required eye contact. You want me to look in a mirror or something? The corner of Snape's lips quirked. In a way, I suppose. In our last session, you lowered your barriers completely. Given the level you have progressed to, you should have been able to still sense my presence in your mind. Harry nodded. Yeah, but it disappeared while you were in my soul. Snape nodded once. Today you will keep some of your barriers up. I am skilled enough to get past them. You will follow me. You think that will work? I do. I don't know how to perform Phytolemancy on oneself, but you seem to have been doing it when you sleep, so it must be possible. What's that got to do with a mirror? You will see, murmured Snape. This time when Snape spoke the spell, Harry kept up some of his shields, so that a representation of Snape appeared in his mind. This way, he said, and Harry followed him as he began to walk. As they did so, the memories circling around them dropped further and further away. Suddenly, Snape disappeared. He had dropped to a deeper level of Harry's mind and Harry could not seem to follow. He looked around, but there was nothing in the blackness except for a few memories that he did not recognize. Snape reappeared a minute later and grabbed Harry around the upper arm. Harry scowled and Snape's hand slipped straight through his arm. The potion's master huffed a sigh. I am trying to take you with me, Potter, since you seem unable to do it yourself. Harry allowed Snape to take his arm, and this time the memories continued to drop away. Suddenly, a shift in the atmosphere occurred, and an ornate mirror appeared in front of them. Harry stopped. That's the mirror of Arised. Indeed it is. Come. But why is it here? It is not the mirror of Arised. It is a recreation in your mind. I take it you know what the mirror shows you. Harry nodded. What your heart truly desires. Yes. I can only presume that the doorway to your soul is the mirror because you have heard this. Your heart is your soul, and in stepping through the mirror, we are shown who you truly are. Doorways are probably different in the minds of different people. Go through. Harry stepped through, appearing in a place shrouded in a golden mist. It felt extremely comfortable and familiar. He turned around just in time to see Snape stepping out of the mirror. Harry looked around, expecting to see another him, but there was no one. Where am I? The younger me, I mean. Perhaps because you are here there is no need for a representation of you, suggested Snape. There was a strange pull from over towards his left, and Harry followed it. Snape followed silently, seemingly letting Harry go where he pleased. Suddenly ahead of them the golden mist was marred by a darker, oilier mist. He was repelled and attracted to the blackness at the same time, and he knew that this must be the Horcrux. Harry stopped some distance away, torn between wanting to stay as far away as possible and wanting to jump right in. Snape drew alongside him. So this is what happens when I sleep and see what he's doing. My mind is going through my soul and into his, and then through to his mind. Snape nodded. So I just need to learn to control that, and then find some way of destroying his soul once I'm in it. I dare say your subconscious mind is somewhat more subtle than your waking one. Until you can learn to be more subtle, I do not think it would be wise to attempt to access his mind while you are awake. What do you mean? Your waking mind would be reacting more strongly to anything you see than your sleeping one. Well, how am I supposed to stop that? Occlumency, legilimency, these will help. Subtlety in this sense is about keeping your emotions within you, not letting them pervade another's senses in any way. You have made a marked improvement since beginning to learn them, but the Dark Lord is an expert occlumens and legilimens. He will sense you in his mind as easily as I can if you go in there with intent. Oh, and how about destroying his soul? Your very soul repels his. When I performed phytolimancy on you last time, your representation would not go near it. If my very soul repels it, then why is it hooking itself in deeper and deeper? Snape raised a hand, palm up. Perhaps because you are a Horcrux, it is the spells used that are keeping it here. The headmaster has relayed the details of what happened when the Dark Lord attempted to possess you in the ministry. Harry scowled. Yeah, he was talking to me about that the other day. He says my greatest power is love. You do not believe that. Harry stared in surprise. You do. He nearly snorted at the idea that Snape believed love could defeat Voldemort. I am not the one with the power, Mr. Potter. How can others believe you have power to defeat him if you yourself do not? Yeah, but love it's stupid. It sounds like some fairy tale solution. Given that you grew up as a muggle, I shall let that comment pass. What do you mean? Hansel and Gretel, Jack and the Beanstalk, do they seem as far-fetched to you as they might if you were muggle? I suppose not, but... Snape waved a dismissive hand. The purpose of this lesson was to show you that you are in fact a Horcrux, and to see if we could consciously draw you into your own soul. We have done that, let us leave. The mirror appeared again, right next to them. Harry took a last look at the black bit of soul, then turned and stepped through the mirror. Snape followed quickly, and moments later they were again facing each other across the table. When we begin to destroy the parts of his soul, I imagine we will need to do the one in your body last, lest your consciousness is left floating in whatever object he has made one of his Horcruxes. However, we must also remember what the objective of making a Horcrux is. It is my belief that the first piece of soul we will destroy is the one in his own body, as that is where you go when you sleep. When it is destroyed, his consciousness will pass to another Horcrux. Are you sure it's possible to actually destroy his soul? Maybe all we need to do is remove it from the object. That's what Dumbledore's been doing, isn't it? That also is a possibility. In that case, it may not matter the order we destroy them in, so long as the one in your body is done last. But then, it won't work, will it? Isn't the point of the Horcruxes so that if the soul in his body is set free, it doesn't move on, or whatever? So wouldn't we have to do the one in his body last? Snape shook his head. That is the reason we set free or destroy all parts of his soul. As long as we do it fairly quickly, he will have no time to find a new body. Once all parts of his soul are free of the Horcrux, he will no longer be grounded. He will be dead. Harry spent the next day in the chamber, researching banishing charms with Sauls curled around his waist, using Harry's body heat to keep warm. He was beginning to get an idea of the scope of the charms project now, and realized just how big a task it was to create one. He had the feeling that he'd picked a difficult subject. Some of the other students were doing things that seemed much simpler. He hadn't told anyone what he was doing, and wasn't planning on telling anyone until he was sure it would work. He didn't know how he was going to find something to practice on though. It wasn't as if it would be easy to find a Death Eater willing to have his mark removed. It was his conversation with Malfoy that had convinced him that that was what he wanted to do. He knew all too well what it was like to bear an unwanted mark, and in a way he could sympathize with people who bore the dark mark, especially if they had taken it unwillingly. He had no doubt that there would be people willing to have their marks removed, if they found it was possible. And anything that weakened Voldemort was worth doing. He was sitting in the common room with Ron and Hermione, jotting down notes and ideas for the charm when Ron spoke. Dementor attack in a small village outside London, he said, reading from the Daily Prophet. Harry stopped what he was doing to listen while Ron read the article out loud. Articles about Death Eater activity were a common occurrence, with Voldemort targeting both wizarding and Muggle victims. There was a thoughtful silence for a few minutes until Hermione spoke. Speaking of Dementors, we really need to get hold of a boggart for the DA, so the students can practice against a Dementor. Said Ron. What? Well, Snape's the defense guy now, isn't he? If anyone knows where the boggarts are, it's probably him. Hermione rolled her eyes. We'll delegate the task of asking to someone else then, shall we? Harry wondered if his boggart would still turn into a Dementor at all though. He could defend against Dementors now, and there wasn't much point being afraid of something you could beat. Although, Lupin had said that what Harry was afraid of was fear itself, so maybe it would still be a Dementor. At any rate, he wouldn't mind if it had changed. He shut his eyes, the words he heard whenever the Dementors drew near flashing through his mind. Not Harry. Please not Harry. Step aside, you silly girl. A flash of green. It hit Harry then. Something that hadn't occurred to him before. Voldemort hadn't been going to kill her. Only when she would not get out of the way did he cast the killing curse on his mother. He had been going to spare her, and Harry could only assume that it was because he was granting Snape's request. He frowned. Why would Voldemort not kill her, just because one of his Death Eaters asked? She was a Muggle, and at that time, Snape hadn't been a particularly high-standing Death Eater, or so Harry had thought. Hermione noticed his frown. Harry. He was jerked from his reverie. Is something wrong? Oh no, just thinking. He jumped up and gathered all his stuff together. I'm off to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. Thoughts about his charms project must have been floating around his head when he went to bed because that night it was the subject of his dreams. He was standing over a kneeling man, and around them was a circle of his followers. He took hold of the young man's arm and placed the tip of his cold finger against the skin. The man shivered at the contact and he smiled cruelly before murmuring the incantation. Morsmord. He put all his hate and rage into the spell, all his contempt for the weak and the impure. The man was silent for only a split second before the first stifled scream of pain burst from him. He smirked at the ns of pain and watched as the skin of the man's forearm twisted and blackened, the form of a skull and snake gradually materializing on the roughened surface. Within half a minute the spell was complete and he dropped the man's arm in disdain. With a sob, the newly marked Death Eater returned to his place in the circle, his breath coming in gasps. Harry woke up on Saturday morning feeling exceptionally happy, though he couldn't say why. He jumped out of bed early and decided to spend a while polishing his broom. He grabbed his servicing kit that Ron had gotten him one birthday and took his broom down to the common room. Surprisingly, Ron woke not much later and joined him next to the fire. They waited in the common room for Hermione, discussing tactics for their first Quidditch match. It wasn't until January, but Slytherin had taken the cup year, and they were determined to win it back. Hermione arrived, and as soon as Harry had taken his broom back to his room, they headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast, him and Ron still talking about Quidditch. As they walked to the Gryffindor table, Harry felt eyes upon him. Looking, he saw that nearly every person in the hall had stopped what they were doing and was staring at him. Whispers broke out between people. He frowned as he noticed several professors stand and descend from the head table. Stopping at the end of the table near some little first years, Harry picked up a mug of pumpkin juice and asked, "What's going on?" No one answered him. They simply stared at him with wide eyes. Scowling in annoyance, he looked between the group and his eyes fell on a copy of the Daily Prophet held by one of them. His eyes narrowing in suspicion, he snatched it from the boy, who gave a timid squeak. Dreading what he was about to read, he lowered his eyes to the front page article and gasped. He didn't bother reading the article, the headline was enough. Prophecy reveals fate of boy who lived. Harry threw down his mug, hearing it shatter on the hard stone floor. The only sound in the great hall was the slamming of the door as he strode angrily from the room. He heard Ron and Hermione hurrying after him, but he sped up, breaking into a run. He had no desire for comfort and commiseration at the moment. At least now he knew why he'd been feeling so happy this morning. He ran through the halls, subconsciously heading towards the Chamber of Secrets. "Mr. Potter." Harry stopped at the sound of McGonagall's voice, to see her emerging from her office. "Professor," he replied, slightly short of breath. "I am on my way to the headmaster's office. Perhaps you would like to join me." Yes. "Yeah, all right," he said, changing his mind mid-sentence. There were a few things he wanted to ask Dumbledore. McGonagall nodded and swept down the corridor, halting after a few steps for Harry to catch her. "Do you know how they found out?" he asked. Professor McGonagall shook her head, her lips pressed thin. "That is what I am headed up there to discuss. I imagine there will be a few others there as well." They walked in silence, both thinking until they came to the gargoyle statue. "Sour quill," said McGonagall, and then motioned for Harry to step onto the moving staircase when the gargoyle slid aside. They entered the office to find Dumbledore looking grave behind his desk. Snape was reclined in one of the chairs in front of the desk, with Professor Sprout and Flitwick in chairs on either side of him. Dumbledore flicked his wand when Harry and Professor McGonagall appeared, causing two more chairs to appear. Harry waited until McGonagall settled in the one next to Sprout before sitting in the other. Harry felt immensely annoyed about seeing more than Snape and McGonagall in the meeting. No one but those two were supposed to know according to the last time he'd spoken with Dumbledore about the issue. "Well, it seems the prophecy has finally been made known to the general public," stated Dumbledore, and Harry scowled at the fact that he was stating the blatantly obvious. "How did they get this? There's supposed to be only one record of the prophecy, and that's you," he spat at Dumbledore. "Mind your tone with the headmaster, Potter," murmured Snape, picking at his sleeve. Harry spared him a brief, annoyed glance before turning back to Dumbledore. "Last time we talked about this, only those two knew," he said, gesturing angrily at Snape and McGonagall. "Now there are two more people in this room who obviously knew before that article, so how many other people did you tell? And which of them has betrayed us?" added McGonagall, surprising Harry by supporting his argument. "Very few others than those in this room know, and each of those I told I trust implicitly," replied Dumbledore, not really answering Harry's question at all. "I will of course be contacting the others shortly to confirm they are well, and to discuss this with them." "Is it possible that someone is a spy?" asked Sprout hesitantly. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. "I could not begin to imagine any of you betraying the order." Dumbledore's eyes turned to Harry. "I must ask, Harry, if you told anyone of the prophecy." Harry bristled at the implication, but answered the question. "I told Ron and Hermione." Snape sneered. "Well, there you go, we have located the leak." Harry rounded on him. "Neither of them would have told anyone," he spat, his voice heated. "I assure you, Potter, there is a far greater chance that someone gained the truth of the prophecy from one of them than from an order member." "No, there isn't," he retorted, his anger rising. Professor Snape is not saying they told someone willingly, Harry, said Professor McGonagall quietly, giving Snape a cautioning glare. Most members of the Order all have some measure of protection against the mind arts. We are all trained to recognize if and when someone uses legilimency on us, though none of us are nearly as good at it as Professor Snape, or even you now, from what I hear. However, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are hardly experts. To my knowledge, neither of them have been learning such magic. Harry sat back silently, shaking his head to confirm McGonagall's statement that Ron and Hermione had learned occlumency. He felt a sense of dread at the thought that someone had seen the prophecy in Ron or Hermione's mind, or even in his before he got good at occlumency. A discussion began among the professors, tossing about names of people Harry had never heard of before, and theories about who or how the prophecy had been divulged, and he quickly lost track of the conversation. After a while, he grew tired of the increasingly heated discussion and he stood, feeling defeated. What does it even matter if he knows about the rest of the prophecy or not anyway? He asked, loudly. The teachers stopped to look at him. He's already been trying to kill me since he came back. The damage is done. Was done, years ago. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose, looking defeated, and McGonagall's face grew sad. Harry turned to leave. As he closed the door behind him, he heard Dumbledore speak. What's done is done. You could not have Kn. Dumbledore's voice faded as the door closed, and Harry paused, but then kept going, Dumbledore's comment beginning to niggle at him. Had one of them said something to someone? It seemed impossible that one of his teachers had mentioned such important information to someone. He reached the bottom of the spiral staircase and was going to step into the painting opposite Dumbledore's office and go to the chamber, but then decided to go to the common room instead. It would be too quiet in the chamber, and it would give him too much of an opportunity to think about what had happened. Harry had been glad to escape the common room that evening to go to astronomy. He'd regretted his decision to go there as soon as he opened the portrait hole and everyone in the room turned to look at him with either sympathetic or disbelieving stares, the conversations in the room dying out as they caught sight of him and then flaring louder than before. It had been mostly empty by the time it was time to go to astronomy, but the remaining students still cast him curious glances as he left. He got there 15 minutes early, relishing in the absolute quiet. It was a cold night, but the sky was crystal clear and sharp. It aggravated him when the other students arrived talking loudly, though when they set up on the other side of the tower, he could hardly hear them. Malfoy arrived 20 minutes late, and Harry briefly noted the superior smirk on his face before he turned back to the telescope. A light thwack sounded and Harry looked over to where Malfoy had thrown down a copy of the Prophet on top of his star chart. He felt some of his anger rush back. I've already seen it, Malfoy. No, you haven't. Actually, I wanted to point out another article that you missed reading when you stormed out of the hall. Unfortunately, all of this prophecy business stole some of our collective thunder, or both of us would have been front page news. The scowl left Harry's face and he looked up, curious. What do you mean? Malfoy simply gestured to the paper and leaned against the battlements, not even bothering to set up his telescope. The light on the tower was too dark to read, so Harry performed a lumos, shielding the light from the rest of the class with his body. The newspaper was open to the second page, folded in half so that he couldn't see the headline. He unfolded it and shook it straight, his eyes widening at the title. He looked up at Malfoy. Malfoy raised his eyes and gave a nod at it, a smirk on his face. Harry looked back at the article. Dragons spotted on Hogwarts grounds. Rumors have been spreading in recent weeks of 2 large dragons at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Several people claim to have seen them, but this reporter scoured the grounds and skies and has yet to acquire photographic evidence of the gargantuan reptiles. And these 2 are indeed gargantuan. One expert claims that their size indicates 2 males, whilst another expert argues that it is a pair. Malfoy cut in at this point, though Harry had no idea how he knew he'd just read that. And just to clarify, Potter, you're the girl. You are the smaller one. Harry rolled his eyes and kept reading, wondering if this expert who was mirroring Hagrid's words was in fact Hagrid. He claims that male dragons are far too territorial to have such a close association unless they were brothers. Further, he says that they aren't brothers, given that Based on coloring, they are clearly two different species of dragon. The news has attracted the interest of dragon enthusiasts and conservationists from around England. You know what? I'll bet after reading this that people will be looking out for them. We should give them a show. No, we can't do that. Why not? I was talking to Hagrid with Ron and Hermione about this the other day, and Ron said they're looking for new males in their colony in Romania. What if they come here and try to catch us? Malfoy scoffed and gave Harry a look like he was an idiot. I know I'm not stupid enough to get caught. I suppose it isn't like they're going to sneak up on us while we're sleeping, is it? No, and imagine how excited the first years would be. They'll wet their little pants. Harry raised an eyebrow. Draco Malfoy wants to give the first years a treat. Malfoy tossed his hair. I'm simply saying, I would have loved to have seen a dragon when I was younger. I admit I've lost that desire now that I am one, but I think some of the older students would like to as well. You just want to show off. You like people talking about you, and being in the news. Malfoy spread his hands, and gave a shrug. The burden of being a Malfoy. Harry snorted and turned back to his work. You know, if you don't get started you're going to be here all night. Malfoy pushed off the wall. You're right. He unrolled his star chart on the table next to Harry's, pulled out a quill, and then, as Harry watched, began copying Harry's half-finished star chart. Hey, that's not exactly what I meant. Like you said, if I don't get started soon I'll be up here all night. Shouldn't have been late then, should you? Grumbled Harry, tearing his eyes away from the telescope and marking down a star, which Malfoy promptly copied. I was busy. Oh yeah? Doing what? Your hair. Harry was feeling marginally better from the light conversation. No. Malfoy smirked. Some of us have women to woo. Harry looked up. Malfoy was staring dreamily at the stars, twirling his quill between his fingers. Harry raised an eyebrow, a smile curling his lips. What's her name? Malfoy looked down at Harry and sniffed. None of your business. If it's none of my business, why bring it up? You clearly want to talk about it, or her. Or just boast. Malfoy smirked. True. He marked down another star. Slytherin. Of course. 7th year. No. Well, I don't know any Slytherins not in 7th year. I guess you'll have to remain unknowing then. Any reason why you won't just tell me? Asked Harry, searching for the last star he is supposed to find. Where would be the fun in that? Harry grinned and turned back to his telescope, amazed that it was Draco Malfoy of all people who had made him feel better. The class ended shortly after and the students quickly dispersed. It was mid-November, and winter had well and truly arrived. Harry was feeling quite tired, and keen to get back to the warm common room, but a quick fly over the snowy grounds was too enticing to resist. He looked around. The rest of the class had gone, and he was alone. Leaning his telescope against the battlements, he climbed up into the space between the battlements. Standing up, he looked down. It was a long way to the bottom of the tower, plenty of time for him to transform. There wasn't any room for him to have a run up, so he took the biggest jump outwards that he could. He tumbled a bit in the air as he fell, so that his back was facing the grounds. The ground was rapidly approaching and the stone wall of the castle was moving past impossible fast. He transformed just in time, spreading his wings wide and soaring out and around the castle to the canyon. His belly skimmed the grass until he flapped his wings and gained a bit of lift. He did a quick lap around the lake, noting the frozen edges, and then soared to the edge of the forest where he transformed and headed across the lawns and to the entrance hall doors. There was a bite in the air, and the sting of it was refreshing on his skin. He opened the doors to the entrance hall a few minutes later and snuck inside, walking as quietly as he could in case Filch was around. Trudging up to Gryffindor Tower, he realized his bag was still up on the astronomy tower. He changed his direction and headed there instead, cursing Dumbledore when he came to stairs for not giving the pendant back. The astronomy tower had been empty when he'd left, but he was surprised to find several teachers and one of the Hufflepuff astronomy students congregating there. The Hufflepuff girl was crying and pointing towards the battlements. As he approached, McGonagall saw him. She looked frantic. Harry. Oh, thank heavens. She turned to the other teachers. He's fine, he's fine. Harry frowned, looking in confusion between the gathered people. What's wrong? The frantic look left McGonagall's face and was replaced by an angry, thin-lipped expression. Miss Bennet says you jumped off of the tower. Is that true? Harry felt his stomach plummet. Had she seen him transform? He'd been sure there had been no one else on the tower at the time. Good heavens. What were you thinking? Yelled his head of house, coming to her own conclusion. I have never, in all my time as a teacher seen a student do something so completely irresponsible and utterly dangerous. Over to the side, Professor Sprout was comforting the sobbing student. You gave Miss Bennet the fright of her life, and not only her. You can only imagine what we thought when she came running to us, telling us. McGonagall broke off abruptly, a choke in her voice. Harry felt his face burning, realizing what they must have thought. It was just a quick fly around the turrets on my broom, he muttered, still wondering whether or not the Hufflepuff had seen him transform. Be that as it may, apologize to Miss Bennet, please. Harry turned to her, his face still red. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. He meant it too, although he said it too quickly for it to really sound sincere. Sprout nodded tersely before ushering the shaking Hufflepuff girl off of the tower. He turned back to McGonagall, who had pulled herself together and was looking at him sternly. Now I realize you may have had a bad day, but really you are banned from Quidditch for the next 3 weeks. Hopefully that will teach you that your broom should be ridden only on the Quidditch pitch. You will also serve a detention with me on Tuesday, and receive 20 points from Gryffindor. Harry scowled at the severe punishment, but bit his tongue. He'd just have to be more careful next time. The news that he had jumped off the astronomy tower spread pretty quickly, with mixed reactions. Most of the boys thought it was pretty cool, and he hoped none of them would try it. Some of the girls seemed to think it was brave, and others, like Hermione and McGonagall, seemed to think it had been completely stupid. Hermione treated him to a bit of a lecture while they sat studying in the common room the next evening, but he cut her off quickly by saying he had to take a book back to the library. He did in fact need to. I have to take a book back to the library, said Harry, jumping up and grabbing the overdue book. I'll be back. Hermione nodded absently as Harry left. Her lecture seemed to have been some sort of automatic spiel about acting responsible, because she seemed immersed in her own work, like she hadn't even been listening to what she herself had been saying. Harry shook his head in amusement as he trekked to the library. The halls were quiet and he met no one on the way. He stood the book on the returns counter and left the library. He was startled by a voice as he exited the library. You're an idiot, Potter. Harry looked up to see Malfoy leaning against the wall. Harry rolled his eyes and walked around the Slytherin. I'm not an idiot, Malfoy. I didn't think anyone was watching. Malfoy grabbed his arm and spun him around. But they were, weren't they? What if someone saw you transform? So people find out I'm an animagus and I'll have to register. I understand that, Anne. No, I don't think you do. Hissed Malfoy, his voice quiet. You know who the new minister is, do you really think he won't use something like this as an excuse to get you out of the castle? Harry stopped and looked at Malfoy closely. Have you heard something? Malfoy's voice dropped even lower, so that Harry could hardly hear it. No, just watch yourself. If something like that did happen, it could affect me, too. If I did have to register, I'm not going to go about telling everyone that you are too. But they'll consider that the other dragon is an animagus too, won't they? And if so, they'll want to find out who it is. I still wouldn't tell them, and there's nothing they could do to make me. You don't need to worry. Nothing they could do. Thorn might put on a nice face for the public, but believe me, he knows how to play dirty. Harry supposed he could see Malfoy's point, but then something occurred to him. Wait a minute. Weren't you the one, just last night, who was telling me that we should let people see us because you thought it would be exciting for them? Malfoy stepped back with a scowl. That's different. We won't be transforming in front of people. I still think that's a good idea. Malfoy tossed his head and then glanced at his watch. I have to go. He stalked off, and Harry shook his head at the Slytherin's behavior before continuing on his way. The next day Harry received a letter from Aislinn. He was all set to go back to the farm for a week of the Christmas holidays, and he couldn't wait for the last week to finish. He was a bit sad to be missing Christmas at Hogwarts, given that it was his last year, but he'd be here for some of it. The Great Hall had already been decked out, and Filch was in the process of marrying up the castle's main corridors. Harry found it quite amusing that Filch was assigned the job. Each time Harry saw the caretaker carrying bundles of holly or red bows and chains of beads through the halls, the man had a fouler than usual look on his face, and Harry had the strong impression that Filch disapproved of Christmas. After reading the letter, Harry tucked it away in his bag and went back to his charms project. He was in the process of making lists of possible wand movements and incantations for it, using words like banish and gone and such. There were plenty of possible incantations, but the movements were a bit harder. He'd been sticking with runes, as he wasn't particularly good at arithmancy, and he had only gone over the basics. Still, his list was coming together nicely and he was going to start testing some out in the next week or so. It was Saturday afternoon, and Harry was standing out on the courtyard with Malfoy, shivering in the frigid air that was blowing in from the canyon. "I shouldn't have let you talk me into this," he grumbled, though he was curious to see what people's reactions would be. "Running and screaming, probably." Malfoy gave him a satisfied smile and then took a running leap off the courtyard and into the deep chasm, transforming quickly and flying outwards. Harry followed him quickly, catching up with the Slytherin as he flew over the castle's turrets. His acute hearing picked out gasps and a few shrieks as they flew over the lawns, their shadows crossing over the students who had braved the outdoors. He saw Hagrid stacking firewood near his cabin, and inwardly grinned when the half-giant's face lit up. Harry did a huge loop, and saw people standing up and staring at them. He did a few theatrical twists in the air, and Malfoy attempted to outdo him, as usual. After a few minutes, quite a crowd had gathered outside. Despite the cold, everyone's faces turned up to the sky watching as the two of them put on a display. At one point, Malfoy sent a small group of first-years scattering when he flew too low over them. Some teachers came out with their wands drawn, but it was evident that Harry and Malfoy weren't out to eat anyone, so eventually they just stood around watching with the students. They flew around the lawns and over the Black Lake for a good 40 minutes before the light started to fade and people headed back into the castle and out of the cold. Harry was starting to feel pretty cold. Being a cold-blooded animal, he couldn't warm himself. The two of them headed back around the castle towards the canyon, and then Harry turned in towards the castle and lined up with the courtyard. He landed quite smoothly, managing to keep his feet, even if he did nearly run into the wall of the castle. He heard the rush of wings and moved out of the way quickly as Malfoy landed right behind him. Malfoy flopped down on the stone bench under the oak tree and Harry joined him. The Slytherin looked over and grinned. "That was fun." Harry shrugged, feeling pain in his shoulders and back. Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Oh, admit it, Potter. You liked all their oohs and ahs as much as I did." Harry relented and gave a grin. He rolled his shoulders and neck, trying to relieve the ache. Flying made him use muscles he wouldn't normally, maybe even muscles he didn't normally have. Malfoy saw the movement and rolled his own shoulders, grimacing. "Kills, doesn't it?" he groaned, massaging one shoulder with the opposite hand. Harry nodded. He hadn't noticed such a bad ache before, but he hadn't flown around for that long or done such theatrical flying before either. They didn't sit for long, because it started to snow. Harry walked over to the wall of the castle and ran a finger down the indent in the door, causing it to click open. He stepped inside and moved over to the fire, sinking gratefully into an armchair. He flicked his wand at the huge curtain that covered the window so that it fell across it, in order to keep the heat in better. Malfoy headed back through the tunnels to the Slytherin common room not much later, but Harry stayed in the chamber a bit longer talking quietly with Salazar. The Great Hall at breakfast and in his classes the next day were all full of people talking about seeing the dragons. Ron was particularly keen about them, and Harry had the feeling that he was going in the same career direction as Charlie. Harry had told Ron and Hermione he hadn't seen them, and Ron had felt it was his duty to give Harry a swoop-by-swoop account of what he'd seen the day before. Ron kept up the descriptions every time he thought the professor wasn't looking, and promised to fill Harry in on the rest at lunch when Harry had to go to potions and Ron to care of magical creatures. Potions was spent making a particularly difficult nutrient draft that was used in the infirmary when people couldn't eat. Going by the smell of it, Harry didn't know how anyone could keep the potion down if they couldn't keep normal food down, but it was supposed to be a very effective potion. Nearing the end of class, Harry was leaning over the desk, scrubbing it, when he felt something drop into his pocket. Straightening up, he slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small tub of some pale, opaque balm. He looked around, and saw Malfoy swinging his bag over his shoulder across the room. He caught Harry looking and raised a hand to his shoulder, giving it a quick squeeze. Harry nodded discreetly and pocketed the balm. He hadn't even thought to go to Madame Pomfrey for anything to relieve the ache in his back and shoulders. Although, he suspected Malfoy had actually made it, as it didn't look like the balm they sometimes picked up after a hard Quidditch practice. He finished cleaning up and headed back to the tower with Hermione. Harry had been a bit dubious about Malfoy's plan to reveal themselves so openly to people, but he was now exceedingly grateful that he had gone along with the plan. Everyone was so excited about having seen them that they had pretty much forgotten the article about the prophecy. Now, the stares and sympathetic glances he'd been receiving had abated overnight. It gave him a secret thrill of satisfaction to hear people so excited about their little display, and he knew Malfoy was the same, because he had seen the Slytherin smirking happily whenever anyone mentioned the event within his hearing range. Everyone else might have forgotten about it, at least for now, but he certainly hadn't. As far as he knew, the professors hadn't determined for sure how it had been leaked. It worried him that someone might have gained the truth of the prophecy from Ron or Hermione, but the only other option was that there was a spy in the Order, and he supposed that that was far worse. He knew Ron and Hermione wouldn't have told anyone on purpose, but it was possible someone had performed legilimency on them. It wasn't the only question niggling at him either. He was still confused about his realization that Voldemort had been going to spare his mother, and he could think of no other reason for him doing so than because Snape had asked. And that made no sense to Harry at all. He had a lesson with Snape later, and he was contemplating asking the potions master about it then. He fretted about asking Snape all day, but in the end he decided that if he didn't get an answer, it was going to distract him and keep him up at night thinking about it. He sat down in his usual chair and spoke before Snape could. "Sir, there was something I wanted to ask you before we started." Snape leaned back and steepled the tips of his fingers together. He raised an eyebrow for Harry to continue. "IWH for the DA, some of the students are learning how to do a Patronus, and we, Ron, Hermione and I, were wondering if you knew where we could find a boggart for them to practice on." Snape drummed his fingers on the desk, staring impassively at Harry for a moment. "I shall find one for you. Now, we shall beggy." There was something else I wanted to ask you," interrupted Harry before Snape got on a roll. "Yes?" asked Snape impatiently. Harry paused, feeling a bit unsure, but then steeled his resolve and continued. "When I'm near a Dementor I hear my parents. I hear my parents on the day they died." He knew Snape knew this already, but he wasn't sure how else to begin. "After he killed my dad, he came up the stairs to the room my mum had taken me to." Snape's face had paled somewhat, and Harry glanced away, staring at the desk instead. "I remember he kept telling her to step aside, but she wouldn't. She kept begging him not kill me, to take her instead. She wouldn't move, so he killed her too." Snape swallowed audibly, and Harry raised his eyes to Snape's again. Why was he going to let her live? Snape didn't answer. "Was it because you asked him not to kill her? Is that who he was talking about that night me and Malfoy rescued you?" Snape finally moved, clearing his throat. "That night." Harry nodded, wondering how much of it Snape actually remembered. "He said he remembered how you begged him to spare the life of a mudblood. Was it my mother he was talking about?" After several moments, Snape gave the smallest of nods. I didn't know why else he would have been going to spare her." He frowned. But even then, why would he do it just because someone asked him? He looked expectantly at Snape, but he was disappointed. "I can't answer your questions, Potter. Snape shook his head. "I do not know the answer. But, Potter, leave it. I can say nothing that will satisfy your curiosity." Snape seemed keen to change the subject, and Harry supposed he could appreciate that it was a touchy subject for him. He sighed, realizing Snape wouldn't or had nothing more to say about it. Fine, he muttered. Thanks. Snape blanched. There is no need to thank me, he said stiffly. We shall begin now. He stared him in the eye, and Harry's vision shifted until they were standing in the darkness of Harry's shields. He dropped them enough for Snape to easily lead him into the depths of his mind, and then further, into his soul. For the second time, they stepped through the mirror of Arised into Harry's soul. They made their way quickly to the black bit of soul that was latched onto Harry's, and it seemed to him that it didn't take as long as last time. He supposed that the soul probably didn't really have a shape as such, that Voldemort's Horcrux wasn't attached at some bottom left corner, so like in the mind, when they imagined something and it appeared, when you wanted to find a part of the soul, it would appear to you. Snape stopped several meters away and looked at Harry. When the Dark Lord possessed you in the Ministry, thoughts of your friends drove him from your body, correct? Harry nodded. What I want to try today is much the same. We have two options. One is for you to go into his soul and, Snape gave a small shrug, think about your friends. Harry tried hard not to raise his eyebrows at that suggestion. The second option is for you to cast charms at it. There are spells which convey emotion, such as cheering charms. Harry snorted, earning a scowl from Snape. He schooled his face into what he hoped was a more suitable expression, but his tone was still clearly disbelieving. You want me to defeat Voldemort with cheering charms? Snape pursed his lips. Do not be imbecilic. There are far more powerful and subtle charms than cheering charms. However, we will leave that option for another time. I believe we will begin with the method which has previously shown some success. What if it works and I get rid of this Horcrux though? I won't have a connection with him anymore and we won't be able to destroy the other pieces. I do not think it will be particularly easy to disentangle his soul from yours. And I believe you will have some sort of sense of the level of attachment. But I can't feel it now, said Harry, dubious about Snape's statement. Can't you? Asked Snape softly, his gaze shifting and his eyes becoming unfocused. I can, just standing here. I dare say once the level of entanglement changes, you will have some sense of it. 16 years is a long time to grow used to the presence of another. Sometimes you can only appreciate how deeply they have influenced and affected you when they are gone. Harry frowned at Snape's faraway demeanor, but didn't question it. Instead, he nodded, accepting Snape's explanation and hoping he was right that they wouldn't destroy the connection before they could make use of it. Snape rubbed absent-mindedly at his left forearm. Does it affect you, being this close to his soul? Asked Harry, hoping he wouldn't be rebuked. Snape gave a short nod, but didn't elaborate. Harry looked at the black bit of soul, feeling suddenly nervous. You're coming in with me, aren't you? He asked, turning hopefully to Snape, but the potion's master shook his head. We have already discussed that. We do not want the Dark Lord to recognize an unfamiliar presence that may alert him to the level of your connection with him. Harry took a deep breath, remembering the conversation and agreeing that they could not risk that. He stepped close to the piece of soul, his chest nearly touching it. Then, after one last look at Snape, who gave what might have been an encouraging nod, Harry took a step forward. There was nothing, absolutely nothing around him. It was beyond doubt the darkest place he had ever been. He felt blind, felt like the darkness was pressing against his eyeballs. There was utter silence, and it was cold. He took all of this in the split second before his head split in half. He gasped as pain radiated from his scar. A ragged yell sprang from his throat before he gained some control of himself and closed his mouth, gritting his teeth. He sank to his knees, his hands going to his head in a futile attempt to relieve the pain. The pain was so bad he felt like vomiting, and then as if he were going to pass out, and then back to feeling like vomiting again. He was strongly tempted to run back out. In fact, it was just about the only thought running through his mind. A small part of his mind told him if he did that though, then he would be letting Voldemort win. He couldn't run away. He had to at least try to fight. He struggled to get straight in his mind what he was supposed to be doing, but it was nearly impossible to think through the pain-induced haze. He managed to drag his mind to thoughts of his friends. At first it was hard, but the longer he tried the easier it became to see them laughing and smiling. He thought of Aislinn too, generating feelings that were different and more intense than his feelings of friendship with Ron and Hermione. He sensed an odd shift around him, but his eyes were squeezed shut so tight from the pain, and he couldn't open them to look. He had no idea if he was doing the right thing, and he hoped to hell he wasn't putting himself through such pain for nothing, but surely, if it was hurting him this much, it must be having the same effect on the Horcrux. He tore his thoughts away from that track and back to his friends, tears leaking out from his tightly shut eyes and running down his face. After what seemed like an age, the pain became too unbearable and he knew that if he didn't leave he was going to pass out, and he didn't think this was a very good place to do so. He half crawled, half walked back the direction he thought he had come, and luckily he went in the right direction. Snape was pacing back and forth when Harry stumbled from the darkness back into his own soul. He promptly collapsed to his knees again and finally expelled the contents of his stomach. He felt hands on his shoulders, and Snape pulled him up to his feet. Harry sagged against him, too worn out to care that he was drooling his regurgitated dinner on Snape's robes. It dimly registered as the mirror appeared in front of them, and seconds later he was sitting at Snape's desk again. He fell forward, banging his head hard on the desk. He hardly felt it, compared with the pain from his scar. The pain receded a fair bit now that he was out of Voldemort's soul, and it was like waking up from a mild dream. He lifted his head up just as Snape spoke. "Here, drink this," he said, handing Harry a vial of pain relief potion. Harry gratefully drank it down, handing the empty vial back to Snape, who vanished it with a flick of his hand. "How long was I in there?" groaned Harry, running a hand through his hair. "Nearly 20 minutes, muttered Snape, frowning as he assessed Harry's condition. "How do you feel?" "My head hurts." Harry could almost hear Snape roll his eyes. "Other than the obvious headache." Harry considered the question, and realized he did feel something else, though he couldn't really explain it. "I forgot to mention it to you, but after you were in my soul last time, I felt weird. I feel weird again, but this time it's a bad kind of weird. I don't really know how to explain it." Snape looked thoughtful. "It wasn't bad the first time, just different. I guess it's expected though, isn't it, that going into someone's soul would feel weird, or having someone tramping around in your soul? Yes, it should be expected. Yeah, and everyone knows that a soul like his has got to feel bad." "Those who believe that people like him possess a soul," replied Snape. "Perhaps when another visits your soul, or you visit the soul of another, some kind of impression is left." He paused for a moment, studying Harry. "What was it like in his soul?" "I don't know. I had my eyes closed the entire time, pretty much." HMPH. "Very well. Before I closed them though, it was dark, really, really dark, and cold too." Snape stood and went to the bookcase behind his desk, returning with a new-looking book. "This book has a relatively detailed explanation of emotive charms which you should consider reading should this method fail." Harry gave a weak smile as he reached to take it. "You know, if you keep giving me books to read, I'm going to end up with half your bookshelf in my trunk." "Yes, I am still waiting for you to return the last 2 I loaned you. I expect them back in no less a condition than they were when I gave them to you." Harry desperately tried to remember which book was lying under his bed and which one was stashed in his trunk under dead quills and inkpots. Yes, sir." Snape scowled, and then motioned to the new book. Despite the ridiculous title, it is an informative book. Harry looked at the title. "Charms, Chants, and More Cheese, Please." If he'd been in a better mood, he probably would have laughed. "Who the hell makes up titles like that?" "Elmeric Neckstaff makes up titles like that," replied Snape dryly. Harry slipped it into his bag. "I'll get right to reading that, sir," he said as he stood. Snape rolled his eyes and waved his hand at the door. "Get out of my office." "Can you teach me a Parseltongue spell?" asked Malfoy, leaning forward eagerly. Harry frowned from his spot on the lounge. "That might be a bit difficult, don't you think?" "No, I don't want to learn the language, but you can still say it and I can copy you until I get it right." Harry cocked his head. "I suppose it might work." "Of course it will. Besides, you owe me for helping you with occlumency and legilimency." He had a point, and Harry couldn't see the harm in teaching him one Parseltongue spell. "All right then, I'll teach you." Malfoy actually looked surprised that Harry had agreed so quickly, but he quickly hid the expression. Teach me that one that freaked Zabini out when we were dueling in defense last year. Harry cast his mind back, trying to recall which spell that had been. There were several that it could have been, so he just picked one of them at random. I'm going to teach you Tacta Inferu. Malfoy's eyes glittered. I didn't understand you, but it sounds dangerous. What does it do? Harry cocked his head, thinking. I don't actually know. I haven't ever been on the receiving end. He grinned. You'll have to ask Zabini. Although, I'm not sure if this was the one that I actually used on him or not. That doesn't matter. Say it again, ordered Malfoy. Harry complied, and wondered how it sounded to the ears of people who did not speak Parseltongue. He'd never actually heard a snake hiss, so he couldn't really imagine the exact sound. Malfoy tried it, and Harry burst out laughing, causing a scowl to form on Malfoy's face. What? Harry shook his head in amusement. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't English and it certainly wasn't Parseltongue. A red tinge colored Malfoy's cheeks. That was my first try, Potter. I didn't laugh at your pathetic attempts at legilimency when we started. Harry sobered up, realizing he'd greatly offended Malfoy. All right, sorry, okay, let's try it again. He paused before saying the spell again, and he spent the rest of the evening trying to explain to Malfoy how to say the words properly. It was nearly 12 when he made his way back to the common room and went to bed. He was standing in a dark room with wood-paneled walls. There was a single, high-backed chair in the middle of the room, and a hearth rug sat in front of a dim fire. Gazing away from the kneeling figure, he seated himself in the chair, staring into the fire. What news have you brought me, Severus? My lord, I bring you news of a prophecy. A prophecy, he sneered. I hardly believe in such nonsense as. My lord, it speaks of your defeat. He froze, unsure he had heard correctly. He stood, and moved to stand over his follower, ignoring the man's interruption. Look at me, Severus. Black eyes rose hesitantly to meet his. He took the man's chin in his hand. Harry dove into the familiar mind, seeking out the memory. He drew it out effortlessly, and in seconds he was standing in a thin corridor, doors lining each side. He heard the soft footsteps of Snape behind him as he walked towards a door that had been left open a crack. Light was shining in a thin beam across the hall and up the opposite wall, and a man's deep voice resonated quietly from within. He strolled into the room, leaving his servant peering in through the gap in the door. A sneer crossed his face at the sight of the old fool Dumbledore, but his disparaging gaze settled on the aging, eccentric-looking woman he was talking to. She was prattling on about how one of her ancestors was a famous seer, when all of a sudden her voice grew harsh. She sat rigidly, her eyes staring ahead, focused on something that no one else could see. If it was an act, it was good. When she began to tell the prophecy, he froze, as if even the sound of his breathing would somehow block out her words and cause him to miss something. Halfway through, however, darkness began to creep around the edges of the memory, and the woman's voice grew faint. He looked around and realized that his servant had been caught eavesdropping by the innkeeper, and had not caught the rest of the prophecy. He gritted his teeth and returned to the hall where his servant was arguing with the man. He was angry that this huge secret had been ripped from him. He would not learn the entirety of the prophecy tonight, but he would hear it, somehow. He withdrew from his servant's mind. You have done well, Severus, he murmured, moving to stare into the fire. Tell no one else what you have learned tonight. Of course, my lord. He grew silent, and his servant recognized the dismissal, walking backwards, head bowed, until he reached the door. The door closed quietly, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Harry's eyes snapped open. A black anger rose in him, and if he had taken the time, he might have realized it was not entirely his. He threw the covers off of his bed and dressed, ripping several buttons off his pajama top in his haste. He stormed down to the common room, then stopped, wondering where he was going. He ran back up the stairs and stopped on the landing, consumed with an irrational anger and a profound sense of betrayal. The entrance to the tunnels which led to the chamber was under his feet, so he hissed at it to open and descended into the cool tunnel. Torches lit and then whipped out as he passed, his rapid steps echoing in the enclosed space. He got to the chamber, but then he was at a loss for what to do. He was fired up, and the silence of the early morning was too quiet. He'd carted in a heavy rock for Sauls to sun himself on, and it was sitting in the middle of the low table, beside the tree branch. He had forgotten his wand, but he didn't need it. Holding his arm out at the rock, he flung it towards the bay window with a roar. The huge glass window shattered. It was brittle from the cold, and it cracked easily, shards of glass raining down into the canyon and to the courtyard outside. A few bits fell on the inside, making no sound on the carpet except for a light tinkle where they hit other pieces of glass. He was too angry to repair it, but now the cold wind was blowing in, stinging his flushed skin. He moved over to the fireplace and sunk miserably into one of the armchairs. He felt tears pricking the back of his eyes, but he closed them and forced them away. Minutes later, he realized he couldn't sit still, and he sprang up, heading for the passages. Harry walked aimlessly, not really sure which way he was going, and wandered through the dim stone passageway in a dark mood, unable to fully accept what he had learned. He felt immensely betrayed. He was beyond words to describe it. He was angry at Dumbledore for not telling him, but he was angrier at Snape, completely at a loss for what to do. Snape was the reason Harry had no family, the reason he walked around with a jagged scar on his forehead, the reason for everything bad in Harry's life. Were the lessons and the times he had saved Harry's life some way of trying to atone for his past mistakes, some way to make up for having killed his parents and nearly him, or was it just because Snape had been friends with his mother? He didn't know what to believe anymore. He'd really learned to trust and depend on Snape, more so than he'd realized until the illusion had come crashing down. Somehow, without him realizing it, Snape had come to be some kind of mentor to him. He'd cared about Snape. And Snape had been lying to him all along. He eventually wound his way back to the chamber, after having walked for nearly 2 hours. Some of his anger had drained, but he felt hopeless now. He sat in a stew until the sun started to show and his stomach gave a rumble. With nothing better to do, he left the chamber and went to the Great Hall. It wasn't quite 7 yet, and it was empty except for him. The ceiling was starting to lighten slightly with the rising sun, but it was a cloudy day and it was slowly moving from a deep black to nothing more than a dull gray. The school slowly began to come to life, with students settling in around him at the table, though he barely acknowledged their presence. Ron and Hermione gave him concerned looks when he barely replied to their hellos. "Something wrong, mate? You didn't wait for us to come down this morning." Harry shrugged in response to Ron's question and served himself up some breakfast, hastily shoving a piece of toast into his mouth in the hope that they wouldn't ask him any more questions. Hermione seemed to get the hint that he didn't want to talk, because she elbowed Ron when he started to ask Harry something else. A bang sounded from the front of the hall, and Harry saw that Snape had entered through the door behind the head table, his robes billowing around him. Harry's hands clenched so tightly around his cutlery that his knuckles turned white and his nails dug into his palms. Ron saw where he was looking and muttered the obligatory, "Git." It was too kind a word in Harry's opinion. Snape took his seat next to Dumbledore and Harry's scowl deepened. Dumbledore surely knew that Snape had sold his parents out to Voldemort, and yet all these years he had been telling Harry he could be trusted. All too soon, the bell rang for classes and Harry realized he hadn't actually eaten anything. He'd spent the whole time glaring darkly at Snape, who hadn't once looked in Harry's direction. He had potions first up, and he dragged after Hermione. The closer he came to the potions classroom, the darker his mood became. The thought of facing Snape made him feel sick. They reached the door of the classroom and Harry paused. "You go, Hermione. I'll be in shortly." She gave him a curious look. "All right. Don't be too long though. You know how Snape hates it when people are late." "Except when they're the late James Potter," mumbled Harry, though Hermione didn't hear him. He debated whether or not he should go to the hospital wing and claim he had a headache, because he didn't want to have to look at Snape's face for an hour. He didn't know if he could do that without exploding. It turned out he didn't need to make the decision. He'd assumed Snape was in the classroom already, but a moment later a door banged open and Snape appeared, carrying a stack of parchments that looked like their last assignment. "Potter," he said as he approached. "What are you loitering in the corridor for? Hurry up and get inside." Harry blinked stupidly at the comment, and didn't bother answering. At seeing Snape, the anger in him grew further. Snape must have noticed his expression because he stopped and frowned, peering closely at Harry. "What is wrong?" he inquired, sounding slightly irritated at having to ask. "What's the matter?" repeated Harry, and then he let out a harsh bark of laughter. "I'll tell you what's the bloody matter." He stepped closer, dropping his bag. "You sold my parents out to Voldemort," he hissed. To Harry's own surprise, he actually shoved Snape in the chest as he spoke, making him stumble back a step. Harry's voice rose to a yell as he continued. "You're the reason they're dead. You're the reason I've got a dirty great scar on my forehead, and why I grew up in a cupboard, and why Sirius went to Azkaban, and why Voldemort's been trying to kill me. That's what's the matter." There was a pregnant pause. The silence was ringing in Harry's ears, and he realized how loudly he must have been yelling. Snape's face had gone deathly pale, and when he spoke his voice was strained. "I don't know wher." Harry gave a strangled yell, and without thinking, his fist collided with Snape's jaw, the potions master's head snapping around. Harry was a lot shorter, but Snape had made no move to defend himself, and the force of Harry's punch caused him to spin into the classroom door with a thud. Harry didn't stay to see whether Snape kept his feet or not. He grabbed his bag and stormed off down the corridor. He spent the rest of the morning in the common room, expecting at any moment that someone would come to collect him, but the room remained ominously silent. There were few students in there, and those that were there were working quietly. He spent lunch in the kitchens rather than going to the Great Hall, and then returned to the common room again. It was much noisier now, so he took his pile of homework down to the chamber, unable to tolerate the happy chatter. He also didn't want to hang around waiting for the hammer to drop. There was no way he would get away with punching Snape. In the end, though, he didn't really get much work done, spending most of his time staring out the window he had broken that morning and thinking that he really should fix it. Suddenly, a huge pale orange dragon flew past the window. Seconds later, the door opened and Malfoy entered, raising an eyebrow at the shattered window. He repaired it with a flick of his wand. He tisked and wagged a finger at Harry, smirking. "Letting your emotions get the better of you." Harry shot him a foul look. "Feel like letting some of that anger out in a duel." "Maybe if you were Snape," muttered Harry. Malfoy smirked. "So what did he do?" "I take it was something more serious than docking points. Are you finally seeing what a traitorous bastard he is, out for himself and no one else?" It irked Harry that his answer at the moment was yes. He stood up and walked over to the lounges, but Malfoy followed. "I know he's teaching you occlumency, maybe even legilimency. Did you see something you didn't like?" Harry narrowed his eyes. "Mind your own business." Malfoy's smirk broadened. "I'll take that as a yes. Come on. Dueling will take your mind off it." It took Malfoy a good 15 minutes of whining and cajoling and convincing, but eventually they were facing off across the dueling platform. Concentrating on the duel did make him forget about Snape, at least after he stopped imagining that Malfoy was Snape, and the adrenaline brought him out of the depressed state he'd been in. They had dueled so much together that it was getting more and more difficult for anyone to win. Harry could often recognize what spell Malfoy was going to use by his stance. They'd both won a few times when Harry started to tire. He dodged the Slytherin's leg locker curse and sent off a spell which caused pebbles to rain down on Malfoy, then blocked a curse he hadn't seen before with a Protega, then sent off the Parseltongue curse that he was teaching Malfoy. When they'd started, they had both been casting a lot of their spells wordlessly, but they were both losing concentration and starting to call them out. "Petrificus totalis," shouted Malfoy. "Glacius ventos. Gallerus. Terra concito." The ground beneath Malfoy's feet shook, and it was pure luck that his next spell, a stinging hex, caught Harry full in the chest. "Adficio lingua. Tarantalagra. Sectum sempra. Caduceus." Harry dodged the curse Malfoy had thrown at him and raised his wand to send another one, but then stopped. Malfoy had stopped, dropping his wand and bringing a hand up to his body. A deep crimson stain was spreading over his robes from 3 slash marks that ran across his chest and stomach. "Draco." Harry lunged forward as Malfoy dropped to his knees, clutching at his bloody chest, where 3 deep gouges had ripped deep into his flesh. "Why did you do that to me?" Malfoy grasped around for his wand, finally finding it, and pointing it at himself. He began reciting several charms that Harry vaguely recognized as healing charms, but they did not seem to have any effect. He pulled Draco up. Come on, we need to get to the hospital wing. Malfoy nodded, seemingly disoriented. He grimaced in pain as Harry dragged him out the door. He had never wished more for the pendant as he and Draco stumbled along, through the library and up the stairs, past the basilisk and into the drain tunnel. Draco was leaning on him more and more heavily, and by the time they reached the stairs that led up to Myrtle's bathroom, Harry was practically dragging him. He hadn't realized it was that bad, but judging by the way his robes were saturated, he was bleeding heavily. Harry spared a glance at the Slytherin's face, and noticed his eyes fluttering nearly shut, his face deathly pale. He cast a floating charm on Draco, directing him up the stairs. At the top, he hissed out the password. In his haste, he slipped on the wet floor of the bathroom, crashing painfully to his knees and losing the spell on Malfoy, who thudded to the ground as well. Harry scrambled over to him, patting his cheek. Draco. Draco. Don't fall asleep. The Slytherin blinked hard and nodded, but almost immediately his eyes began to drift slowly shut. Harry's yells had alerted the resident ghost to their presence, because with a spray of water, she came surging out of a stall, stopping dead when she saw the bloody sight. Murder! Screamed Myrtle, her shrill voice ringing loudly. Murder in the bathroom! Harry ignored her and was pointing his wand to cast another floating charm when seconds later the door burst open and Snape appeared. His eyes widened and he barely spared Harry a glance as he knelt beside Draco, ripping open the Slytherin's shirt and bringing his wand to Draco's chest. Whatever healing spell Snape was muttering was far more effective than the one Draco had tried, because the skin began to knit itself back together, the flow of blood easing as the wounds closed. Snape stood and gave Harry a deadly serious look. You'll wait for me here, Potter, he breathed, before turning on his heel and levitating Malfoy out of the bathroom. The door swung shut and complete silence enveloped his ears. It didn't occur to Harry to argue about waiting, and he went over to a sink, turning on a tap only to realize it was the one that didn't work. He moved over to the next one and rinsed the blood off of his hands. It seemed to take an age for Snape to return, closing the door loudly behind him when he did so. Harry did his best not to recoil from Snape's intense glare as the potion's master stared down his nose at him. Well, began Snape in a dangerous voice. Who would have thought the noble Harry Potter knew such dark magic? Harry felt the morning's anger rushing back to him. You'd know all about dark magic, wouldn't you? He spat. Snape's face tightened, but other than that, he ignored the comment. Your potion's text. Bring it to me here. Now. Harry blinked, and the surprise must have been evident on his face, for Snape said, That's right, Potter. You know the one. How did Snape know? Harry nodded and left the bathroom, wondering. He walked quickly, beginning to shiver as his wet robes grew cold. He ignored the questions thrown his way as he went through the common room and grabbed his 7th-year potions text and headed back to the bathroom, knowing full well that it wasn't the book Snape wanted. The potions master was sneering at the wet bathroom when Harry entered and held out the book. Snape took one look at the front of the book, flipped it open to the inside cover, glanced at that, then fanned through the other pages, all in about 4 seconds. He snapped the book shut and shoved it back at Harry. Your 6th-year text. Where is it? Harry feigned a puzzled look. I don't have it anymore. I don't need it. You are lying to me. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Snape cut him off. Where did you learn that spell? Harry shrugged. I don't know. I've never even cast it before, it wasn't intentional. But you were dueling. Harry nodded. 50 points from Gryffindor. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Snape silenced him with a look. Is Draco going to be okay? A strange look crossed Snape's face and he crossed his arms. Draco. Draco will be fine. Lucky enough to avoid even scarring, I would imagine. He stared intently at Harry, and Harry made sure his shields were up, though it did not feel like Snape was attempting to perform legilimency on him. There was a brief silence as Snape stared Harry down, and Harry stared back, not willing to back down. You and I need to have a chat, I think, said Snape finally. Harry knew Snape was no longer talking about Malfoy and the curse Harry had just used on him. Harry squared his shoulders and looked Snape in the eye. I have nothing to say to you, and you have nothing to say that I want to listen to. Do not be so disrespectful, hissed Snape, leaning down towards Harry. You don't deserve my respect. He spat back, and then tried to leave. Snape grabbed him by the arm as he went past, but Harry merely returned his ugly look, wrenched himself from Snape's grasp and stormed out. Harry crept down to the infirmary under his invisibility cloak after curfew that night. He was feeling thoroughly drained, both physically and emotionally, and wanted nothing more than to fall into bed, but he wanted to apologize to Malfoy first. He walked into the hospital wing and thankfully found it empty except for the bed nearest the window. He could see Malfoy sorting through something on the bed, and he approached quietly, making the Slytherin jump when he pulled off his cloak. Oh, Malfoy put a hand over his heart. You startled me, he chuckled. Then he went back to sorting what turned out to be Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into groups depending on their color. Harry raised an eyebrow. Right. Well, I just came to see how you were feeling. Snape said you'd be okay, but I thought I should apologize. Malfoy nodded. You really got me good, but I'm okay now. Just a bit sore. Ask Madame Pomfrey for some more pain relief potion. All taken care of. Malfoy slipped a small flask off the side table and took a sip of the purple liquid. He smacked his lips. Tastes like blueberries. How much of that have you had? Malfoy shrugged and hammered the cork back in. Well, I'm going to go. Get some rest and go easy on that potion, Draco's eyes bulged. Are you silly? It's only 9:30 in the evening, Potter, and besides I've been sleeping pretty all afternoon. I'm not tired yet. Malfoy reached over to his bedside table, which was covered in an assortment of Honeydukes products, and got a pack of cards. Exploding snap? Asked Harry, raising an eyebrow. A bit loud, don't you think? Malfoy looked crestfallen, but when he spoke his voice held a slightly sarcastic tone. Yeah, you're right. Oh, but wait. I just remembered I'm a wizard, and I can do a silencing charm. Who would have thought we could solve our problem with magic? He banged himself on the side of the head. Are you okay? Harry was beginning to think that Malfoy had had a bit more pain relief than Madame Pomfrey had prescribed. Never better. Malfoy patted the bed next to him and Harry sat awkwardly down near his feet. Don't be silly, you can't play like that. Malfoy crossed his legs and then leaned forward and patted the bed again. Harry moved and sat opposite the Slytherin, who started dealing out the cards. Malfoy seemed to have forgotten all about the silencing charm, so Harry cast it himself. Malfoy dealt the last card. I'll start. He put a card down on the bed, and started humming quietly. Harry shook his head in amusement and put a card on top. Much to Malfoy's disappointment, they went through the whole pack without a snap, and Malfoy whined until Harry agreed to play another game, and then another because Harry won the second one. He'd been planning on going back to the tower when he left the hospital wing, but somehow he found himself in the Transfiguration corridor, staring at the large wall-high painting that could take him into the paintings. He stepped through, and on a whim he made his way to Dumbledore's office. He had expected it to be empty, but instead found Snape and Dumbledore in a discussion. Doubtful anyone taught it to him, mused Dumbledore, taking a sip of some red liquid from a deep goblet. Snape hummed in agreement. I assume he read it in my old potions text. I have searched the classroom for it and cannot find it, so most likely he has it. Harry was momentarily shocked. Snape was the half-blood prince. He was sure that was what they were talking about. He was then overcome by frustration and annoyance. Since he'd found the book, it had become a sort of friend and guide to him, helping him in potions. He'd spent hours perusing the interesting notes in the margins. Now, learning it was Snape's, he felt doubly betrayed. He'd have to get rid of it now. He wasn't keeping something that belonged to the man who had practically killed his parents. Where he read it is not really the issue anyway, and if indeed he read it in my book, then he has read the worst of it. I'm quite aware that many students will at some time be curious and seek to inform themselves about the dark arts, Albus. The vast majority of them read a few books and leave it at that. What I am concerned about is the fact that Potter has learned a spell, and has used it on a classmate. Perhaps he did not know what the spell would do, suggested Dumbledore. That is true, admitted Snape grudgingly, but if that is the case, then he is more of a dunderhead than I thought for using it. County. One does not casually toss about spells one does not know the effect of, especially in a duel. Dumbledore sighed. I am sure he will be more careful in the future. Snape gave a disparaging snort as if he though Dumbledore was a lunatic for the suggestion. I believe you may be overreacting to the situation, Severus. I am not overreacting, snarled Snape, his lip curling. Dumbledore ignored the protest. You are concerned about your godson, I understand that. It must have been quite a shock to see him in that state. Perhaps, too, you are feeling defensive about the truth Harry has learned. It would be callous if you were not worried about the effect it will have on your relationship with him. Snape had an ugly look on his face. I am hardly concerned about my relationship with Harry Potter, he snapped. Dumbledore shook his head. We both know that is no longer the case, Severus. He has come to trust you a great deal. Imagine for a moment how he must feel about what he has learned. Snape was silent for a moment, taking a drink from his own goblet. I made an oath to protect him. So long as he is alive, I am doing my job, he spat vehemently. Further than that, I couldn't care less about the brat. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. Harry turned around and left. He returned to the dormitory after that, and was getting into bed when his toe hit something hard under the bed. He stifled a curse and bent down, dragging out one of the books that Snape had loaned him. Scowling at it, he tossed it onto his bed and then went to his trunk, digging through it until he found the other book. The Half-Blood Prince's book was in his bag and the charms, Chance and More Cheese, Please, was on his bedside table. He added those to the pile and then picked up the stack of 4 books. He was on his way to Snape's office when he abruptly changed direction, heading instead to the chamber. Once there, he made his way through the tunnels, shivering in the cold. He was wearing only his pajamas, and had forgotten shoes. The stone floor was cold and rough, sending chills up through his feet into his body. He arrived at the waterfall painting and then, because he knew it would annoy the hell out of Snape, he stepped through into the potion master's private chambers. He paused when he stepped out, thinking that he probably should have checked the Marauder's map to see if Snape was in his rooms. He could hear nothing though, not that Snape was the sort to sing or make loud noises though, and assumed that he was still in Dumbledore's office. His clothes had dried completely by the time he moved over to the coffee table in Snape's lounge, which was good because it was absolutely freezing in the dungeons. Harry dumped the pile of books on the coffee table, gave the room a scowl, and then stepped back into the painting, though he was reluctant to leave the warmth given off by the fire in Snape's living room. His feet were white and numb with cold by the time he got back to the tower, and he stood in front of the fire till they warmed, staring into the dying embers and brooding silently. He went to bed after that, but he slept badly and woke early, the sky still pitch black. It was snowing outside, the white powder gathering on the outside of the window sill. He tried to fall asleep again, but in the end he rose at 4 in the morning and quietly dressed. If he was going to be up at such an ungodly hour, then he was going to make good use of his time. He donned his invisibility cloak, stuck the rolled-up Marauder's map into his pocket and headed off to the chamber. He used the entrance from the Gryffindor common room, but instead of going to the library, he instead took the turn that would take him to Dumbledore's office. He reached the small room where 3 doors led to Dumbledore's office, private chambers, and into the corridor where the gargoyle was. He went up the stairs through the door to Dumbledore's office and then stopped. Before he stepped through, he unrolled the Marauder's map and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, he murmured, and black lines crawled outwards from the tip of his wand, covering the parchment with a map of Hogwarts. He scowled briefly at the small dot labeled Severus Snape before checking Dumbledore's office. It was empty, but it appeared Dumbledore was in his private chambers, which were accessed from the door behind Dumbledore's desk. Harry had been in there once before, some time ago now, and from memory, it looked as if Dumbledore might be in bed. Of course it was 4 in the morning, so it was most likely that was where he was. Keeping his cloak and the map with him, he stepped through into the circular office. He scanned the rows of trinkets around Dumbledore's office for the pendant, and not seeing it, he moved to the nearest shelf and began a closer inspection. There was very little light, so he cast a wandless lumos. It was a little dimmer than if he used a wand, but that was good because as soon as the room lit up a bit, he saw Fox asleep on a stand, his head tucked under his wing. Luckily the light didn't disturb the bird, and Harry turned his attention back to the shelves, his blood thrumming loudly in his ears. He went slowly around the office, his eyes moving over each and every trinket and treasure on the shelves and side tables. When he didn't find the pendant, he moved to Dumbledore's desk. It was a mess of books and quills and parchment and more gadgets, and it took Harry a good 5 minutes to sort through everything on top of it. The first drawer of the desk opened easily, but after rifling through the contents, he quickly determined that what he was looking for wasn't there. The second drawer was locked tight. He tried an Alohomora on it and the door glowed for a split second. He tried it again and found it still locked. He'd seen no keys in his search of the office, and he didn't know any other unlocking spells, so he left it and hoped he would find the pendant elsewhere. The next drawer proved to be locked also. He turned around, facing the door behind the desk that led up to Dumbledore's private chambers. He didn't want to risk them being warded, so he went back to the door that led to the winding staircase. Instead of opening it though, he hissed, "Open," and the door opened of its own accord, revealing steps that led back down to the small room. He went down and then took the route to the private chambers, tumbling out of a painting onto soft carpet. He landed as quietly as he could and then paused, listening for any sound. He scoured the rooms, leaving the bedroom for last. The pendant was still nowhere to be found. He felt extremely dismayed. He debated going into the bedroom, and had almost decided not to when he looked through the tiny gap in the door and saw the pendant, right there, hanging from a stand on Dumbledore's bedside table. He nearly let out a yell of triumph, but settled from clenching his fist tightly. He pushed the door open as slowly as he could so that it didn't squeak, but like last time he'd been here it was well oiled and made no sound at all. He tiptoed around the bed, making only the lightest noise on the carpet. He felt as if he would be caught out at any second, but he reminded himself that he was invisible. He let out a long, low breath when he reached the bedside table. Biting his bottom lip, he reached out and slowly unhooked the chain from the holder it was dangling on. He held it up above his head, dangling it on a finger, and it shined dimly in whatever meager light was coming in the window. Suddenly, he tiled his hand wrong and the pendant dropped to the floor with a slight thud, and a tinkle as the chain fell on top of the pendant. Harry froze. Dumbledore rolled over and gave a snore, facing Harry now. So slowly, trying not to let the cloak rustle, he bent down and picked the pendant up again, cringing at the tinkle of the chain. After what happened with Malfoy when they'd been dueling, he wasn't letting the pendant out of his sight again. He'd desperately wanted it to apparate Malfoy to the infirmary, and he'd spent a good few hours half blaming Dumbledore for the whole thing. He knew that was irrational and that it had been his fault, but he was still angry that he could have gotten Malfoy there sooner if he'd had the pendant. He just hoped Dumbledore hadn't stripped it down like they'd done to his broomstick, and that it still worked. He slipped it around his neck, relishing in the familiar cool weight against his chest. Closing his eyes, he focused on the seventh-year boys' dormitory in Gryffindor Tower. He felt the pendant grow warm and the snake began to slither in its entwined pattern a bit faster. When he opened his eyes, he was standing right next to his bed. He fell asleep immediately, one worry off his mind. 2 hours later Harry woke and went down to breakfast. It was the first day of the holidays and they would be leaving for the train shortly, but Harry sat eating his cereal with little enthusiasm, still feeling bitter and upset over the truth he'd learned the previous day. Word had spread that some sort of altercation had occurred between him and Snape, but he had refused to answer anyone's questions, even Ron and Hermione's. According to Hermione, they'd only heard muted voices through the stone walls and thick wooden door, and then Snape had come in with a bruise forming on his chin, ordered them to open their textbooks and read, and then left again. He'd then returned 2 minutes later looking no different to normal, though he'd apparently been particularly sour that lesson, and taken twice the amount of points he usually did. Harry made an effort to at least appear happy, since he wasn't going to be seeing them for a week and it was Christmas, and they had a good conversation until it was time to go. They went back up to Gryffindor Tower to collect his trunk, and Ron and Hermione waited outside while he got it. They went down to the entrance hall and they waved him off. Then he, Seamus, Neville and Dean found an empty carriage to take them to Hogsmeade Station. They spent the ride doing the usual things like playing Exploding Snape and discussing the upcoming holiday, and it was just after dark when the train pulled into King's Cross station and they disembarked. There were a row of fireplaces along one wall of the station so that people could flow out, and after Harry had said goodbye to Ron, Ginny, Dean, Neville and Seamus, he headed over to the one with the shortest line. He was pretty sure that there would be a member of the Order hanging around, and sure enough Tonks appeared when there were only a few people ahead of him in the line. "Hey, Harry," she said brightly, and Harry couldn't help but smile at her, even though he knew she was there to harass him about what he was doing. "Hi Tonks," he replied. "Where are you off to then?" she asked, cutting to the chase. "Last I heard, you were joining the Weasleys for Christmas." He shrugged. He'd wondered why Dumbledore hadn't called him up to his office to talk to him about what he was doing over the holidays. "I don't know where you heard that. I'm going to stay with another friend for the week." Tonks nodded brightly. "Sounds like fun. Want to tell me where that is?" Harry grinned ruefully. "Not particularly. You know, Harry, if you want a bit of space, no one is going to begrudge you that, but we really do need to know where you are, for your own safety," said Tonks, stepping closer and lowering her voice. "I think I'm safe if no one knows where I am," he replied shortly, noticing that there was now only one person in front of him in the line. "Only several trusted Order members will know where you are, Harry. Including a trusted Order member who told the prophecy to a reporter." He shot back. Tonks looked slightly affronted by that. "No one from the Order. I'm not saying that it was someone from the Order for sure. My point is that things get out when people know. If no one knows, no one else even gets the chance to find out." The person in front of Harry stepped into the emerald flame and disappeared with a whoosh. "I don't want people hanging around, even discreetly, watching me, while I'm trying to enjoy my holiday. Besides, if people start turning up there regularly, it just gives other people a chance to follow them." Tonks sighed and stepped back as Harry dragged his trunk into the flow. He gave her one more friendly smile which she returned weakly, before calling out his destination. "Diagon Alley," he shouted, and after an unpleasant ride, he stumbled out of a fireplace in the alley, his trunk spitting out after him. He sat for a while inside Florine Foreskew's ice cream parlor, wondering if he'd been followed here. After he finished his hot ice cream sundae, he pulled out his wand and shrunk his trunk, stuffing it under his jumper. Then he pulled his invisibility cloak over his head and left. He was fairly sure it would be difficult for someone to follow him with it on, and he apparated once he'd rounded a corner into another street. He didn't go far, just back up the street to the flow, where he ducked ahead of someone in the line and flowed to the Irish Wizarding Alley. There was no way anyone could have followed him, so as soon as he was out of the Ollery he whipped off his cloak and stuffed it into his pocket. It was too late now to go to the farm this evening, so he found a small Muggle inn outside of the alley and paid for a night. As he lay in bed trying to get to sleep, he wondered how Snape had reacted when he'd found the books, realizing that Harry had somehow thwarted his wards that were specifically designed to keep Harry out. He almost smiled at the thought. One good thing about having returned the books before retrieving the pendant was that if, as he suspected, Dumbledore hadn't learned how to use the pendant, then he might think that the pendant wasn't what had allowed Harry to apparate to within Hogwarts at all. Early the next morning, he left the inn and went to an empty street where he disapparated. He appeared with a pop on a dirt lane near the McKenna's farm. As soon as he breathed in the fresh air, he felt as if a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. He felt so free here, like he could do anything he wanted and be anyone he wanted to be. He started off along the track, humming as he went. The sky was mostly clear, although the ruts in the track were filled with water, indicating that it had been raining earlier. He hadn't been walking long, only about 20 minutes, when a low rumbling filled the air and an old red truck rolled into view over a small hill. Harry smiled in recognition and waved, and the truck slowed to a halt, the engine idling. The window rolled down, and Niall stuck his head out. "Where might you be off to, Harry?" "To see you all, of course," he replied, and the farmer chuckled. "Going the wrong way then, aren't ye?" said Niall with a grin. He jerked his head towards the passenger side. "Get in." Feeling foolish, Harry ducked his head and jogged around to the other side of the truck, climbing in. "Where's your things then?" asked Niall, putting the truck back into gear and starting off again. I left it just off to the side further up here, he lied, and then after a few minutes pointed out a random place where there was a stand of trees between the edge of the road and the field on the other side. He jumped out of the truck and hurried over to the trees, then quickly pulled out his trunk and returned it to its normal size, just as Niall arrived to help him carry it back to the truck. They hoisted it up into the tray and then set off once more, arriving at the farm a few minutes after that. "Don't tell anyone I was walking the wrong way," said Harry with a grin, and Niall smirked back at him. Leaving Harry's trunk in the truck, Niall led him into the house where Anna and Aislinn were washing up after breakfast. Aislinn threw the tea towel in the drainer and pulled him into a hug when she saw him, a brilliant smile on her face. Harry kept the hug short, feeling a bit awkward with her parents there. "Hello Harry, it's good to have you back," said Anna, wiping her hands on the tea towel that Aislinn had discarded. "It's good to be back," he replied, smiling. "Aislinn told us you'd been by to see her one day." Harry nodded. "I was in Galway for the day, so I thought I'd drop by and see her." "Yes, but it was only for a few hours after school one day, wasn't it Harry?" said Aislinn, a strong suggestion in her voice that he agree with her. "Oh, yeah," he nodded his head in agreement. "I was busy all day, and then had to catch the bus to the ferry in the evening, so it was only for 2 or 3 hours I guess." "Well, I'd best be off. Have something to eat, Harry," said Niall, clapping him on the shoulder. He winked at Anna and smiled at Aislinn, and then left the kitchen to tend to the farm. "We've some eggs and bacon left over from breakfast," said Anna, going to the fridge and taking out a plate. "I'll put some toast on for you," said Aislinn, jumping up and grabbing a loaf of bread and a knife. "I'll leave Aislinn to look after you then, and I'll see you two later. Is there anything either of you want while I'm in town?" "No thanks Mrs. McKenna," replied Harry, while Aislinn just shook her head. Anna picked up her handbag from the cupboard and left through the screen door. Moments later Harry heard the engine on the car start and the sound of it driving away down the driveway. There was a hiss of bacon hitting the hot pan, and Harry tore his gaze from the door and looked to where Aislinn was making him something to eat. He stood up and moved over to where she was prodding at the bacon in the pan. He walked up behind her and slid his hands around her waist, pressing his chest against her back. "Missed you," he whispered in her ear. She turned her head and smiled up at him. "Missed you more." He ducked his head lower to capture her lips, pulling her tighter against his body. The egg flip clattered onto the bench as one hand came to rest over the top of his and the other snaked up behind his neck. He deepened the key. For a moment before she broke away, blushing slightly. "Harry, your breakfast is going to burn." Harry pouted at her and then smiled when she did, dropping a key on her neck and stepping back to lean against the big wooden table. "Don't think I'll be doing this for you every time you arrive late for breakfast," she said, waving the egg flip in his direction. Harry just smiled. "When did you get back here?" "Oh, just yesterday afternoon. I haven't even unpacked yet." She turned away for a moment to arrange his food on a plate. "What do you want to do today?" Harry dropped into a chair when she brought his breakfast over, and she took the one next to him. "We could go outside," she continued, "if it doesn't start raining again." Harry eyed the sky outside dubiously, seeing that the clouds had closed in again. "I'll eat quickly, hopefully the weather holds out a while." Harry ate while Aislinn told him about how her end-of-term exams had gone and then they headed out into the yard. "Just let me take my trunk up," said Harry, and they went to the truck, each grabbing one end of the trunk and carrying it to the barn. Up in the loft of the barn, Harry found Hedwig sitting on the bar at the head of his bed, and she hooted happily when she saw him. "Hey girl," he said, holding out his hand for her to nip affectionately. Aislinn came over to pet Hedwig too, and the owl happily allowed her feathers to be stroked. "She's so friendly," she commented, as Harry poured out a bowl of water and dropped a handful of owl treats on the bench. "Only to people she likes," he replied, smiling. They went downstairs again and Harry exchanged his shoes for a pair of boots before they stepped out into the snow. They walked silently across a snow-covered field to where Harry remembered a medium-sized dam being. Some of the trees that surrounded it had dropped their leaves, and the ones that hadn't had leaves dusted with white snow. The ground beneath them wasn't as snowy as the field, but it was covered in fallen leaves and a bit muddy. They came to stand at the edge of the frozen-over dam, and Harry pulled his hands out of hers, instead wrapping his arm around her shoulders. She gave him a smile and then leaned her head against his chest. "Have you been ice skating lately?" she asked suddenly. "Ice skating? No, I've never ice skated. Never." "Well, we have to change that. Come on." She took off, tugging him along in the direction of an old stone shed with a tin roof that he'd never noticed before. There was no door and no light, but Aislinn knew where she was going and quickly opened up a large steel chest with a rusty latch. "These should fit you," she said, slinging a pair of chunky skates in his direction and then pulling out a smaller, daintier-looking pair for herself. Harry sat down on an old tire and tugged off the boots he was wearing. He pushed his feet into the leather skates and pulled the stiff, salty-smelling laces tightly, tying them in a bow and double-knotting them. They walked awkwardly across the snow to the dam again, Aislinn laughing when he tripped and went to his knees, finally taking pity on him and lugging him up by the arm. He wasn't much better once he got on the ice. He tentatively placed one foot on the frozen surface and then, when it stayed in place, put his other foot next to it. He moved too fast though. His back arched sharply back and he threw himself forward, overcompensating and crashing painfully to his knees, wincing at the impact. Aislinn stifled another laugh and helped him up again, holding his arm until he'd gained his balance. "I usually have good balance," he grumbled, which was true. You needed good balance to fly a broom as well as he did. "Don't worry, Harry. No one skates for the first time without falling over at least once." Harry took a deep breath and slowly slid one leg forward and Aislinn did the same. Then he slid the other forward, wobbling and nearly stumbling when his skate hit a small bump in the ice. "Come on, a bit faster than that. It's easier the faster you go, easier to stay balanced." Aislinn moved away, dragging him with her with an arm around his waist, and he had no choice but to do what she said. For a few moments he thought he was going to topple over, but Aislinn was right. Going faster, it was much easier to stay upright and he began to get into a good rhythm of left right left right. "See, you're getting it," she said, smiling. "Much better." She went to draw away, but he grabbed at her hand, pulling her back. "Don't go too far," he said, squeezing it gently, and she smiled happily. "So, what did you get me for Christmas?" Aislinn wiggled her eyebrows. "What makes you think I got you anything, Harry?" Harry shrugged innocently. "I suppose it doesn't matter if you didn't, since I didn't get you anything." In truth, he hadn't gotten her anything yet, but he was fully intending to. Aislinn punched his arm playfully, but it nearly made him fall flat on his face. "You'd better have gotten me something." "Or what?" he asked, smirking at her. Aislinn sniffed and glanced away from his smirk. "Or I shan't key you again." Harry stopped. He was paying too much attention to Aislinn to skate on the uneven surface and was in serious danger of falling over and taking her with him. He pulled her around in front of him and wrapped his arms around her. She tilted her face up to his. "Guess I'd better make the most of this while I've still got the chance then," he said softly, dropping his face closer to hers. She stretched the last little distance and their lips met in a gentle key. After several minutes Harry opened his eyes and looked around. "I can't see a thing." Aislinn snorted and pulled off his glasses, wiping the mist off of them that had formed from the heat of their combined breaths. She titled her head, staring at him before she placed them back on his nose. "You have the most beautiful green eyes," she said. Harry smiled, secretly pleased. "Just so you know, most guys don't like being referred to as beautiful." She rolled her eyes and slipped his glasses back on. "That's better." He looked around and then back at Aislinn. "I can see you again." At 1:45 they headed back towards the house for lunch. They were just passing the barn when Harry saw an owl fly overhead carrying a large brown package. "I'll meet you in the house," he said, and detoured to the barn. The owl was sitting on the bench, being glared at by Hedwig when he reached the top of the stairs, but fluttered over to the bed when he appeared. He stroked the owl's feathers before untying the package. There was no indication of who had sent it, so he didn't think it was a Christmas present. He pulled at the twine that held it together and flipped it over, pulling at the wrapping. Charms, chance and more cheese, please, was revealed as he pulled away the last layer of waxy brown paper. Pursing his lips, he shoved it out of sight under his pillow. He knew what Snape was saying by sending it, that just because Harry was angry didn't mean he had to give up on what was important. He didn't want to think about any of that at the moment anyway. It was the second day of the Christmas holidays, surely he was entitled to a break. He provided the owl with water and owl treats and went back down to Aislinn. That night Harry retreated to the barn after dinner, happy to go to sleep early. It had been a long day. The living space above the barn had been painted since last time, something he hadn't noticed earlier. There was still a lingering smell of fresh paint too, so he reckoned that the light blue coating had only been done recently. He looked at the room more closely and noted that there were several improvements over the last time he'd been here. The window was clean, there was a different heater, and looking down, he saw that he was standing on a rug. All in all, it made the room quite homely and comfortable. He changed into his pajamas and slipped into bed, glad he had turned the heater on earlier. The next morning Harry was up early helping Niall do things around the farm. He was happy to find that he was still nearly as strong as he'd been when he'd left the farm last time, and the work wasn't nearly as draining as it had been in the first few weeks of the July holidays. Harry was enjoying the work and fresh air, and it seemed that hardly any time had passed before Niall waved him over and they went back to the truck to head back for lunch. They rumbled their way through the field and onto a track, and were shortly parked in the yard again. Harry jumped out of the truck, just as a shadow crossed the sun. He looked up and was sure he saw the tail end of an owl go through the window into the barn. "I'll be back," he told Niall, and hurried into the barn, forgetting to take off his boots and leaving clumps of mud all the way up the stairs and on the rug. He pulled his wand out and cleaned it up quickly before turning to see who had arrived. Errol had already joined Hedwig, and both were asleep with their heads tucked under their wings. He gently untied the parcel that Errol had brought, so as not to wake the old bird. He felt a bit guilty for making the bird travel all that way. He should have reminded Ron how far away he was going to be. He was just about to leave when yet another owl soared through the window. He hoped Aislinn and her parents weren't growing suspicious about the inordinate number of birds that were visiting him. This one was a large, handsome one with a well-groomed look about him. He was carrying a small package, and as soon as Harry untied it, the owl soared away before Harry could even offer it water or owl treats. He added what he assumed was a gift to the pile on the bench and then left the barn. At some stage during the morning Niall had brought a healthy-looking lamb into a small paddock near the house and Harry saw it when he rounded the corner towards the house. He walked over to the fence lining the paddock and called softly to the lamb. To his surprise, it looked up from the grass it was chewing on and took a step closer. Smiling, Harry kneeled down, plucked some grass out of the dirt, stuck his arm through the wire and waited patiently. The lamb trotted back and forth a bit before sidling closer and tugging at the grass he was holding. The small thing blinked its big eyes happily at him as it quickly devoured the food. "You're a cute little thing, aren't you?" Harry told it. "Do you have a name?" It butted its head against his hand, looking for more grass. Niall noticed him patting the lamb. "Don't get too attached to that one," he called as he swung some tools into the back of the truck, which was parked nearby. Harry looked up. "Why? He's for the slaughter. Christmas dinner." Harry's mouth dropped open and he looked back at the little animal. Niall chuckled. "Where did you think lamb chops came from, son?" Harry gave the lamb another pat. "Bad luck, little guy. I guess I'll see you Christmas Day." He jumped up and went to help Niall lift a few things into the truck, and then they headed into the house for lunch, a bit later than usual. This time Harry remembered to take off his boots before he went inside, leaving them at the door. He entered the warm kitchen, followed by Niall, who spoke. "Might be that we have to go without meat this Christmas, Anna," he continued when she looked up, frowning. "Harry's gone soft on the lambs." "I have not," he defended, his cheeks brightening. "I just thought it was cute." Aislinn giggled. "I didn't know boys said cute. I'll come out Christmas morn and find the gates left open, all the livestock freed," said Niall, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Harry scowled and Anna flicked Aislinn with a tea towel. Hush, both of you. And you two sit down and have something warm to drink while I finish lunch. Harry sat in his usual seat next to Aislinn and squeezed her hand under the table. Dad, does Harry have to help you with anything after lunch? She looked hopefully at Niall. He is here as our guest this time, remember? Oh well, I guess Harry's earned himself a break. A hard worker, this one. Aislinn smiled triumphantly, and as soon as everyone had finished eating, she dragged him up to her room. As soon as the door shut behind them, Aislinn was in his arms. He happily wrapped his around her and pulled her up, pressing his lips softly against hers. They spent a good part of the afternoon up there, doing little else, though as Aislinn warned him, if her parents asked, they'd been playing Scrabble, which she'd won hands down. The next day was the day before Christmas Eve, and Niall and Anna were going into the nearest town for a bit of last-minute Christmas shopping, and Aislinn had insisted on going along to meet up with some friends. She invited Harry along, but he declined, saying he had some school work he should start. As soon as they'd gone, Harry apparated to Galway. The Wizarding Alley was the busiest he'd seen it. The other times he'd been there it had been almost dead. He supposed there were a lot of people like him doing Christmas shopping. He had no idea what he was going to get Aislinn, but he wanted it to be something nice. The only girls he'd really bought gifts for were Hermione, who would never get anything better than a book, and Ginny, who had always seemed to like anything that amused her, which pretty much included anything from Zonkos. Apparently Aislinn did quite well in her classes, but she seemed more the outdoorsy type to him, and he definitely couldn't get her anything from Zonkos. He walked past an apothecary, a robe shop, a hat shop, and a broom shop. Perhaps he would have to go into Muggle Galway to get her something, though he liked the idea of getting her something to do with magic. He looked across to the row of shops on the other side and saw a wand shop, a pet shop, the Ollery, and a Gringotts branch. He sighed and kept walking. None of those were any good. Like Diagon Alley, there were many side streets to explore, but he hardly had the time. He was beginning to think he would have to, however, that or go into Muggle Galway, because he was nearing the end of the alley and still hadn't seen any shops that sold anything remotely Muggle. He was about to turn around and head back the other way when a small doorway caught his eye. It was squeezed between a shop and the one next to it, and the sign on the door read, Ilsfear Gold. Intrigued, Harry turned the knob and pulled on the door, revealing a narrow wooden staircase leading downwards. A soft golden glow came from the bottom, flickering slightly. The door closed and all sound from the street was blocked. He hadn't realized how loud it had been out there, but the silence in the shop was extremely peaceful. He looked around and found that it was a jewelry shop. His footsteps seemed too loud on the stairs, but as soon as they hit the carpet at the bottom they were muted and there was once again no sound. Ilsfear Gold was a jewelry shop. Display cases ran all around the room, and there were others in the middle of the floor as well. The shop seemed to be lit by candlelight only, and that reflecting off of the jewelry bathed the room in an unreal glow. He didn't think he'd seen Aislinn wearing any jewelry except the time he'd visited her at school. Then, she'd been wearing a chain with a cross on it, but he hadn't caught sight of it since she'd been back on the farm. He wondered if she didn't like jewelry or if she just didn't wear any because she spent a lot of time helping her father around the farm. He stepped over to a case in the middle of the room, passing the cash register. Everything in here is goblin made and of the finest quality, said the attendant softly. Quite expensive. Harry nodded. He knew he could afford it, but he wondered if it would be weird to get Aislinn anything too expensive. Girls supposedly liked jewelry though, and she didn't need to know how much he spent. Most of the jewelry was very much like Muggle jeweler except for some that had glowing stones or pieces that moved, like the pendant. There were a lot of nice pieces, but he didn't see anything that really caught his eye until he'd been looking for quite some time. Can I get a look at that one? He asked, pointing at the one he wanted. The attendant silently opened the glass cabinet and removed the bracelet, handing it to him reluctantly. It looked like a solid band, but when he held it, it kept its shape for a second before it almost seemed to melt, and moved smoothly like a fine chain. A beautiful, intricate design was engraved into it. He turned the bracelet over in his hands. As it moved, the design seemed to glow brighter than the band itself, and he wondered if it was a trick of the light or something to do with magic in it. It was a beautiful, fine bracelet, and he imagined it would look lovely on Aislin's wrist. The only problem was that, although it looked like it would fit around her wrist, he couldn't see any way she could possibly push it over her hand. Perhaps it was a child's bracelet. He scowled slightly and looked up at the attendant. Do you have this in a larger design? The attendant pursed his lips and held out his hand for it. Harry dropped it into his palm. Hold out your arm, ordered the attendant, and Harry did so. To Harry's surprise, the attendant simply pulled the band apart, then wrapped it around Harry's wrist, letting the two ends meet. The gold fused together, and when Harry looked closer, he saw no gap or fracture in the gold. All of a sudden, the band solidified, the design flashing brighter for a second. It now sat, perfectly molded around the shape of his wrist, no longer moving like a chain. It was quite a snug fit, but Aislin's wrist was skinnier than his, and it would fit her easily. It was perhaps not quite a muggle, as he would have liked, but perhaps he could explain by saying it was magnetic or something. He had a feeling gold wasn't magnetic, but maybe Aislinn wouldn't know that. Now that he'd seen it, however, he simply couldn't imagine anyone else but her wearing it, and he knew he had to get it. He pulled it off, and it once again became chain-like until the attendant placed it back on its stand in the display case. I'll be back shortly, said Harry, and the attendant rolled his eyes, as if saying, I've heard that before. Leaving the shop, Harry hurried back to the Gringotts branch, hoping he'd be able to get money from there even though his vault was in London. The bank was far smaller than the one in London, but it was quite busy and he had to wait a while before he could get some service. Like the London branch, it was run by goblins. He approached the counter. My name's Harry Potter. I need to get some money out, but my vault He cut in the goblin, not even glancing up from the paperwork he was filling in. Harry pulled his key from around his neck and handed it over to the goblin, who finally looked up to inspect it. Drakrog will take you to your vault, he said eventually, summoning another goblin and handing him the key. Drakrog walked briskly away without a word and Harry followed, easily keeping up with the shorter man. To Harry's surprise, he was led to a cart which looked exactly like the ones used in London. As soon as Drakrog had climbed in, the cart started to move and Harry jogged and jumped in before it could get too fast. They turned a corner as their speed started to accelerate and Harry's eyes widened. They were approaching a wall of fire that stretched across 2 rows of tracks. Harry's eyes widened as they hurtled towards it, but he wasn't particularly scared, just a bit nervous perhaps. The fire was emerald green, and Harry supposed it must be some permanent flow link to London. They continued to accelerate and by the time they passed through the flame, they were absolutely hurtling through the close-walled corridor. He closed his eyes as they passed through the flame, feeling the gentle heat from it. When he opened his eyes again they were still in the same rock-walled type passageway, only this one had passageways leading off of each side. They took a couple of turns, and Harry supposed he must have been on this track before, though it didn't look familiar. After a few more minutes they drew to a stop outside Harry's vault, and 20 minutes after that he was back in Ilsfir's gold, much to the surprise of the attendant. He paid for the bracelet and stowed it safely in the bottom of a deep pocket. He was walking along, thinking about getting something to eat before he went back, when it suddenly occurred to him that he should probably get something for Niall and Anna as well. He had no idea what to get them though, but in the end he settled for a moderately priced bottle of wine. He banished the label, which branded it as elf-made wine, and hoped that they liked the taste. He himself had never had elf-made wine, but he'd heard it was good. With everything he needed, he apparated straight back into the loft, and was met by Salazar's soft voice. Harry, I'm SSSO cold, hissed Sauls. Harry placed a hand on the coiled snake, and pulled back, surprised. He felt very cold, even for a reptile. US should have told me SSS sooner, Salazar. He picked Sauls up and moved him in front of the heater and then rushed down the stairs and outside, scouting the ground for a rock. He found a reasonable sized one and carried it upstairs, then pulled out his wand and enlarged it a bit. He cast a warming charm on it and placed it next to the heater, then placed Sauls on it. Salazar gave a hiss of pleasure. That's nice and cozy. Harry turned the heater on, noticing the cold. He couldn't believe he'd gone and left the snake with no way to get warm. I'm sorry YY Salazar. I wouldn't have left you here. It's all right, Hari. Nice and warm now. No it isn't. Issshh hold take better care of you than that. He pulled a chair over to the bench where the heater sat, and gazed at the snake for a moment. You're getting SSS big, he told Sauls, who hissed with pleasure. If you keep growing at this rate, you'll be as big as the basilisk SS soon. He knew Salazar would never be anywhere near that big, but Sauls liked to hear it nonetheless. He gave another happy hiss. He was closing the lid of his trunk after changing into his pajamas when Charms, Chance and more cheese, please, caught his eye. On a whim he pulled it out and took it to his bed. By the light of the lantern he began to read. Snape hadn't marked any particular point in the book, so he started with the introduction, his interest spiking when he read the bit about chance. Chants are used for more complex or difficult magic where the result cannot, easily or at all, be obtained by one single spell, but by a group of spells woven together. Many old rituals involve the use of chants, but in modern magic they have greatly fallen out of use but for in a few select fields. Healing is a notable area of magic where chants are still commonplace, given the complex nature of the field. Most anything that can be achieved with a simple spell can be achieved with a chant, though for most purposes, a simple spell is powerful enough. Many spells that are used today were once done with chants, mostly before the advent of wands or other focuses of power. Chants are more difficult to perform than typical spells, as the wand movements must flow together, as must the words spoken. If there is a break in the words of the flow of the wand movement, the chant can be broken. Once mastered, however, a chant is exceedingly more powerful than a normal spell. He wondered if it might be good to use a chant for his charms project. He had a good list of possible ideas for spells, but he hadn't considered combining them at all. Voldemort was powerful, so it was likely that a one-word spell wouldn't be strong enough to remove the mark. He crawled to the end of his bed and leaned down, pulling out the parchment on which he had written possible spell words. He could use several of these now. All he would have to do is match them with wand movements that flowed together. Suddenly exited, he pulled out his rune dictionary and opened it to the B section. Running his finger down the page, he sought out the rune for banishment. Happy Chris St. Mass Sals, hissed Harry, stretching in his bed. It was almost too comfortable to get up and open his presents. Sauls replied by slithering off his rock and onto the bed, flickering his tongue against Harry's neck and continuing on to curl up on the suspicious, book-shaped present from Hermione. Presents SS. Harry grinned at Salazar's enthusiasm. All right, he grumbled, pushing himself up and reaching for the pile, holding out his arm for Salazar to climb up. The snake settled himself around Harry's neck, waiting expectantly for Harry to open something. He opened the letter from Ron first and read it out loud for Saul's benefit. To Harry. Merry Christmas, mate. I got you some polish, because you said you needed some, so I hope you didn't go and buy your own before you opened this. Harry rolled his eyes and grinned. SSSHH hold have opened the present first St. Sal's. Hope your holiday's going well. It's all been good here at Hogwarts, except we've been asked a couple of times if we know where you are. It's a bit annoying to be honest. You'd think after the first few times they'd realize we either don't know or aren't going to tell them. Anyway, apart from that it's been quiet here. Malfoy's still here though, and they make us all sit at the same table for dinner, so I have to look at him while I eat. Harry snorted. Somehow he didn't think that would put Ron off his food. Charlie came to visit yesterday, before he went to the burrow. He was really interested in hearing about those dragons that have been flying around. He wanted a detailed account, and I spent about an hour telling him about it. I think he wanted to try and identify them by a description, and what I realized when I was telling him about them was that the green one might not have been a dragon at all. I know it looked like one, and Hermione tells me I must have just missed them, but I reckon it didn't have any arms. The thing is that all dragons have arms, and if they don't then they're not a dragon at all, and the only animal that's similar is a wyvern. Harry grinned and looked sideways at Salazar. Oh, I've been found out. He was surprised that Ron had noticed that when it seemed no one else had, but he was also pleased. Ron was doing well in care of magical creatures, and it seemed like he knew his stuff. He went back to the letter. I promised Charlie I'd keep an eye out for him. It'd be cool to see them again anyway. It's pretty good having the castle to ourselves, but Hermione's not into Quidditch, so hurry up and get back so we can play. From Ron. Harry grinned and put the letter aside, reaching for the gifts the Weasleys had sent him. He'd got the usual joke things from Fred and George, jumper and mince pies from Mrs. Weasley, and some Honeydukes products from Ginny. Ron had gotten him more polish for his broomstick, which was good because he was running low. He'd given Ron a huge bag of Honeydukes products, which was pretty much the most thoughtful gift you could give Ron, and a new cage for Pigwidgeon, since Seamus had sat on the old one and broken it. He turned to Hermione's letter. Dear Harry, Merry Christmas. I do hope you're being careful and looking after yourself, as the professors seem quite concerned. I'm sure you can look after yourself though, and that's exactly what I told them when they asked. I suppose Ron probably told you what's got him and Charlie so excited, he's hardly stopped talking about it. They're both quite taken with the idea that it might be a wyvern, but I personally find it difficult to believe. After all, there hasn't ever been a confirmed sighting of one, they're really just myth. I suppose Charlie's right that if it is a wyvern we shouldn't mention it to people. Imagine the excitement if we did. In one way I think everyone deserves to know, but realistically there would be those who would want to catch it and chain it up somewhere or even kill it, wouldn't there? Harry shivered at the thought. He certainly wasn't keen on the idea that people might want to collect him for study or potions ingredients. It's given me a bit of research to do over the holidays however, since I've no homework left and was feeling rather bored. Not that it isn't good to spend some time alone with Ron, but you know him, all he wants to do is play Quidditch. Lately he's taken to dragging me down to Hagrid's to look at whatever monster Hagrid has chained in his yard. Blast-ended Scroots don't bother him anymore. It's a pity his enthusiasm doesn't stretch to his other subjects. Thank you for the gift. I haven't opened it yet of course, but I know I'll love it. Enjoy the rest of your holidays. Love, Hermione. He unwrapped the present and found a book about Quidditch strategy, and he remembered that he'd been browsing through it one Hogsmeade weekend. He opened a bag of rock cakes from Hagrid and a letter from Remus before grabbing the last gift, the unmarked one that had been delivered by the owl he hadn't recognized. It gave no indication of who had sent it after he unwrapped it either. A wand holster tumbled out of the plain brown paper. There was a tag on it that indicated it was made of genuine leather, dragon skin to be precise. The tag also said that the holster was self-adjusting, allowing it to be worn by wizards of all shapes and sizes. He slipped it on, letting it hang around his wrist. It instantly shrunk to fit snugly. He pushed it further up his arm, and the band lengthened to accommodate the extra bulk. It would be perfect for his animagus transformations. Now he could take his wand with him when he transformed. He realized with a start that the holster could have been from Malfoy, probably was in fact. He hadn't even considered getting something for the Slytherin, and wondered now if he should have. Pondering whether it was too late to get something now, or not, he pushed the holster up under his sleeve and stuck the wand into it. He finally got out of bed and dressed, wished Hedwig a happy Christmas and filled her bowl of owl treats extra full, then took the bracelet and bottle of wine and left the barn. Surprise visitor. There was the smell of baking wafting through the yard as Harry walked the short distance from the barn to the house, so he knew that at least Anna was already up. He entered the kitchen to find all three of them seated around the kitchen table. Merry Christmas, Harry dear, greeted Anna, smiling warmly. Merry Christmas, he replied, holding up the bottle of wine he'd bought for them. Anna took it off his hands, smiling. That's lovely Harry, thank you. We'll have to have some with dinner tonight, added Niall. Lunch. That we will, said Anna, setting it next to another bottle of wine that was sitting on the cupboard already. Shall we go into the lounge now? Asked Aislinn, already getting up, and Niall chuckled. Ah, my little girl, still eager for her presents. Aislinn blushed, but pulled Harry into the lounge anyway, he, dotting him quickly on the cheek and then yanking him down to sit next to her near the tree. Niall and Anna took seats in the armchairs, and Niall began to hand around presents, surprising Harry when he handed one to him. From all of us, he said. He hadn't been expecting anything from Niall and Anna. He ripped away the wrapping to find a box, and removing the lid, he saw inside a pair of new boots like the kind Niall wore. He could smell the new leather smell of them, and they shined, the leather dully and the eyelets brightly. Thank you, he said sincerely, smiling at Anna and Niall. They're really great. Better than those joggers I've been wearing around. Anna laughed. That's exactly what Niall said when we bought them. Aislinn leaned over then and dropped another present onto his lap. To go with the boots, she said, and he took it, tearing away the Christmassy paper, revealing a coiled up black leather belt. He'd never owned a belt before, always just using a tie of some sort to keep Dudley's oversized pants up. Every man needs a good belt, said Niall, as Harry inspected the silver buckle. A few more presents were passed around, from Aislinn to her parents and vice versa, and then they all sat talking for a while before starting to clean up all the packaging that was strewn about. Well, I'm going to go and make breakfast, smiled Anna, standing up. Niall jumped up as well. I'll give you a hand, love. They left the room, and Harry stood and walked over to where Aislinn was stuffing wrapping paper into a rubbish bag and kneeled down in front of her. You don't think I didn't get you anything, do you? He teased. She blushed. No. Well, you didn't have to, Harry. I am. Harry pulled the bracelet out from behind his back and held it up in front of her, effectively silencing her. Harry, thank you, she breathed, reaching up and dangling the bracelet in front of her eyes. As soon as she took it, it melted, hanging like a chain would. It's beautiful, she murmured, gazing mesmerized at the golden bracelet. Harry smiled, glad that she liked it. I've never seen anything like it. Here, he said, reaching out for it. Let me put it on. He tugged it gently out of her fingers and pulled it apart. He wrapped it around her wrist and held the two ends together so that they melded. The engraving glowed momentarily, and then the metal hardened. How does it do that? Asked Aislinn softly, holding it close to inspect it. Harry smiled and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Magic. He felt her answering smile, and pressed a key to her cheek. Aislinn turned her head up and met his lips once, then whispered back, this is magic. Harry tangled his fingers in her hair, and key. Ed her long and slow. She melted into it, letting him deepen the key. The trail of her hands down his back sent shivers up his spine. A small gasp escaped her when Harry gently pushed her back onto the carpet. Harry, my parents, she breathed. They're busy, he breathed back, settling a hand on her stomach. His fingers found the edge of her shirt, and he ran one along her smooth skin. There was a bump from the hall and Harry broke off the key, expecting someone to walk in, but no one appeared. Nervous, are you? Asked Aislinn, smirking. Well, I would prefer not to end up like that lamb. Aislinn laughed and punched his chest lightly. He grabbed her hand, holding it up to inspect the bracelet. It looks beautiful on you, he said, pressing a light key to her wrist. It looks ridiculously expensive. I hope you didn't spend too much on it. Harry stood up and pulled her to her feet, wrapping his arm tightly around her waist. I could never spend enough on you, he replied. Come on, let's go and eat. Before she could ask any more about how much it had cost, he dragged her into the dining room. After breakfast, the four of them sat around talking for a while before Anna got up to call relatives and begin the lunch arrangements. She waved off any help, so Aislinn and Harry went back to the lounge, taking a bottle of Coke and a bag of chips with them. Aislinn turned the radio on and found a channel that was playing decent music. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd had Coke. He'd snuck it a few times at the Dursleys when he was younger, but he couldn't recall having any since starting at Hogwarts. He poured them both a glass and then spluttered when he took the first sip, causing some to drip from his nose. He'd forgotten how bubbly soft drinks were. Aislinn gave him an amused look and calmly took a sip of her own drink. A song that Aislinn clearly liked came on the radio at that moment, because she grabbed his hand and pulled him out of his seat. Dance with me, Harry. Dance, repeated Harry uncertainly, pulling her closer. Suddenly there was a knock from the front door, and Aislinn spun towards it, grinning. Oh, that'll be my cousin. I forgot to tell you, he's coming for lunch. She headed out of the room to get the door, calling over her shoulder, I warn you, he can be a bit exuberant, but I'm sure you'll like him. He's very friendly. He heard the door open, and a moment later Aislinn laughed. The door closed, and muted voices came from the entryway. Harry turned as he heard them getting closer. Aislinn entered, followed by a owned-haired boy with an impish smile. Harry choked on his coke, spluttering and trying to get control of himself. Seamus. Seamus stopped dead in the doorway for a second, and then his face split in grin. Harry Potter, what are you doing in me cousin's house? He yelled, walking over and slapping Harry on the back. I'm visiting for Christmas. Aislinn followed Seamus over, her eyebrows raised in surprise. You two know each other? Harry nodded, wondering if he should elaborate. Did Aislinn know Seamus was a wizard? Wait a minute. You aren't this boyfriend she's been going on about, are you? I hope so, said Harry, grinning stupidly, pleased with the thought that Aislinn had been talking about him. Seamus turned to Aislinn. Harry and I go to Hogwarts together. Harry stared from Seamus to Aislinn. So you know about M. Oof. Seamus had elbowed him quite hard in the side. Harry took that as a no. So Harry here knows all about my school, and there's no need to talk about such a depressing subject on Christmas Day, is there? Seamus grinned broadly at both of them, then slung an arm each around their necks and dragged them into the dining room, pulling out 3 chairs on one side of the table and settling himself in the middle one. Aislinn called Anna from the kitchen, and she left to see what her mother wanted. Harry leaned over to Seamus and asked lowly, is it just you coming, because what if your mum or something recognizes me? Nah, don't worry, replied Seamus in his usual exuberant voice. Mam's gone to me Uncle Liam's place already. I'll be headin' over there after lunch. Though, it is tradition that this lot all come to visit Uncle Liam on Boxing Day, so she might see you then, if you come. Maybe I should give that a miss, then. The last thing Harry wanted was to be recognized by someone. He couldn't risk anyone finding out he was here. Seamus nodded absently, focusing his attention on a plate of biscuits that were on the table. So why doesn't Aislinn know about magic? Do her parents? Seamus shook his head. They're related on me dad's side see, and me mam's the witch. Technically, people are only supposed to tell immediate family, otherwise everyone know, wouldn't they? I guess, muttered Harry. Haven't you ever wanted to tell them though? Seamus shrugged. I wouldn't mind tellin' Ash. She's was like me best friend when we were kids. Mam's pretty strict about it though. He shrugged again. I'll tell her one day I suppose. Part of the reason I never told her was 'cause I couldn't do magic outside school, she'd never have believed me. She'd have to believe me now, though, since I can show her some. It's safe for you here, right Harry? Asked Seamus, suddenly serious. Harry knew what Seamus was asking, and he felt suddenly guilty that his being here might put Aislinn and her family in danger. He nodded confidently. No one knows I'm here, not even Ron and Hermione. Seamus looked at Harry for a silent moment and then nodded once. Aislinn came back at that moment and took the seat on Harry's right, ignoring the one Seamus had pulled out earlier, though he didn't seem to care. He was too busy digging through a small bowl of mints. Harry sat silently while they caught up, giving the odd nod when they looked at him for comment. He wasn't sure how he felt about Seamus knowing Aislinn. When he'd first come here, it was because he wanted to get away from the wizarding world, if only for the holidays. And Seamus was such a big link to that life that it annoyed him to think he hadn't gotten as far from it as he'd have liked. Since he'd gotten to know Aislinn though, he wanted to tell her things about him, and he felt guilty about keeping such a big part of his life from her. He sighed. It was all a bit frustrating. He was supposed to be able to relax here, and now he just felt guilty and confused, on top of the things that had happened just before he'd left Hogwarts. He was upset about Snape, and thoughts about Snape and the prophecy had never been far from his mind since he'd found out. On top of that, he was now worried about endangering Aislinn and her family by being here, and about whether or not he should tell her about him being a wizard. He was shaken from his thoughts by the smell of fresh bread, and noticed Anna putting a freshly baked loaf of bread on the table. When she walked out, Harry got up and followed her into the kitchen to help carry plates and food into the dining room. After 2 trips, he placed a large mince pie next to a steaming bowl of soup, and everything was set. "Oh, the crackers!" exclaimed Aislinn, jumping up and pulling a box from out of a set of drawers against the wall. They were passed around and the room was filled with a chorus of "Merry Christmas" and bangs as the Christmas crackers were pulled. "Not quite as exciting as the wizarding kind," whispered Seamus in his ear, as Harry picked an orange party hat and mini pack of playing cards off of the floor. Seamus proceeded to read them all a dirty joke that was apparently from the Christmas cracker, though Harry seriously doubted that was where it had come from, and Seamus refused to show Anna the piece of paper when she asked. They had all began to eat when the phone rang. "I'll get it," said Aislinn, jumping up and going into the kitchen. She came back a minute later and sat down again. "The Ryans. I told them we'd call back after lunch." Anna nodded. "Oh, Harry, I forgot to say earlier. You're quite welcome to use the phone if you want to call your family, no need to ask." Beside Harry, Seamus choked on his soup. Harry smiled at Anna. "Thanks, I might try them after lunch." Anna nodded and then shook her head in resignation at the other boy. "Seamus dear, you must learn to eat slower. How many times must we tell you?" Seamus grinned and used a chunk of bread to scoop soup off of his shirt. After lunch the 3 of them went for a walk, Harry wearing his new boots. They were a perfect fit, and extremely comfortable. They walked past the small pen in the yard, the lamb conspicuous in its absence. Slow cooking in Anna's oven, probably. Seamus slung an arm around his shoulder and leaned in close. "So tell me, Harry, just how well do you know my cousin then?" He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Harry reddened and attempted to stutter an answer. Aislinn didn't seem particularly bothered by the question, merely yelling Seamus' name and slapping him on the shoulder. Harry thought her cheeks did look a bit red, though that could have been from the cold. Seamus laughed. "Just trying to look out for me favorite cousin." Aislinn shoved Seamus into the snow, and a snowball fight quickly erupted. 20 minutes later, they were all damp and puffing. They collapsed in the snow together, and Harry put his arm around Aislinn, pulling her close. Seamus pulled a small flask out of his jacket and uncapped it. "Merry Christmas," he toasted them. He took a swig, and then passed it to Harry. Harry coughed slightly on the drink. Seamus was a big fan of fire whiskey. He passed it on to Aislinn. She downed it easily. Perhaps Seamus regularly shared the drink with his Muggle relatives. He quirked an eyebrow at her when she passed it back. "What?" she asked defensively. Harry smirked and shook his head. "Nothing." They sat in the snow talking and laughing until it started to get windy, and they got too cold to sit out there. "Well, I'd best be off," said Seamus as they neared the house. "Already?" asked Aislinn, sounding disappointed. "Yeah, Mam's expecting me at Uncle Liam's by 4. They walked around to the front of the house where a rusty old car was sitting in the driveway. Seamus hugged Aislinn, waved to Harry and slid behind the wheel. Harry leaned in the window and said quietly, "Don't forget, you didn't see me here." "Not a word to anyone." "Cross me heart and hope to die," replied Seamus with a grin, turning the key. The engine rumbled loudly to life and a puff of black smoke came from the tailpipe. "You need a new car, cousin," said Aislinn, kicking a dirty front tire. "'S what I told Santa, but he just didn't come through for me." With one last grin, Seamus drove the car around and took off, honking the horn. The car backfired loudly as it disappeared down the road. He was pulling on his pajamas pants when someone knocked on the railing of the stairs that led up to the loft of the barn. He pulled them up and walked over, seeing Aislinn halfway up, wearing big black boots with her pajamas. "What are you doing up here? I thought you'd all gone to bed." Harry had left the McKennas alone about 2 hours after dinner, so that they could have some alone time as a family. He'd never done that at the Weasleys, but it felt different here. At the Burrow there were always so many people that you didn't know who was doing what and where, but here he felt that it wouldn't hurt to make himself scarce for a short while. "My parents have. I just came to say goodnight," she replied, pulling the boots off at the top step. Harry looked at the clock and saw that it was just past midnight. Aislinn slipped her arms around his neck, leaning up to give him a slow, soft key. "Thank you for the bracelet," she whispered. Harry smiled. Thank you for the belt. Do you like it? Harry nodded. I'll wear it tomorrow. Aislinn smiled brightly and looked around the room. She saw Hedwig and detached herself from Harry, walking over to the bench. Hello again, Hedwig, she said, stroking the owl's white feathers. Hedwig gave a low hoot. Aislinn yawned widely. You should go to bed, he told her. You look tired. I was about to anyway. Aislinn walked back over to him. I want to stay up here with you, she said, running her hands down his chest and making him shiver pleasantly. Harry swallowed and glanced quickly at the bed. It's not really big enough for two, he replied, his voice sounding a bit hoarse. Aislinn smiled at him. I don't mind. As if to prove it, she sat down, leaning back against the railing and making herself comfortable. I think your parents might mind. Aislinn rolled her eyes. They're asleep, and speaking of parents, you never called your family today. Harry shrugged and turned away briefly to close the lid of his trunk before she saw anything suspicious. He hoped she would drop the subject, but when he turned back, Aislinn was sitting forward and looking at him closely. What passed between you and Seamus at lunch today? I know it was something. Harry sighed, letting his eyes drift to the wooden ceiling. He sat down next to her. My parents are dead. There was a sharp intake of breath, and Aislinn moved closer, cupping his cheek and turning his face to hers. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. Doesn't matter, he muttered. It was a long time ago. I don't even remember them. Nothing at all. Harry's mind drifted to what he saw when the Dementors were near. No, nothing. There was a brief, slightly awkward silence. Harry Key. Ed her. He didn't want her to ask anything about them right now. He didn't want her to ask how they had died, or when, or if he had any other relatives, or hear any commiserations and condolences. He didn't want to think about who had killed them, because that made him angry and stressed. He lost himself in the key, focusing on nothing else as he pushed her down onto the bed and covered her body with his. He relished the feel of his hands on her body, and hers on his. She made a noise in the back of her throat that spurred him on, and he relinquished her lips and moved to her neck, showering it with kisses. She gasped loudly when he tangled a hand in her hair, pulling her head back for better access. A pressure was building in the pit of his stomach, urging him on, urging him to get closer. His hand slipped under her shirt and ran up her side, coming to rest on her ribs. He lifted himself up and used his other hand to push her shirt up, revealing the smooth skin of her stomach. He gave a groan as he slipped a leg between hers, pressing himself harder against her warm body. Both of Aislinn's hands slipped between them, flat against his chest. Harry. He felt her pushing against him. Harry, stop. He pulled back an inch. They were both breathing heavily, their breaths mingling in the air between them. What's wrong? Aislinn bit her lip and looked up at him uncertainly. You were right. I am tired. Harry let out a sigh, dropping his head onto her shoulder. After a moment, he rolled off of her. He let out a long breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. A feeling of tension leaked out of him as he breathed. After a moment, Aislinn moved, sitting up and pulling her shirt down. Well, good night, Harry. Harry sat up. Hey, wait. Harry reached out and caught her hand as she slipped off of the bed. He looked guiltily at her flushed face. I thought you wanted to stay with me, he said softly, tugging her back. Aislinn looked up at him through her eyelashes, and he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. He pulled her into a gentle embrace. I'm sorry, he whispered into her hair. I didn't mean to be so. It's okay. Aislinn ran a finger down the side of his face. I know. Harry lay back down, and Aislinn settled beside him, her head resting on his arm. She fell asleep quickly, but Harry lay awake, unable to sleep after talking about his parents. Since he'd found out about Voldemort, that was who he'd blamed for his parents' deaths, but now he wondered if they would be dead at all, if not for Snape. He thought not. He'd have parents. He'd just be another Hogwarts student. He never would have grown up at the Dursleys. He sighed quietly in the dark room. He'd been through this list a dozen times now, and it never failed to make him feel miserable. He kept going from being angry at Snape, to hating him, to wishing he was dead, to wishing he didn't know him, to wishing he just didn't care. Of course, someone must have told Voldemort the prophecy. He'd just never considered that person before. He'd never imagined that that person could have been the man he had unwittingly come to respect and depend on. Harry sighed and rolled over. He didn't know why he was even thinking about any of this now. He had known for a while now that Snape had, at some time, been loyal to Voldemort and must have done terrible things, and he also knew that he had, over the past 2 years, accepted that Snape had done those things, and decided to forget it because Snape had spent the time since then trying to atone for his mistakes. It seemed callous not to care about Snape's transgressions until they affected Harry personally. Was it fair to forgive someone for the things they'd done, only to hate them when you found out about one specific event? It wasn't as if the prophecy made mention of any particular child. Snape had been friends with his mother. Surely he wouldn't have passed on the prophecy if he'd known that she would be targeted. Snape obviously felt remorse for what he had done, that much was evident to Harry. He'd even asked Voldemort not to kill her. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to cause the death of someone you cared for. Although, he had spent a fair amount of time convincing himself that Cedric and Sirius' deaths had been his fault. Is that how Snape felt? He groaned in frustration. Was he actually trying to empathize with Snape now? He rolled over again, pulling Aislinn against him and breathing in the scent of her shampoo. Forcing himself not to think about anything, he cleared his mind and finally managed to fall asleep. For a short while, at least. Harry woke, sometime in the early hours of the morning. Aislinn was still there, curled against his side. He'd been dreaming. That was what had woken him. He couldn't remember what he'd been dreaming exactly, but it hadn't been pleasant, and his scar twinged angrily. He'd been neglecting the exercises Snape had set for him since the holidays had started, and he hoped that the break in practicing phytolemancy wouldn't set him back. Not that he was looking forward to starting it up again when he went back. The thought of spending any time at all with Snape made his blood boil. Harry remembered a comment he'd made in Snape's office, when he'd thought Snape had told someone else about their plan. He'd said something along the lines of, "What, you want me to look in a mirror?" Now, he wondered if that might actually work, and he had a strong desire to try. He extricated himself from the bed, making sure not to wake Aislinn, and opened his trunk. He dug around and found the only mirror he owned. It was the two-way mirror that Sirius had given him. He stared at it sadly for a moment before focusing on his own reflection. He'd matured a lot in the last year, his jaw strengthening so that his face was no longer so skinny looking. His hair remained the same, messy and dark, and his eyes were still the same green. He traced a finger over his scar, remembering the splitting pain that he'd felt last time he'd done this. He took a deep breath. He didn't want to feel that pain again, but he had to, didn't he, if he wanted to get rid of Voldemort once and for all. He had completely forgotten that Aislinn was behind him as he settled into a more comfortable position on the floor. He lowered his defenses nearly all the way, because he was better at occlumency than he was at legilimency. Then, discreetly pointing his wand at the mirror, he began to whisper the incantation for legilimency, but something happened then that Harry hadn't anticipated, and he was completely unprepared for it. Something whipped through his mind, breaking past his weakened defenses easily. It was ruthless as it swept through his memories. He gathered his defenses and brought them up against the force, but before he could stop it, it had gone of its own accord. Harry dropped the mirror with a gasp. Someone had Sirius' second mirror, and that someone was a skilled legilimens. He was sure it hadn't been Voldemort. His scar did not hurt. The ruthless feel did not feel like Dumbledore. It could have been Snape, but it hadn't felt familiar, though it had all happened so fast he hadn't really had time to examine the presence. Harry. He twisted around, surprised. Yeah, get back in bed, you must be freezing. What are you doing? Nothing, he whispered, getting up and crossing over to the bed. He slipped in next to her, glad for the warmth. Aislinn snuggled against him and leaned her head on his chest. She fell back asleep quickly, but Harry was too concerned about what had just happened to sleep again. He supposed it had been stupid. He should have considered what had happened to the other mirror. Perhaps it was a member of the Order, who had picked it up from Grimmauld Place. Perhaps it was a Death Eater, who'd picked it up at the Ministry after Sirius lost it while dueling. Harry just didn't know, and it worried him that they might have seen something important, like where he was or who he was with. Harry was on edge the whole next day. He had no idea who had been on the other side of the two-way mirror, nor did he know what they had gathered from his mind. They dragged themselves out of bed early, since Aislinn and her family were going to one of her uncles for the day. He'd been invited, but been reluctant to go knowing that Seamus' family would be there. After the incident with the mirror, he had decided he definitely couldn't go. He made his excuses to Niall and Anna, feeling a bit guilty, but there was nothing to be done about it. Aislinn seemed to be annoyed at him, but he had important things to do today. As soon as they left, Harry hurried up into the loft. "Hey, girl, I have a letter for you to deliver for me." Hedwig hooted happily and fluttered over. Hang on. I have to write it first." He pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill. "Dear Remus, I was wondering if you knew what had happened to the two-way mirror Sirius owned. Can you find out for me and let me know? It's really important. Harry." He tied it to Hedwig's leg and she gave his finger an affectionate nip before flying out the window. He closed it behind her to keep the room as warm as possible and headed out into the yard, taking one of his textbooks with him. They'd gone over wards in defense, and then again a bit more in depth in charms, but that was only recently and he hadn't had very much practical experience. He could hardly ward the whole farm, but he could do the house, and perhaps the main yard area if he had time. He didn't know how effective his wards would be, but he had to do something, in case whoever had Sirius mirror was someone who wanted to hurt him. He propped the book open on a rock and read through the chapter on wards. After reading through it several times, he set off, marking out a perimeter. He used a roll of orange electrical tape from the shed to mark out the path. The warding spell he had chosen was the strongest one that he had in the textbook, and it was done in layers, requiring him to walk the perimeter several times. It was still early, and he imagined that he had till night before the McKennas returned. Bearing that in mind, he picked a perimeter that took him quite a wide radius around the house. The path took him nearly an hour, but it was worth it if. When he got back to where he'd started, he stuffed the electrical tape into his pocket and slid his wand out of the leather holster he'd gotten for Christmas. He sighed and set off, chanting the spell for the ward as he walked towards the next bit of electrical tape, which was tied around a fence post. It was going to be a long day. He took a short break after the second walk around the perimeter. He was already feeling tired, not having gotten much sleep the previous night. The whole time he found himself keeping watch out of the corner of his eye, expecting at any moment to see the corner of a black robe flicking out of sight or a silver mask glinting in the sunlight. He also felt wrong, somehow. Now that he thought about it, he'd been feeling weird since after dinner. He still felt guilty about how he had reacted to Aislinn the previous night, but he wasn't really sure why he had. He wanted Aislinn, of course. That part hadn't been strange. The need to control her, that was what hadn't felt like him, and it worried him. Shaking the thoughts off, he set off once again to complete the ward. The McKennas arrived back the next morning, having stayed the night at their relative's place. The first he knew of them being back was when he woke to Aislinn shaking his shoulder lightly. He opened his eyes and then squeezed them shut. The light shining in the window was far too bright. He sat up and squinted at her. "You're home. What time is it?" "Just past 12. Harry looked at the clock, surprised he had slept so late. "How long have you been back?" "A few hours. Ma'am says you should get up and come and get something to eat. Lunch will be ready soon." Harry groaned and flopped back down. "Too tired," he muttered, then pulled her down onto the bed next to him. Aislinn propped herself up on her elbow and leaned over him, her hair cascading around them in a curtain. She placed a key on his forehead, then the side of his face, then his jaw. "I missed you while we were gone." "Missed you too," he replied, leaning up to key her. After a good few minutes, Harry decided he really should get up. He stood and pulled Aislinn with him, not breaking the key, until they were both up. His stomach rumbled. Aislinn grinned. "Come on, let's get you something to eat." She turned around while he got changed. As Harry finished tying his laces, she picked up the mirror from where he had dropped it on the floor the previous night. She turned it over, and then back again, staring into the mirrored surface. Is this yours? Yeah. Harry reached out and took it off her, ignoring her surprised expression. He placed it face down on the bench and took her hand, giving her a smile. Come on, let's go. I'm starving. She frowned at his abrupt manner, but let him lead her down the stairs and outside. After lunch, Aislinn took him horse riding. It's like flying, she said, standing up in her saddle after galloping around a paddock while Harry watched. Harry smiled wryly. He found it slow and awkward. The horse was difficult to handle, and he couldn't go anywhere near as fast as he was used to. The strangest thing happened just earlier, remarked Niall when everyone was nearly finished dinner that night. I was heading back to the truck, from the far field, and I could have sworn I saw a man in a dress, walking down the road. Then I looked again, and he was gone. Harry choked on his mouthful of food. A man walking around here, in a dress. I think you're imagining things, dear. Yeah, Dad. The only people close to the far field are the Flanagans, and I doubt any of them would be caught dead in a dress. What color was his dress? The three McKennas turned to him with amused looks, and Aislinn laughed. Niall chuckled. It was black. Harry rushed the rest of his meal, but then ended up helping Aislinn wash the dishes. As soon as they'd finished, he said goodnight, feigning tiredness. The yard around the house was dark and silent. There was no sign of anyone there. He armed himself with his wand and made a quick lap of the house, and then headed for the barn, glancing towards the dark trees around him and wondering if he was being watched. He rounded the far side of the barn, and there, standing and surveying the dark fields, was Snape. Harry felt a burst of cautious relief, but he also felt angry, perhaps irrationally so, at seeing his black-robed professor. What are you doing here? Snarled Harry. Snape turned his head to look at Harry. Relieving your mind, he sneered. Harry narrowed his eyes at the comment. Snape turned to face him fully. You were clearly worried enough to send that letter to Lupin, as you should have been. I am here to ease your worry. Harry tried not to let his relief show, though he was sure it must be rolling off him in waves. So it was you. It was, replied Snape shortly, looking towards the house. Harry finally understood just how good at legilimency Snape was. Lupin happened to glance at the mirror, quite purely by chance. He passed it on to me so that I might determine your whereabouts. Harry scowled. And have you told anyone else of my whereabouts? Not as yet, said Snape, after a moment's pause. But you're going to, said Harry, more of a statement than a question. Most likely. And then there'll be Order members swarming around the place, pretending that makes me safer, won't there? Dumbledore may post someone here to watch you. I don't want to be watched. Harry hissed. And if there are Order members flowing or apparating back and forth, don't you think people are going to notice? I'm safer without that. Snape crossed his arms, tapping his wand idly against his shoulder and staring intently at Harry. Perhaps. The choice is the headmaster's. Harry snorted, and then had a thought. Wait. No, it isn't. It's your choice, not his. You don't have to tell him where I am at all. I'm fine, as you can clearly see, and I'll continue to be fine without being babysat. Since he trusts you so much, Dumbledore ought to believe you when you tell him I'm safe. The Order wants to protect you, Potter. The Order wanted to protect my mother, too, he retorted, knowing the words would sting. Snape blanched. And that didn't really go according to plan, did it? If only you know, I only have to worry that I can't trust one person. So it's your choice. With that, Harry stormed into the barn, in a foul mood. He didn't know whether or not Snape was going to tell the Order where he was. As well, his scar was bothering him. It wasn't particularly painful, just niggling at him in an extremely frustrating way. He tossed and turned in his bed, yet again unable to fall asleep. He felt like he'd hardly slept in the last few days and he was tired, but after 2 hours of staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, the window, the floor, he got out of bed. He simply couldn't get comfortable. He hadn't been flying since before leaving Hogwarts, and there was a sort of tension in his shoulders that he could only explain as the need to stretch his wings. He picked up his wand holster, and without changing out of his pajamas, he went downstairs and out into the cold. Wands were far too complex objects to transfigure, which was why the automatically adjusting holster was perfect for an animagus. He slipped it onto his ankle underneath his pants, since when he transformed he didn't have arms, and secured his wand. Then, with a quick glance around to ensure none of the McKennas had decided to go for a midnight wander, he transformed. Harry spent a blissful couple of hours spinning and looping gracefully through the air. The only sound was the wind and the rush of air when he flapped his wings, and as usual, flying relaxed him completely. He began the return journey, and was close to the house and barn when movement to the right caught his eye. Harry circled around and his sharp eyes focused on the source of the movement. There was a person, moving slowly through one of the fields nearest the house. The dark figure walked slowly, and Harry realized they were following the same path he had traced when creating his. With a jolt of fear, Harry realized it could be a Death Eater, trying to get past his wards. Suddenly though, the wind shifted, blowing from the figure's direction and he caught the man's scent. He relaxed slightly, recognizing the smell of various potions' ingredients. What was Snape still doing here? Harry slithered closer, pushing his serpentine body through the snow with his back legs. He made no sound whatsoever. Eventually, he got close enough to hear the muttered chant coming from Snape. It was one he didn't recognize, but Snape's arm was rigid at his side, his wand pointed directly at the ground, and Harry realized he was strengthening Harry's ward with his own. Of course, it stood to reason that Snape would know stronger wards than were in his 7th-year textbooks. He knew it was the early hours of the new day. Snape must have spent the past few hours tracing Harry's path. He watched at a distance, slithering slowly behind as Snape tread a now evident path through the snow. Finally, Snape came to a stop. It appeared he had finished, or was taking a break as Harry had. The potions master let out a huff of air, rolling his neck. For a few moments he stood, hands on hips, staring at the stars. Suddenly, there was a sharp intake of breath, and his left arm tensed. Harry heard a sigh, and realized that Voldemort was calling Death Eaters. It seemed to go on for some time though, and he could hear the steady increase of Snape's heart rate, as his breathing turned into pained gasps. He wondered if perhaps it wasn't Voldemort calling Death Eaters. Was he punishing Snape in the only way he could reach him? Harry was about to transform and step over to help Snape, when it abruptly stopped. After a minute Snape's breathing returned to normal, and he slipped a large vial from some deep pocket, downing the entire contents. Satisfied that Snape was fine, and feeling suddenly tired, Harry retreated some distance behind the man and took to the air. He thought he'd gone far enough that Snape wouldn't see him, but a sharp gasp caused him to look around. The potions master had turned around without Harry realizing, and he was now staring up at Harry's dark figure in the sky. Annoyed, Harry flew as fast and as high as he could in the opposite direction of the house. He didn't know how well Snape had seen him, but there were no birds anywhere near as big as a wyvern. Harry came to land in a stand of trees, where he transformed. It was far too far for him to walk back, and he didn't want to fly in case Snape was still around. He apparated instead, to just outside the wards on the opposite side of the barn to where Snape had been. He saw no one as he jogged into the barn. For the rest of his time there, Harry kept the mirror in his pocket, guiltily relieved at knowing that Snape had the other. He could be as angry at Snape as he wanted, and say whatever things he wished to him, and Snape would still come if Harry needed help. He didn't catch sight of any Order members, so either Snape had decided not to tell them where he was, or whoever was there was doing a very good job of staying out of sight. Of course, with a disillusionment charm, that wasn't particularly difficult. Aislinn returned to school a few days after Christmas, and Harry stayed on at the farm for 2 more days, spending the daylight hours helping Niall around the farm and the night times flying or doing school work when he couldn't sleep. It occurred to him on his last night on the farm that he was turning into something of an insomniac as of late, and he wondered at the reason. Niall took a few hours out of his day to drive Harry to the ferry, and rather than apparating Harry spent the money for the trip, standing out on the deck of the ferry as he had the first time over. It was freezing, with a light spray of seawater over his exposed skin and the cold wind blowing, but it numbed the tingle he was feeling in his scar. Once off the ferry, he apparated directly to Grimmauld Place and walked up the steps, knocking on the door. It opened a few moments later, and Harry saw Lupin. Harry. Lupin glanced sideways at Mrs. Black's portrait and then beckoned Harry in, closing the door behind him. They walked past the curtained portrait and into the hallway. "This is a surprise," commented Remus, smiling at Harry, "but I'm glad you came by. We've all been wondering where you got to. Snape didn't tell you then." Remus shook his head no. He may have told Dumbledore. I don't know for sure, but as far as I'm aware, no one was sent to keep an eye on you, as I thought they would have been if Snape had told anyone. After all, you know who has been quite prolific in his attacks recently. Harry's interest was piqued. I haven't been reading the paper lately. What's been going on? Lupin indicated that they should walk. Several prominent ministry representatives and their families have been murdered in the past 10 days, all of them Muggleborn or half-bloods. The positions within the ministry have been filled by people known by us to be Death Eaters, or at least connected to them. Except one, a man called Jared Keller. He wasn't on our books at all, but we're keeping an eye on him now, having him followed to try and find out if he's a Death Eater or not. We strongly suspect he is, given that Thorn has placed him in a position of power within the ministry. Harry followed Lupin into the kitchen. What department is he in? He's in charge of the Department for Muggle Relations, which includes dealing with any Muggleborns who are a part of the wizarding world. Harry frowned. What sort of damage could he do there? Remus shrugged as he filled the kettle with water. We aren't entirely sure yet, but according to Kingsley, there's been talk sifting down through the ranks of the ministry saying Septimus Thorn is planning to bring in several radical new laws concerning Muggleborns and half-bloods. Given that he's a Death Eater, that doesn't bode well for us at all. By the way, best not to tell anyone that I told you any of this. They lapsed into a brief silence, broken when Remus said, I was just making lunch before you arrived. Do you want a sandwich? Harry nodded. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right back. He exited the kitchen and went up the stairs to the second floor, walking down the hallway a short way. He knocked on Dudley's door and heard no answer. After knocking a second time, he opened the door and peered inside. Apart from the bed and the desk, the room was empty. Frowning, he went to the room Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had been in and opened it without knocking. It too was empty. He'd wondered when the Dursleys had been going to leave, but he hadn't expected to turn up and find them gone. When he returned to the kitchen, Remus was just putting the sandwiches on plates. Harry sat down at the table and took one. Where are the Dursleys? Have they gone back to Privet Drive? Lupin shook his head. No, your uncle flat out refused to return there. He's convinced they won't be safe. They've moved into a nice little place about half an hour's walk away. Nice area. Oh. Harry felt a bit guilty that he didn't know. He'd promised Dudley that he'd write, and he'd only done so about twice. How long ago did that happen? Remus frowned, thinking. Not too long ago, a couple of weeks, I guess. He smiled. They were so rarely down in the main living areas, I hardly notice that they aren't here anymore. Still, must be more pleasant knowing they aren't even in the house. Lupin shrugged. I suppose, though they were good company. Harry nearly choked. The Dursleys. Good company, are you serious? Lupin smiled. Well, not your uncle, obviously, but I knew Petunia when we were younger, from the times I visited Lily, so we had things we could talk about. Your cousin, too, seemed quite pleasant when his parents weren't around. He was full of questions actually. Harry raised his eyebrows and took a sip of the tea Remus poured him. He noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table and pulled it closer. The article on the front page was about one of the families that Lupin had mentioned. Unlike the others, they had been murdered in public, in the middle of Diagon Alley in the middle of the day. According to the article, the father had been killed first. Voldemort had then turned his wand on the wife, who had been shielding her son, begging for him not to be harmed. She was ignored. Harry traced over his scar, thinking. Harry, questioned Remus, seeing the action. Is your scar bothering you? Harry shook his head, his eyes still on the article. No. He considered the article a moment more. I was just wondering. This woman obviously died protecting her son, like Mum did for me. But her son is still dead. Why was it any different to my mother dying to protect me? Remus' face softened. Harry, no one knows what was special about that night, but for some reason you were meant to live. The memory of that night flashed through his mind, and he remembered his mother begging Voldemort not to kill him, remembered when he'd snarled at her to step aside, remembered 2 flashes of sickly green light. He wasn't going to kill her, he whispered. My mother, I mean. Remus cleared his throat and glanced down into his cup of tea. I doubt that, Harry. After all, he killed James, the pureblood, and he certainly isn't known for being merciful to Muggleborns. Harry doubted Snape would appreciate it if he told Lupin about how he had asked Voldemort to spare his mother. No, but I remember Remus. Harry put the newspaper down and leaned forward. He kept telling her to step aside, but she wouldn't. Lupin's eyes grew sadder. Yes, your mother Lily would have done anything to protect you, would have rather sacrificed her own life than allow you to be hurt. Sacrifice, repeated Harry almost silently. It was only a sacrifice because he wasn't going to kill her. Mum asked him to kill her instead of me, and then he did. What was that? Asked Remus, leaning closer to hear better. Harry forced a smile and shook his head. Nothing. I was thinking I might visit the Dursleys. What's the address? Number 4, Worthington Lane. Number 4 again, mumbled Harry. All right, well, I'm going to go then. Thanks for lunch. Remus walked him out and gave him directions to the Dursleys, and Harry set off along the street. It took him a little less than half an hour to walk to the Dursleys' new street. Remus had been right. It was a nice area. Apartment buildings, some made of stone and some newer-looking ones, ran along each side of the road. He passed a small cafe on a corner. There were decorative trees dotted here and there along the pavement path, and the street was immaculate, with neatly trimmed lawns and not a piece of rubbish anywhere. Harry was approaching number 4 when he saw a familiar figure in orange knickerbockers and a straw hat, swinging a cane around as he walked. He'd lost even more weight than the last time Harry had seen him, and was actually looking quite trim. Probably a result of Aunt Petunia not wanting him to eat too much freakish food. Harry crossed quickly over the road and walked up behind him. Still going smeltings then? Dudley looked around, a surprised expression on his face. Harry, what are you doing here? Harry fell into step beside his cousin. Came to see you, Duds. How's everything going? Dudley nodded. Really good. London is heaps better than Surrey, and it's good not to have to go all the way back to Privet Drive on weekends. When do you go back to school anyway? Tomorrow. Have to catch the train from King's Cross. Where are you staying? Harry considered that. He hadn't really thought about it yet. Maybe just at Grimmauld Place. I hadn't really thought about it. Dudley slowed and came to a stop outside a nice-looking place. Well, this is it, he said, nodding towards the door. Do you want to come in, have a look around? Harry wrinkled his nose, imagining Aunt Petunia gossiping on the phone while Uncle Vernon complained loudly at the news. Nah, better not. Dudley shrugged, but smiled knowingly. Okay, I'll owl you, said Harry, stepping down from the steps to the footpath. Dudley stopped, his hand on the door knob. You don't have to, you know, not if you don't want. Dudley looked slightly ashamed then. I know I've never given you much reason to like me. Harry was surprised by the almost apology. I do want to. I've just been busy, well, not especially, but I've had things on my mind. He shrugged apologetically and Dudley rolled his eyes. Harry grinned. See you later, Duds. Bye, Harry. Harry headed straight back to Grimmauld Place, since he didn't really have much else to do. This time the door was opened by Tonks, who smiled brightly at him. Harry, Remus told me you dropped by earlier. Lovely to see you. Harry followed her into the kitchen, where several order members were gathered around the table. He exchanged polite hellos, and let Mrs. Weasley fuss over him, though for once she couldn't complain that he was too skinny. A few more people arrived and Harry suspected there might be an order meeting scheduled for that afternoon. A half hour later, the kitchen was getting quite full, and he was asked to leave the room. Harry started to rise, but then stopped. When am I going to be allowed to join the order? The others around the table exchanged glances. I don't think it's going to happen, Potter, replied Moody gruffly. Harry leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Why not? I'm of age. Fred and George got to join when they were of age. Yes, well, In my opinion, they shouldn't have been allowed, sniffed Mrs. Weasley. Kingsley sat down opposite him and looked him in the eye. If you were caught, imagine the information that could be gotten from you. The same as could be gotten from any of you, I would imagine, snapped Harry. Harry, said Lupin gently, trying to reason with him, other members of the Order aren't being directly targeted. How can you say that? He scoffed. Of course they are. Dumbledore and Snape, for starters, he argued, pointing in the direction of the two. And they know more than anybody. You have a unique connection with you-know-who. We cannot risk that he will find a way to use it to his advantage. He doesn't know anything about it. He thinks he can send me fake dreams like he did with Sirius, and that's it. I'm afraid the answer remains no, Harry, responded Dumbledore. There is simply too much to be lost. Harry stared around the table, looking for someone to back him up, but it seemed they were all decided. What the hell do I have to do to prove myself to you people? All I want to do is help. Harry slapped his hand down on the table. He killed my parents. No one answered him, and he felt a bit childish when he added, this isn't fair. You have known for a long time that life is not fair, Potter, said a quiet voice. Harry's blood boiled at Snape's words and he turned to face the potion's master, his expression livid. Yeah, if life was fair you'd be rotting in Azkaban for the things you've done. He yelled. There was silence in the kitchen. Harry stood abruptly, knocking his chair over. It hit the floor with a loud crack. Harry, that's unnecessary, began Remus. Professor Snape has done a lot too. Don't make excuses for the bastard, Remus. He's one of the ones that killed your best friend, hissed Harry, ignoring the shocked looks of people in the room. Without another word, Harry stormed out. He heard the door open behind him, but he didn't turn around to see who was following him. He could hear several sets of voices, but he was deaf to whatever they were saying. He grabbed his shrunken trunk from the side table in the hallway where he'd left it and kept walking, out of Grimmauld Place and into the street. He apparated blindly before anyone could catch up with him, appearing, to his surprise, outside of number 4, Privet Drive. The windows were dark and there were no signs of life. A for sale sign was stuck in the middle of the front lawn. He'd mown that lawn and weeded those flower beds more times than he could possibly count. Harry walked up to the front door. A simple Alohomora later and he was in the house. His muddy shoes marked the carpet he'd vacuumed on so many occasions. He walked around the ground floor and then went upstairs, but it was completely empty. Not one piece of furniture remained. When he glanced into the room that had been his, he saw that the window was barless. For some reason that made him angry, he went back downstairs. The door of the cupboard under the stairs was new, there no locks on it now. He opened it and glared dispassionately at the small space. Sauls poked his head out of Harry's collar and gave a hiss of displeasure. Without realizing it, his wand was in his hand, and he pointed it into the cupboard. Incendio, he said, his voice void of any emotion. He watched with satisfaction as the flames licked along the skirting boards, and made their way around to the carpet he was standing on. The carpet burned quickly, and Harry backed away, making his way into the kitchen. The walls of the house burned surprisingly fast, and there was soon smoke filling the room. He went into the lounge, and as he stood there, he heard several cracking sounds from outside. The front door opened just as flames began to lick at the carpet of the lounge. He could see shadows through the thick smoke, and thought they were most likely Order members. He glanced once more around the room, hating every inch of it, then he apparated. There were no longer any wards on the house, hadn't been since he had left for good. He apparated to the roof of a neighbor's house, steadying himself against the chimney. He could hear sirens, and a minute later he could see the lights of the fire truck. They were too late, however. There was nothing to be done to save number 4, Privet Drive. They would put the fire out, but all that would be left would be an empty shell. He waited until the fire trucks had left, and then apparated a final time, back to London. He walked out of the dirty alleyway he'd appeared in, donning his invisibility cloak as he did so, and walked a few blocks to King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4 was completely empty when he stepped through the barrier. Not surprising, really, since the train didn't come for another 12 hours. He slumped onto a bench, leaning against a brick pillar. He unshrunk his trunk, and dug around for some Muggle money. He went back out into the Muggle part of the station, still with his cloak on. It wasn't as busy as usual, and he looked up at the arrivals board to see the next train didn't get in for another hour. After walking for a while, Harry found an out-of-the-way vending machine and returned to the platform with 2 cans of soft drink and an assortment of salty and sugary foods. He did a bit of work on his charms assignment while he ate, thinking while he worked about ways he could test it. After that he talked to Salazar, but the snake went off after a while to look for something to eat. The time passed slowly. He wanted to sleep. His eyes were itching with tiredness, but he didn't think it would be a good idea to fall asleep in the middle of the platform. The arrival of the train the next morning woke Harry. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, though he knew he'd only gotten about 3 hours of sleep. Looking at his watch, he saw that students would start arriving shortly. He stood up, gritting his teeth at the pain in his body from sleeping in such an awkward position. He brushed off the chip crumbs and picked up the empty cans, depositing them in a bin. With nothing else to do, he put his trunk on the train and took a seat at the window. At 8:15, students began to arrive, and Harry caught sight of several order members searching through the crowds. He was wearing his cloak, so there was no chance that they would see him staring out the window at them. Harry sat watching the crowds of students and their parents congregating and saying goodbye to each other. When student began finding compartments, he slid his cloak off and was shortly joined by Dean, Seamus and Neville. Harry chatted with them for a few hours about their holidays, though he didn't say anything specific about where he'd been, and Seamus made no reference to having seen him. After a while, Dean suggested exploding Snap, but Harry excused himself, saying he wanted to go for a walk. He left the compartment and wandered down the train. Harry glanced in at windows as he passed, noting the happy looks on everyone's faces, until he passed a compartment with a lone figure sitting and staring dejectedly out the window. He stopped, and after a moment's consideration he slid open the door and went in. "Bad holiday?" asked Harry, pulling the blind on the window down and sitting opposite the Slytherin. Malfoy sneered, but not at Harry. "It was an eye-opening indication of the rest of my life," he replied bitterly, not taking his eyes off the trees rushing by outside of the train. "Yeah." Harry didn't say anything more than that, and Malfoy seemed happy not to elaborate, changing the subject. "I heard your house burned down last night." "Really? Father told me. It was hardly my house. He does know I haven't lived there since the beginning of 6th year, doesn't he?" Malfoy shrugged. He still found it amusing. Harry couldn't help the small smile that formed on his lips. Did he? Malfoy must have realized the pleased tone in Harry's voice. "You don't look like you're all that bothered it. I was going to say I was sorry." Harry doubted that Malfoy had been going to do anything of the sort, but answered anyway. "Well, don't. I enjoyed watching it burn." Malfoy looked surprised, and slightly suspicious of Harry's carefree attitude. "You were there." Harry's lips quirked. "Fires don't start themselves." Malfoy's eyes opened wider. "Are you saying?" There was a knock on the door, and Malfoy broke off. "Anything from the lunch trolley, dears," said the lunch lady, sliding the door open and looking in on them. They both got some things to eat, and Harry bit into a warm pumpkin pasty. It was the first decent thing he'd had to eat since lunch with Remus the day before. Suddenly Harry noticed Malfoy's cloak, which was bundled on the seat beside him, twitch. A small head popped out of the material, and a pale little nose sniffed at the air. Malfoy broke a bit of the biscuit he was eating off and held it out to Gaspard, who hurried onto Malfoy's lap and began to nibble at the treat. Harry restrained a smirk, but Malfoy caught some of the expression. "Why do you have to get that look every time you see him?" asked Malfoy, scowling. "What look?" asked Harry defensively, letting the smile come out. Malfoy rolled his eyes and pulled a ball of blue foam out of his pocket. He tossed it onto the seat, and Gaspard immediately abandoned the biscuit and sprinted after the ball, which had tumbled to the floor of the carriage. Harry watched for a while as the little ferret rolled around with the foam ball, biting it and giving the odd grunt when the ball got the better of him and he was rolled onto his back. After a while, Malfoy said, "What did you mean by, fires don't start themselves?" You didn't really, did you? Harry looked out the window. Don't tell anyone, he said, with a tone of seriousness in his voice. Malfoy smirked. Well, Golden Boy Potter is a pyromaniac. Who'd have thought? Harry rolled his eyes. I'm not a pyromaniac. I just hated that house. I can relate to that, said Malfoy, the bitter look returning to his face. What's wrong with where you live? Questioned Harry, kicking the ball around for Gaspard to chase. Let's just say I'm not all that fond of our current guest. Harry's eyes darted to Malfoy's face, which was again turned to look out the window. Why don't you do something to get rid of him then? He asked slowly. Malfoy scowled. What exactly do you suggest I do? There's no one I can tell without incriminating my family. You could tell the Order. They already know your father is a Death Eater. What, so I should give them evidence of the fact? Retorted Malfoy, giving Harry a look like he was stupid. Well, no, you wouldn't have to. I mean, if the Order suddenly turned up at your place, he's not likely to hang around as he. You'd just have to make sure they turn up at a point when he's not going to be there. Even if I told someone that he's there, they still wouldn't be able to get to the manor. We've had the Fidelius charms since Father got sent to Azkaban. Pretty much every Death Eater knows where the place is now though. Oh, Harry sat back, biting his lip. Well, who is your secret keeper? The Slytherin glanced at him quickly, and then back to the window. My father, my mother. Me. Quote. So you could tell me, or the Order. Voldemort won't stick around once people know he's there and can get in. Malfoy flinched at the name. So I just waltz into an Order meeting and give them the location of the manor. Malfoy snorted. Right. And then someone lets slip that I'm the one who passed it on and I'm dead. Well, how do you tell people normally? One of us writes it in a note, shows it to whoever needs to know. That way nobody can overhear. A note could get lost, suggested Harry. Everyone is told to burn it when they're done. That was how the Order did it too, Harry remembered. Why? Just drop it, Potter. It's not going to happen. Malfoy sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, leaning his head against the back of the seat. Harry shrugged. Whatever. I was only trying to help. A while later, Harry left and went back to the compartment where his friends were. He got changed into his robes and joined in the conversation until they arrived at Hogsmeade Station. Oi, mate, guess what? Whispered Ron excitedly, leaning across the table so that no one but Harry and Hermione could hear him. What? Asked Harry, chewing on a mouthful of eggs. We're in the Order. Harry stopped eating and looked up at Ron, who was looking highly pleased with himself. He looked to Hermione for confirmation, and she nodded, also smiling. Of course, they aren't going to let us do anything particularly important until we're out of school. They've told us just to keep our eyes and ears open among the students, but it's something, isn't it? Yeah, we get to make official reports to Dumbledore, if we find out anything important, that is. I can't wait to see what Malfoy gets up to, stated Ron, shoving half a sausage into his mouth. Harry grunted in reply. He hoped Ron wouldn't start tailing Malfoy or anything. Not that he thought Ron had the subtlety for that, unless Hermione helped him. It would make things pretty inconvenient for Harry though, if they followed Malfoy to the Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and saw him meeting Harry there. He smiled weakly, but he felt that it was more of a grimace. He put his fork down and swallowed. Since when? Hermione noticed the steely tone in his voice. Since the day before yesterday. We would have ridden, but we were going to see you today anyway. You aren't. No. Well, I'm sure if you talk to Dumbledore about it, he'll let you join, Harry. You just weren't around. I already asked them. Yesterday. They said no. He shot a filthy look at the head table. No. How could they say no to you? Asked Ron, clearly appalled. Apparently it's too great a risk, he said bitterly. Apparently I'm not worth trusting, even though someone like Snape is. Bloody ridiculous. Agreed Ron. Maybe they're right, offered Hermione timidly, sensing his growing anger. Harry glared at her. I don't mean about the not worth trusting bit, obviously. I mean about it being risky. After all, you don't need another reason for you know who to be going after you, do you? Ron frowned. That's true enough, B. Thanks for your support, he snarled, not waiting for Ron to finish. Hey, where'd you? I don't want to hear it, Ron, he snapped, standing up and striding out of the room. Ron called after him, but he ignored him and kept going. He couldn't believe that they'd let Ron and Hermione join and not him. Granted, they weren't being allowed to do anything much, but they were still in. Harry had spent the last 2 years learning occlumency, and those two wouldn't have a clue how to guard their minds. He abruptly stepped into a passageway covered by a hanging tapestry and grasped the pendant, apparating to the chamber. He ignored the part of his conscience that was telling him that maybe they were right as he stormed down the stairs and into the library. He angrily paced back and forward in front of the window for a few minutes before he calmed down a bit. He cleared his mind as Snape had taught him, and the feelings of anger and frustration were pushed down below his shields. He caught sight of himself in the mirror above the fireplace. His face was a blank mask, no emotion getting past his shields to display on his face. He walked closer to the mirror, pulling his wand out of its holster. He looked into his own eyes, lowering his shields. Then, pointing his wand at himself, he muttered, "Legilimens." It worked, and he appeared in his own mind, surrounded by thousands of swirling memories. Now, all he had to figure out was how to go deeper. He didn't remember Snape really explaining that part of it to him. He wandered around for a while, frustrated when he could not go deeper into his mind. He tried to imagine the mirror of Arised, and it appeared, but he could not step through it. Eventually he gave up, and was about to leave when a memory caught his attention. He called it closer, falling into it. He was in bedroom, with a wooden cot in the middle of the floor. In front of him, his mother was holding his younger self. She ed him once on the forehead, whispered something he couldn't hear in his ear, and placed him in the cot, and turned to face the door just as it burst open. Harry watched as Voldemort told her to step aside and she refused, begging him to kill her and spare him. He told her, one more time, to step aside. Then he killed her. He advanced on the cot, a cold, cruel smile twisting his face. Voldemort pointed his wand, and Harry walked over to look in the cot, just as Voldemort incanted, Avada Kedavra. The memory ended, and Harry found himself back in the chamber, having automatically flung his barriers up. He sat breathing heavily, dwelling on the disturbing memory. Harry never considered it before, but it seemed so obvious now. Snape was the reason Harry's parents had died that night, but he was also the reason Harry hadn't. He was walking along a cobbled street in the early hours of morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise. Already there were shop owners bustling around in the mist, but his disillusionment charm, which hid him even from his own eyes, made him invisible to them. The place he wanted was near here, and hopefully it would give him an answer to one of the questions he had. One of the pieces of the puzzle, whose resolution would see him holding the thing he needed. He was looking for it, this thing he desired very greatly to have, and it would only be a matter of time before he found it, and then, when he did, there would be no one who could stand in his way. Harry woke, his scar burning. For once though, it wasn't the middle of the night. In fact, it was nearly time to get up. So, he thought to himself, Voldemort was looking for something. Harry had wanted to know what Voldemort was up to, wanted to help the Order, and this was what his subconscious mind had brought him while he slept. He knew Snape had said that this hadn't been the reason for Harry learning to control his mind, but he couldn't really help what his sleeping brain did, and if it was information they could use, then surely there wasn't really anything wrong with it. Whatever Voldemort was looking for was obviously quite important to him, for him to be seeking it out himself rather than having one of his followers do it. He hadn't recognized the feel of the place and it hadn't looked like England. Had Voldemort's search for this mysterious item taken him out of the country? He got up when the others started to stir and dressed silently, but when he was finished he turned to Ron, who was struggling to pull his socks on. Look, Ron, I'm sorry about yesterday. I'm angry at Dumbledore, not you guys, and I shouldn't have taken it out on you too. Ron blinked sleepily, as if trying to figure out what Harry was talking about, before it dawned on him and he shook his head, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Don't even worry about it. If you ask me, it's bloody ridiculous they aren't letting you in. He dug around in his trunk for another sock, one which looked as if it hadn't been washed in a week. Anyway, you can still help us, and we'll tell you anything we hear. Come on, let's get Hermione and go. I'm starving. He was walking back to the common room with his dorm mates after breakfast when Dumbledore approached them from the opposite direction. Ah, Harry. Just the young man I was hoping to find. Accompany me to my office, would you? Harry nodded and waved goodbye to his friends. Once they were seated in Dumbledore's office and the pleasantries were out of the way, Dumbledore asked, "How has your legilimency practice with Professor Snape been going?" "I must admit, I have been so busy these past weeks that I have completely forgotten to inquire about your progress." "It's going fine." Dumbledore nodded. "Excellent. Of course, it is imperative you continue to practice diligently." "Yes, sir," he replied tightly, realizing that Dumbledore was trying to talk him out of being angry at Snape. Sure enough, Dumbledore grew more serious and his next words were, "I have always told you, Harry, that I trust Professor Snape implicitly. I had thought that this past year you, too, had begun to." "I did," replied Harry, his tone resentful. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I can imagine how betrayed you must have felt when you learn of Professor Snape's role in the tragic events of 16 years ago." Harry shrugged, letting his eyes wander away from Dumbledore's knowing gaze to the window. "Professor Snape's regret for what happened to your parents was very real, and very true. Great enough that he has spent much of his time trying to atone." "So you're saying he changed sides just because he felt sorry for what happened to my mum and dad?" asked Harry dubiously. "Love is unimaginably powerful, Harry." "Love," repeated Harry, frowning and looking back at Dumbledore. Dumbledore inclined his head, but then his beard twitched. "Perhaps not for your father, but he was very close to your mother during their childhood years." Dumbledore's eyes grew sadder. "Severus has spent a great deal of time punishing himself for the mistakes he made as a young man, particularly the mistake of relaying the prophecy to Voldemort. I can say with certainty it is something he would not have done if he had known who Voldemort would go after." "I suppose," replied Harry, knowing it was true. He glanced at his watch. "I should go, sir. I'm late for Transfiguration." Dumbledore smiled at Harry and flipped open the rune-decorated cover of the book that sat in front of him, something called The Tales of Beetle the Bard. He remembered seeing the book when he'd been searching the office for his pendant. Speaking of the pendant, he was surprised Dumbledore hadn't mentioned it. Perhaps he assumed Harry had nothing to do with its disappearance. "Of course. I'm sure Professor McGonagall will understand. Just tell her it was I who was the cause of your lateness." "Yes, sir." He made his way slowly back to the common room, mulling over his conversation with Dumbledore. He slowly packed his bag. If he had a corroborated excuse for missing class, he may as well make the most of it. He dawdled out of the common room and to the third-floor classroom, arriving with only 15 minutes of class to go. Despite the short amount of time, he successfully managed the transfiguration they were practicing, surprising himself and earning 10 points for Gryffindor. When the class ended, Harry headed down to the dungeons with Hermione and Seamus. The classroom was already open and Snape was writing instructions on the board. Harry placed his holiday assignment on the pile on Snape's desk and then sat at a desk next to Seamus. When everyone in the class had arrived, Snape instructed them to begin and they started making a nutrient potion. It turned out all right. Not as good as Hermione's, Harry noticed when he glanced over to compare the color and thickness, but it wasn't too bad either. After they'd finished, Harry was just finishing cleaning up and about to leave when Snape's voice rang out. "Mr. Potter, stay behind please." He considered ignoring the request, but when he reached out to turn the handle, it had locked behind the person who had left in front of him. Snape gave him a knowing look when he turned around and slumped back into his seat to wait for the other students to leave. Harry scowled when Snape waved his hand at the door and the lock clunked open again. He was a bit annoyed about the conversation with Dumbledore now. The old man had been warming him up. He was apprehensive about what the potion's master was going to say, though in a way, he thought it would be a relief to just get the whole thing out of the way. He realized that he didn't want to be angry at Snape anymore. It was too draining and upsetting. "Follow me to my office, please," said Snape as he swept past the pile of essays under his arm. Harry got up and followed, slightly stunned. He couldn't remember Snape ever saying the word please before, not unless it was part of some sarcastic remark. Harry sat in the familiar office, and Snape sat down opposite him, lacing his fingers and looking seriously at Harry. Can we speak as adults, Mr. Potter? I would like for this conversation to remain civil, he asked quietly. Yes, replied Harry, crossing his arms over his chest. You don't have to say anything, if you do not wish to, but I would ask that you listen to what I must say without interrupting. Harry nodded once. Snape spoke slowly. When I relayed the prophecy to the Dark Lord, I was to all intents and purposes a loyal Death Eater. I was ambitious, and I saw the path I had chosen as the path to success. Had I known that in choosing that path I would cause the death of one of the people I cared most about, Snape shrugged. If not for me, your parents would be alive and happy. You would not have spent your childhood as you did, you would not carry the weight that you do now. I realize that an apology changes nothing, that I still did it. Nonetheless, I am incredibly unbelievably sorry for the wrongs I have done by you. I cannot. Snape broke off. He was looking at Harry, but not seeing him. His eyes were focused on something a lot further away. After a moment he shook his head slightly. I do not know how to express the wish I had never done the things I did. Snape looked thoroughly drained after his speech, a sad, distant look in his eyes. Harry sat silently for a while. Snape's regret for what he'd done was evident, his remorse written plainly on his face. Harry swallowed. You know, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead too. He said it so quietly though that Snape didn't hear. What did you say? Harry cleared his throat and spoke louder, looking Snape in the eye. I said, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead too. Snape's brow creased. It was evident that that had been one of the last things he'd been expecting Harry to say. What do you mean? Well, it isn't like you haven't saved my life half a dozen times since I came to Hogwarts, but what I really mean is I always wondered why my mother's sacrifice was different from the sacrifice other parents must have begged for. And I think maybe it wasn't. It was you that made the difference. Voldemort was never going to spare those others, but he was going to spare my mother, because you asked. She didn't have to die. That's what made it a sacrifice, and that's why I didn't die. Harry paused for a moment, letting Snape digest the information. You might have, unwittingly, contributed to my parents' deaths, but I know you didn't want it. And since it turns out that I owe you my life, in whatever form, I guess I forgive you. Snape made a choked sound, and when he spoke, it seemed to take a great deal of effort. I am not asking you to forgive me, Mr. Potter. I know that. But I still do. Harry shrugged. I had already, I guess. I knew you'd done things when you were a Death Eater and I didn't care, maybe because they weren't personal to me and I knew you were on our side now. Then when I found out what you did I started thinking you were the bad guy all over again, which isn't fair to you, and I'm sorry for that. Snape shook his head. Don't. But I am. Interrupted Harry, suddenly desperately needing Snape to know that. No, said Snape forcefully, holding his hand up and pinching the bridge of his nose. No, I cannot stand for you to be apologizing to me. He stood and began pacing back and forth behind his desk. You have had every right to hate me, to despise me, and no obligation to forgive me or apologize for being angry with me. I accept your apology. Why can't you accept mine? He asked quietly. His calm voice seemed to stop Snape in his tracks, and he deflated, giving a long sigh. He sat down again and, looking Harry in the eye, nodded. Harry felt lighter as he made his way back to the common room. It almost seemed like the whole thing with Snape had never happened. It was just such a relief to have that weight lifted, and he felt immeasurable better. He was coming up the stairs from the entrance hall when he saw Malfoy ahead of him, walking by himself, a library book under his arm. Harry caught up and fell into step beside him. Get much flying in over the holidays? He asked as the Slytherin looked over at him. Now and then. Not as much as I'd have liked. Yeah, me either. And not on my broom even once. Quidditch leaves something to be desired these days, I must say. Harry chuckled. I know what you mean. I have a free lesson after lunch, since herbology is cancelled for today. Want to meet me in Myrtle's bathroom? Malfoy held up the book he was carrying. Give me 10 minutes. 15 minutes later they were standing on the courtyard that overlooked the canyon, Harry shivering in the chilly wind. He made sure his wand was securely in his holster. "Thanks for the wand holster, by the way," he said as he walked a couple of meters back from the edge to prepare for his run up. "I really like it. It was a great idea." Malfoy shrugged. "It wasn't a present, just so you know. It was payback for the vials you gave me, and considering the holster was far less expensive, I think I got the better end of the deal." "Thanks for the present," retorted Harry, grinning. Not waiting for Malfoy to respond, he took a running leap off the cliff and waited until he was nearly at the water to transform and start flapping his leathery green wings. His sharp hearing picked out the sound of another large creature flapping behind him above the sound of the white water running in the canyon. He flew until he came to a huge rock jutting out from the top of the cliffs, and he settled on it, transforming back into his human form. He had a fantastic view from the high point. He could see Hogwarts in the distance, and the mountains around him, most of which were covered in snow. Malfoy flapped down next to him, transforming as well. They stood admiring the view for several minutes before Malfoy turned to him, drawing his wand and pointing it at Harry. "Duel." Harry pulled his own wand out and jogged to the other end of the rock formation they were standing on. Ominous-looking storm clouds were forming and the wind was picking up as they began to send spells at each other. "You still haven't taught me that Parseltongue spell you said you were going to, Potter," shouted Malfoy, trying to distract Harry. Harry grinned and sent the one Malfoy was talking about at the Slytherin. It hit its mark, and Malfoy nearly dropped his wand. "That one, you mean?" laughed Harry, and he only just dodged the one Malfoy sent in reply. Unknowingly, they were both backing towards the edge of the rock, but Harry got there first. The rock ledge crumbled suddenly and he fell backwards, his wand falling from his hand and his arms windmilling as he tried to stay balanced. He plummeted over the edge, but after the initial jolt of realization that he was falling, he felt no fear, knowing he could transform. He did so, but grazed himself on the rock face because he was too close. He gave a hiss of pain, and pushed himself away, flying back up to the top of the rock formation. Malfoy was standing there, idly twirling Harry's wand, with a look of superiority on his face. Harry shrunk to his human form and inspected the damage, ignoring the Slytherin's gloating comments about his glorious win. His shoulder down to the middle of his back on the right side was one big graze, with a few deeper gouges where the rock had cut into him as he fell. His clothes were ripped too, and the cutting wind was stinging the fresh wound. Malfoy eventually noticed that Harry was preoccupied and came closer to see what the matter was. "Ouch," he stated, leaning close to look. "You should be more careful." Harry threw him a dirty look. "Back to Hogwarts then." Harry grimaced. Yeah, they would have had to leave anyway. The wind was fierce now, roaring down the canyon like a wind tunnel, buffeting them about. It was impossible to stand still, and they had to lean to stay upright. Malfoy handed Harry back his wand and he secured it in the holster, then transformed again and set off towards the castle ahead of the Slytherin. He landed on the courtyard, very nearly colliding with the wall of the castle. He opened the door to the chamber and stepped inside out of the wind. Malfoy arrived 30 seconds later and closed the door behind him, just as Harry was gathering his bag. "See yourself out," called Harry. "I'm going to see Madame Pomfrey." Malfoy nodded and Harry took the stairs two at a time, up into the basilisk chamber. Once there, he used the pendant and apparated to a little used corridor near the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey sighed when she saw him enter. "First day back and already I have a patient. What have you done to yourself now?" "Just a graze," he said, twisting slightly to show her his shoulder and back. Madame Pomfrey tutted and led him to a bed. Harry stripped off his robe and t-shirt while she bustled about collecting vials. She handed him one. "Drink," she ordered. He did so and a wonderful numbness spread over the injured areas. The Medowitch uncapped a jar and began spreading a thick green paste over the area. It stung a bit and he winced, but it wasn't too bad after the pain relief potion. After a few minutes she was done, and she ran her wand over the deeper cuts, chanting some healing spell as she did so. "Now just sit there for a few minutes while the paste does its job, and then you can go." "Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Thanks. You can thank me by making sure I don't see you in here again," she said sternly, before bustling off to do whatever it was she did when she didn't have anyone to take care of. On the first Friday night back, Harry went down to Snape's office to practice Phytolemancy. It was the first time he had gone to face Snape in a while and not felt any trepidation. In fact, he was quite excited at the prospect of further weakening the strength of the hold Voldemort's Horcrux had on him. The door opened moments after he knocked. "Mr. Potter, come in. Have a seat," said Snape, stepping aside. Harry walked past him and took the chair he usually sat in. "It has been a few weeks since we have done this," said Snape as he took his seat. "I assume you have been practicing occlumency during that time." Harry nodded. "I tried Phytolemancy as well, with a mirror again, but I couldn't get past my memories." Snape nodded. "That is expected, given that you've had little practice. For now it will suffice for you to simply follow me. You do not need to do this on your own time. In any case, I prefer to be with you in case something untoward happens." Harry nodded and made himself more comfortable in his chair. Snape leaned forward and Harry's vision shifted so that he was facing Snape in the landscape of his mind. Snape indicated that they walk, and Harry followed him. As they went, memories continued to drop away until Harry found he couldn't follow Snape any further. Sir." Snape stopped and returned, grasping Harry's shoulder and leading him off. When all but a very few memories had disappeared, the mirror shimmered into existence in front of them. Snape released Harry's shoulder, allowing him to step through first. Not wanting to put off the inevitable, Harry quickly located the Horcrux, Snape following silently behind. Harry spared a quick glance around the gold eddies of his own soul and then stepped into the clinging black swirls of Voldemort's. The pain was as blinding as he remembered from the first time he had done it. Within minutes it had driven him to his knees, his hands fisted in his hair in a useless attempt to alleviate the pain. He kept his thoughts focused on feelings of love and happiness, trying not to let the stabbing pain radiating through his head distract him. Suddenly Harry heard a whisper. His head whipped up, but he could see nothing, and thought he strained for any sound. He heard nothing more. The pain radiating from his scar forced him to squeeze his eyes shut again. His teeth gritted so hard he felt like they were about to crack. There was another whisper. He was sure it was a whisper, though he couldn't discern any words. He turned his head, trying to catch the sound again. There was a strange pressure building in his head, and he stopped trying to focus on the whisper. He centered his thoughts back on his happy memories and the pressure receded. After several more long minutes he couldn't tolerate it anymore and he crawled on his hands and knees out of the Horcrux and back into his own soul, breathing raggedly. Snape was by his side within seconds, dragging him up and helping him to the mirror. In moments, Harry was sitting back in his chair. He collapsed forward, only to find Snape propping him up against the back of the chair seconds later, uncapping a vial of pain relief potion. Harry took it gratefully and swallowed it. Snape sat silently at his desk while Harry waited for his head to clear, but the potion didn't seem to be working very well. After a while, he said, "I heard whispering." "What was it saying?" asked Snape, not sounding surprised. Harry shrugged. "Too quiet," he muttered. "I must admit I was surprised when you made no mention of any sort of presence the first time you visited the Dark Lord's soul. When I am in yours, an image of you appears, except when you were with me. I expected something of the same have happen in his Horcrux." Harry shivered at the thought of some childish Voldemort-like apparition appearing in the swirling black magic of Voldemort's soul. He rubbed at his scar. "Is it paining you badly still?" Harry nodded. "I suppose that is to be expected." He handed Harry another vial. "I shall brew up the potion I was giving you before. That was more effective in alleviating the pain, was it not?" Harry nodded again, remembering the stronger potion he'd come to Snape for a few times. "I do not have any on hand at the moment, so that will have to do for now." Harry sat silently for a few moments, his head resting on the back of the chair while he waited for the potion to take effect. "Ron and Hermione told me about being in the Order," he said bitterly. "Did they?" asked Snape lightly, not seeming particularly interested, but then he spoke again and Harry looked at him. "Even if you were in the Order you would not be allowed to attend every meeting. You would be in the lowest ranks of the Order, along with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. If it means that much to you to call yourself a member of the Order, I am sure I can convince Dumbledore to make you an official member. Snape's comment made Harry feel a bit silly. Of course I want to be a part of the Order, but not just so I can say I am. I want to help fight. We all have different jobs to do, Mr. Potter. This, he said, indicating between them, is yours. This is how the Dark Lord will be defeated. Others could not be a part of this, even if it were their wish to be. It's just so frustrating, he muttered. I feel useless. Snape paused a moment, as if thinking before he replied. I can relate to that. When I was found to be a spy, I confess that for some time after, I felt quite useless to the Order. I was unable to perform the one task that only I could, a task that was most vital the Order. We are now far more ignorant of the Dark Lord's plans and it is, as you put it, quite frustrating. Harry gave a non-committal grunt. You're still helping though. As you are, in a way that nobody else can. Harry slumped in his chair. You keep saying that, he muttered. Because it is the truth. It doesn't feel like it though. Perhaps once we have made more noticeable progress, you will feel differently. I guess so, he replied, realizing that Snape was right. It had better be pretty significant progress to make this pain worth it, he groaned. Perhaps it would be best for you to return to your dormitory now. Get some rest. Harry started to nod but stopped when it made his head pound. Will you be all right to return on your own? Harry made an affirmative noise in the back of his throat as he pushed himself shakily to his feet. Snape tisked and got up as well, opening the door for Harry and then stepping out into the dark corridor after him. They set off, and Harry was glad Snape was there, because he wasn't entirely sure he could make it the whole way on his own. He's looking for something. He thinks it'll help him win, said Harry as they walked, remembering the dream he'd had. Snape frowned slightly. You saw this in a vision. Harry nodded. I don't know what it is he's looking for. It could be anything. Snape nodded. Very well. I shall pass that on at the next Order meeting. Try to remember that the purpose of you learning to control your mind was not to find out what the Dark Lord is up to. Harry snorted. I can't help what my subconscious mind does. Snape looked over. Yes, you can, Potter. You simply choose not to. Strength of mind and willpower are all you need. Harry didn't bother replying, since it would be pointless to argue and he could hardly think straight anyway. They came to the portrait hole and Snape spoke the password to open it. Harry climbed in, stumbling over the rim a bit. He looked back, expecting Snape to follow him, but the potions master simply raised an eyebrow. I sincerely hope you aren't stupid enough to think I'm stepping 1 foot into the Gryffindor common room, said Snape, his eyes flicking disdainfully at the room behind Harry. If you find you can't make it up the stairs by yourself, I'm afraid you're in for a rather uncomfortable night, unless you can call for Weasley to help you up. Harry snorted and turned away, dragging himself to the nearest armchair. By the time he got there, the portrait hole was closed and Snape was gone. Harry was useless the next day. He still had a headache and he hadn't slept well either. Luckily it was the weekend, so the only class he had to worry about was astronomy at midnight, and he was fairly sure he would be feeling better by then. He slept late, getting up just in time for lunch. He'd thought having something to eat would lighten his mood a bit, but he still felt short-tempered when he headed off to his class late that night. He was a bit late, but it wasn't a class where anyone really cared. He set up his telescope roughly, making the lenses rattle in the tube. The professor cast him a disapproving glare, which he ignored. The professor rarely bothered them with anything aside from telling them what was to be done during the lesson. He also ignored Malfoy's quizzical look, which was more of an amused look at Harry's obvious bad mood than any show of concern. They spent the lesson in silence, Harry mostly ignoring any attempt Malfoy made to start a conversation. At the end of the lesson, Harry folded up his telescope and left without a word. He had just stepped off the stairs when someone shoved him from behind. He nearly fell, but caught himself in time. His telescope was not so lucky. He heard the shatter of glass as it slipped from his fingers and fell heavily to the ground. He turned around with a dark scowl. What the hell, Malfoy? He said angrily, picking the telescope up. He shook it lightly, and heard the tinkle of glass. The Slytherin smirked. Clumsy tonight, aren't you, Potter? Harry shot him a foul look. It would take at least 2 weeks to order in new lenses for that specific telescope, since it was an old model that he'd had since first year. Let's go down to the chamber. Harry looked at him, amazed. Are you serious, Malfoy? Really? Just for fun? You break my telescope, which is going to take weeks to get fixed, meaning I'm going to have to use the shite school telescopes, and you expect me to take you down there? Malfoy pretended to contemplate Harry's question, a mock frown on his face. He nodded his head as he thought, and then said, "Yes, I suppose that sums it up nicely." Harry gave him a disgusted look and stormed off. Hey, Potter, wait. He heard Malfoy walking after him, but didn't slow down. "Merlin, I'm sorry, all right," he called, a bewildered tone in his voice. "I wouldn't have done it if I'd known you were going to be so touchy about it. It's not my fault you dropped it anyway." Harry grasped for the pendant beneath his robes. Harry appeared at the Gryffindor portrait hole and climbed through, leaving Malfoy 3 floors above staring at the spot where Harry had disappeared. Harry trudged down to the dungeons for another bout of phytolemancy. He was only doing 2 lessons a week, but it was certainly knocking him around. He was sleeping worse than usual, and was always in a bad mood afterwards. He knocked and the door was opened. Harry grunted as he passed Snape and sat down in his chair. "Manners, Potter," reprimanded Snape sternly, glaring slightly as he sat down. He appeared to be in a bad mood, for whatever reason, so Harry sat up straighter and attempted not to look as reluctant as he felt. They began as usual, and minutes later Harry was standing in Voldemort's soul. He wondered how he was supposed to get from this Horcrux to another, without Snape guiding him. He'd only done it in his sleep before, and so he had no idea how to go about doing it. Keeping his mind lightly focused on happy memories, he began to explore the Horcrux. There was nothing easily visible there, unlike in his soul, but after a few minutes he noticed something. Looking in one direction, it appeared blacker, stiller. It was more like there was nothing there, rather than the swirling black magic and whispers that was Voldemort's 6th Horcrux. He walked towards it, but he was hesitant about getting too close. He recalled how Snape had said willing something to appear would make it so, and no sooner had he concentrated on finding a way to another Horcrux than a shimmering bridge appeared, woven together from strands of shimmering black magic. At least it felt like magic, only unlike his, it twisted in a way that made it seem grasping and malevolent. He neared it hesitantly, and reached out a hand to the railing. It looked insubstantial, like he would fall right through it, but when he placed his hand on the railing, it was solid enough, only in a way he couldn't really explain. He snatched his hand back when a tendril worked itself free from the bridge and wrapped around his wrist. He considered stepping out onto the bridge, but he didn't like the way it had grasped at him like that. Instead, he focused on positive feelings for a few more minutes before stumbling back into his own soul. Back in the office, Snape handed him a vial. He had made the potion he had promised, and Harry drank the blue substance. He held his head for a few minutes as the potion began to work. It was definitely better than normal pain relief potion. "I am beginning to notice a difference," said Snape when Harry finally looked up, his eyes slightly glazed. "You are?" Harry was surprised. Snape nodded once. "It is small, but it is there. I can't see it. It looks exactly the same to me as it did the first time I saw it." Snape didn't reply, though he looked like he wanted to say something more, and Harry was dismissed soon after. Snape said he could see a difference, but was he just saying that to encourage Harry? He certainly couldn't see any difference. At this rate, it was going to take him several years to destroy the Horcruxes, several long, painful years. The only good thing that had come out of today's lesson as far as he could see was that he now knew how to get to the other Horcruxes, or at least one other. Next time, he was going across the bridge. Even if Snape didn't want him to, he was going to see what was on the other side. Besides, if Snape didn't know, he couldn't get angry at Harry. Harry was sitting at a table in the common room working on a new assignment for Transfiguration. Hermione was doing something for arithmancy and Ron, surprisingly, was reading. Harry looked at the cover and saw that it was the same book he had taken out of the library to read about wyverns. "You know, I saw those dragons yesterday," he said. Ron's head shot up. "You did? Where? I want to try and get a photo of them," so I can send it to Charlie. He'll be able to identify them better than me. Harry stifled a smirk at Ron's enthusiasm. Flying over the turrets of the astronomy tower. You know, I think you might be right about it being a wyvern and not a dragon. I don't think it did have arms. Really? All right, Charlie, and tell him. We should go out tomorrow after Quidditch practice and see if we can see them. Harry nodded, knowing he needed to practice. Gryffindor had their first match of the season in a few weeks and he'd hardly been on his broom since before Christmas. The conversation lapsed again as they all went back to their work. Harry sighed, giving up on the transfiguration assignment. He pulled out his potions text instead and opened the book to the potion Snape had said they would be doing in the next lesson. As he propped it up on his knee, a folded scrap of parchment fell out and fluttered to the ground. He leaned down and picked it up, assuming it was just a note or bookmark some past student had left in there. Unfolding it, he glanced briefly at it and was about to toss it aside when he realized it was an address for a place in Wiltshire. He looked closer at the parchment. It looked as if it had been folded and unfolded a dozen times, then scrunched up and thrown away before being dug out of the bin and folded again. It looked as if the writer had tried to disguise their handwriting a bit, but there was something distinct about the corners and loops of the letters that he recognized. He slipped the parchment into a deep pocket, making sure it was tucked away securely. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes, thinking. Was now the right time to pass it on? He hardly thought it would have been given to him in the first place if it wasn't the right time. Leaning back against the comfortable chair, with the dull chatter in the background, Harry accidentally fell asleep, though it turned out to be a good time to do so. He dreamed, and once again he was Voldemort, feeling his feelings and thinking his thoughts. He was frustrated. He'd known it would be difficult to track down, but it was taking far longer than he had anticipated. Every avenue he'd gone down to find it had turned into a dead end, and this last one seemed to be leading him nowhere. He looked down at the man he had just killed. Perhaps he shouldn't have been so quick to anger. The man might have known more than it had seemed. With a disdainful glance around the ramshackle little cottage, he stepped back outside into the cold night air. Harry woke with a start when a little first-year girl over near the fireplace gave a loud shriek. He rubbed at his scar, which ached dully after the vision. Hermione looked at him, concerned. You're still having visions, aren't you? Harry smiled comfortingly. Just now and then. Nothing to worry about. Hermione looked like she wanted to pursue the matter, so he jumped up. Come on, let's go to dinner. Good idea, agreed Ron with enthusiasm. I'm famished. Harry ignored the dull throbbing in his scar and waited for Ron and Hermione to pack away their things, and then they all walked down to the Great Hall. Now would be a good time to pass the address on, with Voldemort not there. He just had to make sure the right people saw it. As it turned out, an opportunity presented itself less than an hour later. Harry was nearly finished his dessert when he saw Kingsley stride into the doorway separating the entrance hall from the Great Hall. At his appearance, several teachers at the head table, teachers he knew to be order members, got up and went to greet him. The group left, walking up the staircase from the entrance hall. Harry stood up quickly. I have to go, he said, without giving an explanation. He rushed out of the hall, apparating as soon as he was out of sight in the empty hall. He estimated it would take about 7 minutes for them to walk up to Dumbledore's office. That should give him plenty of time to place the note where they would see it. He apparated to the tunnels and pulled his invisibility cloak on, before apparating again, straight into Dumbledore's office. Fawkes was asleep on a perch near the desk, but didn't wake as Harry rustled in his pocket for the slip of parchment. He walked behind Dumbledore's desk and looked around for something to weight it down. He found a rock that was probably a paperweight. He cleared a space in the middle of the desk and flattened the piece of parchment out, placing the paperweight in the middle of it. Satisfied that it couldn't be missed, he took a quick look around the office. His gaze caught on metal wire stand on the desk. Hanging from one of the hooks was a necklace. It was the locket that Dumbledore had said Regulus Black had replaced the Horcrux with. He reached out and took it off of its hook, opening the clasp that held it shut. A small piece of parchment, stained and old, fluttered out and he whipped out a hand to catch it. It was a note, signed, as Dumbledore had said, by Regulus Black. Harry wondered if he'd destroyed the Horcrux, or if he hadn't gotten the chance before Voldemort had killed him. If he had, did Voldemort know? And if he hadn't, what had happened to it? Voldemort could have taken it back and hidden it, though Dumbledore had said that he was certain Voldemort didn't know that it had been taken by Regulus. That meant it was probably hidden somewhere. Regulus Back had been the favorite son of his parents. He'd probably perfectly welcome in his home, unlike Sirius had been. What if the locket was hidden somewhere at Grimmauld Place? He realized he'd been standing around in the middle of the office, and he wasn't sure how long. Worried that the door was going to burst open at any moment, he folded the parchment up and put it neatly back inside the locket, hanging it back on its hook. He then apparated to the waterfall painting and stepped inside, shivering as the cold cascading water hit him. He stepped sideways into the next painting and jumped through into the grassy portrait in Dumbledore's office and found a comfortable seat on the grass. In the real world, it was sleeting outside, but in the painting he could feel warm sun splashing down on his shoulders. As he waited for the Order members to reach the office, he hoped that Voldemort would stay out of the country a bit longer. If he was still looking, that was good, because anything he thought would help him couldn't be good. It was probably why there had been little Death Eater activity in the past week, too. He wondered what the mysterious object was, and whether or not he should try to find out. Suddenly something else occurred to Harry. In the dreams he'd had where Voldemort had been searching for whatever it was he was looking for, he had not had Nagini with him. If Dumbledore was right about Nagini being a Horcrux, it would be the opportune time to destroy her. Unless Voldemort had some special kind of magical protection around her, it might even be quite easy. He didn't think the Death Eaters were very fond of her. They probably did their best to keep out of her way. A minute later the door opened and a dozen Order members filed into the room, taking up their usual positions around the room. Dumbledore moved around to sit behind his desk and saw the paperweight and piece of parchment immediately. He picked it up, frowning, then glanced around the rest of his desk as if to make sure everything else was where he'd left it. It wasn't, since Harry had pushed things to the sides, but he seemed satisfied that nothing was missing. Sprout noticed Dumbledore's frown. "What is it, Albus?" "It is an address. I have never seen it before," said Dumbledore. "I do not know how it came to be on my desk." He frowned, and tapped the parchment with his wand several times, but whatever spell he had performed didn't help him, as he still appeared puzzled. Snape walked around the desk and looked at the scrap of parchment over Dumbledore's shoulder. He reached around and snatched it out of Dumbledore's hand. "This is the Malfoy's address," he muttered to himself, and then he said it again louder, to the rest of the room. Chatter broke out among the gathered witches and wizards. "Do you think you know who is still using Malfoy Manor as a base?" asked McGonagall. "We don't have evidence of him using anywhere else at the moment," replied Kingsley. "Chances are he's still there," agreed Tonks. "This could give us a huge advantage if we take them by surprise. It's been a while since we captured any Death Eaters. If it's still their base, you can bet there'll be Death Eaters there." "I'd like to know how this address mysteriously appeared here," put in Sprout. "It seems a bit fishy, if you ask me." "It could be a trap," agreed Flitwick. "But can we really not do something with this information? Whoever left this lying about would be in a great deal of trouble should the Dark Lord find out who it was. Once the secret was passed on, it is supposed to be burned, as we do, so that it cannot fall into the wrong hands." Snape frowned. It does seem highly suspicious that someone would forget such a simple instruction, especially with the punishments the Dark Lord regularly doles out to his followers. "Whose writing is it?" asked Moody in his gruff voice. "It is Lucius or Draco's," replied Snape, frowning as he tried to decide whose. "The two of them and Narcissa are the secret keepers." There was a brief silence. "Then let's take it to the Ministry," urged Sprout, turning to the Aurors in the room. Kingsley nodded. "I would order immediate action, if that is what we agree is best," he answered, turning towards Dumbledore, who was stroking his long silver beard, listening to the suggestions flying around the room. He nodded slowly. "What if someone from the Auror department tips them off? I say we round up the rest of the Order and go." "We've got the numbers," suggested Madam Hooch. "He hasn't gotten to the Auror department yet, not with Kingsley as head Auror," stated Tonks surely. You can't know that, Missy, barked Moody. All it would take would be some underling in the department who's working for you know who to get wind of this and the secret would be out. That place'll be empty before we get anywhere near it. There were some murmurs of agreement. Harry hoped they would go, though he supposed that even if it was the Ministry who acted on the tip-off, Voldemort would still be forced to find a new headquarters, which was what Malfoy wanted. If we go now, we risk walking into a trap. Perhaps we do a bit of digging, find out who left this here. If we wait, we risk the chance that he finds out we know the address, and then there shall be no one there, said someone. No incriminating evidence, nothing. We already know they're guilty as hell, said Tonks, and most people suspect it. The Ministry has been taken over by Death Eaters since Thorn got in. They slither out of trouble like they always do. Dumbledore turned to Snape, who was standing silently next to the desk, his arms crossed. Severus, what do you think? Snape drummed the fingers of his right hand once on his sleeve, his black eyes assessing the others in the room. I would prefer for it to be unofficial, he replied. We go. You just want to protect the Malfoys, growled Moody, taking an aggressive step forward. Snape glared. It will have an equal effect on upsetting the Dark Lord's plans whether we or the Ministry go, he said in a deadly voice. If we go, we will also be the first to interrogate any Death Eaters we catch, the first to search the manor for anything that might help us. We can get all the information we need from the Ministry Aurors. Ah, but as you already mentioned, Alistair, we don't know that the Dark Lord has not gotten to the Auror department. Who knows what may go on behind the Ministry's walls? But that hardly matters. Kingsley and Nymphadora are known members of the Order. Thorn will order them off the case at the first chance and we will hear nothing. Severus is right, spoke McGonagall. I vote we go tonight, as soon as we can rally the others. Heads around the room nodded in agreement. Dumbledore clapped his hands. Excellent. We shall meet back here in 2 hours. Kingsley, Tonks, you know what to do. Alistair, alert the Arthur and his sons. Phileas, can you contact the Hogsmeade members? Dumbledore gave out a few more instructions and one by one the people in the room hurried out the door or out the flow. Harry briefly considered going with them somehow, to see if Nagini was at Malfoy Manor. However, he had no way to get there. He knew the address now, but he had never tried apparating somewhere he hadn't already been or seen before. He didn't even know if you could, since one of the steps of apparition was visualizing the place you wanted to appear. He would have to work out a better plan for Nagini. Besides, if she was at the manor, Dumbledore would probably make her a priority. He had probably already thought of it himself. Harry jumped through to a painting near the entrance hall and fell out when he was sure there was no one in the vicinity. He re-entered the Great Hall only to find that most students had finished dinner. Now that he thought about it, he'd been in Dumbledore's office for a while. He turned around and began the trek up to Gryffindor Tower. It was already quiet in the corridors, and he only passed 4 or 5 students the whole way up. He had just stepped off of a staircase and was nearing the portrait hole when he heard a hissed, "Potter," and stopped, backtracking to the side corridor the voice had come from. He squinted into the dark, waiting for his eyes to adjust. Malfoy was loitering inconspicuously in the dark shadows. Harry supposed he had seen the Aurors arrive and deduced that that was where Harry had gone. You owe me, said Harry, stepping into the shadows as well. For the telescope, he added, in case anyone was listening. A look of relief appeared on the Slytherin's face in realization that Harry had passed on the address. What do you want? He asked grudgingly, his eyes narrowed as though he expected Harry to name some drastic price. Harry was going to wave it off and say he didn't want anything when he thought of something. Ron wants to see you, he said. A look of surprise, and then disgust appeared on the Slytherin's face. What? He's quite fond of the new you, replied Harry, grinning. We have Quidditch practice tomorrow morning. Why don't you show up? I suppose I could spare a few minutes of my time. Harry gave an affirmative nod. We finish our practice at 10, so be there a little after that. Malfoy gave a long-suffering sigh, though there was a light in his eyes. He walked away without another word, though he did give a regal sort of roll of his hand that could be interpreted as a wave. Or perhaps it was just an, if I must, gesture. Where did you go, Harry? asked Hermione as soon as he sat down. I thought you said you weren't in the order. Harry realized that, like Malfoy, she must have seen Kingsley arrive, and worked out there was an order meeting. I'm not in the order, he replied. They really wouldn't let me. I just thought I would try to find out what was going on. It seems pretty major, said Ron, joining the conversation. Kingsley looked in a hurry when he left, and Tonks seemed excited about something. Hermione nodded slowly. Let's hope it's something good for us. Harry nodded in agreement. It probably is if Tonks seemed excited. There was a brief silence. Harry briefly contemplated telling them what was going on, but then he would have to explain about how he'd overheard it, and he didn't want to do that, so he kept quiet. I'll send an owl to Fred and George tomorrow, said Ron. They'll know what's going on. Harry handed Ron his broom and jogged over to a group of students sitting around on bean bags. Hey Harry. Hi Colin. Mind if Ron borrows your camera for the morning? Sure Harry, replied Colin brightly, unhooking the camera from around his neck, though he did glance uncertainly at the redhead. Harry noticed the look. Ron wasn't known for being especially careful with breakable objects. Don't worry. I'll make sure it gets back to you in one piece. Suddenly he had an idea. Hey, if you want, you could just come down to the pitch at about 10. That's when we finish Quidditch practice, and Ron and I were going to be dragon spotting. He wants to get a few pictures to send to his brother Charlie, Harry explained. Colin's eyes lit up. If you want, you can take the pictures for us. You'll probably be better at it than us. Colin nodded enthusiastically. I'll be there. Great. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Thanks for this, Colin. Harry headed back to Ron and grabbed his broom when the redhead held it out. See you, Hermione, said Ron. Hermione looked up from her work with a smile. Have fun. Don't forget to come down later, okay? I won't, replied Hermione, waving them away. They headed out of the common room and down to the pitch. Harry had a basic plan of the way he wanted the practice to go, but it was usually Ron who took charge of the details. He was a much better strategist than Harry when it came to Quidditch. They played a 2-on-4 game first, with no snitch, so that they could work with the beaters. All the beaters had to do was aim at whoever had the quaffle. Harry just flew around observing as they played. After that, they devoted time to the chasers, recruiting 3 of the best students who had tried out at the beginning of the year to play on the opposing team. Again the beaters aimed at whoever had the quaffle. Harry called out pointers as they played. He was pleased to note that everyone was playing exceptionally well, especially Ron. Finally they played an all-out game, adding more people who had tried out so that there were 2 full teams. He concentrated on his own flying, leaving the others to critique themselves as they played. He could always count on Ginny for that. She was very outspoken, and had no problem telling someone quite bluntly that they weren't doing something the right way. He felt that he'd slipped a bit recently, flying so much as a dragon had taken away his desire to fly on a broom. It was slower and more cumbersome, but now that he was back in a game, he remembered the excitement that Quidditch held over animagus flying. It was more about the competitiveness and catching the snitch, the team spirit and the laughter and cheers that rang around the stadium. He resolved to practice more. He didn't want to let his team down. At 10, he congratulated everyone on their performance and most of them headed towards the change rooms. The spectators who had been in the stadium either milled around talking or started to wander back up to the castle. Ron had told Ginny about trying to photo the dragons, and she had decided to join them. Harry looked around and saw Colin almost skipping across the pitch to join them, his camera bouncing around his neck. Cheers, Colin, said Ron, nodding at the camera when he arrived. Colin waved it away. I hope those dragons show up today. It would be amazing to get photos. The others nodded in agreement as Hermione joined them. She'd heard Colin's comment. Why do you even think they'll turn up today? They've really only been seen once. Or twice, she amended, if you include the time Harry saw them. Harry shrugged. It's a nice day to be outside. Hermione rolled her eyes at the ridiculous answer, but Ron nodded. No, Hermione, Harry's actually right. You're more likely to see dragons on a warm day than on a cold one. On cold days all they want to do is find the warmest place they can and stay there, but they get more active when it's hot. Harry scanned the skies. Malfoy should be appearing any moment, if he'd remembered what Harry had asked him to do. There was every chance he'd slept in, or was still eating breakfast, or had simply decided he had better things to do than entertain Harry's friends. Harry thought he wouldn't be able to resist the chance to show off though, even if it was to Gryffindors. Besides, it was the first relatively sunny day in ages, and quite a few students were making their ways out onto the still snow-covered lawns. They all turned to scan the sky, and a communal gasp went up from the group when the huge shape appeared over the turrets of Hogwarts. "It's coming right this way," whispered Ginny with wide eyes. "Excellent," yelled Ron. "Colin, have your camera ready." He needn't have bothered saying it though, as Colin was already snapping away as the dragon got closer and closer. The few students that were still chatting in the stands had turned to watch, open-mouthed as the dragon approached. It reached the pitch and seemed to hang in the air for a moment, before plummeting downwards from a great height. Right before he hit the ground, Malfoy twisted around and flew along the grass, then back up into the air. The huge orange dragon twisted around the hoops at one end of the field, his pale scales flashing with a silver sheen as the sun hit them. Harry grinned at the look of awe on Ron's face. The irony that it was Draco Malfoy who put the expression there was not lost on Harry. Colin's camera was clicking away as they watched. The dragon flew out of the pitch and over to near the lake. Apparently the crowds were bigger there. His friends ran out after the dragon and Harry followed. They found a relatively dry patch of ground and sat down to watch. It really was quite an impressive display. He could imagine himself up there with Malfoy, twisting and turning through the air as his friends oohed and awed. "It's quite a coincidence, isn't it?" stated Hermione. Harry tilted his head towards her slightly. "What is?" "Oh, just that you all plan to come dragon spotting today, and one turns up." Harry shrugged and smiled at her. "Just lucky, I guess." Said Hermione thoughtfully, going back to staring at the swooping dragon. "It's an odd dragon, isn't it? I mean, it hardly acts like one. It's almost as if it's showing off for us." Harry gave another shrug. "The only other dragon I've ever seen was trying to eat me, so I really couldn't say." Their conversation lapsed and they both returned to watching the dragon, Colin's camera still clicking away in the background. "Get a look at the prophet this morning, Potter?" asked Malfoy with a gloating smirk on his face as he reached up to get an ingredient off a high shelf. "Who didn't see it?" replied Harry, reaching up for a jar of the same ingredient. Of course Malfoy knew he'd seen it. Everyone in the Great Hall had been talking about it. One of Colin's photos had made it to the Daily Prophet, and they'd had an expert in to identify the species of dragon. According to the Prophet's expert, Malfoy was an English fire dancer, so named because they were native to England, and because they shared the resistance to fire that a salamander did. "Could have been you too," said Malfoy lightly. "Although personally, I don't think there's room for both of us on the cover." Harry snorted. "You really like being the center of attention, don't you?" "I've become accustomed to it," replied Malfoy, smirking, then adding, "Let's go down to the chamber later." Harry nodded. "I'll meet you after lunch." A shadow blocked the light and Harry looked at the doorway to see Snape standing with his arms crossed and looking suspiciously between the two of them. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter. Not arguing, I hope. Collect what you need and get back to your desks, now." He stood there watching darkly as they both pulled down a few more jars, and then stepped back to let them pass. Malfoy stalked out, bumping his shoulder against Snape's as he left, but Snape didn't say anything to reprimand him. He looked after Malfoy with an odd look on his face and then turned back to glare at Harry. Harry hurried back to his desk and deposited the jars of ingredients, twisting off the lids and digging out what he needed. He was bothered by the way Malfoy acted towards Snape, and he wondered if the Slytherin felt the way Harry had when he'd been angry at Snape. He probably felt worse. Snape was Malfoy's godfather, after all. He knew Malfoy felt betrayed by Snape, and as far as he knew, they hadn't talked since Snape had been found out as a spy. For some reason, it greatly troubled Harry that they weren't on speaking terms. He remembered times the previous year when he'd seen them together, and how he had felt jealous of the relationship that they had. Malfoy had seemed completely open with Snape, and talked to him with ease, and Snape had always been genuinely interested in what he had to say. Maybe he should encourage Malfoy to talk to Snape again. He got the feeling Malfoy was extremely conflicted, and could do with a bit of persuasion one way or the other. Distracted by his thoughts, he managed to spectacularly stuff up his potion, something he hadn't done in quite a while. He didn't even realize until Snape swooped down on him and looked into his cauldron, grimacing. Not your best work of late, Potter. Appalling. In fact, clean it up, and you'll be joining Mr. Finnegan for a makeup lesson. Snape swept away and Harry scowled, but supposed he was lucky that Snape hadn't taken points as he once would have done. He looked over at Seamus' cauldron, which was a broiling mess of green muck. At least Harry's was purple, as it was supposed to be. He cleared his things away and sat silently, waiting for the class to end. Harry finished his lunch and walked with Hermione and Ron back up to the common room. He was free for the rest of the day. They, however, had classes on, which worked well for Harry. It meant he didn't have to make up any excuse to go to the chamber. He walked with Ron to his lesson, and then made his way to Myrtle's bathroom. Malfoy was there as they had arranged, and they made their way down to the chamber library. Not today, but maybe after astronomy this week, we should try out my resilience to fire, stated the Slytherin as they walked through the dank tunnels, stepping over all the bones that lay about the place. Harry nodded. How though? We can't light the Forbidden Forest on fire just so you can see if you don't get burned. Actually, there was a field fire near where I lived 2 years ago that was started by a dragon. Harry rolled his eyes. We still can't purposely start a fire just for the sake of your own interest. Malfoy gave a sigh. I suppose not. Maybe you can just shoot incendios at me. I could do that, agreed Harry, grinning. They came into the basilisk chamber, and as usual, Malfoy stopped to admire the huge creature. The huge jar of blood from when they had first drained it stood beside it still. You know, it's about time you sold some more scales or teeth or blood or something. On the last Hogsmeade weekend I inquired about buying basilisk scales from the apothecary we sold them to, and they aren't selling. Why? Have they sold them all off? Malfoy nodded. I'd say so. There's no reason to keep broken ones, hoping that prices will increase, because they'd just lose their potency. Besides, it's a much desired ingredient. They probably sold out the same day we were there, and that was quite a while ago now. I know, Sever. Malfoy broke off, looking annoyed. Well, people have been looking for more, I'm sure. Harry seized the opportunity to approach the topic. Why don't you just talk to him? Malfoy knew exactly who Harry was talking about. You can't go on hating him forever, just because he has different views to you. I can and I will, Potter. Besides, that's not even the reason. He betrayed me. Not just me, my parents too. They've been friends since they were at Hogwarts. Malfoy glared darkly, then added, almost as an afterthought, and he betrayed the Dark Lord. So did you, replied Harry quietly, referring to the fact that Malfoy had given away his family's address to the Order. Malfoy spun around, his lips pursed, and shook his finger at Harry. No, I didn't. I was simply looking after my family's interests. That place is my home, and they were just turning it into, I don't know, Malfoy broke off, shaking his head. It just wasn't right. I suppose I can understand that, said Harry. Hogwarts is my home. If Voldemort attacked here, I'd be angry. I'd want him gone. Malfoy nodded in agreement. But it doesn't mean I betrayed him. It doesn't. Harry didn't want to argue, even though he disagreed. Have you heard anything about it yet? Harry shook his head. You haven't. No, though I suppose it has only been a few days. I know they went there that night. At least, they said they were going to. They stood in silence for a few minutes, both deep in thought. After a while, Harry suggested they go into the library, and they left the basilisk behind. What do you want to do? Asked Harry as they descended the staircase. Malfoy looked around the library thoughtfully and his eyes settled on one of the archways that led away from the library chamber. I haven't been down those tunnels yet. Have you? Harry nodded. I didn't go far. There's an office in there, but I haven't had much of a look around it. Slytherin's private study. I bet there's heaps of interesting things in there. Malfoy took the last few steps quickly and headed towards the doorway. Harry had only been in the study once or twice before, and he had never really looked around it in detail. It was dimly lit with a few wall sconces, which burst into light when they entered the room. Malfoy immediately walked around and took a seat at the desk, for some reason looking highly pleased with himself. He smirked at Harry, settling himself comfortably into the chair. He leaned back in the plush chair for a second, before his eyes fell on the drawers of the desk, and he leaned forward to open the top one. "They're locked," said Harry, remembering the time he had tried them. Malfoy tisked, but then exclaimed, "Aha!" Harry moved around to that side of the desk to see that Malfoy had managed to open a drawer. "How did you do that?" "See the indentation," replied the Slytherin, indicating with his finger down the length of the drawer. Harry looked closer. It was difficult to see, since it was shallow and the same color as the rest of the wood, but there was an indent, running down the middle of the otherwise flat wood. "It's the same sort of thing as is on the door that leads from the courtyard." Harry reached into the drawer and pulled out an old quill. It had a huge feather on the end of it, and dried ink on the nib. Malfoy pulled a small leather-bound book out, flipping it open to a random page. "It's a diary of some sort," he said, placing it flat on the desk and bending over it with interest. "Imagine the sort of things he probably wrote in here." He turned a few pages into it and read several lines. "Here, look at this. He's written about building Hogwarts." Harry leaned over and read a few lines. It was a bit hard to understand the Old English, but it seemed to be a paragraph about laying the foundations of the castle. Suddenly Malfoy gave a hiss and his body stiffened as he flinched slightly. He stood up quickly, avoiding looking at Harry. "I have to go," he said shortly, and walked briskly away before Harry could answer. After a few seconds, Harry got up and went back to the library. Malfoy had gone into the tunnels that led to the house common rooms. Harry thought he must be going back to his room to change before he left the castle. Harry waited for a minute before going the same way. Instead of taking the door to the Slytherin common room though, he took the one to the waterfall painting and stepped into it. Malfoy probably hadn't reached his room yet, though he'd be there very soon. Harry jumped through into a painting near the potions classroom that he'd been in before. Serenius Mowbray was nowhere to be seen, but whatever potion he was making was bubbling away in the cauldron. Harry walked over and took a look in the cauldron. It wasn't a potion that he recognized. He gave a sniff. It smelled distinctly of honeydew and flax. Remembering this wasn't why he was here, he jumped through to painting after painting until he came to one in the entrance hall. He waited impatiently, though not for long. Mere minutes later, a black-clad figure walked briskly past his painting. He watched them go and was turning to go himself when it hit him that the figure hadn't come from the dungeons, as Malfoy would have done. Frowning, he turned back to watch the hall, and two more black-clad figures passed before Malfoy appeared. He was wearing the black robes of a Death Eater, but he didn't have the mask on yet. He too disappeared quickly out the main doors of the castle. He wondered if those he had just seen were the only Death Eaters in the castle, or just the only ones called. It could be that they were new recruits, and had recently been shown the Malfoy's address, so they were suspected of having passed it on, or at the very least, not destroyed it. He waited a few more minutes, but nobody else appeared, so he fell forward out of the painting and then apparated to the portrait hole of the Gryffindor common room. It was late and no one was up when he went in, so he headed up to his dormitory and changed into his pajamas. He laid in bed, keeping one eye on the map and worrying himself with horrifying images of what could be happening to Malfoy at that very moment. Perhaps it was a routine call, but Malfoy had seemed nervous and Harry had the feeling that it was about their address finding its way to the Order. If Voldemort found out that Malfoy had purposely passed on the address, there was no doubt in Harry's mind that he would kill him for the betrayal. It was early in the morning, and he'd fallen asleep twice, when he finally saw a dot labeled Draco Malfoy appear at the edge of the map and make its way up to the castle. He saw no other dots, so either the others hadn't returned yet, or had come back while he'd been asleep. He gave a sigh of relief that Malfoy hadn't been found out and rolled up the map, slipping it into the drawer beside his bed. Rolling over, he fell asleep again. Malfoy was absent at breakfast the next morning, but was there at dinner and he looked terrible, and Harry knew he must have had a rough night. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the Slytherin, but as always, he reminded himself that the Slytherin had made his own choices. Harry was in the Horcrux once again, but this time he had a different purpose. He groped blindly through the dark, noticing as he moved that the whispers were there again, and this time they weren't so fleeting. It was continuous, almost like someone was whispering a chant. Another difference was a frigid wind. It blew softly, but there was something menacing in the way it brushed against his skin. Quite soon, the twisting, grasping weave of magic that was a bridge appeared. It glowed dully, with a silver sort of light that barely penetrated the darkness around it. The bridge stretched out endlessly into the darkness. He tentatively placed his hand on it, and forced himself to leave it there, letting a tendril of magic break away and curl around his hand. It was cold, and it stung where it touched his hand. He ripped his hand away. It hurt a bit, as if there were thousands of little hooks in it, but it wasn't too difficult. Taking a deep breath, he took a step. As soon as both feet were on the bridge, the whispers and the wind stopped abruptly. At the same time, the pain in his scar diminished. It was almost as if he were no longer in the Horcrux, no longer in any part of Voldemort's soul. The bridge was the magic that held the soul together, or maybe the magic that had cast the Horcrux into Harry. He could only assume that the bridge would lead to the soul still in Voldemort's body. He swallowed again, trying not to let his nervousness get the better of him. He used his skill in occlumency to push the feelings down, and took another step. He looked behind him as he walked, and saw the swirling black of the Horcrux getting smaller and smaller. Each step he took seemed to take him further away from the Horcrux than was normal. It was like one step was 10 meters. The darkness around him was disconcerting as he walked. He felt like he was 5 again, and that there were monsters staring at him, waiting for him to look away so they could reach out and grab at him. More than once he flinched around, seeing imaginary shapes and shadows out of the corner of his eye. After several minutes of walking, he began to notice a silver glimmer up ahead, and soon he was stepping off of the bridge onto another Horcrux, or perhaps the bit of soul that resided in Voldemort's body. He thought the latter was more logical and likely. There was nothing around him, save for the cold wind and whispers he had felt in the Horcrux. The wind was harder here, though, and the whispers were louder and more menacing. He had no idea how he was going to find the specific Horcrux he wanted, until he remembered that he could visualize things, and they would appear to him, like in the mind. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. He didn't visualize anything specific, rather, he simply imagined that there was an easier way to find the path to each Horcrux. He opened his eyes after a few moments to find that a door had appeared a few meters in front of him, and he started towards it. It was a simple design, and was made of some gray-blue stone. He turned the handle, and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He found himself then in a room he had seen before, in his 5th year. It was the room from the Ministry of Magic, specifically, the one in the Department of Mysteries. As soon as he closed the door behind him, the walls around him spun. He chose a door at random and opened it. He stepped forward automatically, but found himself scrabbling at the stone doorway when nothing but a black void of nothingness appeared on the other side of the door. He stepped back, breathing fast and hoping the burst of emotion hadn't registered in Voldemort's mind. Closing his eyes, he took a minute to completely clear his mind, pushing all emotion deep beneath his barriers. He opened his eyes again and looked out the door. Looking closer, he saw that it wasn't a complete void at all. There were swirls of black magic, and when he stuck his hand out, he could feel the same biting wind he'd felt in the Horcrux that was in him. However, he could see no way of reaching the Horcrux. He tried to visualize a bridge, but nothing appeared. He frowned and considered what this meant. Perhaps this was one of the Horcruxes that had been destroyed already. This bit of soul was still tethered to the rest, but there was no way to reach it because it wasn't physically bound to anything. He closed the door. There was nothing more he could do there. As soon as the door latched shut, the walls began to spin around him, making it impossible to know which ones he had opened and which ones he hadn't. They slowed and stopped. "Show me the locket," he said, and as he had hoped, a door clicked open, to his left. He walked over to it and opened it slowly. Unlike the last door, there was something there. It was another bridge, the weave of black magic stretching into darkness again. He could see no difference between this bridge and the first one, and he could only assume that it was actually a different one. He supposed that since there was a bridge here, the Horcrux still existed. He was going to step out onto the bridge and see what was on the other side, but he had been gone for longer than usual, and his head was only getting worse. Besides, he had done what he had wanted to do. He was happy with the progress he had made, so he closed the door and stepped into the middle of the room. He waited for the doors to stop spinning before he spoke again. "Show me my soul," he said, and then he stepped forward to the door that opened. He stepped back onto the bridge and made his way as quickly as he could along it, arriving at a Horcrux a short time later. He hoped it was the Horcrux that was anchored to his own soul. The pain returned full blast when he stepped off of the bridge, and very shortly he was nearly crawling, unable to hold himself up. It seemed like a long time later when he staggered out of the blackness and into his own soul again. His stomach lurched unpleasantly as his perception shifted back to the office. He took the blue pain relief potion Snape handed him, but didn't drink it. He felt like he was going to throw up if he did. Snape seemed to realize, because he got up and went to a cabinet, returning with a vial of khaki-colored liquid. A stomach-settling potion. Try to drink it in one mouthful. Harry took it gratefully, and though he gagged slightly at the taste, it made him feel better almost instantly. He followed it with the pain relief potion, and after a few minutes of sitting quietly, he was able to think again. "You were gone a long time this evening," said Snape when Harry sat up straighter in his chair. "Sorry," muttered Harry sarcastically. "It must have been terribly boring for you waiting around for all that time." Snape raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything about Harry's tone of voice. "As a matter of fact, I spent the evening being chatted up by Hagrid and a young Mr. Weasley." Harry cracked open an eye, confused. "What? It would seem you were not satisfied to harass me with an 11-year-old version of yourself. This time you brought along friends. Why would they be there? If we accept the theory that your soul is who you are, then perhaps it contains images or memories of some sort of the people, places, and things that have made you who you are." Harry nodded. That sounded reasonable to him, and he didn't really feel up to thinking about it in any detail. "I haven't seen anything in the Horcrux yet," he muttered. "There's the whispers I told you about, and the wind, but that's all. I imagine his soul is far less open than yours. It may be that the longer you stay in there, the more aware he will become that you are there, and you will start to see more." How do you feel after these sessions?" asked Snape, leaning forward and staring at Harry intently, a slight frown on his face. Harry shrugged. "My head hurts. Why? The first time I visited your soul, your hand was covered in a black substance that you claimed was from going too close to the Horcrux. Since you have been consciously traveling into this soul, the blackness has grown further up your arm. I simply wondered if you had noticed a change within yourself, or if it is irrelevant." Harry thought about how short of a temper he'd had lately, and how he'd been feeling impatient snapping at people far more than was usual. Was exposing his mind to Voldemort's soul changing him on some deep level, or was his altered behavior was just due to stress and lack of sleep? He shook his head slowly. "No, I don't feel different." That weekend, Harry had Quidditch practice. It was their last before their game against Hufflepuff, and he was pleased to see that the team was in top form. Ron had devised some new strategies that looked as if they would work quite well for them. He was in a good mood when he went off to astronomy that night, given that he hadn't had a phytolemancy lesson that evening. He stopped at a large storage room near the stairs that led up to the top of the tower and pulled out one of the dust-old telescopes that belonged to the school. He'd used one once before, and he could remember the scratch that had gone right through the middle of the lens, and the discoloration of the glass. He still hadn't received his new lenses. They should be arriving in the next few days. He lugged the heavy telescope up the stairs and set it down next to where Malfoy was already set up. "I set up your telescope already," stated the Slytherin, not glancing up from where his eye was glued to the eyepiece of his own telescope. Harry stopped and looked on the other side of the Slytherin. "That's not a school telescope," he replied. "It was a new model, its sleek black tube shining darkly where the light hit it." "I know. Where's it from then?" Malfoy shrugged. "I don't know. I ordered it from a catalog. I could find out if you want." Harry stared at it, disbelieving. Hang on. When you say my telescope, do you mean you're just letting me use your new one, or you bought me a new one? It isn't as if my family can't afford it. I broke your telescope. I bought you a new one. You didn't have to do that, mumbled Harry. I just ordered new lenses. It wasn't a big deal. He couldn't believe Malfoy had replaced his broken lenses with a completely new telescope. Malfoy finally looked up, his eyebrow raised and a slight smirk on his face. You could have fooled me. It was quite a tantrum you threw the other night. I didn't throw a tantrum, hissed Harry, leaning the bulky school telescope against the wall and walking around Malfoy to inspect the new one. I was just in a bad mood, and you breaking expensive belongings of mine didn't really help. Malfoy snorted. Expensive? Oh yes, I'm sure. I'll bet that telescope didn't cost you any more than 10 galleons. You should have bought a new one yourself anyway, since you decided to study Newt-level astronomy. Harry didn't bother to reply. He was too busy admiring his new telescope. It was sleek and shiny, and the view through it was amazingly clear. It seemed to have some sort of automatic focusing charm on it, though there were still knobs if he wanted to do it manually. This was really nice of you, began Harry, but Malfoy waved him off. Let's just say we're even now. 10 minutes after astronomy ended, Harry closed the entrance to the chamber behind them, and he and Malfoy descended the steps into the tunnel that would take them to the chamber. This place really could do with a bit of decoration, mused Malfoy as they walked through the damp tunnel. He kicked at a rat skull that was in his way, and it smashed against the tunnel wall, the brittle bone cracking into several pieces. Why, it's not like we sit in here all day, we're only walking through it. Yes, but I'm sure Salazar Slytherin didn't concern himself with walking through fetid tunnels filled with bones and mold. It smells atrocious down here, too. Malfoy picked that exact moment to step in a slippery patch, and fall rather unelegantly to the ground. He jumped up immediately as Harry tried to quell his grin. Malfoy sneered nastily at him before looking down and twisting around to inspect himself. He looked absolutely appalled to find smears of grime on his once pristine robes. Oh, disgusting. It's just a bit of dirt, said Harry bracingly. Look. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at one of the slime patches. Tergio, he incanted, and most of the slime disappeared, leaving a dark wet patch behind. It's no good. Completely ruined. Malfoy pursed his lips and unbuttoned the front of his robe, gingerly slipping it off his shoulders so that he didn't get any on the clothes he was wearing underneath. He tossed the robe on the floor with a look of disgust, and then pulled out his wand and cast an incendio at it. Harry watched the material burn. You could have just washed it, you know. Malfoy waved his hand and kept walking. I have others. Your family has more money than is good for you, muttered Harry, walking after the other boy. Suddenly he came to a decision. You know, we don't have to walk all the way. What do you mean? Called Malfoy over his shoulder. Did I tell you I got the pendant back? Malfoy stopped and spun around with an excited expression. Where is it? Harry drew it out of his robes, and Malfoy picked his way back over to look at it more closely. Very nice, he breathed. Show me how it works. Harry concentrated on the spot right behind Malfoy and apparated there. Like that, he said, grinning, and Malfoy spun around, surprised. A grin split his face. Can I try it? Harry nodded and put the chain around both their necks. It magically lengthened so that it looped easily around both of them. Where do you want to go? Asked Harry. He didn't even blink, but all of a sudden they were no longer in the chamber, standing instead in the middle of the kitchens. It was the first time that Harry had been in the kitchens and not had swarms of house elves descend upon him. He supposed this late at night they were all asleep, or maybe cleaning the common rooms while they were empty of students. Well, that's how it works, said Harry. I take it you did have the kitchens in mind. As if on cue, Malfoy's stomach gave a loud rumble. Hungry, are you? A red tinge appeared across Malfoy's face, making Harry chuckle. Shut up, Potter. Harry laughed. Don't tell me. Malfoy's stomachs don't rumble, Harry joked, earning a sneer from the Slytherin. Harry tugged the chain back over Malfoy's head so he could move away. I could eat too, actually. He walked over to a cupboard and opening it, he found stacks upon stacks of plates. He tried another, and found hundreds of goblets. Where do you reckon all the food is? He asked. I don't fancy searching through every cupboard in here. Malfoy shook his head in apparent despair. You really are a complete muggle, do you know that, Potter? Malfoy pulled out his wand and held it in the air. Accio bread, Accio butter. And milk and jam, suggested Harry, so Malfoy summoned some of them too. Half an hour later, Harry was very full, and very sleepy. He gave a yawn. I think I might turn in. Malfoy nodded in agreement, draining the last of his drink. Can I use it sometimes? He asked, nodding at the pendant around Harry's neck as they both stood and collected their bags and telescopes. Harry snorted. No, I don't trust you that much, Malfoy. Malfoy looked affronted, but then nodded seriously. Good. He gave a smirk. Apparate me back to my room then, he said, tossing his head. If you don't have to walk, I shouldn't have to either. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.